think back. What was the first video game that you ever loved? Not necessarily the first you ever played, but the first you were ever able to sit down with and really put quality time into. With a medium as directly interactive as video games are, the first game you love tends to vitally contribute to your DNA as a gamer. And for me, that's Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sure, Donkey Kong Country brings back scores of nostalgic memories, but it didn't teach me what a video game should be. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 might be the only piece of fiction that's ever brought a tear to my eye, but I never spent hours outside with my friends reenacting those stories. Team Fortress 2 is almost certainly the game that I've played more than any other in the past decade. But as awesome as those characters are, they didn't influence me so deeply that they changed the way I speak. Yeah, little Josh here was on course to have a bit more of a southern accent.
It's a
Until...
Oh, they're back before you know I'm even gone.
Tell me my dialect wasn't influenced at least a bit by Jaleel White, Chrome Dome. Really, the point I'm getting at is that if I'm doing a Sonic retrospective, it's gonna be even more difficult than usual to maintain an objective outlook, especially with the classics. I know these games have flaws, but there are elements of their mechanics that are so set for me, that I'm so used to, that I've been with for so long, I don't even think about them. I'll do my best to critique them fairly, but I make no promises. Let's get started. May 25th, 1994, my 6th birthday, and I remember it well. I remember my parents pulling one last surprise present out of the laundry room. I remember pulling that wrapping paper off to reveal the Sega Genesis with Sonic 2 packed in. And very shortly after, I remember getting absolutely and completely lost in Emerald Hill Zone. I got lost. I was 6. It was one of the first times I'd ever played a game. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know the signpost was in that direction. I'm gonna tell you what the first video game I ever loved had to teach me about gaming. Number 1! When you hit start on Sonic 2, the game doesn't throw you into some nonsense cutscene about Tails meeting Sonic, or jumping around on buildings, or being an escaped fugitive. It's simple. Here's where you are, and go. I didn't care that I was lost in Emerald Hill Zone, or that I didn't know how to spin dash, or that I didn't know what a spin dash was, or that I had no idea what this weird blue bubble around Sonic was, because I was having fun. That was the very first thing I learned about gaming. They can be about a story or a message or art or whatever, but before they can be about anything, there must be gameplay, and if that doesn't hold up, no matter how good the rest might be, there is simply no fun to be had. Number 2! But what is fun? How do you define fun? Eventually, I grew bored randomly exploring Emerald Hill Zone, but sooner or later, I happened upon the signpost, and when I crossed it, Sonic got through Act 1. So that's what this is all about! Sonic starts over here, it's my job to get him over here. That first time, it took me over 5 minutes to do it, but I can be faster, I can be better, I can sharpen my skill. And that is the second lesson Sonic 2 taught me about video games. How do you have more fun? You get better at the game. Now this is important because it's something that a lot of people to this day misunderstand when it comes to Sonic. And it's because, especially when you compare it to other games of the era, it's actually pretty forgiving. I mean, let's compare it to Mario. When you take a hit in a Mario game, there's gonna be ramifications. That awesome raccoon tail that let you fly, gone. That projectile weapon that was so very useful, gone. The game actually got harder when you got hit, and it's not at all unusual to be in a state where one little mistake will kill you. How well you're doing now can be directly related to how well you were doing 30 seconds ago. Sonic wasn't like that. As long as you could hold on to at least one ring, and those things are everywhere, the enemies couldn't kill you. There were no other consequences for getting hit. Sonic didn't become slower, his jump wasn't any less powerful, he stayed the same. Because of that, it was quite possible to just blindly push ahead, taking hits here and there. Right up until number 3. Okay, so we're in Emerald Hill Act 2. We're gonna hold to the right. Freaking coconuts! No, it's okay, we can make it. And what is that? What is Robotnik doing? He keeps wrecking me! I'm out of rings and my heartbeat's going crazy and I'm so nervous and damn it! I've heard it argued that the bosses in the early Sonic games were not well suited to the gameplay. Sonic, it said, is a game about going fast. So why do the bosses lock you down to this small space where you can't utilize that speed? I might have gotten stuck on this first boss, but I'd never played a game before. Much more egregious for the final bosses, where you don't get any rings at all. So why is there such a divide between my fun, fast roller coaster ride and these frustrating, slow, and very deadly bosses? There isn't. There is no divide. It's just that the bosses are the one thing that you can't just struggle through. With Sonic, instead of losing power-ups or lives, the price for a mistake was losing all that speed. And losing speed is not fun. It's hard and frustrating, and you'd struggle and barely make it to a boss, lose all your lives and have to start the whole thing over again! Just getting by was not a fun way to play the game. It's not so direct about forcing you to get better, but it also doesn't treat you like an idiot. Now, these are just my own experiences, but for me, it's the difference between high school, where roughly 90% of what you do is just monotonous busy work, versus college, where you have a responsibility. You can decide to work hard and improve yourself, or you can just keep failing. Just like with college, some people don't even realize the choice is available. But at 6 years old, I saw that choice. Because when I got owned by Drill Eggman, I had to learn at least a little timing before I could move on. And that's what the bosses are all about, mastering skillful movement and timing. You have to move correctly, and it all culminates in a battle where you have no rings, no shields, no protection. All you're left with at the end are the skills that you've learned to this point. If you've mastered that, then all of a sudden Mystic Cave becomes just as fast and breezy as Emerald Hill. But because you've earned it, it's way, way more fun. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is not a game about going fast. It's a game about skill mastery. Going fast is just the reward that you get for doing so. Sonic might have gotten through Act 1, but that statement makes no judgment on how well you did. This is not a game where the point is necessarily to get through it, because you can always get better. And the fact that I can always get better is why 20 years after getting it for my birthday, I can still fire it up and discover new things, make mistakes, and have a blast playing it. You know, games like Metroid Prime get so much praise for starting you off with all the powers and upgrades, just to show you how awesome you will be. Not taking anything away from Metroid Prime, but Sonic does the same freaking thing. Emerald Hill is fast and easy, and there's springs in plain sight that rocket you forward. It's like the game is saying, isn't all this speed exciting? Well, let me tell you something, it won't be easy. It won't always be fun, but you can make this happen. You can become this awesome. If you try, you can do anything. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is a perfect video game. Okay, fine, maybe it isn't. Here are some problems with Sonic 2. First, it has the most linear level design of the classic series. The zones come across significantly shorter than Sonic 1's, and they don't tend to lend themselves nearly as well to exploration. Tails was an awesome addition, and I'm glad 2-player mode's there. But it's absolutely bizarre that they would introduce a playable character, show him to be capable of flight, and then make it so you can't fly with him. Metropolis Zone is one of my least favorite zones in the classic series. It just goes on and on forever, and while at one time it was frustrating, now it's more frustratingly boring. The level design is like an Escher painting. These screw bullets move too slowly and are placed too frequently. I mean, at least the music is cool, but even that's grating on me after 3 straight acts of it. Sky Chase was fun the first 100 or so times I played it, but it really is just an interactive cutscene. It breaks with the way the rest of the game is designed. No matter how good you are at it, there's no way to get it over with faster. And that's probably why when I finish Oil Ocean, I usually reset the game, hit 1965-09-17, and use the level select to skip Metropolis and Sky Chase. And finally, the special stages. Look, this was probably a neat trick in 1992. The Genesis is not natively capable of sprite scaling, but the special stages still tend to be a bit of a jerky mess. I mean, Super Sonic is a great reward, he's really fun to play as, but the special stages aren't anywhere near as fun as the rest of the game, and especially with no save system, the incentive for bothering with them just isn't there. And that's all the criticism I can think of. To this day, subconsciously or otherwise, I think I judge every game I play by comparing it to this one. Now that was a lot more literal when I was 6 years old and I had no frame of reference to compare it to. I mean, Mario was cool, but why doesn't he have a debug mode? Donkey Kong Country is fun, but wouldn't it make a lot more sense if Diddy sometimes disappeared off screen and then flew back with his tails? What the hell is this and what am I supposed to be doing? I am, of course, a lot more well-rounded now. I've played, beaten, and enjoyed many, many games, and not all of them have to follow this pattern. I'm not saying opening cutscenes are inherently bad, or that anything that accentuates story over gameplay isn't worth bothering with. Video games are a wonderfully diverse medium, and there's plenty of room in the industry for all sorts of different approaches. But for the most part, for the games I really love, that core still remains. That's why this is the most important game I ever played. The things that I took away from it cemented why I love the medium. Video games are about gameplay, first and foremost. Thus, you can choose to become more skillful. Your skill will be rewarded. That's why I'm a gamer. That's why I'm a geek. That's why I'm up at 6:30 in the morning, writing this script, and I'll be up night after night working on this video, and I'll do it again and again. I will keep pursuing this dream, because I believe that my work and my skill will be rewarded. But without Sonic 2, there would be no Geek Critique. Because without Sonic the Hedgehog, I never could have become the person I am. Like I said, these are just my own experiences. Maybe you took something completely different away from Sonic games. I mean, a lot of people like them for some very different reasons. But we'll take a look at that perspective next time. This is a video game. This is the gaming industry, and the gaming industry is Nintendo. That's how it was at the dawn of the 4th generation. What's this? A Nintendo. What are you doing? Well, we're playing Nintendo. It doesn't even have to actually be made by Nintendo. People are still gonna call it a Nintendo. And why wouldn't they? After all, it was Nintendo that saved the North American video game industry from being a mere fad. Their name, their brand, had become synonymous with video games. And who was at the center of it all? Way more than a genre definer, Mario radically changed the rules when it came to the very core of game design. Mario, and the Nintendo that you played him on, had become household words. So how could anyone compete with the undisputed innovator of the most popular genre in gaming? By once again, changing the game. You know, every Sonic history video that I've ever seen puts so much focus on Sonic's character design, his attitude, his marketing, but what's discussed a lot less, or what was at the core of all that? The game design. I believe that Sonic could have come out looking exactly like he does with the exact marketing push he had, and it wouldn't have meant a whole lot if the core game hadn't reflected those changes. I mean, here's Felix the cat. He's an anthropomorphic hero with big round eyes and a little black nose, and a mouth that somehow changes what side of the face it's on depending on perspective. You know, he had some video games back in the day too, but does anyone remember those? Okay, fair enough, we can take it to games that people do remember, and this is going to be controversial, but what if Mario had a cannon arm and could steal powers? Okay, what if Mario could inhale enemies and could, steal powers? What if Mario had a pogo stick? It's all flat, blocky terrain, it's all straight lines, it's all about jumping correctly and collecting stuff, and that's great! I would never accuse these games of being rip-offs. They emphasize different things, they play differently, and they're wonderful series in their own right. Gaming has always evolved partly by iterating on what worked before, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that's what was so brilliant about Sonic the Hedgehog. Super Mario World was
A bit more Mario.
But Sonic was something new. I'm not pretending that he didn't take inspiration from contemporary platformers, because he did. But look at it this way. Mario invented the wheel, and platformers up to this point were like horse-drawn carriages. Sonic? Sonic invented the motor. And to demonstrate what a revolution it was, all we need to do is take a hard look at the Alpha and Omega, Green Hill Zone. Well, right off the bat, this just looks really different. The ground is not quite just a flat, straight line. Here's some rings, we can jump up and get those. Our ring counter goes up, don't know what they're for, but whatever. And here we find our first enemy, a Motobug. Now chances are you're not going to be used to Sonic's speed the first time you play this, and you might slam right into him. If you do, the ring lock's effect is big, loud, and obvious, and you'll see those 3 rings go flying, teaching you a little about how Sonic stays alive. Let's see, all the buttons jump, so I'll just jump on this guy, and yeah, that works, okay. Now how about that monitor? It's not moving, there's a picture of a ring on it. We know rings are good, so it's probably not hazardous. Now here's where the game teaches you something that sets Sonic apart. When we killed the Motobug, we jumped on him from above. If you try to jump from the ground into the monitor, what you'll do instead is break it from the side. Now this is important, the monitor makes the same as the Motobug, which means Sonic doesn't have to attack from above. He spins when he jumps, and we just learned that as long as he's doing that, he can break stuff. Sonic visibly slows down as he runs up a steep incline, but when he comes back down the other side, something very important happens. Boom. There it is. That's what makes this game different from anything that had come before. Physics. Platforming heroes up till now had been static. Mega Man ran at this speed every time. Mario could jump this high. Sonic had a sense of mobility and weight to him that mimicked the controlled chaos of a pinball machine. Nothing about Sonic is static. You can make him accelerate to be this fast, but he can be faster. He can normally jump this high, but he can jump higher. And Green Hill is all about teaching you about this concept. Want to reach the higher ground without bothering with all that platforming? If you're skilled enough at building up momentum and using the terrain to your advantage, you can. But either way, you'll come to these tunnels. What do? They force you into a rolling state, and then this happens. It's hard to wrap my head around just what a spectacle this must have been to gamers of the time. And again, it's teaching you something. There's no spin dash in this first game, but we just learned that Sonic can roll on the ground. We learned that when he's doing so, he picks up a whole lot more momentum. He's not as mobile in that state, and he can't gain acceleration on his own. But as long as you've got the terrain on your side, you won't just be protected from enemies, you'll be a whole lot faster as well. And Green Hill just keeps teaching you, just keeps throwing things at you, just keeps being fantastic. Want that extra life? Use what you've learned. Secrets can be hidden in the environment. If you figured out rolling to this point, you may even discover that Sonic can burrow through walls. It's also quite deceptively hard. Blindly pushing ahead will hurt you. Just about everybody finds out about bottomless pits right here in Act 2. The classics are sometimes dismissed by non-fans as being all about holding right to win, but that was never the case. Eventually you get to a boss. I went into a lot of detail last time about how the bosses can add to your repertoire, and the same holds true for Sonic 1. Beating this guy is all about mastering some skillful jump timing. Or maybe just scoring a bunch of free hits when he flies in. But whatever, it's the first boss. Run to the right, hit the capsule, free the animals, and so ends Green Hill Zone. With its beautiful design, incredibly varied and well-structured map, and intuitive teaching methods, it stands as one of the most perfect opening levels the industry has ever seen. And then... Objection! Here's the thing. Green Hill went through more iterations, more changes, and really just had more focus than any other zone in the game. And it shows. Nowhere is this more obvious than in Marble Zone. Now maybe the contrast was intentional, because it is the opposite of Green Hill in so many ways. The background's a lot more static and a little bit uglier. The music is catchy and kind of foreboding, but it does loop a lot more quickly. But the real problem is the level design. It's slow, platformy, and way more linear. In fact, in the course of all 3 acts, the zone only splits significantly a single time. The skills you learned in Green Hill are rarely put to use here, as the underground portions that make up the majority of Marble Zone are all about navigating through, yes, straight lines. I'm sure the intention was to make sure the player was used to the way that platforming worked, to master the jumps that would become so important down the line. That's fine, there's nothing wrong with slowing down the pace, but you have to keep it interesting. Marble Zone takes everything that had made Sonic such a fresh experience to this point and eviscerates it. It goes against the way the engine was designed. It is, dare I say it, a Mario level. And while no other zone was nearly as bad as that one, it's clear that Sonic Team did not quite have a grip on what made their new star special just yet. Back in my Mario Kart retrospective, I talked about a concept I called superannuation. The subjective view that a newer game does so many things better and builds on an original so much that the earlier game seems obsolete in comparison. When I was a kid, I played Sonic 1 after both 2 and 3. Playing them in that order only accentuated how rough around the edges this first one was. What were improvements in 2 and 3 felt like omissions to me here. I mean, a lot of the same badniks would show up zone after zone after zone. The special stage was this 2D rotating oddity with a psychedelic background and just weird music. The Chaos Emeralds didn't even do anything beyond getting you a different ending. Most obviously, well, just look at what happens every time I let someone not so familiar with the series try this one. They duck and jump, constantly. I wonder why. The Spin Dash was a perfect, natural addition to Sonic's moveset. Not having this kind of like trying to go back and use dial-up internet. It's like, how did we ever get anything done like this? Let's just say there's a reason that so many compilations like Sonic Jam, the Taxman and Stealth ports, and pretty much every major hack of this game puts the Spin Dash back in. I guess that's why it's important to see this first entry in context. Yeah, it's slower paced and a little rough around the edges, but maybe all that was just a means to ease players into what a speed-based platformer would be like. It's really hard for me to say, but I don't want anyone to walk away with the impression that I don't think Sonic the Hedgehog is fun, or even that it's aging badly. Putting aside my own preferences, I would argue that Super Mario World was actually objectively the better game. It was longer, it was more varied, it was solid and consistent, and felt very sure of itself. But Mario had been the gold standard for so many years. Sonic the Hedgehog sent a jolt of lightning that recast the gaming industry, and Nintendo was reeling from the impact, because faster than a sonic boom, Sega wasn't just competing, Sega was winning. Last time, we looked at what a revolution Sonic 1 brought to the platforming genre and gaming at large. Well, that revolution propelled Sonic to become the face of the industry. 2 years and one mainline sequel later, and the Blue Blur was in his golden age. 1993 was indisputably the height of this Sonic boom, with the debut of 2 animated cartoon shows and 4 starring roles in video games. But before we get started, let's take one last look back at where it all began. Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Look closely, breathe, stay calm, concentrate, and get out your blotter paper, cause we about to drop some acid! This is a new day! This is madness! This is Sonic CD! It's Sonic 1, but on hallucinogenic drugs, and probably a few steroids. Sonic the Hedgehog CD was released for the Mega CD in the fall of 1993. It was also the first compact disc I had ever seen. Some people think of this game as a sort of interquel between Sonic 1 and 2, and in plot it probably is. But I've always thought of it more as an alternate universe version of what a sequel to Sonic 1 could be. And that's actually surprisingly kind of accurate. You see, Sonic the Hedgehog was primarily the vision of 3 men. Naoto Oshima created the character, Yuji Naka programmed the game engine, and Hirokazu Yasuhara directed the project. But after the development of Sonic 1, Naka, Yasuhara, and the majority of the Sonic team moved to the United States to mentor the new hires at the Sega Technical Institute. And while they were in the US, they created Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Meanwhile, Oshima, Sonic's original creator, stayed behind in Japan, where he soon found himself directing Sonic CD. Each game shows off a completely different approach to a Sonic sequel. Where Sonic 2 upgraded the engine and put a greater emphasis on speed and movement, Sonic CD instead tightened the focus on slower-paced platforming and exploration. Now that doesn't mean that Sonic CD couldn't be played quickly, or that Sonic 2 did not reward taking your time. It just wasn't what the level design tended to push you toward. Where Sonic 2 was intuitive, Sonic CD was far less so. It's not surprising that it would be a hard concept to wrap your head around, because CD's signature mechanic was time travel. I've shied away from over-explaining things you get from the instruction manual to this point, but Sonic CD is quite a bit more obscure than the games I've talked about so far. Sonic CD takes place on the Little Planet, which is said to appear for 1 month out of the year over Never Lake. Sonic finds the planet chained to a mountain and mechanized, and knows it must be the work of Dr. Eggman. By the way, how sweet is this opening cinematic? Gotta love CD technology. I remember watching this thing over and over and tormenting the other kids at school, singing the song, anyway. The debuting Amy Rose follows Sonic to Little Planet, where she's almost immediately kidnapped by Eggman's latest creation, Metal Sonic. So Sonic has 2 goals this time: save Amy by proving himself superior to his robot doppelganger, and rid Little Planet of Eggman's influence. But it's gonna take more than just beating him this time around, and that's where the complexity comes in. Little Planet is home to 7 mysterious time stones, which hold great influence over the planet's cycles. Yeah, these things are blatantly stand-ins for the Chaos Emeralds, but no problem. Thanks to the Time Stones, and more specifically thanks to the amount of art data that can be crammed on a CD, every level in Sonic CD has 4 unique designs: the past, the present, and 2 possible futures: a good future and a bad future. Your goal, if you want the good ending, is to make each zone a good future. The zones are littered with past and future signposts. You pass one of them, a ghastly voice proclaims your temporal destination, and then you have to find a way to maintain speed for a while. If you can pull this off, Sonic will do the time warp. If not, you'll lose your opportunity and have to find another post. Each time period features unique art and music, and the level layout is tweaked as well. By default, you'll go to the bad future if you go in that direction, so your real target in all this is to take out Eggman's robotization machine. The machine is broken down and dilapidated in the present and future, but it's still doing its job in the past. So, you go to the past, you seek out the machine, and you destroy it. That prevents badniks in the area from being created and makes for a good future. The third zone of a stage always takes place in the future. If you've made a good future in each of the first 2 zones, it's a good one, otherwise it's a bad one. Are you confused yet? As this demonstrates, Sonic CD is not the kind of game that wants you to get through it quickly. It wants you to take your time, breathe in the atmosphere, and seek out every nook and cranny of a zone. This game, more than any other in the series, really shows off the nature versus technology theme that hung in the ephemera throughout the classic series. While the bad futures show a dystopian hellscape where technology has taken over, I really appreciate the way that the good future showcases a hybridization of nature and technology existing in balance with one another. Speaking of a struggle between 2 opposing forces, let's talk about the music. Sonic CD is an absolute standout in a series that's already known for having legendary music, and it features not 1, but 2 distinct soundtracks. One was used in the Japanese and European versions, while the other was composed in the United States and used exclusively in that version. The 2011 re-release of Sonic CD lets you toggle either soundtrack. Back in the early days of the internet, some of the first of many flame wars in the Sonic community's history were fought over this issue. For the most part, the soundtrack you prefer seems like it largely comes down to which one you grew up with. The Japanese soundtrack is a lot more traditionally Sonic, if that makes sense. It's catchy and upbeat, with influences of J-pop and techno. The US version doesn't sound as much like your typical early 90s video game music. It's a lot more rock-oriented, and can even be kind of moody and ambient. While I think they're both awesome, I have to give the slight edge to the Japanese soundtrack. Now, it's all personal preference, but the Japanese version's more consistent, more varied, quite a bit catchier, and it just meshes well with what comes to mind when I think of Sonic the Hedgehog, even if I still don't know what a toot-toot Sonic Warrior even is. I have to give the slight edge to the American soundtrack. It's all a personal preference, but the American version's more nostalgic to me. It's what comes to mind first when I think of Sonic CD, and I love how uniquely atmospheric it is. And hey, Sonic Boom was the first favorite song I ever had, but Sonic CD showcases another, much more important and much more consequential difference in the Sonic community. One of the greatest strengths of the classic Sonic games was that they were extremely rewarding to play in some very different ways. I talked a lot in the Sonic 2 video about what I took away from that game, the things it taught me and the reasons I enjoyed it, and it all came down to skill mastery leading to a spectacle of flow and speed. Controlled chaos. But the classic series across the board also has elements that encourage and reward you for taking your time. Hidden secrets, extra power-ups, and even outright shortcuts that you'd never find if you just stuck to the main road. The Chaos Emeralds also exemplify this, because for the most part, you can't even get a shot at a special stage unless you can hold on to 50 rings. This freedom of choice meant that the classics were enjoyed and appreciated by people across a wider spectrum. Not everybody likes doing the same thing over and over and over and over, but a little bit better each time. But on the other hand, not everybody likes taking their time and looking for secrets to collect. And it's important to talk about here, because what was a strength of these titles led to a real division in the fanbase down the line, when Sonic games became more rigidly locked to one style of gameplay. Now personally, I certainly fall more on the speed side of the spectrum, but for those who don't, it's easy to see why so many people count Sonic CD as their favorite of the classic series. With varied, interesting, and really psychedelic visuals, complex and layered level design, and absolutely epic music, taking your time through Sonic CD can be a very rewarding experience. But Sonic CD, you say? I don't want to take my time. I'm not that kind of gamer. I gotta go fast! What does Sonic CD say to that? Objection! Sonic CD seems to actively discourage and even punish you if you dare to put Sonic's signature superpower to use. The level structure is convoluted, bordering on messy. I said earlier Sonic CD is like a drug trip, but that includes all the positives and negatives of the experience, and these confusing, complex worlds exemplify that. And it's also another example of CD being a kind of alternate reality interpretation of a sequel. Where Sonic 2 was perhaps a bit too straightforward, Sonic CD is just way too obtuse. Or to put it another way, where Sonic 2 rewards skill with speed and punishes failure with slow, Sonic CD punishes speed with walls and interruptions, and rewards going slow by letting you progress at all. Now here's an example of that design. Sonic has a move unique to this game, the Super Peel Out. It's a really cool addition, and if you're like most people, you'll tend to start each zone with it. Try that in Collision Chaos Act 1, and this happens. See, you were supposed to take your time. Wait for Sally to get kidnapped. Then go ahead with the level. Nobody is going to know that their first time. But it goes beyond mere level memorization. The very structure of these zones are way too often just designed to waste your time. It's a problem that befalls the whole game to some extent, but one level stands above the others. I criticized Metropolis Zone in Sonic 2 for being just too frustratingly boring. I laid the smackdown on Marble Zone in Sonic 1 for failing to represent what made Sonic special. But oh man, both of those are as well designed and fun and intuitive as Green Hill itself in comparison to Wacky Workbench. The floor bounces you high into the air, and it's like they stopped designing it right then. Are there enemies up there? Hazards? Unavoidable electric wires? It doesn't matter! You're going up there whether you want to or not. What's worse, the quickest way through the level tends to be staying close to the ground. And in fact, there are plenty of sections where going too high just leads to a dead end. And before anyone tries to defend Sonic CD's level design, yes, I know you can still speedrun them, but that doesn't mean they're good. If you watched my old Remiole Commandments video, you know I can speed through Wave Ocean in Sonic 06 with aplomb. Does that mean Wave Ocean has good level design? Of course not. It means I put enough time into it that I can make it look better than it really is. Most of the footage I'm using here is from the Retro Engine remaster of Sonic CD, but all these design problems were exacerbated in the original version. You have to remember, since this game was built on top of Sonic 1, Yuji Naka basically built the engine that Sonic CD runs on. But Naka was on the other side of the world. It's hard to pin down precisely, but the way that Sonic moves in the original version just feels slightly off from the smoother control of the other games. Now, the Retro Engine does really improve on that. Even then, the time travel gimmick feels sloppy. I mean, what if I don't want to time travel? You have to put on the brakes in the middle of the run just to keep it from happening. Who thought it was a good idea to force the player to come to a voluntary dead stop in a Sonic game? It really interrupts the sense of flow that's so integral to what I enjoy about these games. And sometimes you won't even be able to stop, so you'll make a time warp whether you want to or not. All of this leads to Sonic CD feeling like a game that wants to take away your control. The problem is, even if I do acquiesce to its demands and play it the right way, I still just feel lost and frustrated. But you know what? Maybe I'm a bit of a masochist, because in spite of all I've said, I do still have fun playing it when I play it my way. When Sonic CD isn't beating you over the head with frustrating level design, it can actually be legitimately challenging. The special stages might just be my favorite in the series. They're probably the toughest anyway. Plus, if you can get all the time stones, you'll always have good futures from then on. It's a way for players like me who'd rather not go on 14 expeditions to still get the good ending. And I like that the game was aware of that choice. The Super Peel-Out was also a really fun addition, and it's ridiculous that it hasn't shown up in other games. Just giving Sonic a unique animation to represent that fifth gear was a great idea that really should have become a staple, and maybe that's why this game just feels more disappointing than anything else. It has some really good ideas, but the frustrating level design detracts so much from what is otherwise such a brilliant experience. I came into this project thinking that Sonic CD was the worst of the 16-bit series. It has at least always been my least favorite. But thinking about it from another perspective, I can see why other people really love it. Ultimately, Sonic CD is an anomaly, an outlier. It's divisive and weird. It's fantastic in ways no other Sonic game is, and yet it fails in ways the others excel. But either way, it's just a really unique game, and I'd implore anyone to give it a try if you haven't. Now, Sonic CD put a lot of spotlight on exploration, and as clunky as I thought it was, the next game I'll be covering not only made exploration fun, but refined and sharpened absolutely every other aspect of Sonic's design. Before we get started, I should probably clarify what exactly I mean when I say Sonic 3. The game titled Sonic 3 was released with a marketing blitz dubbed Hedgehog Day, February 2nd, 1994. It featured 6 zones, a new special stage, an added bonus stage, and 2 playable characters, Sonic and Tails. The Genesis had just become my first gaming console, and I picked up Sonic 3 over the summer. A few months later, I remember seeing an in-store ad for another new Sonic game. That black background, that awesome stylized logo. I couldn't wait, and for the first time in my life, I was counting down the days. Now, this really is a particularly special game for me, because it was the first game I ever got on the day it released. Well, to be more technical, the day before. My mom found it for sale at a Kmart on the 17th. I guess breaking the street date wasn't as big a deal back then. But officially released on October 18th, 1994, was Sonic & Knuckles. It featured 6 full zones, a special epilogue zone, 2 new bonus stages, and a suspiciously similar special stage. It also had 2 playable characters. Can you guess who they were? The cart was really oddly shaped, and it had this flip top that revealed... Well, at age 6, I had no idea what this was. My first guess was that Sonic & Knuckles was such a tremendously advanced game that it required a cooling vent. Thankfully, my dad was there to read the instruction manual, because this is actually a cartridge port. You know, a lot of Sonic & Knuckles was suspiciously similar to Sonic 3. Same engine, same character sprites, same art style, same special stages. What happened here? You see, Sonic & Knuckles is literally the second half of Sonic 3. The development team intended for this to be one single game. With deadlines looming, they didn't want to leave a massive amount of content on the cutting room floor, which had happened with Sonic 2's development. So they decided to release what they already had done as Sonic 3. Continue development on the rest of the product, and very cleverly program the 2 cartridges to utilize the lock-on technology, creating a single gargantuan game called Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Of course, this meant that Sonic fans would have to buy 2 $50 games within a few months of each other to get the full experience. Lest anyone accuse Sega of double dipping, let me elucidate on why this was ultimately a good thing. The combined Sonic 3 and Knuckles was 34 megs. Cartridge memory wasn't cheap back in the day, and if this had been a single release, it might have been significantly more expensive than your average cart. But worse yet, I kind of fear Sonic Team might have scaled back on the scope of the adventure if they were trying to keep costs lower. resulting in an inferior end product. Sonic & Knuckles also allowed the team to put in a really cool value add. Lucking on Sonic 2 would let you play as Knuckles in that game, complete with his signature abilities. It's all the more impressive given that Sonic 2 wasn't even designed to work with lock-on. Sonic 1 unfortunately did not do that, because just think of what terrible things would have befallen the world if Knuckles had accidentally glided into a conveyor belt. No, instead, Sonic 1 would let you access, no joke, 134,217,728 special stages in a game that came to be called Blue Sphere. It wasn't nearly as awesome as Knuckles in Sonic 2, but it was still a cool concept. But what we're here to talk about today is the full, complete version of Sonic 3 as intended by the developers. So let's get into it. Sonic 3 picks up days after the conclusion of Sonic 2, as Sonic and Tails infiltrate Angel Island, a mysterious floating landmass. Eggman's Death Egg crash-landed here following the events of Sonic 2, causing the island to plow into the sea. Eggman survived the landing and happened upon Angel Island's sole inhabitant, guardian of the island, guardian of the Master Emerald, and the most gullible badass you've ever seen, Knuckles the Echidna. Eggman warns Knuckles that Sonic is after the power of the Chaos Emeralds. He tricks him into believing that Sonic is the evil conqueror, all the while preparing to steal the Master Emerald and use its power to resurrect the Death Egg. So why am I bothering with story all of a sudden? Because Sonic 3 actually puts a lot more focus on story than its predecessors. Sonic 1 was, Eggman captured the animals, stop him! Sonic 2 was, Eggman captured the animals, also Tails is here, stop him again! Sonic 3 weaved its story throughout the game in a way that's pretty unusual for a platformer, even today. Like I said, Knuckles is the guardian of his island, and he considers you trespassers. He pops up throughout the game and drops bridges and diverts your path. He's always one step ahead, always screwing you up, always cackling like an idiot. This rivalry always feels like it has consequences on the gameplay. Eventually, Sonic and Knuckles sort out their differences in Hidden Palace Zone, but Eggman uses their fight as an opportunity to steal the Master Emerald. Knuckles finally realizes that he's been duped, and he takes Sonic to Sky Sanctuary. From there, Sonic boards the Death Egg, chases Eggman into orbit, and recovers the Master Emerald. Even beyond the story sections, the whole experience just feels so connected. The end of Act 1 is the beginning of Act 2. The end of one zone leads directly to the next. These quick, silent cutscenes give Sonic 3 a sense of scale and even atmosphere, without ever bogging down the gameplay. Angel Island feels like a pretty logical place, much more so than previous titles. Of course, what conveys scale even better is the pure, borderline ridiculous size of these levels. I mean, just look at this map! This is one act of a single zone. Now I know, I complained before that Sonic CD's zones were overly complex and confusing, and that stages like Metropolis were just too long, but I won't be making similar complaints here, and the difference is all in the level design.
Hey, come on!
Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has, bar none, the best level design I have ever seen in a video game. The worst of Sonic CD's zones felt almost random in their design, and even the good ones could be a chore to navigate. But Sonic 3's complexity is cohesive. Just as the story weaves through the game, the insane amount of pathways weave through one another, branching in and out and using well-placed enemies and springs to keep you from getting lost. Sonic 3 still rewards skill with speed, but it also rewards exploration in a much more direct and gratifying way. Ever since the first game, it had been an optional goal to collect Chaos Emeralds by going through special stages. But before, you could never even get into a special stage without 50 rings. This meant that exploring unfamiliar territory was a dangerous and even frustrating experience, as you would have to tiptoe through the level, or risk taking a hit and losing that chance. That's not fun. Rings do still reward you here, because in Sonic 3, having 20 or more rings gives you the opportunity to hop into bonus stages, where you can gain shields and more rings. They're fun, but there aren't any permanent consequences. No, this time every zone is absolutely teeming with secrets and shortcuts, and getting into the special stage is now an instant reward for seeking out one particular secret, a giant ring. They show up regardless of how many rings you have, meaning the reward for exploration is a direct one. And these things aren't scarce. There are 77 of them hidden throughout the game, giving you ample opportunity to collect the 14 emeralds. 14? Oh yes. That's a happy consequence of these being two games combined. You can still collect the 7 Chaos Emeralds to give Sonic the ability to go super, but once you reach the Sonic and Knuckles zones, the next Transporter Ring will upgrade the Chaos Emeralds into Super Emeralds. You then play through the Sonic and Knuckles special stages to activate each of them. When you do, the Master Emerald itself is restored to full power, and Sonic can become Hypersonic. Combine all of this with a fully implemented save system that lets you select your zone after you complete the game, and replayability is more incentivizing than ever. It's essentially a new game plus. For the first time, it feels legitimately worthwhile to collect the emeralds, even if you're just doing a quick playthrough, because for the first time, you'll get to keep them when you turn off the power. I haven't said much about Supersonic yet, so now seems like the ideal time. Supersonic accelerates faster, hits a higher top speed, and jumps much higher than normal. He's also completely invincible to anything besides getting crushed or falling. Logically, the game is much easier once you have him, but I always appreciated that he wasn't just a boring win button. You still had to get 50 rings to make the transformation, and those rings tick down over time. Plus, his airspeed is so high that it's easy to careen out of control, unless you have a good handle on the level layout and physics. You still have to be skillful to take full advantage of his abilities, and I think that's why he's seen as such a beloved and integral part of the classic series. Now, Hypersonic? Freaking awesome! He takes the whole concept up to 11. In addition to a seizure-inducing palette and a wider invincibility aura, Hypersonic also has a flash strike that, combined with sufficient skill mastery, opens up all kinds of awesome tricks throughout the game. It's really too bad he never made another appearance. Now let's talk about one of Sonic's strengths compared to other platformers. Other games might have been significantly longer, but they achieved that length by reusing assets. Nothing wrong with that, by the way, but Sonic, right from the beginning, set itself apart by making each zone completely distinct. Unique music, unique art, even unique enemies and gimmicks. But even so, what really separated Emerald Hill Act 1 from Emerald Hill Act 2? Only the layout was really different. But Sonic 3 is this strength taken to the extreme. Act 1 and 2 each use unique but similar music, and the art and tropes also tend to change. Individual acts can feel completely different from one another, making each one a memorable experience on its own. The game is always throwing something new at you, and it never bogs down into repetition. This distinction between acts is aided by the fact that Act 1 now ends with its own mini-boss, while Act 2 sees you taking down Eggman. Now, one more thing about the level design. It takes advantage of 3 unique characters, and that's because each playable character is distinct. You see, back in the summer of '94, I kept running into these blocked-off areas that I couldn't figure out how to reach. Knuckles makes his debut, and when he's not cackling at you, he's the one who can break through those walls. I don't know if it's an experience you can really replicate now. I can't put into words how awesome it was to finally find out what was beyond those walls after months of wondering. If you're playing as Knuckles, you're basically playing the game in hard mode. The bosses he fights will be tougher, and he has plenty of alternate paths that take advantage of his unique abilities. He glides through the air and can climb up walls, and can burrow through breakable barriers without spinning. Sometimes an entire act will be almost completely different for him. His story does end a few zones earlier, but you're missing out on a lot if you ignore him. Tails makes his return. He can finally fly under the player's control, and he's learned to swim as well. For the most part, that means that Tails is the game's easy mode. Flight can let you pass over some challenges and even save you from falling. He also has a few paths and bonuses that only he can reach. But more importantly, I think Tails lends himself really well to exploring these sprawling levels. When I want to seek out new secrets, I go for Tails. And what about Sonic? In a game this awesome, the main character surely has something amazing, right? I bet he's faster, isn't he? No? Oh, okay, well, does he have the super peel out? Huh. Well, what does he have? That's it? The Insta-Shield? Tails can fly, Knuckles is just a badass, and Sonic has this dinky little burst that barely even does anything? Ah, but looks can be deceiving, my friends. The Insta-Shield ironically doesn't look flashy, but it is just as useful and just as fun as the spin dash itself. With perfect timing, you can hit enemies you wouldn't otherwise hit, protect yourself from hazards, and just pull off some really cool tricks. The game is designed around it, and remember, greatness in a Sonic game always comes down to skill mastery. Sonic is also the only one who can take full advantage of the 3 shield types introduced here. The shield had always let you soak up a hit without losing rings, but that functionality is vastly expanded. Each shield is elemental, and depending on which one you have, you'll be protected from the equivalent hazard. The water shield lets Sonic drop quickly and bounce, but more importantly, it allows you to breathe underwater, which is an absolute godsend. The flame shield means you leap right through rocket exhaust and walk on lava unscathed, and it lets Sonic shoot forward with a mid-air fireball spin dash. The lightning shield attracts rings toward you and gives Sonic the ability to double jump. Once again, this game is all about variety. Everything about it screams creativity, from a team that had worked out the kinks of their design and become experienced and sure of themselves. And make no mistake, Sonic Team was absolutely firing on all cylinders. Where Sonic 1 had an abundance of slow-paced levels, and Sonic 2 put too much focus on speed, Sonic 3 perfects the formula. Where Sonic 2 lacked an interesting exploration game, and Sonic CD would punish you for trying to move too quickly, Sonic 3 perfects the formula. There's a reason so many people claim this is their favorite in the series, and I count myself in those ranks. It closes the gap between speed and exploration, but it doesn't just strike a balance between these styles. It intertwines them and expands on every aspect of everything all at once. And it pulls all this off, well, perfectly. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is the best game of all time. No, that won't be necessary. I was already being objective. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is the best game of all time! But alright, of course, calling anything the best game of all time is itself subjective. I'm not pretending like it's literally perfect. Pushing the boundaries of the engine like this did lead to some glitches, or as the US instruction book called them, Robotnik's diabolical traps. Two-player split screen could not handle such complex zones, and in spite of some great music, that mode is treated as an afterthought compared to the full-fledged levels featured in Sonic 2. Also, it's so easy to take down Knuckles after an entire game of him taunting you that it feels a little anticlimactic. This barrel in Carnival Night, I am convinced, was only put here to bring in revenue to the Sega Tips hotline in the days before the internet. And it worked, I had to call it. But these are ultimately nitpicks, when you take everything else into consideration. How can you argue that Sonic 3 doesn't at least deserve to be in the conversation when we're talking about the greatest games ever made? How do you improve on it even more? Well, I would implore you to check out a fan hack called Sonic 3 Complete. It opens up a whole suite of customization options for the game and implements a ton of awesome features and bug fixes. It's been in development for years, it's amazingly professional and well done, and it has become my de facto method of playing. And I'm not just plugging it because my name is in the credits, but thank you, Tootles. I guess when it's all said and done, Sonic 3 will always at the very least be my favorite video game. The back of the box calls it a 34 meg Sonic epic. Now that word epic gets tossed around a lot to describe things that are merely impressive, but the formal definition is heroic or grand in scale or character. An epic is ambitious. An epic is monumental. And make no mistake, an epic is Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Look guys, I've talked about nothing but Sonic for almost 2 months. I did the entire classic series. I did Sonic CD. And I released almost 40 videos just covering the Sonic hacking contest. And after that, quite frankly, I am exhausted. And look, I'm not doing Adventure just yet. So, what else do you even want from me? Oh yeah, right. These games. I'll make a pot of coffee. Before the Geek Critique Summer of Sonic officially comes to an end, I am going to do one more video about everyone's favorite anthropomorphic hedgehog. No, not him! Yes, that one. There are still just a few more games I need to talk about in order to close out the classic era. And to be as comprehensive as possible, I'm opening the floor to all of you to ask me anything you'd like regarding old school Sonic. This could be anything from a factual point I might have missed, to my opinions or experiences regarding these titles. Just remember though, there's no point in saying something like, what did you think of Sonic Labyrinth? Because I'll be talking about it anyway. And remember, I'm only covering the classic era right now. So don't ask me anything about this guy just yet. I'm looking forward to your questions. I've talked at length about the mainline classic Sonic series, but the Hedgehog had a lot more output than that, even in his early days. A lot of people nowadays only remember the Genesis platformers, but in reality, between 1991 and 1998, 28 games based on this franchise were released. That's an average of 4 games a year. Sonic was always Sega's golden boy. Let's dive into the classic Sonic spin-offs, spin balls, and anything else that starred the Blue Blur back in the day. And we'll start with the very first spin-off game the franchise ever had. Sonic Eraser is a game that was very nearly erased from public memory. It saw an exclusive release on the Sega game Toshokan, an online service that only ran in Japan. The Western community was completely unaware of it until 2004, when it saw a re-release on Sega's Japanese website. A Sonic game lost to time, how exciting! What could it be? Well, Eraser is a puzzle game, and it's not a very good one. Blocks fall, you match them up, it's clunky, it's unintuitive, and the music is seriously the worst I've ever heard in a video game. Yeah! 1991 also saw the series make its arcade debut. Well, kind of. Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter and Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car are less video games and more video machines, released only in Japan. They were more akin to being rides, albeit with a light game element. Sonic fans would have to wait a year or two for a proper arcade game. Ah, you see? Now this is more like it. Sega Sonic Arcade featured Sonic, Mighty the Armadillo, and the one-game wonder, Ray the Flying Squirrel. It came out in Japan, the UK, and possibly the US in 1993. The game uses a trackball to control the characters. As a result, it has never been ported to anything else, and I've never actually been able to play it. I always thought it looked like a lot of fun, though. Here is how you do a puzzle game. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is the first puzzle game I ever played, and I had no idea what I was doing. But it's simple. Line up 4 beans of the same color in any configuration to clear them. Create chains to hamper your opponent. It's probably because of this competitive aspect that Mean Bean Machine is still my favorite puzzle game, and it's not unusual for my friends and I to bust it out to this day. You cannot play it passively. It constantly keeps you on your toes, and your best laid plans are always changing or going wrong. It's exciting! It also saw an 8-bit release on Game Gear and Master System. The gameplay is simple but deep, the music is excellent, and the game weirdly takes place in the continuity of the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. As confused as I was trying to figure out how to play it, I was even more flabbergasted when I rented Kirby's Avalanche on the Super Nintendo. It's the same exact game! Would Nintendo really just rip off Sega this blatantly? Nah. This game was actually called Puyo Puyo, and both Sega and Nintendo slapped different licenses on it for release internationally. But Mean Bean wasn't the only game based on the cartoons. Sonic Spinball is the first video game I ever rented. It was exactly what it sounds like. A whole game of stages based around Casino Night Zone's pinball mechanics. Collect emeralds, defeat bosses, and die a lot. This was not a good game for a 6-year-old. The learning curve was pretty much non-existent. The game just starts out frustrating and keeps getting harder, and it was literally years before I could even beat the first level. Spinball was developed without Sonic Team at the US-based Sega Technical Institute, and it has a lot of elements that were exclusive to the American portrayal of the character. The art style is reminiscent of the US cover art. The music is that hard edge sound, so distinctive of the Genesis, and the bonus stages feature cameos of characters that are otherwise exclusive to the Saturday morning cartoon and its spin-offs. Spinball also saw a release on the Game Gear and Master System, but I never played it when I was a kid. The physics are a bit off, but it doesn't seem too bad for an 8-bit title. And hey, speaking of games I never played, Tales in the Music Maker and Sonic Game World are edutainment titles, released for this ridiculous-looking console, the Sega Pico. I actually did have a Pico when I was a kid, and believe it or not, I had quite a bit of fun with it. But although I knew about these games, we could never find them for sale anywhere. Sonic Schoolhouse is another educational game, exclusive to the PC in 1996. Again, I have never played it. Aside from Sonic himself being present, it barely even looks like a Sonic game. And what was the deal with Sonic's voice?
I'm Sonic. Click on me for help.
One more game I never played. Sonic Drift was released only in Japan on the Game Gear in early 1994. What you're seeing here is my first time finally trying it. It's a pretty obvious takeoff of Mario Kart, and likewise, this was the first time the series' antagonist was a playable character. There's not a whole lot to it. Get rings, hit springs, collect power-ups, try to come in first. The courses all hail from Sonic 1. A sequel came out in 1995, and this one was released in the US and Europe as well. Even though the original never came out over here, they still called it Sonic Drift 2. I had no idea what happened to Sonic Drift 1. But this sequel expands the roster, enhances the power-up system, and features levels from Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and some original courses. In both games, the graphics are well animated, big, and colorful. It's not too shabby for the Game Gear. The biggest missed opportunity here is the music. It would have been awesome to hear 8-bit remixes of the Genesis tracks, but the tunes here are just generic and forgettable. And speaking of forgettable, Wacky Worlds was kind of Sega's answer to Mario Paint, and it wasn't a very good answer. It barely even qualifies as a Sonic game, but man was he ever featured prominently on the box. Cash Cow franchise, remember? Anyway, you place pieces, you animate scenes, you recolor sprites, you make tails fly, you blow everything up. It was briefly interesting to mess around with, but there's not a whole lot to it, and it's not surprising it's nearly forgotten. Hey, look! 7Qs, 7,770,777, is a rebel, and did exactly what I asked him not to. So, alright, here it is. Sonic Labyrinth. If you've been watching for any length of time, I think it's pretty obvious what a huge Sonic fan I am. So you can only imagine how crazy I was about the series when I was a kid. Pretty much anything that Sega slapped Sonic's mug on, I would try to get it. So if I didn't have a Sonic game, if I didn't even want a Sonic game, something really had to go wrong. And so I remember going to Kmart with my parents circa 1995 and reading the back of a box. It said, one day, Sonic woke up from a nap to find that his classic red sneakers have been replaced with Dr. Robotnik's new invention, Slowdown Boots. Curses! In order to remove them, Sonic must go through Robotnik's great labyrinth and retrieve the Chaos Emeralds. And so I put the game back on the shelf. Even at 7 years old, I knew I didn't want this game. You very slowly walk around these seemingly random stages. Or you can try spin dashing. But the graphics are so big and Sonic takes up so much of the screen, spin dashing is an exercise in even more randomness. Sonic Labyrinth was a bad idea made even worse in its execution, and I am thankful that I was smart enough to avoid it. At last, it's time to get into something that I know a lot of you have been waiting for, the 8-bit platformers. The 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog was released on the Master System and Game Gear in late 1991. It's a very different game from the 16-bit version. Some of the zones are the same, and of course Green Hill's in there, but it's original in terms of level layouts, most of the soundtrack, and even a lot of tropes and gimmicks. I said back in the Sonic 1 retrospective that what really set Sonic apart was that this style of game could not have been done in the previous generation. Yet, here's Sonic, running on an 8-bit system. Was I inaccurate? Is the Master System just that powerful? Nah, not really. One thing common to all the 8-bit Sonic games is that they're bound to the limitations of their hardware. While Sonic 1 on the Genesis grabbed your attention with its spectacle and got you hooked with its unique gameplay, Sonic 1 on the Game Gear is forced to keep things significantly more traditional. After all, Genesis does what Game Gear can't. The physics are somewhat present, but they take a backseat to platforming. There are sometimes multiple ways through a level, but they tend to be a lot shorter and less divergent. The special stages are entirely absent, and instead you simply seek out an emerald within each zone. I mean, there's even a scrolling stage. What does a Sonic game need with a scrolling stage? It can also be quite challenging. The biggest mark against it is the fact that you never get any rings before fighting bosses. You have very little room for learning attack patterns. You cannot make mistakes. So with all that taken into consideration, is this a bad game? Not in the slightest. This is a fantastic game. The controls are just as tight and just as natural as they are on the Genesis, making all that platforming a snap. The level design is varied between acts and interesting throughout. It wasn't nearly as groundbreaking as the Genesis version, but I honestly think it's a lot more consistent. The 8-bit Sonic 2 would diverge even more from its 16-bit brethren. Tails is present, but only long enough to be kidnapped. And on that note, Frederic asked if it would have been better if Amy or Sally had been kidnapped instead. Well, considering neither character even existed until 1993, probably not. And come on, enough with the damsels in distress already. It's time those oppressive kitsune got knocked down a peg. Down with the Foxyarchy! Wait, what was I saying? Right, this is a very different Sonic 2. The spin dash is conspicuously absent, none of the stages are the same, and many of the badniks are just reused from Sonic 1. It barely calls to the wonderful 16-bit version, choosing instead to stand on original content. So how does it fare? This is a weird sequel. Instead of improving on the original, it makes what were minor blemishes in Sonic 1 a whole lot worse. Most egregious is the difficulty. Sonic 1 might not have given you rings, but its bosses were fairly simple and predictable. Sonic 2, on the other hand, is all too happy to bounce you into a projectile if you dare land wrong. Which wouldn't be so bad, but you still don't get any protection. Underground Zone is one of the least interesting opening levels in the series. Why they'd make this level 1 and make the much breezier and better designed Green Hills Zone level 4 is beyond me. But hey, I did just notice a cool detail capping this footage. The background of the title card font is the same as the opening. Yeah, sorry if you noticed this years ago, but I think it's kinda cool. Sonic Chaos, which hit the Master System and Game Gear in 1993, did a much better job of emulating the Genesis series. The game was faster, the physics were somewhat more accurate, and the level structure tended towards multiple paths. Not only that, but you could finally collect rings before bosses. But best of all, the spin dash made its 8-bit debut. It still didn't match Sonic in 16-bit, but it was a very good approximation. Tails is now a playable character, and Sonic Chaos is actually where he gained the ability to fly under player control for the first time. Sonic, meanwhile, has a speed charge reminiscent of the Super Peel-Out and rocket shoes. Rocket shoes! I thought this was the most awesome thing in the world when I was 6. I really wanted a pair. Sonic Triple Trouble came out a year later, and it's everything a sequel should be. Chaos is a pretty good game, but it's a tech demo next to Triple Trouble. The stages are much larger and better designed, and everything just has an extra layer of polish. Triple Trouble takes a few cues from Sonic 3 and featuring Knuckles as an antagonist, doing some inter-zone cutscenes. It's also one of the few appearances of Fang the Sniper, who was called Knack the Weasel in some countries. Should I have made a separate video where that was the only difference? Triple Trouble was developed exclusively for the Game Gear, though there is a fan port to the Master System that extends the resolution. The controls and physics are still a bit clunky when compared to the Genesis, but this one pushes the Game Gear to its absolute limits. It was the perfect way for the 8-bit platforming series to come to an end. But alas, that was not the end of the 8-bit series. In 1996, Sonic Blast was smeared into existence. Who looked at this and said, "Yep, that looks like it's ready for release"? Why would you even try to do pre-rendered graphics on the Game Gear? The color palette alone makes everything atrocious, but what's just as bad are the animations, or the lack thereof. Everything is jerky and unrealistic. There aren't enough frames to give the impression of movement, and so everything comes off a bit disconcerting. If you can somehow look past the graphics, Sonic Blast is just a well below average platformer. It's tremendously uninspired. There was also a Master System version, which at least improves the resolution, though they barely bothered to optimize it. Truth be told, I didn't really care for any of these 8-bit Sonics when I was a kid. Back then, a portable version of a game just couldn't measure up to the consoles or arcades. So to me, they were just the inferior ports that ran on that bulky thing with a blurry screen that went through batteries faster than a speeding Hedgehog. They were okay if I was on a trip and had nothing else, but I would never play them over the Genesis counterparts. But that was not true for everyone. As we've talked about, the Nintendo Entertainment System absolutely dominated the US and Japan throughout the 8-bit era. And maybe that's why I've never known a single person around here who ever owned a Master System.
And coming soon, Monopoly.
In fact, most people have never even heard of it. If you happen to fall in that camp, the Master System was Sega's third-generation console. It competed directly with the NES. In most of the world, it failed pretty hard. Across the pond, though, it was a different story. In Europe, the Master System was by some measures more successful than the NES. The reason so many of these 8-bit games saw release on both the Master System and Game Gear is pretty simple. The two featured extremely similar architecture. The Game Gear almost literally is a slightly souped-up Master System with a larger color palette and stereo sound. The problem when it came to Sonic is that smaller screen. Not only was the resolution much lower, the screen itself was very prone to blurring at high speeds. And here's the most obvious example. The first boss of Sonic 2. Seems pretty simple, right? You just dodge the balls as they bounce down the hill, they hit the boss, there you go. Now, here's that same boss on the Game Gear. Look at this crap. You have way less room to see them coming. And worse yet, for some reason they bounce at different heights and speeds. I might have gotten a Game Gear when I was 6, but it was years before I got past the first level of Sonic 2. And this is why. On the Master System, Sonic 2 is still not as good as Sonic 1, but it's enjoyable enough. On the Game Gear, Sonic 2 is an impossible nightmare! Because of this, these games are far more fun to play on the Master System. And because people across the pond actually had Master Systems, there's a lot of affinity over there for these titles. I think it might have led to a cultural difference in the fan base. I'm speaking very generally here, and I have nothing but personal evidence to back this up. But remember what I said about how the 8-bit games had to base themselves more on platforming than speed? It seems like people who were introduced to the series through these titles tend to favor the slower side of Sonic's mechanics to this day, whereas we Americans lean more toward the gotta go fast mentality that Sonic 2 on the Genesis did so well. In any case, I have found a new appreciation for the 8-bit platformers as I've gotten older. I think Sonic 1 is honestly my favorite of the series. Strange, isn't it? While later titles did do a decent job of pulling off the Genesis style, Sonic 1 didn't try to push 8-bit past what it was capable of, and it's a more solid game because of it. Seeing as I like it so much, Nickname wants me to do an entire video on the second level of Sonic 1, Bridge Zone. Who knows? I may just be crazy enough to try. Man, this is getting long in the tooth. I severely underestimated not only how many Sonic games there are, but how much I would have to say about them. So, I think we'll cut it off here for now. Welcome to the final part of the Geek Critiques Classic Sonic Retrospective series. Genesis Game Genie, also known as the reason I could beat any game at all when I was 6, asked me about Knuckles Chaotix. So, let's start with that. Knuckles Chaotix is the one and only Sonic-related game to be released for Sega's ill-conceived and ill-fated 32X add-on. It sort of occupies the same space in my memory as Sonic CD. I never had a Sega CD or 32X until I was a little older, and so the only time I got to play those games was on that special occasion when we would rent one of the add-ons from Blockbuster. Yeah, you could actually rent game consoles back then. Because of how rarely I got to play it, I absolutely loved it when I was a kid. But have time and perspective been kind to Chaotix? Well, the graphics are colorful and quite detailed, almost what you would expect a Sonic game to look like on the Super Nintendo. There's a wide cast of characters, and their diversity is matched only by their obscurity. The game shows off the unique abilities of the 32X, with sprite scaling and the best polygonal effects the system could muster. And the music is absolutely glorious, including a few of my favorite tracks in the whole series. I think Sonic's special stages were always kind of meant to show off the tech, and that may be why I prefer the Sonic CD and Chaotix ones more than the others. Okay, yeah, I know this looks rough, but I have fun playing it. Chaotix has a new gimmick. You see, over in the main series, Sonic and Tails mode had become the default option. The second player could play as Tails, if they liked going off screen over and over and over again. But aside from airlifting in Sonic 3, it didn't really add much. In Chaotix, the two characters are linked by a combi ring, and neither of them can ever go off screen. This isn't such a bad idea. It's a little complicated, but there is an in-game tutorial that explains things well enough. It's kind of fun to use the elasticity of the chain to whip your characters up to speed, and you can even use it to ascend. It does sometimes break down, but once you get the hang of it, it can be pretty fun. So you would think that playing two-player co-op would be a blast with this setup, but you would be wrong. In single player, you can hold down B to freeze the other character in place, which is what makes most of these tricks possible. The hold mechanic is just too important for pulling off anything useful, and so in multiplayer you end up just kind of dragging each other through the levels. Where Chaotix really falls apart though is the level design. Each of these 5 zones feature 5 acts, and there's very little that separates one from the other. Most of the level gimmicks are boring or just kind of time-wasting, and the controls and physics are pretty far removed from the precision of the main series. It's a simple, bland experience that feels like it was rushed out the door before development could put any polish on it. Jordy mentioned Sonic Chaotix, a ROM hack that replaces Mighty with Sonic. Since Sonic himself is my favorite Sonic character, this is usually how I play Chaotix. Sorry, Mighty, they'll find you someday. Tails got a couple games of his own too. The first of these was Tails Sky Patrol on the Game Gear, and what a strange game this is. It's kind of thematically distant from the rest of the classic series, with these weird, vaguely fantastical villains. Actually, they kind of remind me of the Deadly Six from Sonic Lost World. Hey, maybe that's why Tails knew about the Lost Text. But that's just a theory. A Sonic okay, sorry. Tails is always flying in this one, and you have to throw this ring to latch onto things and destroy enemies. Sky Patrol was another Japan exclusive, and I don't think we really missed out on much. But this game, on the other hand, well, you wouldn't think a franchise as well known as this would be capable of featuring a cult classic. But Tails' Adventure is it. It's a strange mix of slow-paced, sort of Metroid-style exploration platforming, along with some light RPG elements. What's really neat about it is how well the gameplay meshes with Tails' character. He's supposed to be this mechanical genius, and in this game he has a workshop, he uses gadgets, with awesome 8-bit graphics, catchy music, and very distinct gameplay. It's easily one of the best games on the Game Gear. Check it out if you like games like this. It's available on the 3DS's Virtual Console. I'm not saying it's an epic or anything, but there's nothing else like it in the series, and honestly that's a shame, because I'd have loved to see what a sequel or two could pull off. But getting back to the Blue Blur himself now. In 1996, Sonic saw his final release for the system that the character itself had been designed for. The final Sonic game for the Sega Genesis was Sonic 3D Blast, and Sega called it Sonic 3D Flicky's Island across the pond for some reason. The most obvious change here is the isometric overhead perspective. The Genesis wasn't really able to handle true 3D games, but pre-rendered graphics like this have become all the rage in the wake of Donkey Kong Country. Despite the graphics, 3D Blast still feels like a game from the Genesis era, if that makes sense. And I think what really brings that together is the music. Most of it is absolutely fantastic, and with this being a fairly obscure entry in the series, I constantly hear it in fan hacks. It has a pretty familiar structure. Each zone has 3 acts, the 3rd act is a boss act. It sounds great, and visually it's an absolute showcase for what the Genesis could pull off. It's just too bad the rest of the game isn't any fun. Like, at all. As in, I had serious trouble putting up with it long enough to capture this footage. For one, the overhead perspective means that Sonic just can't move very quickly, but that's only a minor complaint in comparison to the game's main mechanic. Flickies. You see, Flicky is this 80s arcade game, and its title character came to be featured as one of the many animals that Sonic rescues from badniks. 3D Blast takes that concept way too far by basing the entire gameplay around Flickies. Before you can pass each section of the level, you have to seek out and hold on to 5 differently colored Flickies and escort them to the gold ring. This is pure, absolute boredom. The graphics are nice, but they're not varied enough to warrant this kind of exploration. Everything just looks way too samey. The game still wouldn't be phenomenal or anything if you could just run through the levels normally, but at least it wouldn't be so tedious. In a happy note for your What Could Have Been file, Sonic Team at one time considered making Sonic 3 an isometric platformer like this. I'm really glad they stayed the course.
We are 5 years away from entering the 21st century.
Introducing Sega Saturn. Aww. Hit it.
Finally, the next generation had arrived, and with it, the Sega Saturn. Backed by not 1, not 2, but 8 different processors, the system was set to catapult Sonic into a whole new era. As amazing as Mario 64 looked, I just knew that whatever Sega cooked up, it would blow Mario out of the water. I mean, just imagine a 32-bit Sonic game. Oh, look at that, it's a Flicky. Hey, buddy. Oh, it's another Flicky. And another Flicky. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! It's Sonic 3D Blast! Again! Yes, Sonic made his Saturn debut with a port of his final Genesis adventure, and millions of Sonic fans the world over let out an apathetic sigh. At least it had a really great Red Book audio soundtrack and some absolutely gorgeous graphics for its time. There's all kinds of visual flair throughout the game. I especially love the foggy rain effect in Rusty Ruin. And while the special stages in the Genesis version were simple and undercooked, the Saturn version is anything but. They start off just like Sonic 2's Half-Life, but they quickly expand on that concept with corkscrews, tunnels, and even springs and platforms. To this day, they are honestly probably the best special stages the series has ever seen. Outside the special stages though, well, with clunky controls, long load times, and a noticeable lack of supersonic, all juxtaposed by still excellent music, Sonic 3D Blast was a harbinger of things to come when it came to the Hedgehog's leap to 3D. But why was such an overwhelmingly average game chosen to be Sonic's Saturn debut? I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that if a proper 3D Sonic game had been released that Christmas, I would have tried to get a Saturn instead of jumping on the N64 bandwagon. Well, Sonic Extreme was announced for the Saturn that summer, because everything was extreme in the mid-90s. Screenshots like this blew my freaking mind when I was a kid. And then, the game just never happened. Quite a few of you asked me about prototypes, pirate carts, fan games, and yes, unreleased titles like Extreme. Those are all beyond the scope of this main retrospective series, which, let's face it, is long enough already. But seeing as I don't plan to hit the adventure era until next summer, I'd be happy to do a video or two on these topics between now and then, if you guys are this interested. All you need to know for now is that Sonic Extreme never saw the light of day, and in retrospect, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Imagine if they had tried to do a 2D Sonic game in 1986. It never could have worked, the tech just wasn't there. In much the same way, I don't think the world was really ready for a 3D Sonic game in 1996. Nothing was capable of rendering a 3D world at that kind of speed. Still, a complete lack of a mainline Sonic game dealt a critical blow to the Saturn. But Sonic fans were thrown a bone in the world's most extravagant demo disc, Christmas Nights. Sonic Into Dreams is notable, as this was the first time he could ever be fully controlled in a polygonal 3D environment. He runs through Spring Valley, collecting Idea before squaring off against a hilariously reskinned Puffy dressed up like Eggman. It's weird, it's clunky, it's not aging well, but it is awesome, both as a historical piece and as a piece of bonus content. OKG Dragon asked me about Michael Jackson's involvement with Sonic 3, and you're right, I didn't say a word about that. And it's mostly because the topic has been done so comprehensively and by so many people, I'd just be redundant. But the evidence, from song similarities to interviews to Sega reworking the music in the Sonic & Knuckles collection, this all leads me to believe that Jackson was involved on at least some of Sonic 3's tracks. On a side note, I'd recommend you check out Q Jimbo's old documentary on the subject. It was actually the first YouTube video I ever favorited, all the way back in 2006. 7Qs and 77s wanted to know about Freedom Planet, an indie platformer that came out recently, which takes a lot of cues from classic Sonic. I think it looks amazing, but I haven't had the time or monetary resources to try it yet. Meanwhile, VK Mize wanted to know how much better a game DuckTales would be if it too starred an anthropomorphic blue hedgehog. That's a really oddly specific question, but the answer is obvious. The NES couldn't even handle such an awesome game, so it's a moot point. I spent the month leading up to Christmas 1997 doing two things: dreaming of the Sega Saturn and obsessively playing Diddy Kong Racing. Here's one of those things that only a 9-year-old is capable of. I unwrapped that Saturn, I put in Sonic R, and after one race, I proudly proclaimed Sonic R superior to Diddy Kong Racing. I was wrong. Oh god, I was wrong. Where Diddy Kong Racing is one of the best racing titles ever made, and the game's still unparalleled in some areas, Sonic R is, well, to call the track selection lacking would be a gross understatement. Let me put it like this. 1997 saw the release of 3 mascot racing games. Mario Kart 64 had 16 courses. Diddy Kong Racing had 20 courses. Sonic R has 5! The controls are clunky and awkward, and the characters are horrendously unbalanced. It's cheap, it's short, it's broken, and I love this game so much! I love the Emerald Collection, I love the cheesy soundtrack, I love all 5 courses! Yeah, this might just be my ultimate guilty pleasure. Sonic R, for all its faults, is still a game I just really enjoy playing. It gets an awful rep, and it always has, but I honestly don't think it's even nearly as bad as it's made out to be. I would never say that Sonic R is a good game, but it's certainly not the worst. No. You want really bad Sonic games? This one gets my vote for the worst in the series, and I am including the modern era. Sonic Jam for the Gamecom. The nadir of the entire series, saved only thanks to its own obscurity. It claims to feature the Genesis classics, just like the Saturn version, which we'll get to in a minute. But make no mistake, this is Sonic Jam in name only. Choose from Sonic 2, 3, or Sonic & Knuckles, then play a single linear zone vaguely based on each one. Thrill at the slowdown as the system struggles to play the ring sound effect. Look, this barely even qualifies as a game. The scary thing is that I was lucky enough to have a Gamecom when I was a kid, And as far as Gamecom games go, Sonic Jam was one of the better ones. Now that our eardrums have been dissected thanks to that abomination, I got a lot of questions about music. That's not too surprising, I guess. Even the bad Sonic games usually have awesome music, but aside from Sonic CD, I barely touched on any of it. To be honest, I'm not really that much of a musically inclined person. In fact, I hardly ever even listen to it these days. I really prefer podcasts. Not to say I don't enjoy music, just that it's not generally something that interests me. Because of that, if I were to try Balta Bueno's suggestion here, I think I'd have trouble explaining why I think a song is good, other than, it makes my ear holes feel nice. Partly meant get a lot more specific, and that I can do. Sonic the Fighter soundtrack was fine, but Sonic R's was legendary. My favorite song from the classic era. For 8-bit, it's Bridge Zone. For 16-bit, it's Ice Cap Act 2. For Red Book Audio, I'd go with Sonic Boom, but Supersonic Racing is probably a close second. I can't really pick an overall favorite. As for Remix, that would be an album featuring remixes from Sonic CD, all done by the original composers. I'd surprisingly just kinda never listened to it until now, but it's serving as cool background music while I'm scripting this. The one Sonic arcade game that I have played is Sonic the Fighters, though it took 9 years. The game was developed by AM2, the same studio that did Virtua Fighter, and it was based on that engine. It had a very limited release in the US, and a Saturn port was nothing but vaporware, because imagine how dangerous it would be to release too many Sonic games on the Saturn. So most of us wouldn't play it until it was featured in Sonic Gems Collection in 2005. By then, the game had aged quite a bit, but it was still awesome to finally experience it. Sonic really has seen a ton of compilations and re-releases over the years, and while I'm not going to bother talking about most of them, one stands significantly above the others.
Sonic Jam!
Sonic Jam was released for the Saturn in 1997. It featured each of the 4 Genesis titles that had brought Sega to the height of the industry. Each game also had a digital manual, brand new difficulty settings, a time attack that keeps records, and the ability to play through the special stages sequentially. It also ported a spin dash into Sonic 1, and if that was all that Sonic Jam featured, it would already be the best compilation of the classic titles to this day. But Jam also had Sonic World, our first real taste of what a dedicated 3D Sonic game might be like. For the most part, it's a museum space, from which you can access things like a guide to Sonic's history, character artwork, and bizarre Japanese commercials and short features. Sonic Jam was the biggest reason I asked for a Saturn that Christmas, and compilation or not, it was definitely worth it. Hey, what an appropriate way to close out the classic era. Yes, we have reached the end of the series. What a long, strange trip it's been. When I started this retrospective, I had a few goals. I wanted to showcase why Sonic was such an influential title, both for the industry at large and for me personally. I wanted to highlight that contrary to popular belief stating that Sonic was good then and bad now, Sonic's always had his share of groundbreaking epics, forgettable adventures, and utter crap. But you know, there's so much cynicism and negativity about Sonic nowadays, to the point that certain groups push the utterly ridiculous notion that Sonic was never good to begin with. I wanted to take a stand against that, and figured the best way to do it was to critique these games. And I've gotten a lot of comments from people who never gave classic Sonic a fair shot until they saw my videos. That is probably the ultimate compliment. I hope these games mean to you what they have meant to me. Next summer, the Geek Critique Sonic Retrospective will continue, as Sega's final console heralds a new era of adventure. So, you want to know what makes Bridge Zone such a glorious stage? Let's break it down. First, in both theme and difficulty, Bridge Zone feels like a logical extension of Green Hill. It's certainly a bigger challenge, but it teaches you to become more adept at platforming without completely spiking the difficulty curve. And its graphics feature a crosshatch style in contrast to Green Hill's checkerboards. The 2 levels feel close in proximity, enhancing this game's atmosphere. Number 2, the Bridge Zone Relativity Theory. Bridge Zone is a fine level on its own, but let's compare it to its 16-bit counterpart. Both versions of Sonic 1 open with Green Hill Zone, but they diverge significantly after that. The 16-bit version continues into the antiquated, tepid, and downright blocky Marble Zone. In comparison to that stage, Bridge Zone comes out looking even more spectacular. Number 3 is just the way that you get that Chaos Emerald. Back in Green Hill, you had to embark on a slightly convoluted expedition to get the Emerald, but Bridge Zone puts it in plain sight and tests whether you have a grip on the controls and timing, always important aspects of a Sonic game. Number 4, and let's face it, this was always going to be the big one, that music. I didn't even play the 8-bit Sonic 1 until about 3 years after the Genesis versions, but this song always brings me back to my childhood. It brings back memories of getting off the school bus on a rainy Friday afternoon, heading inside and speeding through Emerald Hill Zone, knowing that I had the whole weekend ahead of me to try and finally get past Mystic Cave. This track just epitomizes so much of my affinity for the classic series, and I've certainly used it more than any other track in my retrospectives. So, here's to Bridge Zone. May you be featured in Sonic Generations 2. Sonic the Hedgehog was one of the biggest icons in gaming, so the complete absence of a traditional Sonic platformer on the Sega Saturn wasn't just baffling, it was one of many abysmal business decisions that led to Sega falling far behind its rivals. But by the fall of 1999, Sega had dusted itself off, charted a new course, and was ready to fire on all cylinders in one last desperate attempt to climb back to the top. It was a little inspiring and a little scary just how motivated the company seemed. But it was a great time to be a Sega fan. Sega had learned its lesson, and would bring its beloved mascot exactly where he needed to be, to a glorious gaming device that had one shot to make a name for itself. I speak, of course, of the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Aw, yeah! What do you mean you've never heard of it? This thing is awesome! It was released by SNK in 1999, and not only was it in color, it was 16-bit, and instead of a D-pad, this wonderful, beautiful clicky stick. It's like a tiny digital arcade pad. You know, sometimes you might just look at something and maybe it doesn't look awesome, but if you've played with this thing, then you know what I'm talking about. It's the clicky stick.
It's the clicky stick.
The system had tons of great fighting games, fun arcade ports, a built-in horoscope, and 40 hours of battery life on 2 AA batteries. SNK was going after Nintendo's Game Boy Color, but that system was still based on tech that was over a decade old. The Neo Geo Pocket could run circles around it, yet it was priced the same as the Game Boy Color, at $69.95. Sega's Game Gear had found some success in the early to mid-90s, but the company conceded the handheld market to Nintendo when they decided to go all in on the Saturn. So by the time SNK made a move to take on the Game Boy juggernaut, it only made sense for Sega to partner up. I mean, it's not like the VMU was competing with the Game Boy. Although the Neo Geo Pocket could actually link up to Sega's Dreamcast with a handful of compatible games. Works a lot like what Nintendo would do years later with the Game Boy Advance. Perhaps best of all, this partnership meant that SNK would get to borrow Sega's star player. Sonic Pocket Adventure hit the shelves in November of '99. I guess I should start with this more gangly, green-eyed Sonic. I'll talk a lot more about this design when I actually get to Sonic Adventure, but for now, I'll just say that Sonic Pocket Adventure is notable, and even appropriately placed in this series, as it's the closest thing we have to any kind of on-screen transition from classic to modern. It's fairly obvious that old Green Eyes was implemented fairly late in development. There are beta screenshots that show a black-eyed classic Sonic, and a few of his in-game sprites still switch to the old style. Eggman, meanwhile, spends most of the game in his classic getup, but when you reach his base, he switches to his adventure gear. But enough about the clothes, let's talk about the game itself. The speed, the momentum, the physics, the multi-tiered level design, all the familiar elements are here. Actually, really familiar elements. That's literally Casino Night Zone. Pocket Adventure is an odd mix of the Genesis games. The first stage is Neo South Island Zone. It looks like Green Hill, but it features level gimmicks from Emerald Hill. From there, the game follows Sonic 2 for the majority of its run. Secret Plant, Chemical Plant. Cosmic Casino, Casino Night. Sky Chase? Well, okay, that one's still Sky Chase. Then Gigantic Angel mixes things up again, as it looks like Scrap Brain, but has gimmicks from Metropolis. So the graphics and tropes are from Sonic 1 and 2, but the music, bizarrely, and probably due to Dreams Come True, is mostly derived from Sonic 3. This mix of styles and themes should be kinda disconcerting for someone as familiar with the Genesis classics as I am. But you know what? The songs actually do fit pretty well with each act, and somehow it just comes together and works. Plus, it's honestly really cool to see the Genesis zones like this. It's kinda the opposite of what Sonic Generations would do, bringing classic stages into a scaled-down fidelity, and remixing the old songs into a chiptune format. And the Generations comparison holds, because while the stages and songs are rehashed, the level design is not. Now, although Yuji Naka and Sonic Team did oversee development, this game was designed by SNK, and yet the level layouts are actually really solid. It stands in something of a middle ground between Sonic 2's speedy linearity and Sonic 3's complexity. Now, it's not as polished as either of them, but let's face it, Sonic level design can very easily go wrong, and it's impressive just how cohesive everything is. It strikes a good balance. levels. And there are even areas where coming in with a lot of speed rewards you with a faster, higher path. That's a cool little touch that the Genesis games didn't do very often. The bosses are also new, and they follow similar conventions. There are cool little tricks to a lot of them. And I actually didn't know until now that you can stand on the explosions in this fight to finish Eggman off a lot faster. Knuckles is even one of the bosses, and he's a lot more aggressive than he was in Sonic 3. And I love the little cutscene afterward. For Chaos Emerald collecting, Pocket Adventure brings back the half-pipe special stages, but they get a lot more challenging than Sonic 2's ever did. I thought it might just have been the smaller screen, but no, these really are tough. I never even got all the emeralds until this video. Not that I had a whole lot of incentive. Pocket Adventure is part of a long, unfortunate trend in Sonic games, wherein Super Sonic was only playable in a special boss level at the end of the game. This is a little more excusable in the 3D games, where it'd probably require a lot more testing, but when invincibility and speed-up monitors are already fully implemented, it just seems like an oversight in 2D. At least there's some in-universe explanation for it. You'll get 6 emeralds from special stages, but Eggman steals the last one from Knuckles, and uses it to power his machine in Last Utopia. If you break the emerald off and grab it, that's when you'll go to Chaotic Space and get the true ending. If you're a fan of Sonic CD-style exploration elements, Pocket Adventure has you covered. There are tons of puzzle pieces scattered in some really esoteric locations. Getting them lets you unscramble pictures. I was never a big fan of this when I was younger, but they actually led me to some pretty awesome bonuses and shortcuts when I was trying to find them. There's even a 2-player race mode, which I sadly never got to play, because nobody else I knew had a Neo Geo Pocket Color. And that was kind of the problem. Nobody bought this thing. I got the system and the game for my birthday on May 25th, 2000. 2 weeks later, SNK would recall all of its US stock to be flashed and resold in Asia. And about a year later, shortly after the Game Boy Advance hit the market, the system was discontinued entirely. In any era, trying to compete with Nintendo in the handheld market is going to be like pushing a boulder up a hill. But the Neo Geo Pocket Color was a great product at the worst possible time. Now, there were other factors in the system's failure. SNK made some mistakes, but even if they'd done everything right, the fact is, the Pokémon craze was at its absolute apex in 1999, and that made the Game Boy untouchable. I was disappointed at the time that a system that I'd just gotten was already dead, but looking back now, I am so glad I had a Neo Geo Pocket Color. Back then, it was wonderful just to finally have such a close approximation of the Genesis gameplay on a handheld. And to this day, it's a really fun title with an interesting history and a unique aesthetic. All in all, Sonic Pocket Adventure is an impressive, rock-solid game that every Sonic fan should try, especially if you're a fan of the classic series. And hey, April Fools! A lot can change in 4 years. 4 years since the release of Sonic the Hedgehog 3. 4 years, and Sega, the one-time market leader, had fallen far behind its rivals. But in 1998, a dream was cast, and the company got one final opportunity to turn things around. 4 years is a long time. I'm Josh Wallen, and this is the Geek Critique for Sonic Adventure. So, what does Sonic Adventure mean to you? To some people, it's an embarrassing relic of the feudal days of 3D gaming. A glitchy, unstable mess of a game that only helped to drive the nails into Sega's coffin. Bafflingly, to other people, it's the closest Sonic ever came to doing 3D right. A landmark title that showed Sega meant business. What I'm saying is it's a little bit of a divisive game. Either way, Adventure did see the Hedgehog finally make the leap to 3D, after sitting on the sidelines throughout the previous generation. And honestly, maybe it's a good thing he did. I say that for 2 reasons. For one, the first half of the 90s were bursting at the seams with Sonic, and taking a hiatus freshened up the series. For 2, I just don't think the Saturn could have really done Sonic justice. Now don't get me wrong, I'm sure a good game featuring Sonic could have been feasible, but 3D was brand new, and I think we needed to learn to Mario with this new dimension before we could learn how to Sonic. But even if Sega could have made it feel right, the sheer size of the stages that a high-speed platformer necessitates would have made it impossible at the time. In much the same way 2D Sonic couldn't have really been made manifest in 8-bit, 3D Sonic just couldn't have been done right in 32-bit. Enter the Dreamcast. Technology had come a long way, and I'd never seen anything like this. It's so compact and smooth. It gets online. They say it is literally thinking. And for the first time, you can't even see individual polygons on the characters. This thing knew how to Sonic. After 2 years in development and a vacation in Central America, Sonic Adventure was revealed to the world. In August of '98, I remember going to AOL keyword ant. I saw a teaser image. Finally, after all this time, a brand new yeah! What have they done? This was my first view of the redesigned modern Sonic, and at 10 years old, I hated it. He was lanky and gangly and awkward, with color-clashing green eyes and a smirk that said, "Yeah, I'm trying way too hard to be cool now." Sonic had always been cool. He had this badass, yeah, whatever flippancy that masked so much heart, so much determination. The new artwork made him look like the poochie that those vile Nintendrones always said he was. What? Then I clicked on this picture, and... okay, wait for it was dial-up. I breathed a sigh of relief. The art style might have been bad, but the in-game model was much better. Sonic's few appearances on the Saturn made one thing clear. He looked weird in 3D. The character was built to run on a 2D plane, not with a camera trailing behind him. Modern Sonic's longer legs and curved spines combined with a new running animation to keep him looking happening. And his green eyes serve to... yeah, I still don't get that one. But the character design wasn't the only thing that needed to be modernized. The franchise's continuity was a convoluted mess. In only about 7 years, let's see, we had the Japanese stories where Sonic lived alongside humans on Earth, the American stories that took place on Mobius, the US comic, the UK comic, the Insane Adventures cartoon, the gritty, realistic Saturday morning cartoon, the god-awful Sonic Underground cartoon, the OVA where Knuckles wore the hat. God, trying to follow all this was like a child-friendly introduction to multiverse theory. The Genesis trilogy was very light on in-game plot, leaving most of these finer details up to Sega's regional marketing. But Adventure built on its predecessor. Where Sonic 3 introduced short, interlinking silent cutscenes to move the action along, Sonic Adventure is far more plot-focused, with fully voiced in-game cutscenes, and so it would serve to unify the chaos. Going forward, Sonic games would follow one single canon. Well, they would for the next 16 years anyway. Oh, the plot itself? Robotnik, whom we in the West discover is now called Eggman, learns of an ancient monster named Chaos, who was sealed away inside the Master Emerald 3,000 years ago. And he's like, what could go wrong? This causes Angel Island to once again crash back down to Earth. Somehow the Master Emerald shards are like Dragon Balls or something, because they scatter far and wide. And Knuckles gets to wander around and pick them up. Chaos is a shapeshifter, and was designed specifically as something that previous generation hardware could not achieve. The more Chaos Emeralds the bad doctor feeds him, the stronger Chaos gets. He comes across like more of an entity than a character, and that's actually really cool given what we learn about him. This monster Chaos was an awesome contrast to Eggman's usual, more technology-focused schemes. Unbeknownst to Eggman, he also set free the spirit of Tikal, an ancient echidna who sealed Chaos and herself in the Master Emerald. She manifests as a ball of light, and in terms of gameplay, that serves as your hint system. The ball of light is easy to spot, but you won't accidentally activate it or be interrupted by it, since you have to jump into it. A hint system would have been ludicrous in 2D, but it makes sense here, both thanks to the more complex controls, and because Sonic Adventure split its areas into two styles. There are 3 adventure stages, open hub worlds where most of the story plays out. Within them, you solve ridiculous puzzles where runes fall out of the sky, to gain access to the more traditional action stages. Hub worlds were a staple of 3D platformers at the time, yet another principle that was codified in Mario 64. They were a safe space to learn to move and explore in 3 dimensions. These adventure fields were all creatively varied, and never too confusing or repetitive. I remember spending hours just running around the Mystic Ruins, spin-dashing off of mountains and trying to land on the Master Emerald. I'm not sure if I'd have the patience for them nowadays, but if you do get lost, the hint markers always point you in the right direction. The hub worlds are also where you'll find most of the upgrades. These I'm not such a fan of. I mean, adding moves as the game goes on, that's great. But ruining the clean aesthetics of the cast in the process? I mean, look at Knuckles. What even is that? Meanwhile, back at the plot, Sonic...
oh yeah! This is happening!
...is not voiced by Jaleel White. I'm not kidding. Hearing anyone else's voice come out of that character was the weirdest thing in the world to me in '99.
Do your lungs a favor. Plant a tree.
Ryan Drummond happens upon this liquid monster, calls him a big drip, and sends him packing.
But he knows nothing, fool! It's chaos!
the god of destruction! Ah, see, the emeralds are like Dragon Balls. But True Blue won't be alone. Tails quickly joins up with him after wrecking a new prototype biplane, and they soon cross paths with Knuckles on his scavenger hunt. Meanwhile, Eggman builds some bipedal robots. Amy Rose is just here again. And chaos happens upon a frog who somehow eats his tail, so an enormous feline abomination has to fish to catch the frog. The Sonic series is known for iconic melodies, and Sonic Adventure is legendary even among them. It's insane how varied and memorable these tunes are, and seriously, this soundtrack puts even modern video games to shame. The cutscenes, on the other hand, are the most aged part of the experience. At their best, they'll have you wondering why we ever thought this was impressive. At their worst, everybody just looks like marionettes. Now, the story itself is fine, but it's undermined by hilarious facial expressions and awful lip syncing. The actual dialogue is typical of Japanese to English dubs of the era, and that's not a compliment. Characters just tend to speak in exposition. Sonic 3 rounded out the classics with 3 playable characters, but Adventure would double that. This tends to be a real point of contention nowadays. 6 playable characters, each with their own unique playstyle, abilities, and path through the story. Let's just see if that was a good idea. Sonic's your main man, with the longest story and the most stages, and he'll get the bulk of my focus as well. The homing attack will be an integral part of the arsenal from here on, and so long as the perspective is 3D, I think it's fine. As for the spin dash, charging it used to feel like pulling back a slingshot, but in Adventure it's mapped to one button, and it can be spammed. You don't have to be standing still to use it. It's overpowered as hell, but god, it's fun. Sonic Team spent a lot of time thinking about how the classic gameplay could be adapted to 3D. The slopes and physics and momentum are all still present, and for the most part, the level design supports them well. There are multiple paths and even secrets, shortcuts, and goodies for going off the obvious route. Most of the stages make good use of 3D space and great use of Sonic's abilities and momentum. Sonic feels unhinged and loose, and if you know what you're doing, he's a joy to control. If you don't, though, a lot more can go wrong in 3-dimensional space. There are plenty of areas where Adventure comes pretty close to actually being classic Sonic in 3D, but there are plenty of areas where it does not. Boost pads will become just as integral as the homing attack in making sure Sonic goes exactly where the game needs him to. No longer will he burn through loops and shoot off ramps based on the player's skill. Those moments are now exclusively automated, and often used in conjunction with something I'll call Spectacle. Spectacle is the moment the whale crashes through the dock on Emerald Coast. Spectacle is every time the camera pulls back to show Sonic speeding around a loop, getting pulled into a tornado, and then making your way up and out of it, snowboarding just ahead of an avalanche, blazing like a maniac down the side of a building. Spectacle is going through a series of S-shaped tunnels and being flung high into the air off of a half-pipe. Spectacle is not a bad thing. It was always a part of the appeal of this series. I used this music back in the Sonic 1 video, and that was very deliberate. I imagine that moment was just as much of an adrenaline rush for kids playing Sonic in 1991 as Speed Highway's Skyscraper was for me 7 years later. Now, the focus on spectacle over substance will be to the detriment of the series going forward, but for the most part, Adventure Spectacle was extremely impressive, well chosen, and most importantly, it was still focused on gameplay. The problem comes when you consider that Sonic running up the inside of a tree was no longer impressive by 1999. But even when the shine wore off the classics, there was still a rock-solid game underneath. Sonic Adventure, well, you strip away the spectacle, and what you're left with is anything but rock solid. There are times when I mean that literally. These glitches don't break the game by any means. It's still very playable, and when it works, it has a fluidity befitting the classics. But when that flow breaks, it breaks hard. Even aside from the death traps, characters stick to geometry in close quarters. The camera is wonky and badly positioned. Even the snowboard section's a bumpy ride. Half the reason that I do still have fun with Adventure is because I generally know how to avoid the instability. I know when, and just as importantly, when not to press forward so I don't break the scripts. Learning how not to break the game should not be the player's responsibility. Speaking of breaking the game, though, you've got Tails. In Sonic 3, Tails was the easy option, thanks to his ability to fly over obstacles and find secret paths. And that's the idea here, too. His flight's much faster, and he uses that to essentially break Sonic stages in order to outrace him. Often there are flight rings that automatically fling you the right way, but it's always cooler when you intune a more clever path. Tails is a lot of fun. Knuckles could climb walls and glide, and those abilities are put to use in 3D. He puts the adventure in Sonic Adventure. His stages are wide open and non-linear, as some kind of internal radar leads him to the Master Emerald shards. He controls well, aside from wall climbing feeling a bit too sticky at times, but whether he's fun or not all comes down to the level design. Casinopolis is all indoors with stacked layers, and it's easy to feel like you're just gliding in circles waiting for the radar to go off. By far his best stage is the expansive Red Mountain. I really like how the classic trio turned out. Sonic Team honed in on what made each of them unique and designed their gameplay around it. It's just hard not to wish for a little more from Tails and Knuckles. I'd have liked to see their stages span the length of Sonic's instead of just select sections. And Emerald hunting is okay, but I also kinda wish Knuckles had just had more linear stages of his own that put his abilities to use, more like the exclusive paths in Sonic 3. That brings us to the trio of new playable characters. Amy's game involves solving incredibly simple puzzles while fleeing the indestructible robot Zero. Sonic Team remembered their lore and gave her the Pico Pico hammer to fend him off. I think the team might have wanted to bring in some tactical espionage action, but it never really comes into focus. Her game is the shortest, and I love the hammer jump. E102 Gamma puts us in the role of one of Eggman's badniks for the first time. The team had always wanted to implement a shooting mechanic, but were sensible enough to recognize that an anthropomorphic hedgehog has no business wielding a gun. The timer ticks down for Gamma, and you lose if it runs out. Gamma can add to it by comboing multiple targets. Why would Eggman build a robot that literally dies if it goes too long without shooting something? Actually, no, wait a minute. That sounds exactly like something he'd do. Gamma is influenced by Amy to turn on his creator, and seeing the evil that Eggman does, he sets out to rescue the other East-Series robots. And by that I mean...
E103 Delta. Rescue complete.
Oh, so that's how you rescue your brother. Maybe it's the lack of goofy facial expressions, but Gamma's story is the closest this story ever comes to affecting genuine depth. In the end, Gamma self-destructs to set the animal inside free. It's completely out of left field to use this cutesy explanation from the classics in this way, but I think that's why it's such an effective emotional gut punch. And speaking of guts, it's the last member of the SA crew, Big the Cat. He spends the game waddling after his pal Froggy. You get to fish for him. And I thought Amy was slow-paced. Much as everyone likes to rag on Big, including the official Twitter account, I can't say I hate the Big Lug. I think he was thrown in mainly to show off the Dreamcast realistic water effects. And yeah, the fishing is clunky and the camera is bad, but his game is always over so fast I barely notice. In retrospect though, Sonic Team would have been better served to cut Big, Amy, and maybe even Gamma, and give that development time to Tails and Knuckles instead. But I don't really bemoan their decision. I remember well a time when the internet was positively teeming with fake guides on how to unlock Luigi in Mario 64. Playable characters were a big selling point for 3D platformers. An adventure boasting 6 of them was a huge deal. The boss battles don't fare so well. In the classics, the bosses were tests of how well the player had mastered the controls, physics, and gimmicks of a boss. If you knew what you were doing, they could be over really fast. Sonic Adventure's bosses tend to, again, be more about spectacle. You dodge attacks until the boss shows its weak spot, hit that, and repeat. Now that doesn't mean they're awful, it is a valid way to design bosses, and the Egg Viper, Chaos 6, and even Zero and E101 Beta are all a lot of fun. Some of them just seem to go on and on and on! The most egregious by far is Chaos 4, who does almost nothing but shoot out lily pads and throw simple attacks. Dodge, wait for him to surface, run around some more. It's made even worse because Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all have to fight it. And it's just the same thing every time. Those unique abilities don't make a difference here. That repetition really gets bad in the original Dreamcast version, where you can't skip the cutscenes. I hate when games don't let you skip cutscenes, and it's even worse here because it's so much fun to see the same exact thing play out from 27 different perspectives. You also get to enjoy both acts of the utterly tepid Sky Chase minigame as both Sonic and Tails. At some point in every adventure, Tikal's spirit appears and whisks a character into the distant past, revealing the backstory. Tikal was the daughter of a warmongering ruler of the Echidna tribe. Her father intended to use the Master Emerald's power to conquer the world, enraging the entity that protected the Emeralds, Chaos. Chaos absorbed the Emerald's power and killed the Warmongers, leading Tikal to seal them both in the Master Emerald. Chaos was guarding the children of the Emeralds, the Chow, and here's yet another mechanic in Sonic Adventure. The animals you rescue in stages can be brought to Chow Gardens, and they take on the traits of the animals you give them, to build stats to compete in races. The only time I ever really cared about Chow was in Sonic Adventure, and it was all because the Chow could be transferred to the Dreamcast's awesome VMU memory card, where you could name them, win fruit, and mate with other Chow. Kinky. To digress, these flashback scenes are a missed opportunity. Every character experiences them, but nobody ever talks about them, not even Knuckles. He's supposed to be the last of his race, the guardian of the Master Emerald. Yet when confronted for the first time by people who look like him, all he can say is,
This is very strange.
And people say Knuckles isn't a dumbass. No wonder Eggman tricks him all the time. I think these flashbacks would have been more effective if they had played out in order. If you complete Sonic's game first, you see one of the very last scenes before any of the others. The playable characters never really interact with anyone in the past. And considering they also never discuss it amongst themselves, Sonic Team might have intended them to happen chronologically at some point in development. Once you get through every character's story, you unlock one more, Super Sonic. You can't use him in Sonic stages this time around, but given how unstable the engine was and how untested Sonic was in 3D anyway, I'll let Sonic Team off the hook this time. Instead, this consists of a short epilogue where Chaos comes back, absorbs all the emeralds, and absolutely obliterates Station Square. This scene is awesome. It blew my mind when I was a kid. But Chaos only absorbed the negative power over the emeralds, and our feelings toward each other can blah blah blah, just do it already. Oh, yes! Oh, that is the most wonderful thing I've ever experienced in all my 12 years on this planet! Oh, Perfect Chaos, we are gonna take you down! Perfect Chaos, what a badass name. Supersonic rockets through the destroyed city, approaching the absolute beast that Chaos has become. It's a lot more challenging than I'm making it look, but it's exhilarating. It's kind of a funny harbinger of things to come, though, that winning comes down to little more than hitting boost pads and dodging obstacles. The big misstep here is that halfway through the fight, the amazing theme song, Open Your Heart, is replaced by this slow, repetitive theme. It should have really been the other way around. Beating Chaos to oblivion calms him down because this is a video game, and he and Tikal float off into the heavens.
All's well that ends well, right?
Well, sure, if you ignore the wrecked, flooded city and the inevitable death toll that all this took. Freaking Tails. But Eggman managed to survive, and in the blink of an eye, Sonic's after him again. Roll credits. So, what does Sonic Adventure mean to me? Well, on the one hand, it's a mess. It's unfocused, and in trying to do so much, it ends up being less than the sum of its parts. But when I think back to the first time I played it, I don't remember any of that. I don't remember the cutscenes being so cringeworthy. I don't remember the wonky physics or glitches or wondering why I was fishing in a Sonic game. I just had a blast playing it. Sonic was finally back. And just as importantly, well, look, it's easy to pick at just about any game of this era for the same reasons people pick at Sonic Adventure. The awkward and unnatural cutscenes, the convoluted yet distressingly simple excuse plot, the tenuous grasp on movement in a 3D space. What people tend to forget when they look at Sonic Adventure nowadays is that we actually did think this was impressive, because Sonic Adventure pushed the envelope beyond anything that had been done before. There's a reason this game turned out the way it did. It has 6 playable characters and tons of minigames and an A-Life system. It had online leaderboards and downloadable events and themes in 1999. It tried with so much ambition to take video game storytelling to the next level. It innovated the speed-focused 3D platformer, the same way the original game did for 2D 2 generations before. It was a genre-defining risk that fired on all cylinders and then some, and in so doing, changed the measuring stick of what a video game could be. Sonic Adventure was more than just the return of Sonic. It was the return of Sega. Now, none of that invalidates the criticism that I've laid here. There is also a reason the game was reviewed so much more harshly when it was re-released on the GameCube 5 years later. Because Sonic Adventure is very obviously flawed once the shine wears off. The same way this was no longer impressive in 1999, this was absolutely laughable, even by 2003. Make no mistake, from the focus on story, to the loads of playable characters, to the glitchy, unstable engine, to the reliance on spectacle in place of substance, nearly all the woes that would damn near kill the franchise began here. But Sonic Adventure itself has substance, despite what was to come. The fact that it's so dated now is a testament to how groundbreaking it was at the time. Sonic Adventure carried on its shoulders the responsibility of showcasing everything the Dreamcast had to offer. And so it was. It had to be the most ambitious game Sega ever made. And that
the Geek Critique's prestigious, highly coveted, and hotly anticipated award for the 2017 Game of the Year. And the winner is... Sonic Mania? What? Well, of course it's Sonic Mania. From the day it was announced to the day that this trailer brought tears to my eyes, there was never a scenario where it even could have been anything but Sonic Mania. When I decided on this list, the only things that mattered were what kind of impact each game had on me, how much fun I had, how much I enjoyed the experience, and how much each one has stayed with me. And on that metric, Sonic Mania is not just my favorite game this year, it's my favorite game of the past 20 years. And the only thing that might have a shot at changing that would be a sequel to Sonic Mania that includes Bridge Zone. When the game was released on August 15th, I microwaved a plate of delicious #stuffed nachos and blazed through every stage in one single, positively manic play session. Spoilers almost never impact my enjoyment of a game, but for the first time in my life, I had gone on a successful media blackout a few months ahead of release. I figured the less I knew, especially about the stage list, the more I could be surprised. Well, you know what? I was more than surprised. I was completely and utterly blown away over and over again by like every single thing I saw. The return of the Mean Bean Machine, the 8-bit Silver Sonic, the part where you pilot the Eggmobile, every obscure little reference that only the hardest of the hardcore would appreciate, or the sheer brilliance of the drop dash, a move that so perfectly complements Sonic that I'm amazed nobody thought of it sooner. Then there was just the strange, wonderful newness of it all, the feeling of not knowing how to beat a boss, or what to even do in the special stage, and like, of course I was gonna feel that way. Sonic Mania was made to make me feel that way, by people who knew how to get that reaction, because they knew what would make them feel that way. As I said so long ago, Sonic the Hedgehog is the reason I love video games, and it's why I do this. This game felt, more than anything else I've ever played, like it was made for me, and that is something I hope fans of other franchises get to experience. Sonic Mania was created by ascended fans, who learned their craft creating Sonic fan games, proved themselves to Sega by officially using that fan-made engine to remaster the classics, and were at last granted the opportunity to create a brand new classic Sonic game. Brand new classic. Only in the Sonic franchise would that make sense. Of course, that new part is something that a lot of people seem to take issue with, because only 4 of Mania's 12 zones are original to this game. Even in a series that's become this defined by nostalgia pandering, it's a bit odd to throw in a handful of new stages and remake so many old ones. But aside from the cold husk of Green Hill Zone once again rising from the grave, I don't mind the remastered stages at all. On the contrary, I have so much affinity for these places that just seeing the title cards was enough to send me into literal screaming, raucous bliss. Even if Mania had 0 new zones, it would still be number 1. With maybe a one-act exception, the stages skew far enough away from their original layouts and gimmicks, mixing and matching long-forgotten ideas from the depths of Sonic's history, and innovating plenty of new ones. These feel like familiar places, but each one is invigorated with innovation, and that really is where Sonic Mania exceeded even my loftiest expectations. With the physics in place thanks to the Retro engine, the thing that was going to make or break this game was the very aspect this series has struggled with the most: level design. Taxman and Stealth have gotten tons of well-deserved praise for spearheading this project. T-Lopes and Falk deserve all the credit in the world for what is also my favorite soundtrack of the year. But I want to put some shine and give some credit to Sonic Mania's lead level designer, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Jared Castle. The stage layouts are glorious, taking into account the abilities of each character and managing to anticipate what actions a player might take on consecutive playthroughs. Whenever I try something a little unorthodox, it's like Castle knew I was gonna do that. Mania has the same kind of endless replayability as the classics that inspired it. And if I'm being honest, I think the stage design here rivals and often exceeds what came before. Now you might say that I just admitted, more or less, that Mania only made it to number 1 because of my nostalgia. And to that I would say, so what? I still think it's a fantastic game even aside from what it did for me, but I make no secret of my nostalgia, and in fact I think there's a ton of upside to it as long as you do it right. What's wrong with loving the things that you loved? I know a high-speed platformer is never going to do it for everybody, and that's okay. There are genres that'll never do it for me either. But there is a reason nostalgia gets a bad rep, and it's something that I've actively tried to overcome. This game plays to me so perfectly that I can't always see the forest for the trees. I'm sure there will come a time when I'll be able to put it in context, dive deep into Sonic Mania, and critique it with some degree of nuance. But right now, even after months of playing it, I'm still too close to the sun. I'm still unable to articulate how much this means to me. I feel like if I tried, I'd just create a 37-hour video where I maniacally praise every single individual pixel of this perfect masterpiece. No, not yet. Not yet. Instead, for now, all I can do is sum it up by saying that Sonic Mania is nothing less than my version 4 pajamas. Thank you. What's really amazing for somebody who's been with this series through all the ups, downs, and all-arounds is seeing Sonic Mania described with that same word, joy, by so many people who don't have the affinity that I do for the series. This wasn't just a game for the fans, this was a title that made new fans, that brought old ones back into the fold, and reached an audience far beyond anything Sonic's achieved in, well, decades. I've always been a defender of 3D Sonic, and in fact I count some of those games among my all-time favorites. But I think Mania's success is an indication that even at its best, the modern approach was only able to capture a more niche audience. I hope what this game achieved is a springboard for a new era for this franchise, and in pixels and polys alike, I hope this team gets another chance to shine. Bridge Zone isn't gonna remake itself. I want to wish everyone a happy new year, and until then, let's finish this right. You keep geekin', I'll keep critiquing. June 19th, 2001. Only a few days shy of the 10th anniversary of the series that had taken Sega to the top of the industry. But all of that was so long ago. Though it was dearly beloved, the dream was already dead. And so, as a celebration of everything he had been, everything he had meant, and everything he had done, Sonic the Hedgehog would appear on Sega hardware for the very last time. It was the end of an era. February 11th, 2002. For the first time, Sonic appeared on a console of which he was not the mascot, on the home system of the very company that he was specifically created to rival. And yet, this game would be the origin of a new generation of Sonic fans. Their first impression would shape the future of this series for years to come. It was the beginning of a new era. This is Sonic Adventure 2. Over the past few years, there's been a bit of a misconception brewing around this game. Lately, every time I've seen somebody criticize Sonic Adventure 2, it's met with this idea that jaded gamers are only hating on it now, in retrospect, and they're being unfair to it because back in the day, everybody thought it was this amazing, wonderful game. It was really the best Sonic game ever, and just no. Where are people getting this? This narrative just does not describe Sonic Adventure 2's reception. Not among the gaming press, and especially not within Sonic fandom. Right from the word go, this was a strikingly divisive game that made the Flame Wars of the 90s look like minor little squabbles in comparison. There had just never been such a love it or hate it Sonic game, and seeing people respond to it this way was, well, perplexing. Because here I thought we were all on the same page. I thought we were all hyped for Sonic Adventure 2. From the day the first screenshots came out around E3 2000, I had never stopped trying to find more. I had never stopped following every lead I could, digging through page after page of message board speculation, and spending hours on end, very slowly downloading real player videos that had all the clarity and resolution of a postage stamp. Still, I would squint my eyes and just get blown away by how spectacular this all looked, how much more detailed the characters were, the fact that we were going to get to play as Eggman, the way that truck would send cars flying in real time, and then at the very end, this single shot of this mysterious black hedgehog. Man, that was a long, tough year to be a Sega fan. As the sun started to set on the Dreamcast and on the Sega of old, the mere idea of Sonic Adventure 2 came to mean so much to me. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but I used to daydream about the game coming out and being so revolutionary that it somehow saved the Dreamcast. For all intents and purposes, this would be Sega's swan song. It would be the capstone of an era,
saying sayonara to these innovative daredevils that had made me a gamer. So with so much on the line, I just knew that Sonic Team would not let us down. Sonic Adventure 2, you either loved it or you hated it. And me, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I seriously thought it was the most awesome game I had ever played. So yeah, when I got online and saw people complaining about it, it didn't make any sense. How could anyone not love this? It made such a stellar impression right from the very first level, right from the very first cutscene. A military helicopter makes its way through a bright blue sky. We never see the soldiers, but we hear their radio chatter as they suddenly panic and report that a Hedgehog has escaped and taken out everybody aboard. But even though a fugitive is knocking out soldiers, the mood doesn't seem sinister, as a playful guitar riff builds up throughout the scene. Right as it kicks into this terrifically carefree remix of Sonic's theme from the last game, True Blue himself blasts out onto the wing, flips up, and throws out one of his signature braggadocious quips.
Talk about low-budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here.
He propels himself down to the city below, the camera hanging there with him just long enough for him to smirk directly into it. From there we break dynamically into gameplay, into a stage that's every bit as iconic as Green Hill was a decade before. You probably know what's about to happen, but what may be a little harder to get your head around is why it was something special. Let me put this one in context. 10 years earlier, Sonic 1 started out in the naturalistic, yet stylistically surreal Green Hill Zone. The stages that followed had a variety of archetypes, but each zone always had this stylistic through line that was, for lack of a better term, very 90s. As Sonic made his way deeper into the game, the zones progressively showcased more and more signs of structure and urbanization, and it all culminated in the heart of Robotnik's empire, a factory the size of the city, spewing untold waste and pollution into the environment. The series going forward would iterate on this, of course, but it would never totally break from it. Even in Sonic Adventure 1, the zones for the most part still feel like traditional Sonic levels, and really, seeing them in 3D only makes them seem even more surreal. So, all of this is what Sonic was. Now show me City Escape. The reason this stage is so iconic, the reason everyone remembers it, is because of how relentlessly and immediately it hits you with all these distinct elements that are not just excellent on their own, but completely different from what had come before. This time the game is starting in a city, beginning where it used to end, but there's nothing twisted or evil about it. Despite retaining familiar elements like sloping walls and loops, the environmental design is a lot more detailed and realistic than it ever could have been in the previous decade. Sonic Team had mastered the Dreamcast hardware by this point, and so this was one of the first 3D games that I ever saw hit 60 frames per second. I didn't even know that term at the time, but I could feel the difference, and it made this the smoothest, most phenomenal looking game I had ever seen. But the visuals are only half the story. The other half of what gives City Escape such a strong thematic identity is that theme song. You have just enough time to appreciate the aesthetic. You're about to hit that first hairpin turn, and then this happens.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow.
Music in Sonic games to this point had been all about enhancing and complementing the zone. The themes were varied, catchy, melody-driven, and just awesome video game music. But this wasn't even trying to sound like video game music. As inseparable as this song is from the stage, it's not trying to sell or enhance the environment, no. This song is selling you on the character of Sonic. The industry was going through something of an awkward adolescence. The surrealism necessitated by pixel art was by this point seen as kitschy and outdated. The ever-increasing power of 3D hardware meant gamers demanded more realistic, cohesive worlds. After all, we didn't want to be playing with cartoony toys for children, even if the game did happen to star anthropomorphic talking animals. The point is, just as this was meant to be the epitome of cutting-edge cool in the early 90s, this is pure, unfiltered 2001 in video game form. I'm serious. You say summer of 2001, and this is exactly what I picture, right down to the soap shoes. The previous game may have introduced this design, but Sonic Adventure 2 is where modern Sonic really came into focus. Even the jump sound effect is this realistic, instead of a goofy. This game breaks the mold the series was in for so long, casting away its 16-bit conceits and reinventing it as something more contemporary. The Sega of old may be gone, but with the Dreamcast's dying breath, Sonic Team has made its mascot new again. So as of right now, it's June 22nd, 2001, and after 3 solid days with Sonic Adventure 2, I have never been more excited or optimistic for the future of this franchise, because by all indications, the best is yet to come. Oh, wait. Something's wrong here. I mean, there's kind of a lot I'm leaving out, right? I mean, yeah, I've played it for 3 days straight, but I haven't even finished it yet because I just can't tear myself away from the speed stages. Is it really that incredible? No. I'm sorry, but I've gotta be more than just nostalgic this time. To be clear, there is absolutely nothing wrong with nostalgia. But here's the thing, when I was doing a video on the Dreamcast, all I really needed to do was tell you what it was like at the time. This game's a little different. There is assuredly no shortage of people who can tell you way better than I can what it was like to play Sonic Adventure 2 as a kid. Although, let's be real, most of them remember this title screen a little differently, because early in 2002, the game was ported to the Nintendo GameCube as Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. The response in the online community was sort of a collective, eh? We had spent 6 months squabbling over it, and all there really was left to do was make jokes like, oh wow, the game is so much better now that Sonic has rounder ears. Truly, the power of the GameCube knows no bounds. But me, I was so firmly on the side of loving it that I couldn't wait for the port. That extra word in the title referred to a massive upgrade to the multiplayer mode. Now that was a big part of why the Dreamcast release had kept me coming back, and the GameCube port added tons of new stages and features. Now yeah, it also got rid of a very critical playable character, and didn't include any of the DLC costumes, but the prospect of finally being able to destroy Kalen in City Escape made this a justifiable loss. Single player was barely changed, but I was ready to play it again anyway. The GameCube release received pretty harsh scores from critics of the day, perhaps an early sign that the series would face an uphill battle outside of the old Sega stronghold. But with hindsight, I think we can say that neither the critical response or the online fandom's apathy really made a difference here. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle became the best-selling non-Nintendo game on the GameCube, selling over 2.5 million copies. If this was your first Sonic game, it's statistically very unlikely that you played it on the Dreamcast. That means it was essentially the first Sonic game for 2 demographics where the GameCube dominated: the hardcore Nintendo faithful and a new generation of young gamers. That means that Sonic Adventure 2 Battle broke the fan base between an old-school crew that grew up with Sega and a younger contingent who had little to no memory of Sega as a console maker. And it broke that base hard, because it itself was such a break from what the series had been before. SA2 did away with the first game's adventure fields, and moved progression back to a zone-to-zone track. There was also a lot of whining when early material only showed 3 playable characters, whereas the first game had 6. Defending these changes, it was the first of many times that Sonic Team claimed they were trimming the fat and bringing Sonic back to his roots. Which is funny, because this game is anything but a nostalgic throwback, but I digress. Sonic Adventure's overly ambitious design was the result of the insane pressure that Sonic Team was under to deliver this all-encompassing killer app for the Dreamcast. The expectations of the late 90s demanded more playable characters, more modes and features, and what 3D platformer would be complete without a hub world to run around in? It's no surprise that a lot of those elements were long in the tooth, even just a few years after release. So Sonic Team was right to streamline the sequel. Although, technically, Adventure 2 actually does have just as many characters as the first game, only with half as many gameplay styles. The story mode is split into a hero path and a dark path, and the whole game is defined by this dichotomy. So let's briefly get into the story. Now, if you know me, it probably isn't a surprise that this is the first time since 2001 that I've really paid much attention to it. And if you're like me, then you probably really hate when a game doesn't let you skip the story. So if you're more interested in hearing me break down the game's mechanics, go ahead and skip to the timecode on screen. Wait, 2358? I said I was gonna briefly get into the story! No! 50 years ago, Robotnik's grandfather was commissioned by the government to work on a top-secret weapon, but the project ended in a mysterious catastrophe. Our modern-day Eggman finds out about it from his grandpa's diary, following the clues to discover that Stan is not what he seems. And his grandfather's ultimate weapon is still held under guard in a military base. The bad doctor infiltrates the base, and what he finds doesn't seem to be a weapon at all. No, it's a dark hedgehog named Shadow, who declares himself the ultimate life form. Yeah, he's basically gonna take Knuckles' old spot, is the Vegeta to Sonic's Goku from here on. Shadow directs Eggman to an abandoned space colony, the Ark, where he reveals that Eggy's grandpappy really did make an ultimate weapon, the Eclipse Cannon. By harnessing the power of the Chaos Emeralds, it can destroy entire planets, and that sure sounds familiar. I guess the egg doesn't fall too far from the chicken. So, Team Dark wants to use this weapon to threaten the world to bend to Eggman's will, and it's up to Team Sonic to stop that from happening. One thing I remember being really impressed about was how much better animated and expressive the characters were, especially compared to SA1, where characters gesticulated their eyebrows in different directions. Now, I'm not saying for a second that this stuff holds up to modern scrutiny. Characters' mouth flaps still don't always match what they're saying, but I don't know, I couldn't really see that on a CRT. Take my word for it, in 2001 this game was gorgeous, and it helps that everybody just feels so much more in character. Sonic never stands still. Even when he gets captured, he can't stop moving. His 3D model was a much better match for his new modern artwork, and honestly, seeing it like this finally made it work for me. He just looks awesome. The game captures his personality well too. He's sure-footed and cocky, but he doesn't think before he acts. The crux of the story really revolves around Shadow, the mystery of where he came from, and this internal struggle to come to terms with what happened 50 years ago. I'm actually not going to get too much into that in this video. There'll probably be a better opportunity for all that later. For now, let's just say that I think it was cool how Shadow was this dark counterpart to our hero, who takes himself very seriously as he skates around on edgy rollerblades. You laugh because I'm different. I laugh because you're all the same. Knuckles got a new voice actor, and I get that he's supposed to be stoic, but sometimes he's just so wooden.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Batgirl.
It's weird, right? The animation doesn't match the line rating. Compare this to the first game.
No time for games, Sonic! Give me the emeralds you have, right now!
There, Knuckles' voice actor captured his character as a well-intentioned loner who's just a bit of a dope. The new voice actor eventually starts having fun with the role a little more.
Take this!
But it's pretty inconsistent. But here's a plus. This game is the last time for a very long time that Knuckles is actually even going to be acknowledged as the guardian of the Master Emerald. Rouge the Bat makes her debut, and, well, you know, this character design didn't have quite the repercussions in 2001 that it would today. Like with a lot of quote-unquote sexy anthropomorphic characters, this stuff just kind of makes me uneasy. Ah, no, she wasn't nearly that bad. Plot-wise, though, I think she's a little tacked on. Knuckles and Rouge both kind of suffer from this, because there's a lot of times when they're kind of off doing their own thing, but I think Rouge gets it worse. She likes jewels, she's skilled at espionage, she's some kind of double agent for the military, but even that has little bearing on the plot, and if memory serves, it never comes up again. But hey, at least the game series finally got a second playable lady, so I guess I'll take it. Tails is back, and the story does a really nice job following up on his character arc from the last game. In other words, Tails does believe in himself, and this self-confidence gives him agency that he didn't have before. He's not solely reliant on Sonic anymore, and his intellect and abilities let him play a critical role in coming up with plans for the hero side. Narratively, he's a great contrast to Dr. Eggman. In terms of gameplay, though, let's put a pin in that. Robotnik himself has embraced the Eggman name since Sonic Adventure 1, and there was a ton of novelty of playing as the series villain. The late Dean Bristow did a phenomenal job capturing how threatening, cunning, and ridiculous Eggman is. It's cool how this plot is driven more by character motivations and relationships, instead of just Eggman stumbling upon some ancient prophecy. I remember really loving this overarching narrative at the time, and you know what? I think I still do. But here's the problem. While the plot holds up on paper, the individual story beats and presentation, well, that's where I've got some issues. Let me give you an example. At one point, Team Dark wants to steal Chaos Emeralds from a military facility, then trigger the island that facility is on to explode so they can cover their tracks. The heist is going well, until Rouge is captured by military agents and locked in a vault. She radios to Shadow, panicking that she's stuck in there with the emeralds, but the emeralds are not what Shadow's concerned with. Instead, he remembers a girl named Maria, who was his friend 50 years ago. He still seems to feel guilt and remorse over what happened to her, and he won't let the same fate befall Rouge. With newfound determination, Shadow cuts through the forest and warps Rouge out just in time. Narratively speaking, this is the first clue that Shadow may be more of a hero than he appears. This all looks good on paper, but in actual execution, we never even see Rouge get captured. In one scene, you play as her to defeat a boss. In the very next moment, she's trapped. And while Shadow's character moment plays well in subtext, the way it actually plays is, well...
Shoot, troublemaker!
The moment is lampshaded to a ridiculously cheesy degree, and ends with Shadow cutting off his own line and spouting nonsense. And this is not an isolated incident. A while later, Rouge radios in to report her findings on Project Shadow. Ooh, that's intriguing. Is she a double agent? Maybe she has her own ulterior motives for wanting to team up with Eggman. But who cares about any of that? Let's cut with no explanation to Rouge driving a car themed after herself down a ridiculous sky highway. Awkward non sequiturs like this are all over the game. Oh, yep, Sonic and Shadow sure do look alike, don't they? It'd be hard not to get them confused. I mean, Amy's the biggest Sonic fangirl there is, and even she can't tell them apart. Oh no, Rouge slipped and is falling, but Knuckles catches her just in time. Oh, too bad she doesn't have wings. This certainly is an important and well-rounded character who is totally not just here to muddle up the plot and justify a driving section. What are you even the president of? Uh-oh, Shadow finds out Rouge is a government spy and accuses her of being that agent Rouge the Bat. But wait, if she's that well known, how could he have not made the connection before? Oh, yeah, Amy and Knuckles totally saw Eggman go into the pyramid. I mean, we the audience didn't see it happen, but let's just take their word for it. Sonic, you are right there. We didn't see how you got there, but you have everything you need to sabotage the Eclipse cannon right now. But no! He's just gonna stand there while I play another stage, completely ignore the weapon that is threatening the planet, and then go off to save Amy. Sonic Adventure 2's cutscenes also feature some pretty dire sound mixing. Voices are too often mixed under the music, infamously interrupt and talk over each other. The English voice actors weren't directed to match their timing to the Japanese dub, but in other cases, the script itself is sloppy. Shadow has this signature move called Chaos Control, where he uses an emerald to, well, sometimes it freezes time, sometimes it makes the user teleport, and sometimes it's a projectile. The game's not really clear on it. Anyway, there's a scene where this enormous monster called the Bio Lizard uses Chaos Control, which is an indication that it might be related to Shadow somehow. So when he sees this, Shadow is supposed to react with surprise. Was that Chaos Control? But no, instead the line was translated as,
Is that what Chaos Control is?
Yet, despite not always being timed or translated well, the English voice cast was seemingly directed to sound exactly like their Japanese counterparts in certain situations.
Idiot!
Yosh, yosh, yosh.
I guess this sounded natural in Japanese, but it's pretty off-kilter in English. And near the end, even the core of the plot falls apart. Shadow's turn to the good side is predicated not on his own sense of morality, but on Amy of all people jogging his memory, reminding him that 50 years ago, Maria didn't ask him to take revenge on the people of Earth. No, she wanted him to give them a chance to be happy. This means that everything Shadow does, good and bad, is based on what he thinks someone else wants, instead of his character being resolved by who he is. Also, the story doesn't really capitalize on its potential as well as it could. Whittling the number of stories down to 2 was the right move. At least you no longer have to watch some of the same story events play out 6 times. But there were a lot of cool things that could have been done by seeing the same story from 2 sides, and yet the game only really tries this one time. And by the way, when I saw that section for the first time, I was playing the Dark Story, and being 13, I genuinely kind of thought that because I'd done that story first, the game had killed off its title character.
Farewell, Sonic. Forever.
But actually, in the end, it turns out it's Shadow that dies. And you know, despite how fast his turn was, this anti-hero sacrificing himself, having fulfilled his promise, actually was a really poignant moment, and a fitting end for the character. Except, of course, it wasn't the end, and by the way, what even killed him? And whatever it was, why didn't Sonic also die? He and Shadow were in identical circumstances, and seriously, this has always bugged me. Anyway, it's easy to criticize this stuff now, but the truth is, the presentation issues didn't really take much away in 2001. On the contrary, the internet had made me enough of a wannabe otaku that a game that sounded so obviously, so gratuitously translated from Japanese was just really cool. I saw the plot as a darker, more mature, more sophisticated story that was age appropriate for a real gamer like me. I mean, I was a man now. and Sonic had grown up with me. This time around, I enjoyed the story for being campy, charming, taking itself way too seriously, and generally being anime as heck. The overall narrative does hold up, and in fact, this may still be the best quote-unquote serious story the game series has ever done. Not that that's saying much, but it does prove that it's possible for a Sonic game to present a more epic, dramatic plot without losing sight of who its characters are. No matter how high the stakes get, Sonic is still Sonic, and what you see is what you get. Well, so much for being brief. You know, maybe that says something though. A lot of times when I'm approaching a game to make a video about it, I end up noticing and kind of appreciating things that I might ignore if I was just playing it for myself. I'm not typically a story gamer, and I didn't think I'd have much to say about the plot, but the fact that there's so much more of it to sink your teeth into is, no doubt, something that a lot of the people who love this game love about it. But all that being said, let's get back to what I really loved about it. The speed stages. I wasn't kidding earlier. I really do think that this was the first time they made Sonic really work in 3D. But what I didn't see in 2001 was that in order to make that happen, Sonic Team had to change the series' core gameplay. Compared to the last game, movement in general is a lot tighter and more controllable. The spin dash has been nerfed. In SA1 you can spam it indefinitely, but in SA2 you have to specifically hold down the button to rev up. If you just tap it instead, all you'll get is this momentum killer of a somersault. It's inoffensive enough, but it's probably the one aspect of the moveset that I don't care for. But hey, at least Sonic Misty flips out of it. That's cool. Sonic can still run R-roll straight off the side of ledges, same as he always could. But when he hits the ledge over a death zone, he automatically puts the brakes on instead of just careening off of it. This is even programmed so that if a platform should move beneath him, he'll be able to walk off of it again. It's really clever how they appropriated something the series has always done to make the game more forgiving in 3D. Most famously, of course, this was the first and only game where Sonic sports those totally fat soap shoes. And yes, these were real shoes you could buy with real money, and they're dumb and dangerous, but I didn't care. I spent my early teens desperately wanting a pair. Although if I'd gotten them, I may not be here to tell the tale. But even though Sonic lost the shoes, rail grinding has stuck around, and it's a great fit for the series. What wasn't such a great fit was the upgrade system, which returns here from SA1, with pulsing bracelets, neon green shoe soles, and freaking sunglasses. By the end of the game, the clean designs of the character models are more ruined than ever before. I guess I can give it credit for being a little bit Metroid-y, the way you can take upgrades into previous levels and use them to find even more abilities, but seriously, some of these are pretty freaking superfluous. Look at me, I can turn enemies into little balls. At least you can mod the PC version to hide the models. But you know, I'll still take the upgrades here, because a fully decked out Hedgehog really is something special. The bounce bracelet might seem like a pretty one-note ability that just lets you jump higher, but it ends up raising the skill ceiling once you learn how to apply it. It snaps you downward with a ton of momentum, so it's useful for regaining speed after a jump, and for rocketing into grind rails at max speed. The light speed dash has been upgraded from a start and stop charge move to a single button blast. And the homing attack has a teeny tiny cooldown that makes it so much more satisfying. All of Sonic's abilities flow together through the stage design, creating an unprecedented sense of speed driven by a player-controlled tempo. When the GameCube version was released, a lot of department stores had a playable demo of City Escape. By this point I knew the stage like the back of my hand, and whenever I played it in these public places, it would actually attract a crowd of people. That speaks volumes about how hard Sonic Adventure 2 could grab your attention, how impressive it looked, and more importantly how impressive it felt to play it well. In 2001, Sonic Adventure 2 hooked me immediately, and it was all because of these stages. It didn't really matter what the rest of the game was about. I'd have put up with anything to unlock more of them. In fact, by the time I had finished the story, I remember I had already replayed City Escape more than 50 times. It was addictive, it was rewarding, it was a reinvention of Sonic for the modern era. It was like nothing else I'd ever played, but it most definitely wasn't anything like this. And in the long run, I think that's why the game has been so divisive. It draws such a hard line, separating classic from modern. I think it's safe to say that I am good at Sonic games, but but the way that I'm good at Sonic 3 feels like a completely different skill set from the way I'm good at Sonic Adventure 2. In SA2, I know the golden path through every stage. I'm not saying I'm perfect at it, but I know what I need to try to do. Jump, light speed, somersault, spin dash. It's a lot of muscle memory, and my usual response to making a mistake is to restart. The replayability comes from learning each and every beat of a level, and it is positively joyous when you flawlessly execute all of it. And yet the classics, even though they're the part of the series that I've played the most, don't feel like that. What I know here is not a rote memorization of the level design, but the nuances of the physics engine that defines it. I understand the flow of the game. I understand how to thread the needle that is my character, up and down and all around every peak, valley, and obstacle. And by the way, that applied even my first time through Sonic Mania, in stages where I had no familiarity with the layout. I couldn't know what was ahead, but I could anticipate it and react to it in a way that felt like second nature. To this point in the series, going fast was just one approach a player could take. They might also be trying to hoard rings to get into a special stage, or exploring for alternate paths and secrets, or carefully taking their time through an unfamiliar zone, just trying to get to the end. But no matter what approach you took, whether you were trying to or not, over time your skill would sharpen, and you'd gain the ability to tear through zones that used to give you trouble. Being more open to approach is one reason that classic Sonic still enjoys a more widespread appeal than even the best of the 3D series. And early in development, Sonic Adventure was pretty clearly trying to translate that same formula into 3D. A couple of test stages and early concepts have been found over the years, and within them, we see a vision of Sonic Adventure without speed boosters or automation, where the character can make it through loops just by the grace of the physics engine. The problem the developers ran into was that, well, no we can't. At least not consistently. Sonic Adventure is a game that's built on this buggy, unpredictable, imprecise engine, and held together with a lot of duct tape. Yeah, it'll still let you pull off some pretty crazy things, but you're gonna have to learn how not to break it before you can get there. And that's probably why, in Sonic Adventure 2, the focus of the gameplay is not on physics, it's not on earning speed. Sonic Adventure 2 is what the marketing always aspired to. It puts more emphasis than ever on how fast, how skillfully, how spectacularly you made it through a stage, to the point that it even ranks you for it. In contrast to everything that came before, Sonic Adventure 2 is a game about going fast. But unlike a lot of my fellow old farts who grew up with the Genesis, I actually believe that this was the right thing to do. After all, the complex physics that had made the classics what they were couldn't be replicated on hardware of this era, and even if they could, there's just so much more that can go wrong in 3D. So on the flip side, a high-speed spectacle platformer was a natural fit in this perspective, where the sense of momentum is so much greater and the player can see so much further ahead. Sonic Adventure 2 no longer even attempts to be 2D Sonic in 3D, and this comes with a lot of upside. You don't really have to learn your way around the physics of this game, and that alone helps it make a better first impression. Even now, you always see players unfamiliar with the series get stuck in places like this. This just isn't something that would happen with Adventure 2's design philosophy. But I think over the years some downsides have been revealed too. The games in this series that use spectacle as the incentive instead of spectacle as the reward don't age as gracefully. Something like this was an amazing set piece in 2001, but in 1991, so was this. Even though this doesn't impress anymore, it's over in a second, and more importantly, it still has the underlying gameplay to fall back on. But with Sonic Adventure 2, on my billionth time through these stages, I notice I'm spending a lot of time just kinda holding forward while what used to be cool stuff happens. Even as early as City Escape, you can feel a little bit railroaded. I didn't admit this earlier, but the first time I ever played the game, right, I was feeling it. I was in the zone and racing along and, oh yeah, here comes another one of those hairpin turns and... oh, okay. Well, that's a bit of an immersion breaker. Streamlining and simplifying the layouts makes the game more consistent, but it means there's not as much to see off the beaten path, aside from a handful of upgrades and all too brief alternate routes. And look, that's okay, it makes sense. The main focus now is just to blast through a stage and make it awesome, so the design doesn't really need to be as complex, but the trade-off is just that. It's the sole focus, and there's only one right way to play it. But this sort of specialization was a real easy sell to me, because my favorite thing to do in the classics was to try to just speed through everything as fast as I could anyway. And this is not at all to say that Sonic Adventure 2 lacks depth. Certain more recent titles have made the mistake of streamlining to the point of automation, but that's definitely not a fair criticism here. It leans harder on spectacle, sure, but between all the set pieces, there is still a ton of skill mastery to sink your teeth into. But as much as it gelled with me at the time, I definitely think this more speed-focused approach has been done better since, and I get why this isn't what everybody would want their Sonic game to be. Especially because Sonic Adventure 2 is infamously only actually trying to be a Sonic game 1/3 of the time. What I've talked about up till now is only one of the 3 gameplay styles, and it is very fortunate that the speed stages stick the landing, because, well, nothing else does. Sonic Adventure 1 had way too many characters for its own good, but the core trio of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles had a certain resonance. They could all still curl up and let momentum take over, they visited a lot of the same levels, they fought a lot of the same bosses, and they played as iterations on the same core gameplay. In Sonic Adventure 2, each piece of the gameplay trifecta is much more specialized, and each character plays through their own unique stages. This sounds good on paper, and I bet it was a lot easier on the stage designers when they weren't trying to cram multiple character paths into one zone. But in practice, it comes with some consequences, and the most obvious of those is what they've done to Tails. Yes, it's finally time to unpin you, Fox Boy. Tails is the hero side parallel to Eggman, and he spends the whole game confined to a mech. This was always such a glaring conceit. Now yes, Tails is also the brilliant inventor type, so I guess if anybody is going to convert a biplane into a bipedal tank, it's either him or this guy. But it is so counter to why you'd want to play as Tails. And make no mistake, all the way back when we laid eyes on that first trailer, we absolutely did want to play as Tails. Remember, this fandom was a lot younger back then, and there were scores of angry, poorly written message board threads, not to mention emails directed at Sega, screaming at them for even thinking about making a Sonic game without Tails. Well, get out your tinfoil hats, cause I've got a theory. The reveal trailer makes a point to highlight Sonic, Knuckles, and Eggman. Nobody else. So it's always seemed to me that the game might have been meant to feature only these 3 as playable characters, but during development, Sonic Team decided to, or was forced to, change direction. That same trailer shows Sonic running around on a stage that would ultimately be assigned to Shadow, and by the way, even in the final game, Skyrail's music still matches Sonic's motif and not Shadow's. Here's a pretty enormous piece of evidence, and thanks to main memory for this one. The internal data structure for each gameplay style groups objects into 3 categories. One named for Sonic, one for Knuckles, and one that's specifically just called Egg Walker. More than anything, of course, if this is true, it explains why Tails would need to be shoehorned into that Egg Walker. Sonic Team didn't have enough time to do it right, but they needed Tails to be a playable character, so this is what we got. The story makes no attempt whatsoever to justify why Tails is in this mech. The characters never remark on it, and he even appears without it in a ton of critical story scenes. Actually, this would go a long way to making an explanation for all the story inconsistencies and presentation problems, considering how hard it would be to cram twice the playable characters into the plot. But hey, that's just a theory. Regardless of how they got there, both Eggman and Tails pilot these ridiculous bipedal mechs. I always thought it was pretty goofy that something this big could nonchalantly bounce around. Their size means the mechs are a bit clunky to control, but it's a well-tuned, appropriate sort of clunkiness that doesn't get in the way. It might look a bit strange, but the actual controls are fine. What holds them back is the level design. Shooting stages tend to have a ton of enemies on screen at once, but that leads to a lot of little projectiles that you can't really dodge because of the mech's size. And instead of relying on the tried-and-true ring system, Tails and Eggman both have a health bar. I think this was done with purpose. The health bar means you have to take your time and be a little more precise and strategic in taking down enemies. Because if you just ignore them and try to brute force your way through, you'll get overwhelmed. But this invites a comparison to Gamma. You couldn't brute force your way through those stages either because they had a timer that went up when you comboed groups of enemies. Your reward for doing well is leniency, and the consequence if you don't is that you run out of time. But in SA2, the reward for doing well is just points, which is a lot more nebulous. If I were ranking Adventure 1's parade of playstyles, I would say Gamma was the best of the rest. Gamma's stages were better designed with flow in mind, whereas SA2 just features way too much clunky platforming, and even whole sections where you're locked into an elevator ride. It leads to a lot of stages that just overstay their welcome. Now there are some well-executed exceptions, like Cosmic Wall or Mission Street, but even at their worst, the shooting stages are never broken or even necessarily bad. They're just kind of dull. And that is not something this series should ever be. So yeah, in conclusion,
they somehow took this and made it even less like a Sonic game. But bringing back Emerald hunting? Now that made a lot more sense. While the rest of Adventure 1 was this overambitious mess of a game, Knuckles' playstyle was something that 3D games had already figured out and excelled at. It was open-world exploration through the unique lens of a Sonic game. The controls have once again been refined for the sequel. They feel more precise, and it's more clear when you disengage from a wall. Speaking of, Knuckles and Rouge can now dig into walls. And really, the best change is that digging is no longer such a momentum breaker. Before, you had to come to a complete stop and hit 2 buttons to dig. Now you can just jump up into the air and strike like a meteor into the weak, pathetic Earth! Unfortunately, the same unnecessary setbacks that made some of the shooting stages such a chore have also infected the treasure hunting, to such a degree that I think they might actually be worse. In SA1, the radar would ping for any of the 3 shards in your vicinity, but in SA2, it'll only ring for 1 at a time. There's just no excuse for nerfing the radar like this, except I guess to make the game last longer. If you happen to find a piece the radar is not pinging for, there's nothing that stops you from picking it up, and it's not like these stages are linear. On the contrary, too often, hunting levels are just over-designed. Take Security Hall, for example. The level's split into 2 sections. The lower path is filled with 3 layers of vaults that Rouge can dig into to open, and the top path has switches. Each one of these 3 switches enables you to open one of the 3 vault layers, but only 1 switch at a time can be activated. When I played Security Hall, I could tell the first emerald was in a blue vault, so I had to climb up, turn on those vaults, head back down, and open it. Emerald number 2 was giving me hits right up here near the ceiling of the first floor, so I knew it had to be on the second level. As fate would have it, it was hidden right next to the switch I had hit earlier, but thanks to the radar nerf, I had no way of knowing that. So now, for Emerald number 3, I had to go back down, figure out which color vault I needed to open, climb back up for the 3rd time, hit the switch, and oh no. And this is why the radar nerf hurts so bad. If it still worked like it used to, the more ambitious level design wouldn't have felt so convoluted. On the other hand, if the stages were still as compact and focused as they were in Sonic Adventure 1, the radar nerf wouldn't have been as big a deal. But these 2 issues together almost ruin treasure hunting. I say almost because of a smattering of really awesome zones like Pumpkin Hill. With its wide open design and so bad it's perfect music, it works for the same reason Red Mountain worked. But a lot of hunting stages lean toward the other end of the spectrum, and the worst of them are just a series of repetitive rooms linked together by boring hallways. So, let's recap. Sonic Team has taken 2 gameplay styles that worked well in Sonic Adventure, but instead of building on them, they've subtracted from them. They're both worse off than they were before, but they're not let down by the controls or the physics, they're let down by the stage design. Both of these styles have a handful of polished, well-thought-out zones where it all comes together, but as a whole, they're impacted hard by a problem that Sonic has never faced before. A signature of the franchise to this point was the way that every single zone was so distinct from the rest, unique in terms of graphics, set pieces, music, and gimmicks. A lot of other platformers had more levels, but they got there by reusing assets. Even among the myriad of Green Hill knockoffs, it'd be hard to mistake one for another. Sonic 3 stepped it up to another level by making Act 2 a remix of Act 1. And while Sonic Adventure dropped the designation, it took the concept even further. Sonic might start out in a mountainous valley, only to be ripped up by a rampaging tornado. He navigates up and out of it, and the sky-high wreckage is all that remains once the storm passes. Each quote-unquote act even has its own music. The levels of Sonic Adventure might not have been as believable as City Escape, but they were a wonderfully varied set of video game levels with an extremely strong sense of internal progression. This relentless city that never sleeps crescendoed down, way down, into a surprisingly laid-back sunrise. And the still eerie calm of Ice Cap makes its wild, groovy climax even more of a rush. But Sonic Adventure 2 does not do this. Most of its zones are static and unchanging. For the most part, where you start is where you'll finish. Stages don't really iterate on their theme. Oh yeah, themes, that's another issue. The level music in SA2 is defined by which character you're playing as first, and the environment that you're in second. So every Sonic stage has this guitar-driven butt rock, and I love it. Every Knuckles level has cheesy rap music, and I love it. Shadow is associated with this angsty, industrial sound, with lyrics that are mixed way too low to make out. And Rouge has... whatever this is supposed to be. I couldn't finish her stages fast enough to stop hearing this. Seriously, I do love plenty of these songs, but it means the soundtrack has nowhere near the scope or variety of its predecessor. If I can invoke my Tails theory one more time, this unusual reuse of assets, and the obvious contrast between well-polished stages like this, and awful concepts like this, could just be another result of Sonic Team stretching their game from 3 characters to 6. And if you don't buy into that theory, maybe it was just because they had to crunch to get it out for the 10th anniversary. Wouldn't be the last time something like that happened. Either way, I always thought it was strange that for as important as he is to the story, Shadow only actually has 4 levels. Whatever the issue, it led to something the series never, ever had before. Filler. It gets especially noticeable when the story hits the 3rd act, and the whole cast is brought into space. Honestly though, for me personally, I love that aesthetic. Stages like Cosmic Wall and Final Rush are some of my favorites, and the gravity gimmick that a lot of these stages have is a lot of fun. But the point stands, this many stages that all follow the same theme means they just don't stand out as much. Oh yeah, and then the game tries to do this whole planetary gravity thing. Super Mario Galaxy pulled it off, but that was still 6 years away. Unfettered ambition. Years before it's technically feasible. This really is a Sega game. Like with everything else, there are cases where the potential of this approach is realized. Ideally, each hero's side stage would have a strikingly dark counterpart, which would be a thematically perfect replacement for the multi-act structure. A great example of this is Sonic's Green Forest, contrasted with Shadow's White Jungle, or City Escape compared to Radical Highway. These levels are like 2 sides of the same coin, but there's no mistaking one for the other. The emblem system from the last game has seen a substantial improvement. Every stage now has 5 missions to complete instead of just 3, and each mission now ranks the player. As long as the stage is fun, the missions are too. They might introduce a time limit, or even rework the layout and enemy placement to be more challenging. On the other hand, the mission to collect 100 rings is a bit arbitrary, and the one where you have to find a lost Chao is... well, it's not exactly conducive to the speed stages in particular to scour an entire stage for this weird little object, which opens up a new path when you, play a magic light flute at it. Oh, and before you can even do that, you also have to find the appropriate upgrade for every character individually. But hey, maybe if you like 3D exploration for its own sake more than I do, you'll get more out of it. Giving the player more optional stuff to do, and ranking how well they did it, was definitely a great addition. Anything that improves replayability is a win in my book. Let's talk about the hint system. SA1 had these light balls representing the soul of Tikal. SA2 has... Omo Chao! I knew you'd come! But you know what? He's actually not as bad as I remembered. I think I might have been conflating his later appearances with this one. Cause he'd eventually start chiming in whether you wanted him to or not. But here he turns out to be well placed enough that you're unlikely to hit him unless you want to. Yeah, his voice is a little grating, but given that you can do this, I think Sonic Team was in on the joke. Hey, it's not like he's the only much maligned character who keeps hilariously popping up where he doesn't belong. But speaking of Omo Chao, I guess if I'm ever gonna do this, this'll be my last chance. The Chao Garden was a concept first introduced in Sonic Adventure 1. Well, technically it was kind of an offshoot of the Nitopian system from Nights into Dreams, but there it was so subtle and understated that I don't think anybody knows how it works. In Adventure 2, the Chao Garden sees a lot of refinement. There's a slew of new animals that raise stats and change a Chao's appearance, and gun robots drop Chaos Drives, which can raise stats without changing appearance. Neat! The new system even incorporates the Hero vs. Dark theme. Chao will take on different characteristics depending on the alignment of the characters that raise them. There are also 2 new unlockable gardens based around either theme. I also really like the way you access the Chao Garden now. You can do it through the menu, yeah, or you can find a Chao key somewhere within each stage. Then when you beat the level, your character automatically gets transported there. So as you progress through the story or work on missions, you can choose to take regular breaks to check on the Chao. It's a good place to relax and unwind, and I'd sometimes go in here just to get a few minutes playing as Tails without the mech. But despite all the improvements, well, mechless Tails was really the only reason I ever came here.
I think the reason I got into it for a while in the first game was because of the VMU connectivity. By 2001, the novelty had worn off and all my batteries had died. Oh yeah, and also the online component, which was such a big part of the appeal in Adventure 1, was completely left out of the sequel. The GameCube version was actually the first game on that system that had GBA connectivity, and that was neat and all, but come on. If I've got a Game Boy Advance right there, I'm just gonna feel like I'm wasting my time doing this. But you know, that's just me. I know a lot of players really love the Chow. The mode itself is so counter to the gameplay of the series, but I'll give it credit because it does definitely encourage replayability through the stages, and that's the important thing. Still, the only reason it came to be in the first place is because Adventure 1 needed to show off every single thing the Dreamcast could do, but nowadays, I'd prefer they just put development resources into making a better Sonic game. Oh yeah, you did still have to win Chow races to earn a few emblems. I did everything else legit, but I kept putting this off, and my procrastination was rewarded when this legendary Chow editor program for the VMU was released that fall. You better believe I put that thing to use. This game had 180 emblems to collect, compared to 130 in the first game. When you got them all in Sonic Adventure, your reward was nothing whatsoever. So this is another case where Adventure 2 seizes an opportunity for improvement. Because when you get them all here, this icon appears on the stage select. Nobody knew about this for a few weeks after release, and even now the game keeps it a secret, right up until it shows you this. Oh my god, this was cool. Look, nowadays Green Hill Zone has been driven into the ground over and over and over and over again, but games back then almost never played on nostalgia like this. What really brings it home are the details. The musical remix is still evocative of Adventure 2's style. In this stage only, Sonic regains his old jump sound effect, and the layout is a match for Green Hill Act 1, but in 3D. That means it also serves as an example of why that old approach wouldn't have worked from this perspective. The ramps don't really feel right, you automatically get pushed through the loop, and some boost pads and launchers had to be implemented to keep things steady. It's an example of how the Adventure era could no longer just rely on physics. Nonetheless, especially in this game that did so much to reinvent Sonic, this was a wonderful reward for a dedicated player, a fitting love letter to the past, and a perfect tribute for the 10th anniversary. One of the few things that characters do sometimes share are boss fights, and there are 3 tiers. First, you've got the character versus character battles, which are nominally better than they were in Adventure 1, but that's not really saying much. Really though, they're fine, and given the game's hero versus dark theme, it'd be weird if they weren't there. Later in the game, they happen again, but this time the AI is better and you fight in different environments. These are a little more interesting. Knuckles and Rouge have this vertical battlefield, Sonic and Shadow have a never-ending highway, and Tails and Eggman have... well, they fight again, but with an explodey thing this time. The second tier are the battles against gun military fighters. These might not be anything to write home about, but they're over fast, and I like that you fight them as different types of characters. I was always intrigued by this text scroll. I couldn't make out a single word without a VGA box, and it scrolls by way too fast to read, but it's another one of those flourishes, those fully fleshed out details that didn't need to be there. Now I miss the old Sonic team again. Far and away, the best of the bosses, though, are the unique enemy encounters. The Egg Golem has a great design and a fun gimmick, and I love the way the fight gets harder as it goes on. After Sonic damages the control unit, the Egg Golem turns on its creator, and it's awesome to see the same fight through the lens of a totally different type of character. Shadow fights the Bio Lizard, and this one's a little more tedious, but I do appreciate the sheer size of this thing and the way it incorporates rail grinding. But the best fight in the game, and man, one of my favorites in the whole series, is Knuckles' battle against King Boom Boo. This guy has a design and a voice that are unforgettable, and the strategy it takes to beat him is really clever. This boss fight incorporates all of Knuckles' abilities, and it's another instance where the potential of the specialized gameplay pays off. Whew, and I really wouldn't be doing this game justice if I didn't talk about this. Nothing was more awesome than the finale, where you play this epic length stage with a really novel time-freezing gimmick that combines all 3 gameplay styles. The whole cast reaches the core of the arc, and then Sonic and Shadow finally set aside their differences and team up to take down the Bio Lizard. See, it's this monster that's a prototype of Shadow, I think, right? All that really mattered was that this giant lizard monster has shoved the Space Colony Ark up its butt and directed it on a collision course with Earth. It's time for our heroes to turn into Super Sonic and Super Shadow to save the world! As a final boss, gameplay-wise, this is no perfect chaos, and its mechanics from how you damage it to its attacks, to especially the character swapping, are all poorly explained and repetitive. But it's more than made up for by the sheer tenacity of that song and the sheer tension of the aesthetic. I still love this. I've always loved this. The oh-so-cheesy way their eyes open, the coolness factor of their power auras and it flying around through 3D space, and oh God, do I ever love that theme song. The reason that Live and Learn kicks your teeth down your throat so hard is the way that it's teased throughout the game. You'll hear the instrumental every time you hit the title screen. If you're playing Battle, you'll hear just a hint of it in the intro. It's even foreshadowed in City Escape. So when you finally get here for the first time, you hear that wildly passionate opening verse, and you realize just as the chorus drops that, oh, this is the same song I've been hearing this whole time. Look, I confess, maybe my musical taste is a bit one-dimensional. It was forged by Power Rangers music, with its ridiculous lyrics and abundant rock guitars, but I'm not ashamed to admit this. Live and Learn is not just one of my favorite video game songs, it is one of my favorite songs, full stop. I loved Sonic Adventure 2 in 2001, it challenged me, it redefined my perceptions of the series, and it absolutely blew away my very high expectations. As I saw those credits roll for the first time, I felt like I had finished a true epic, and a game that was destined to be one of my all-time favorites. And yet it was bittersweet to think that we few Dreamcast owners would be the only ones that would ever experience it. Of course, that's not the way it went. On either count, Sonic Adventure 2 became the game that made the next generation of Sonic fans, and it would be loved by millions. But somewhere along the way, I stopped counting myself among them. I mean, I can't even tell you the name of every zone. I could do that for all the others to this point. Yeah, I never stopped playing the speed stages, but the game as a whole was so much less than the sum of its parts, and in the long run, I guess it just didn't make as much of an impression. But then again, how could it? I was no longer as impressionable. This was the first game in the series that I never played during my childhood, because I couldn't have. Yeah, I was only 13, but still, my freaking voice had already changed. I was just barely too old to really have that kind of all-encompassing childhood nostalgia for Sonic Adventure 2. Maybe the fact that I was on that precipice is why writing this video has felt pretty disjointed. There have been times where I feel like I've finally got my finger on the core of everything that's wrong with Sonic Adventure 2. But then I always get pulled back and enthralled by one of the many things that I love about it. The truth is, even after everything I've said, I still can't give you an easy summary of how I feel about this game. Yeah, maybe that's also why it's turned out to be so long. It's like I'm arguing with myself. But it's also because the game itself is disjointed, flip-flopping between disparate gameplay styles, never really staying at a thrilling high or a frustrating low for more than a few minutes. There's a lot that I love about it, but I wonder sometimes if I judge it more harshly now because of how aware I am of the lessons that Sonic Team took from its success. I've spent a great deal of time in this critique comparing Sonic Adventure 2 to its predecessors, especially this one, and, you know, of course I'm gonna do that. For me, Sonic Adventure 2 was the 10th anniversary of what had always been my favorite franchise. It was the direct sequel to a game that I loved, and I saw it as another thread in the long tapestry of the series. But for that next generation, Sonic Adventure 2 might as well have not even had a 2 in the title. They had no frame of reference for what Tails was supposed to be, how different the game was, the things that had been lost, or what had been gained. For them, Sonic Adventure 2 came first, and people have a lot of affection for things that they see as coming first. I don't hate this game, but I vehemently disagree with this notion that it was the last time the series was any good, as if this was the one and only time they ever made it work in 3D, and oh, if only Sega made them like this again, then Sonic can be saved. When I remember it being such a strikingly divisive game right from the start. I can't tell you how many times I've heard somebody a little younger than me say something like, "Dude, when I was a kid, I loved Sonic 2 Battle Adventure." But you know, the fact that these people were so young when they played it, that they can't even really remember the name, is just an indication of the misconception I talked about way back at the start of this episode. If you played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle when you were a kid, I'm sure you do remember everyone you knew loving it back then. and it's possible that some of your base gaming memories were formed with it. And now here comes a bunch of curmudgeonly old dudes to try to ruin it and say, "No, your childhood was wrong and your memories are lying to you. All bow to 16-bit. These are the only real good Sonic games." Sonic has been so many things. Too many things. Each and every one of those things has grown its own subset of the fandom. But unlike a lot of people, I have loved at least a game or two in every era this series has been through. This fandom would be a lot better off if we made more of an effort to accept that other people might enjoy aspects of the series that don't work for us. And I think we should try to understand and appreciate that perspective instead of taking it personally. After all, there is a clunky, awkward, horribly aging Sonic game that I am very nostalgic for. It's the last one that I did get to play when I was still a kid, and year over year I find more affection for it. I also remind myself that for a lot of people, and a lot of you, Sonic Adventure 2 was your first exposure to this series. It defined and shaped your expectations for what Sonic should be, and it may have even been the first video game you ever loved. Just like a certain other game with a 2 in the title was for me. The speed-focused gameplay that really gelled with me got carried forward, and it took a long time, but that part did eventually get done better. But everything else about Sonic Adventure 2 just hasn't really been attempted for over a decade now. Because as refreshing, well-executed, and contemporary as it was in the early 2000s, most of the things that defined this game would soon be driven like a stake right through the heart of the franchise. This would lead directly to Sonic's darkest hour, a perfect series of errors and miscalculations that would poison his reputation for generations to come. And because of that, the series survived only by eliminating almost everything that made the adventure era what it was. That, I'm sure, just makes this game even more revered. So for those who yearn for a greater focus on story, for a more serious take on the franchise, for an epic scope with higher stakes, for a varied cast of playable characters, for those who want nothing more than the return of the Chow Garden, for each and every one of you still dreaming of Sonic Adventure 3, I get it. I'd be interested to see how it's done, and I think it could be done. In a statement that would be largely forgotten by public memory, Yuji Naka, the head of Sonic Team, declared that 2003 would be the year of Sonic. Now, considering how 2004, 2005, and especially 2006 were gonna go, it's easy to see why nobody remembers this. But by that same token, it may be hard to believe that at the time, this kind of optimism did not seem misplaced. After all, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle had just become one of the GameCube's killer apps, and in its success made a whole new generation of Sonic fans. Sega wasn't about to let that momentum go to waste. Within a year, they would flood Nintendo's platforms with a character that once rivaled Mario, pumping out a compilation of every last one of his Genesis classics, a pair of GBA titles that harken back to his 2D roots, a questionable at best port of Adventure 1, and even a couple of genre-defying spin-offs. And as if this downpour of games wasn't enough, Sega also got the franchise back on Saturday mornings with Sonic X, and even secured the holy grail of marketing to children with a McDonald's Happy Meal tie-in. As a brand, Sonic the Hedgehog had not been so well positioned, or so relevant, since his glory days a decade earlier. Sega seemed to be as tenacious as ever, determined to turn their mascot from an icon of one niche console back into an icon of gaming itself. As a lifelong fan of the series, it was awesome to see, even if all the ports and compilations got a little repetitive, and Sonic X seemed a little too, Thorndikey. But hey, I got it. You do need to appeal to kids, and after all, my fandom had started with this. Stuff like this was easy to shrug off when I knew that all of this effort was building to something that was sure to be tremendous. Sonic Heroes. It would be the first Sonic game built from the ground up for the next generation, to be released simultaneously across all 3 major platforms. To say I was excited would be an understatement. This is what my desktop looked like in the summer of 2003. Sonic Heroes looked for all the world like the perfect capstone for the year of Sonic. Like it would be the moment the franchise would truly return to prominence. And so on January 6th, 2004, Sonic Heroes was finally released, and I bought it. I bought it. It was the first game that I had ever purchased with money I'd earned myself, and I remember thinking there was something really serendipitous about that. After all, from counting down the days to Sonic & Knuckles in 1994, to pre-ordering a Dreamcast in 1999, to waking up early for Sonic Adventure 2 in 2001, every single time my hype and anticipation had been rewarded with a game that was evergreen to me. A game that I would, and to this day still do, go back to year after year. Once again, this is hard to believe now, but at that time, Sonic Team was one of the most respected and revered developers in the world, and they had never, ever let me down. As excited as I was, I took the time to swing by my best friend's place on the way home to invite him over to experience the glory with me. But he already had plans, and said he was going on a first date with some random crush. His loss. I got home, I thumbed through the instruction manual, I put in that disc, and I took a breath. It had been 2.5 years since the last big Sonic game, but I had absolutely no doubt that Heroes would be more than worth the wait. Well, I sure played it. I finished it one time, and 14 years later, I have never played it again. In contrast to every single game that came before, and plenty that would come after, I have never gone back to Sonic Heroes. Until now. I've waited a long time to say this. Let's get critiquing. The entire promise of the premise here, repeated in interview after interview after interview before the game came out, was that Sonic Heroes would mark a return to the series' roots. So I think it's only fair to examine how Sonic Heroes delivered on that. The most immediately noticeable difference between this game and the Adventure series is the aesthetic. Any attempt at a realistic, cohesive environment backed with pop-rock guitar is out. And what's in its place, I can admit with hindsight, is the primary reason I was so dang hyped in the first place. Hills, valleys, and plateaus, highlighted by trippy checkerboard patterns and stretching as far as the eye can see. A series of bright, colorful, very gorgeous zones, each one tied to its own unique gimmicks and enhanced by a melody-driven soundtrack. Seeing these characters I'd grown up with dashing through scenery like this again welled up pure nostalgia for... well, for memories that weren't even a decade old yet. Alas, great games are not born from nostalgia alone. That's something Sonic Team sure struggled with over the years, but I don't want that to color my impressions here. Sonic Heroes was, and is still, aesthetically delightful, in a way that manages to be an iteration on the classic design principles, and not just a pandering carbon copy of them. But that's just the look of the levels. If I'm praising the visual design, there is one major exception, and it's... pretty glaring. These character models are butt ugly. Look, if they were just a little off-model, I could kind of excuse it. You know, like having 3 playable characters on screen probably meant they didn't have as many polygons to work with. That would have been fine. But the real problem is the uncanny way that these models are textured, and the way the lighting reflects off of them. Big the Cat is especially harrowing like this, and this uncanny effect is made even worse with just strange animation and posing. Like, characters seem to visibly struggle to hold these awkward poses in their victory animations. Oh yeah, and look at that squid hand. By the way, this is not something I'm just criticizing with hindsight. I had a problem with this even at the time. It was pretty in vogue in this era for games to try for a cartoony look in a way that ended up making their characters resemble shiny, plasticky action figures, and Sonic Heroes was one of the worst offenders. The return to the roots came with a return to Sonic's classic progression structure. Seaside Hill is the first stage, and the second level is a thematic remix of the first, which then gives way to a boss fight that's also still in the same archetype. The whole game follows this pattern. 2 acts of one zone, capped with a boss fight. And yet, weirdly enough, this stage is not called Seaside Hill Act 2. It's Ocean Palace. And I don't really get why. Why is this old school progression present in everything but name? Even the story replay only lets you start from what would be Act 1 of a level. And I mean, like, Bingo Highway is a great name for a stage, but what would be wrong with just having 2 acts of Casino Park Zone?
Everything!
But we'll get there. Oh god, I've spent several minutes whining about character models and what the levels are called, but the real quality of a game comes down to how well it plays. So here we go. The concept sounded so freaking awesome. Play as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all together, swapping between them with the press of a button, with full access to all of their moves and abilities. Imagine the way that could open up level design, how climbing, gliding, flying, and speed could all blend together. Quite frankly, it seemed like a perfect answer for what the Adventure series was missing. What we actually got was this slippery, disjointed mess of a game that constantly has to justify its dull, boring mechanics via repetitive, arbitrary set pieces, and oh, by the way, you'll be lucky if those mechanics even work half of the time. So I guess there's your spoiler alert. It's all downhill from here. The gameplay is broken into 3 distinct styles. You control one character at a time, and a full half of the face buttons are dedicated to swapping to either of the other 2. Since the whole structural makeup of the team changes depending on who's in the lead, the game calls these formations. Speed formation is, on the surface, similar to Sonic's gameplay from the Adventure series. But what may be surprising, especially given how tight the controls were in the last game, is how slippery Heroes is. And that's something you always hear about it, but why does it feel this way? I asked a few prolific members of the Sonic hacking community, and according to them, Heroes is actually built on the same foundation as the Adventure series, with quite a bit of code shared between them. However, in Heroes, Sonic's max speed and acceleration have both been quite arbitrarily doubled, but he can't slow down any faster than he did before. Obviously, this makes it much trickier to move the characters where you need them to go with any sort of precision. Now, maybe this was done to give the speed sections more spectacle, and you're intended to swap to the other characters to do anything else. That's fair enough, but without accurate, reliable movement for Sonic, the player-controlled tempo that Sonic Adventure 2 embodied so well is no longer feasible. Instead, Heroes has to rely on wide-open corridors where you just get to watch the characters run fast. And look, I'll say this over and over. Speedy set pieces where you don't really have to do much of anything was always a part of the appeal to Sonic. But until now, those moments were just moments. The real depth of the series was defined by skill mastery, as becoming skillful would allow a player to use the character's superpower to blast ever more impressively through its stages. Sometimes the game might be focused on using this speed to uncover alternate pathways or find secrets. Sometimes it'll be more of a spectacle platformer. Even going forward, sometimes the game would be designed well, and other times it would be a complete disaster. But either way, even the nadir of the series can at least feel pretty impressive when you know what you're doing, because the gameplay is still that reliant on you. Because next time you'll be faster, next time you'll be better, you can sharpen your skill. In 1991, Sonic Team set out to make a game that was specifically designed to reward a player for replaying it. This was the principle the series was founded on, and to me, it is what defines a Sonic game. Anyway, instead of any of that, Sonic Heroes has a never-ending cavalcade of moves assigned to 2 buttons that will allow our heroes to automatically traverse the same kind of obstacles over and over and over and over and over again throughout the whole game. Look, that Sonic is carrying a tornado! Never you mind that using this move brings his momentum to a dead halt, and it doesn't even transition into anything else. The important thing is that now stages can be filled with pulls! Press the A button, and then press the B button, then just sit back and watch the characters spin around and even leap between poles. No player input needed here, because then you might accidentally mess up, and that wouldn't be fun. For over a decade at this point, we had dreamed of a game that would let us play Sonic CD's intro sequence, skillfully leaping from obstacle to obstacle in 3D. Well, have I got good news for you. You see those 2 walls close together? There's literally only one reason that ever happens: triangle jump. Yep, this is what we'd waited for. And because it's mapped to the same button as the homing attack, you even get to use it accidentally when you don't mean to! Oh, and look, how about that? There's not really any momentum coming out of that either. But let's say that you fought through all this, and managed to enter something resembling a flow state. Are you ready to really punch it up to 11? You can gain even more speed with Rocket Excel. I said gain even more speed with Rocket... See, there it is! You just need both Knuckles and Tails to be in position to do the move. And that raises an interesting question. If you're controlling Sonic, who is controlling his teammates? Why, they follow you automatically, of course. And in another lovely evolution on the old Sonic and Tails gameplay, your AI teammates love nothing more than to phase in and out of position in all but the very most ideal circumstances, limiting what moves you have access to through no fault of your own.
But wait, uh-oh, it's yet another gargantuan horizontal fan! Better switch to Knuckles and use Triangle Dive, a gimped version of the glide where you move so slowly that it's utterly useless in any other context! Oh man, I've been at this for 5 paragraphs. I think that sarcasm might be my best defense against this game. So, in power formation, everyone lines up side by side, which is supposed to let you spread out and take multiple paths at once to nab goodies, but almost never works out that way because the AI can't stay where it's supposed to. With a press of the B button in this form, Sonic and Tails, well, they curl up and attach themselves to Knuckles' fists, where he can punch things with them on his fists. He can also make justice rain from above, because there is a vastly increased focus on combat in Sonic Heroes. I'd go so far as to say that fighting enemies is kind of the main point of power formation. So remember, Sonic Heroes is supposed to be a return to the roots of the series, and once upon a 90s dream, every zone was complemented with its own set of unique, thematically cohesive badniks. In Sonic Heroes, every zone is filled with egg pawns! What? Oh, my mistake. They're actually called Eggman's robots. They're called that regardless of whether or not doing so makes any sense.
Look at all those Eggman's robots! Look! Those Eggman's robots are guarding those machines!
Now, the game does introduce enemy variants as it goes on, but any of them that are more complicated than an Eggman's robots also tend to require one of those oh-so-spectacular moves to defeat. Look, a turtle, make a tornado. Look, a shield, make a tornado. So you fight the same handful of repetitive enemies with repetitive solutions, stage after stage. And look, yes, games are kind of about justifying mechanics through level design, but Sonic games at their core had always been so simple to understand. A button to jump, maybe a button to roll, and yet there was still so much depth that could be mined out of that. In Sonic Heroes, figuring out what the B button does in one of your 3 formations depends on whether or not you're holding up on the stick, whether or not Knuckles' spastic teammates are currently attached to his fists, whether or not he's in the air, and even what RPG-like level Knuckles is at, because what this game was really missing was another layer of complexity. See those little pips on the display? Characters level up throughout a stage by collecting these colorful ball things or just hitting checkpoints, and that determines how powerful their abilities are. To justify that, enemies now have to have hit points via this eyesore of a UI element. Oh, and if you happen to die in a stage, everybody gets knocked back down to level 0, which hurts way worse than losing a life ever did. Up until now, you got through levels faster by getting better at the game. Sonic Heroes design doesn't want to incentivize anything like that, so this level up system ends up being the answer to a question that never should have been asked in the first place. And yeah, staying leveled up does still let you beat stages faster, but it's not because of anything you have to do differently. The enemies just take more damage to their hit points in a Sonic game. This is, once again, completely counter to the roots. As much as anything else, though, combat is let down by a lack of crunch. It's not at all satisfying to wail away on enemies. In fact, they don't even make a sound effect while you whittle away at their hit points. Combat is boiled down to yet another arbitrary chore that you need to overcome before you can move on. And now let's talk about Tails. Sonic Adventure 2 garnered controversy by putting Tails in a mech, completely ignoring the character's defining trait. Well, not to worry, Sonic Heroes overcorrects this by returning the world's most famous Kitsune to the role he was born to play, the top rung of a cheerleading pyramid. Tails is going to fly high because he absolutely refuses to do anything else. This not only looks stupid, it controls even worse. Heroes here is at its slippy-dippiest, a problem that's only exacerbated since this is the one formation where you don't stop at a ledge. Oh, and by the way, that whole mechanic, which was such a feather in Sonic Adventure 2's cap, has now turned into yet another clunky momentum stopper. There are plenty of sections where rails or platforms weren't quite welded to the level geometry. This even happens very consistently during semi-scripted set pieces. Anyway, how about those flight controls? In Sonic Adventure 1, Tails' flight was used to great effect to open up level design, but Heroes makes no such allowances. While the team can hover in place forever, they're only allowed a tiny bit of horizontal momentum before they plummet down like rocks. See that bar that pops up on the HUD? That is all the movement that you ever get. This, combined with the team's airspeed being abysmally slow, manages to turn flying, which stands to be such a joy in a platform game,
into another clunky chore that you'll only want to make use of when the level design explicitly demands it. Tails also gets one of the game's most inconsistent offensive abilities in Thundershoot, where he launches his partners at enemies. But because this is the game's wonky AI, there's no guarantee of what they'll hit. Maybe they launch off, get stuck in a boss, and drop it down in seconds. Or maybe they'll go on a completely different trajectory and get wedged in a spring, fling around in circles and not hit anything, or collide with an attack and get stunned. Yeah, your AI partners, who, once again, your moveset depends on, can get stun-locked. When this happens, you can't even swap to them until they get up. Imagine if Donkey Kong Country worked like this, and Diddy could just get walloped by an enemy when you don't even have control of him. Would that be fun? Would that be good game design? Oh, Sonic Heroes isn't really that bad, that's what they always say, right? Right? This is fine! On the bright side, Tails might actually get to stay grounded for a little bit while this happens. Oh, and look, he throws dummy ring bombs. Oh, let's hope that move comes back in a future installment. Flight formation might not be quite as repetitive as the others, but it makes up for that by still managing to be the worst of the three. Taken as a whole, Sonic Heroes is the most egregious example I've ever seen of a game being less than the sum of its parts. Even though many of these abilities are only needed in very specific situations, they're not context sensitive. There's way too much complexity crammed into just 2 buttons, and none of these disjointed abilities flow into each other. So in trying to clumsily justify the gimmick of the entire game, Sonic Heroes ends up being over-designed, full of mind-numbingly repetitive gameplay, lacking anything that even resembles a Sonic game, lacking any kind of flow, rhythm, or momentum. Speed sections are all the same.
Wow, my head's spinning!
What a wild ride.
Power sections are all the same.
Look at all those Eggman robots!
I'll take care of them.
Flying sections are all the same.
Let's leave this to Tails.
Alright, I got it!
And as if you haven't noticed, nobody in this game ever shuts up. The trio chatters incessantly throughout every single part of every single zone, and you know, look, I shouldn't compare it against such a distant sequel like this, but I'm just gonna say it. This is something that even Sonic Forces did better. Forces has plenty of talkative characters too, but the dialogue is often about the situation, and serves to highlight who the characters are and how they relate to each other.
No way I'm sticking around here. There's nothing to run on.
Oh, don't get me wrong, the actual plot of Forces is dumb bad baby dumb bad bad, but as a fan of these characters, I think their dialogue and voice acting is at least on point. Oh, and most importantly, Forces actually lets you turn off the voices. Now, to be fair to Heroes, it does have a handful of moments that show such potential. Characters make occasional references to earlier events in the series, and this exchange in particular always got a huge smile out of me.
We're not going there, are we?
Yes, we are!
But these moments are just too few and far between. No, most of Heroes' chatter is dedicated to
tutorializing everything.
Like, there's a big group of Eggman's robots and a floating neon red power sign on top of a barrier that forces you to swap to power formation. I wonder what the game wants me to do here. But if you can't figure it out, the characters will just explicitly tell you that this is a Knuckles section, or remind you exactly how to take out that grate, or hit those switches, or take out flying enemies, or just press the jump button each and every time the situation presents itself. In the PC version, it's been found that you can actually disable some of the chatter by adding this string to one of the settings files. I'm no game designer, but if you feel the need to code a flag that makes the characters shut up, then maybe at the very least, you should offer the same kindness to your players. Because like this, the core trio of the series turns out to be more annoying than Omochao ever was. Because Sonic Heroes doesn't seem to have any confidence in a player's ability to know what to do in a video game. It would be a little easier to put up with this if the stages at least presented you with fun challenges, but throwing dull chores in your way is one of the biggest problems with the level design. Stages tend to be a lot longer than what we got in either adventure game, and that's no problem in and of itself, but the issue arises in what they do to get there. Even level-specific set pieces are all but guaranteed to repeat themselves 2 or 3 times, whether you're getting shot out of a cannon, breaking into a train tunnel, or destroying an airship. Seeing these things gets to be both thrilling and nostalgic when you see them again just a few minutes later. And isn't it odd how, despite the fact that this game was built for more powerful hardware, these spectacle set pieces never reach the heights of even the first game on the Dreamcast? Although I guess to really make the comparison,
We're gonna need to watch that whale chase another 2 or 3 times. The whole structure of the levels is just built to waste your time. Rail Canyon is one of the more awful examples. There are rails that you grind on, and it's like they just stopped designing it right then. Grinding is another one of those things that worked well enough in SA2 that is bizarrely nerfed in Heroes, and it leads to a bevy of ridiculous deaths that don't really feel like they could be avoided. But oh man, Rail Canyon is as well designed and fun and intuitive as Green Hill itself in comparison to Casino Park. And you know what? This stage is basically Sonic Heroes incarnate. It's a perfect representation of everything wrong with this game. I know I'm pretty subtle about this, so this may really surprise a lot of you, but I love casino levels. The neon lights, the bouncy music, and the pinball elements that would only work in a game like this. It's probably my favorite archetype in the entire series. And man, bringing that old school aesthetic to 3D, Casino Park on the surface seems like it knocks it out of the park. The visuals hold up and stand out to this day. The music is just perfect, and the casino gimmick seems to be pushed far beyond the boundaries of what the classics could have pulled off. Unfortunately, then you have to start playing it. And when you do, you'll discover that the central gimmick of the stage, where the characters have to navigate this series of giant pinball tables, manages to have worse physics than literally anything else in the game. You do still maintain some control over your characters, but it's incredibly inconsistent and jerky. So here again, Sonic Heroes has taken something that worked well enough 6 years ago and essentially done it worse. I mean, Sonic Adventure's pinball physics weren't perfect or anything, but they got the job done. But the things Casino Park wants you to do are just far too ambitious for such imprecise physics. And it's not like this is just a bonus area. You don't just bounce up into these sections voluntarily. These are an integral part of progression through this stage, and you'll be stuck in them until you manage to navigate to specific sections on each board. And even when you do, you may be beset by another problem. In any other situation in this game, swapping characters makes whoever you're now controlling snap to the same position your previous hero was in. And for the sake of playability, that's the way it should be. That makes sense. But here in Casino Park, swapping to a character who is on a pinball table will snap the camera back to wherever that character happens to be, even if that character is on a pinball table and yours is not. So look at this. I finally escaped from the pinball section, and I see, okay, I'm gonna want to be Sonic for this next part. But when I swap characters, which remember is the whole mechanic the entire game is built around, this is what it's trained me to do, I just get sent all the way back to the bottom level of pinball hell. Oh, and even once you do get out, don't worry. This level, like all the others, is just lousy with dull switch puzzles, unsatisfying combat, and slippery platforming. So even in a stage like this, where the visuals are so appealing and the music is so on point, by the time I reached the end, I was positively sick of even looking at it. Sick of hearing the same song loop over and over and over again. And even once I did finally drag myself through it, the very next level, Bingo Highway, is even worse. That's Sonic Heroes in a nutshell. Back in 2004, I think I did start to realize on some level that Sonic Heroes was not going to be able to live up to expectations. Still, I persevered because I couldn't just not like a Sonic game, right? That had never happened before. I thought maybe it was my fault. Maybe I'm just not playing it right. Maybe if I just get the right perspective on it and get a little better at it, it really will be a glorious return to the roots of the series. Back then, every zone was capped with a unique, thematically appropriate boss fight against one of Robotnik's devious machines. So it was in the classics, so it must be in Heroes. Except, of course, that Heroes only actually has 4 unique boss fights, and the second of those ends with a rehash of the first. Every other level ends with either a fight against another team, which are poorly justified plot-wise and confounding in general, or an encounter where Eggman sends wave after wave of those oh-so-generic enemies at the heroes. And, you know, it seems almost like Eggman ran up against some kind of deadline and ran out of time to produce better boss fights. One more classic element Heroes drags out of mothballs is the special stage. Because yeah, this is what the adventure games were missing. Look, the special stages in the classics ranged from, hey, that's pretty fun, to, oops, oh man, let me get back to the real game. They did make use of some impressive programming tricks, but that was the issue right there. The reason they existed was so Sega could tout things like, eyeball-busting 3D levels in their marketing. That's the very thing that made them special.
And that's exactly why they stopped having a point when the whole game was going to be 3D anyway. The Chaos Emeralds were still there, and still a critical part of the series' iconography, but designing a totally different mode would have ran the risk of being redundant. Well, until now, I guess. But hey, I naively thought, maybe this could be cool. I mean, the Sega Saturn version of 3D Blast had some of the best special stages the series had ever seen, with some really cool ideas and obstacles and even platforms, and like, this is a whole generation later, and isn't even a surprise at this point. In Heroes, you just chase a Chaos Emerald down a tube and collect colorful balls to build up a dash meter. And sometimes Chow show up and drop bonuses. I mean, I'm not surprised. It is a degree of missed potential, but as far as special stages go, I guess it gets the job done. It's alright. Or it would be, if only getting into the special stage didn't require you to find a key, which you must hold on to until the end of the level, but if you get hit a single time, it's just gone, with absolutely no way to pick it back up. So, if you take a hit near the end of the level, then too bad, you get to do the whole awful thing from the beginning, because games just apparently have to take dozens of hours to be any good nowadays, and we have to pad it out to get there. Oh, and even if you do go to the trouble of getting them all, you still won't be using super forms outside of the final battle. I could understand this when the series was new to 3D, but if you're gonna bring back special stages and not bring back Super Sonic, it's a lot harder to overlook that. It's going to sound like faint praise at this point, but Heroes does get a little better toward the end. It never stops holding your hand, but it does at least loosen its grip. Hang Castle and Mystic Mansion have a lot of creativity and surprises, and Frog Forest is positively gorgeous. These two levels are probably the strongest the game ever gets. Like in Frog Forest, Act 1 introduces you to these frogs, which are blatantly just Froggy from off of Sonic Adventure, but whatever. When you get near the frogs, they make it rain, and I've just realized how much nonsense that is. But whatever, it's a video game. The magic rain makes the wildlife grow. This gives the stage a cool dynamic quality, with vines and platforms sprouting out everywhere. And then Act 2 flips the whole idea on its head, introducing evil frogs that make evil rain, which some would say does the reverse. And like I've said, the look of the levels and their art and direction and atmosphere are never the problem. That stuff is absolutely on point, and it's why the game looks so spectacular in screenshots. Even a lot of the unique stage elements tend to be flawed more in execution than in concept. And yet, even at its best, Heroes is still rife with repetition. Frog Forest might have some strong elements, but it also features boring puzzles, physics bugs, dull set pieces, and oh so much padding. Honestly, playing through all of this again has been eye-opening. I didn't think I'd change my mind on it, but there was a lot of missed potential here that I couldn't have even quantified when I was 15. Put simply, Sonic Heroes has been somehow even worse than I remembered. But at last! Just as I did back in 2004, I have finally put up with it long enough to make it to the end. Except, of course, no, I freaking haven't! I'm actually only 1/4 of the way there, because to truly finish Heroes, I'll have to play through the entire game 3 more times! And it's not like it was in Adventure 1 where the gameplay and layout is different. No, 3 of Heroes' 4 teams are very slight variations on the exact same mechanics. And all 4 of them go through the same set of repetitive garbage stages in the exact same order. Team Dark is hard mode, which basically means that every issue I have with the combat gets amplified. Hordes of enemies make already padded out stages take even longer. But on the bright side, this is the only team where nobody's voice is too bad, and hearing Shadow babble out edgy tutorials is actually pretty entertaining.
Press the X button while jumping in power formation to use fire launcher.
Team Rose then is easy mode, and that means that you get to play the tutorial stage even if you've already finished the game twice, and even if you've played it before. But at least stages do trim a lot of the fat here. This is probably the least painful way to play Heroes. That's just not saying much. This is also a good place to highlight the awkward way they had to adapt Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles' abilities onto other characters. Gliding has always been Knuckles' thing, but why should a bulky metallic robot, or an enormous but lovable cat, be able to do these things? And I don't even know what Vector is supposed to be doing here. But hey, it is pretty sweet that Vector even is here. Team Chaotix is mission mode. I was one of the poor saps who owned a Sega 32X, and it was a really cool surprise to see such obscure characters brought back. Their theme song in particular is dangerously cheesy.
This is probably my favorite part of the whole game. But in terms of gameplay, the first level has you scouring every nook and cranny of Seaside Hill looking for hermit crabs. So SA1 gave you a radar, SA2 nerfed that radar, and now Sonic Heroes just makes you find everything yourself. The next stage isn't as bad, just making you look for one lost Chow. Maybe this will work out after all. On to level 3.
Destroy all of Eggman's robots holding the city. Every single one of them.
Nope. Nope. And that is why the only way I ever made it through this game was to cheat through the Chaotix levels with a code breaker. The Team Blasts are one part of the gameplay pie that I'll say is not entirely spoiled. I mean, you could say they amount to little more than a non-interactive cutscene where the enemies blow up, but it is cool just how much is done to distinguish each team's abilities and showcase their personalities. For instance, enemies outside of the blast radius are still frozen by Shadow's Chaos Control. Team Rose's blast grants you a shield, a level up, and invincibility, making it an OP as heck ability fitting for easy mode. And Team Chaotix... Well, I mean, you saw the start of the episode, you know it's perfect. But with so many characters, it seems to me that Sonic Team learned the wrong lesson from Sonic Adventure 2's Tails debacle. The people cried out for Tails, in a game where we already knew we had Sonic and Knuckles. The lesson should have been that fans wanted the core trio to be playable. These three characters, and the variety that they brought to the game design, had become a critical appeal of the series. But the lesson Sonic Team learned instead, by their own admission by the way, was that players loved nothing more than having lots and lots of playable characters, and that we would be euphoric if nearly every single playable character in the series' history were all in one game. And the worst thing about that is that Sonic Heroes would not have been nearly as agonizing if I only had to play it once. I still wouldn't have loved it or anything, but it probably would have been able to skate by for a single playthrough on its visual design alone. But no, you absolutely have to finish all 4 campaigns and get all the Chaos Emeralds in order to unlock the last part of the story. And speaking of that, I've gone this entire video without saying a single word about that story. There's probably a good reason for that. In the classics, the story was decidedly in the background, told mostly through environmental cues and subtext. In the Adventure series, the story was a lot more prominent and, let's just say, direct. And here we've got Sonic Heroes. It's a little bit of both, but not enough of either. It's like the game wants to have it both ways, and it once again, inevitably, winds up being less than the sum of those parts. Like right at the beginning, we open with Sonic, running aimlessly through a bland, generic desert that makes no attempt to gel with the series theming until he encounters a plot point.
Yo, Tails! Long time no see!
Sonic, Eggman sent us a telegram on this completely ordinary sheet of paper. He's built another Eggman's ultimate weapons, and he's gonna unleash it in 3 days!
Thanks for the heads up, Egghead.
Of course. No worries. We've got this one.
Oh yeah, Knuckles. We're gonna crack that Eggman wide open. Wait, Knuckles, what are you doing here?
Shouldn't you be on Angel Island?
Does this mean nobody's guarding the Master Emerald? What's a Master Emerald?
Meanwhile, I guess, Rouge breaks into Eggman's base and finds that, somehow, Shadow is just magically alive. He says exactly 2 words on his own in the entire scene, and it's left to Rouge to exposit that he, apparently, can't remember anything. Yeah, that sure clears everything up. Seriously, though, such a significant plot development might risk looking like a hasty retcon if the game can't answer some fundamental questions. How did Shadow survive the incident? Where has he been all this time? How did he end up here? And most intriguingly of all, why does Rouge later discover a whole army of Shadow clones being kept in storage? Are we even playing as the real Shadow?
Those questions will be answered in 2 damn years when this spin-off game comes out!
Oh, and remember Gamma, the tragic hero who went on this slow-burning journey of self-discovery that led to him overcoming his programming, righting Eggman's wrongs, and sacrificing himself for the greater good? He was a fan favorite, and it'd be a real disservice to bring him back after all that. So instead, here's Omega! He's mad because Eggman put him on guard duty! You know what, I'm actually having a lot of fun with this. But it's still a shame. Sonic Heroes is the one and only game I've ever played where my first time through, I would finish a stage and hope that I might get a cutscene, hope that I might be graced with a brief respite where I could just enjoy the characters for a second and not have to play it. Alas, story scenes are few and far between, and what little is here is laughable. The intro, which remember is a pre-rendered cutscene, has slowdown. And in another pre-rendered cutscene late in the game, Amy's eyes glitch out. How do you miss stuff like this when you have all the time in the world to pre-render the video? And the voice actors seem to be directed to, like, overplay and over-accentuate every line! Which alongside a much cheesier, kiddier script in general, just gives the game the veneer of a bad Saturday morning cartoon. It's another way the game seemingly talks down to the player. Okay, that one's probably me projecting a bit. I was at just the right age to cringe at dialogue like this. But ooh, no, I'm 15 now, Sonic, I'm too old and mature for this. But the point stands. Everything about this half-hearted attempt at a story is a disappointment, and that really is a shame, because this is the last 3D game in the series that features Sonic's original voice cast. I really liked them to this point, and I wish they could have gone out on a high note. In the end, I think the only thing that kept me going back in 2004 was this naive hope that the end might somehow be worth it. Yes, the big twist that Metal Sonic was the true villain all along could be seen from 8 billion miles away, but it was still intriguing to see how this long-lost rival might be brought back. And they knew it! Metal Sonic is dangled like a carrot throughout the whole game, teased in almost every one of those sparse little CG cutscenes. And Metal Sonic himself had always been such a perfect, threatening villain. This emotionless robotic mirror that was such a contrast to Sonic's carefree confidence. So with that, I was incentivized. I was determined to put myself through the entire game 4 times, even though I wasn't having fun. Well, technically 3.5 times, because I did cheat past Chaotix, but who's counting? When I finally got there, when I finally made it, I was introduced to a Metal Sonic that's portrayed as a 2-bit cartoon villain, spouting generic declarations of tyrannically taking over the world. Then he almost immediately transforms into this monstrous beast form that barely even looks like Metal Sonic.
That's Metal Sonic?
See, even he knows! Well, after all this focus on the triple character dynamic, at least we'll finally get to see Tails and Knuckles super forms again. Yeah, that's about right. Here it is, the grand finale, the climax of the entire game, and it's all just predicated on dodging attacks until the Team Blast meter fills up. Repeat this 4 times, and you've won. So tell me, was this worth it, Josh? Was this worth spending 4 precious days of your Christmas break painting an office so that you would have the money to buy this game? Was it worth spending months of your sophomore year of high school slogging through this entire horrible game over and over and over and over again? The answer to all those questions is the same as the answer to the final request that Sonic Heroes makes of you after the credits. No. And you know what really kills me about all this now? All these years later, is that now I can see Sonic Heroes within the tapestry of the whole series. Before this game came out, Sonic Team really was honing in on a model for 3D Sonic that worked. The adventure approach didn't please everybody. It wasn't perfect or even necessarily ideal. But it was something. There were always detractors, but in 2001, hardly anybody considered this part of Sonic Adventure 2 to be the reason they didn't like it. Sonic Heroes should have been an evolution of that, taking the best aspects of what had worked in Adventure Speed stages and sprinkling it with more of what made the classics so magical. The thrill of controlling 3 characters at once could have been realized if that's what you were actually doing. So drop the formations and keep it simple. Say the A button jumps, and each of the 3 buttons surrounding it execute moves for one of the 3 characters. Then a single set of physics could have been refined and polished, instead of trying to balance the game between 3 incongruent gameplay styles. And to maintain momentum, those abilities needed to flow between each other instead of being completely segmented like this. Imagine speeding up a quarter pipe, building forward air momentum with a glide, boosting up to a higher platform with Tails, and then landing into a spin dash. Combined with level design that took advantage of everything the 3 characters could do, Sonic Heroes could have been a crisp, rhythmic spectacle of a game. It could have been the next evolution of how the Sonic formula was gonna work in 3D. But no! Instead of that, Sonic Team just tossed out 2 entire games of hard work and goodwill and went back to the drawing board. And why?
Well, because this was the first ever multi-platform Sonic game, built from the ground up for something other than a Sega console. For some reason, they didn't have any confidence that the adventure approach was gonna appeal to anyone other than hardcore Sega loyalists, which seems particularly insane given how well this game sold. But regardless, Sonic Team consciously tried to appeal to as wide of an audience as possible, so all the bizarre dumbing down of the formula was actually intentional. It was kind of the point. It was exactly what they were going for, and they co-opted the classic aesthetic not to actually take the series back to its roots, but because that was what most people thought Sonic was supposed to look like. They tossed out a proven formula not because it wasn't working, but because they wanted to make a Sonic game for people who didn't like Sonic games. For all I've ranted about it, this is obviously not the worst game in the series. But Sonic Heroes was, and hopefully always will be, the game in this series that I like the least. And yes, that means I really would rather play a shambling mess of a Sonic game that ruined the reputation of the series forever over a subpar platformer that seems so terrified of its own identity and heritage. And I've never been able to understand why anybody would like Sonic Heroes. Okay, that sounds a lot worse than it is, but I'm not actually saying that to disparage it. One of my favorite things about video game criticism is being able to understand and appreciate the merits of a game that's not to my tastes, or better understand the criticism of a game that I love. And ordinarily, I think I'm pretty good at that. But with this game, it's like I'm seeing it through the inverse of nostalgia. Sonic Heroes was aimed at inexperienced gamers who'd never played Sonic before, and I was at the perfect age to take it personally that I was no longer the target demographic. So if maybe you were the target demographic, and you are someone who genuinely likes this game, and you somehow made it through all this chicanery, then I'd love to hear from you. You're not going to change my mind on it, just as I'm sure this hasn't changed yours, but I really do want to understand your perspective. And hopefully, if I've done my job, you have a better understanding as to where the detractors are coming from. Oh, and by the way, my best friend, the one who chose to go on some date with a girl instead of playing Sonic Heroes with me, 10 years later, he married that woman. And just a few months ago, they had their first baby. So yeah, he definitely made the right call. He met the love of his life. I got Sonic Heroes. On January 6th, 2004, Sonic's renaissance was stopped dead in its tracks. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 is one of the most infamously awful video games in the entire history of the medium. The last thing in the world that the internet needs now is yet another video breaking down every last reason why. So, you keep geeking, I'll keep... Alright, I can be better than that. But seriously, what do I even say? We've endured 12 long years of game journalists and self-styled critics alike leaning on it as an easy shorthand anytime we need to talk about Sonic, making sure that every single person on the planet is keenly aware of this, and the implications of that. Whether you prefer your game criticism straight, snarky, or screaming, low-key and analytical, or ostentatious and hyperbolic, there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of stories, reviews, and retrospectives, all centered around this one game. History has proven time and time again, it is easy, fun, profitable, and quite often hilarious to talk about Sonic 06. The game is both universal and inescapable. Even if you've never played it, you already know it's garbage, and you know what makes it garbage. This presents a problem. With so much content out there, what can I say that hasn't already been said? I'm not kidding, trying to figure out how to even approach such a well-worn subject is an absolutely daunting task. But there is one thing that I've got going for me when it comes to this series. I was there. I'm not just playing this game years after the fact so I can make a video about it. I was part of the online community for at least a decade before Sonic 06 was even announced. So drawing on that experience, I'm going to say something that is, frankly, unbelievable given how the game turned out. It was a long time ago, but everyone was really, genuinely excited about the next-gen Sonic game. It was for most of us a cautious optimism, given what we'd already been through, but it was optimism all the same. We all wanted to believe that all the missteps the series had taken were just aberrations, and that Sonic Team was ready to get things back on track. In fact, that was the crux of the game's reveal. In September 2005, more than a year before release, Yuji Naka, the last remaining part of the original Sonic team, made us a promise. With Sonic the Hedgehog, we have gone back to our starting point, more than 15 years ago to reinvent the attitude and speed that made our hero a legend. The rebirth of Sonic will offer an unparalleled sense of speed that is only possible using the processing power afforded by the new systems. And that's a very critical point. The power of the next generation. One of the first things we learned about this game is that it arose from a simple question. What if Sonic the Hedgehog lived in the real world? Yeah, it's real easy with hindsight to mock the very concept of that question. That's a horrible idea. Why would anyone want to see that? But you have to understand the context of the time. We live now in an era where cross-generational improvements have become more iterative than revolutionary, and it may be hard to comprehend just how much faster, how much more spectacular, and most importantly, how much more true to life the next generation used to be. The best way to illustrate this is to compare video game graphics to something that actually is real life. And what could be more real than this? Famous WrestleMan Triple H has been spewing his water all over himself for almost 20 years, and video games have been trying to capture that magic for just as long. In 2006, going from what was a reasonable facsimile of a human being, all the way to this sweaty monstrosity, showed a tremendous leap in visual fidelity. And I'm not cheating this comparison by using different games. This is the exact same title running on two very different generations of hardware. We've certainly made some degree of progress since then, but the rate of improvement year over year has slowed down. So when it comes to realism, there's only so much further we can push it. It's no accident that the past 10 years or so have seen industry trends finally moving away from obsessively chasing realism as the ultimate end goal of graphical design. But in the mid-2000s, in an era where a game that looked, just like real life, was still such a selling point, it is no accident that Sonic Team's rebirth of their namesake came out looking the way it did. Just like it was no accident a generation before, when the Adventure series, 2 in particular, also tried for a more realistic take on Sonic. That raises another good point. We were 7 years removed from the last time the series reinvented itself. Here's the classic model. Timeless. Then they ran the adventure filter over it, reshaping the characters for 3 dimensions, bestowing upon us longer-limbed heroes with colorful eyes, living alongside adorable, low-poly anime humans. So when Sonic Team at last had the technology at their fingertips to make Sonic real, how did they do that? Simple. They just applied the adventure filter another 7 or 8 times, creating an elongated Sonic with his spines flapping in the breeze, running around an oceanside city of humans so generic you'd swear they were just the default models packed with the engine. And yet, every single time Sega would see fit to give us a little peek, every time we got to see this game, almost every one of us fell all over ourselves at how gosh darn incredible it looked. And why? Because in 2005, it was still so unbelievable to see a game that looked this real. And you know, putting myself back in that mindset, I still think shots like this look pretty incredible. Sega's marketing for this game, I can say with hindsight, was nothing short of brilliant. Insidiously brilliant, but brilliant all the same. The teaser video told a nice little story and got our mouths watering at what next-gen hardware could do for a Sonic game. And from there, it was a slow, steady trickle of highly composed screenshots, tightly scripted videos, and carefully controlled live demonstrations. At E3 2006, we were confronted with a build of the game where Sonic's movement speed got faster as he collected rings, with a quicker homing attack, and animations that the final game is inexplicably missing. The E3 build is still the closest thing we've ever seen to a polished, complete version of Sonic 06. But of course, Sonic 06 ain't even what we called it back then. No, back then we differentiated this game from its 16-bit ancestor by calling it Sonic Next. So frantic was the frenzy that Sega had whipped us into at the sheer potential of what the next generation of Sonic might be. What it might be. Because we really didn't have a whole lot of hard evidence to go off of. At last, the sun rose on November 14th, 2006, and it quickly became clear that everything we had felt had been misplaced. Every single thing about this game was wrong. Now, mainstream reviewers did their job and raked the game over the coals, but scores like these pale in comparison to the unbridled vitriol of the Sonic fanbase. We were sold a bill of lies, and a whole lot of us were pretty freaking angry about it. I remember one particular friend of mine reviewed this game for his Zynga, like anyone knows what a Zynga is, and in the middle of the review was this 72-point font screaming 5 words. Sonic the Hedgehog is dead. Yeah, that summed it up. It seemed like everyone in the world hated this game. Except for me. Not because I thought it was any good, I just didn't have the means to pass judgment. At the time, I was 2 months into my first year of college. $460 plus tax was more money than I'd ever had at once in my entire life. But that's what it would have taken for me to get an Xbox 360, along with a game that everyone assured me would not be worth my time, let alone my money. And yet that forced distance kind of worked to the game's advantage. I was excited before release, along with everyone else, sure, but I couldn't be too let down by a game that I couldn't have played anyway. And as the seasons passed over the next year, a funny thing happened. The more I learned about Sonic 06, the more angry and derisive people got about what a god-awful, worthless experience it was. My hype started to come back, but now it was flowing in the opposite direction. I would see Sonic 06 on store shelves, and I'd feel this morbid curiosity. I needed, more and more, to experience this dumpster fire for myself. And eventually, I would have the opportunity. I stood outside of a Walmart at 5:30 a.m. the day after Christmas in 2007. I had been gifted just enough money to procure an Xbox 360 of my own. I knew I was getting it for one reason: to play a game that everyone said was an abomination. But no matter how bad the game itself would be, what I couldn't have predicted even then, 11 years ago, was just how much damage Sonic 06 would do to the reputation of this franchise and to Sega itself. The day of fate has finally come. There's something I need to make clear right up front. Sonic 06 is a defective, deplorable game. I don't want this video to be misconstrued as any sort of attempt to repudiate that. Just because I don't hate dead horses enough to do a point-by-point deconstruction of every single one of the game's many flaws, doesn't mean that I'm trying to deny them. The difference with me is that none of these elements, not even that one, ever made me angry. Of course, a big part of that was just the fact that I was prepared, on some level, for what I was getting myself into. My first time playing Sonic 06 was the exact inverse of my experience with Heroes. I went into this game totally bereft of any expectation of quality, and yet despite all the warnings, I still fell into the same trap that everybody else does. You know, you start the game, see that somebody on the dev team sure loved Final Fantasy, get lost in a bland hub with no waypoints, start a mission, struggle with the horrible air physics, be flabbergasted that the very first thing Sonic does now that he's in the real world is fly through some giant orange rings, be way more flabbergasted by load times that are even longer and even more frequent than the stories foretold, buy the light dash, find the first level, clumsily scratch and claw your way through Wave Ocean, arrive at that first auto-running section, and die until you can die no more. And after all that, you find out that because you didn't remember to make a manual save before you went into Wave Ocean, you get to start the entire thing over from the beginning. It really is obvious how Sonic 06 earned its reputation, making you grind your way through such a poorly conveyed, confusing, and unsatisfying opening for upwards of half an hour, then telling you that, oops, you have to do it all again, is the worst first impression a game could make. And this is a series that normally, if nothing else, makes a pretty good first impression. But even if I experienced the same things that everyone else did, I did not have the same takeaway from it. I had been chomping at the bit to experience this madness for over a year, and on that level, Sonic 06 did not disappoint. On the contrary, it was hysterical, finally seeing this disturbingly realistic Eggman threaten what's supposed to be a modern-day princess, who still dresses like she's from medieval times. Every time I'd clip out of a loop or die in a scripted sequence or slow the game down to a crawl throwing dummy ring bombs, I didn't rage at it. I didn't worry about it. I would just smile.
Just smile.
Oh god, I've played this game too much. But really, I had read so many hot takes and seen so much acidic rage, and yet here I was, having way more fun than I even thought I would in the face of it all. And, well, there were at least a few, maybe teeny tiny things I was, kinda liking about it. To name a few, Like, yeah, okay, the whole aesthetic here is blatantly aping Final Fantasy, but man, they didn't skimp on the production values. These pre-ordered cutscenes are gorgeous if nothing else. Oh, and the way Sonic shows up, wrecks Eggman's plans without breaking a sweat, and then so effortlessly, so flippantly taps that bot off the edge. Yes! And like, even on the gameplay side, right? The physics and set pieces and hit detection are all just atrocious, but you know, the handling wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it'd be. While Sonic's ground speed is way too muddled, and his air speed is way too inconsistent, his actual handling is, if anything, responsive to the point of twitchy. That's not ideal, but I'll still take a control scheme that's too tight over this, and that kinda set the tone throughout my initial playthrough of Sonic's story. It lived up to my anti-hype and then some. It was every bit of the insurmountable mountain of garbage that I was hoping it would be, and yet it was interspersed with these little moments where I'd think to myself, you know, that wasn't too bad. I must have been enjoying something about Sonic's campaign. After all, I grinded all the way to the end of it in only 4 days. And as I watched the credits roll on December 30th, 2007, as I listened to that strange remix of an ending theme that had meant so much to me, I wrote a post articulating my thoughts on a now-defunct message board called the Moogle Cavern. So here now, I'd like to read you 19-year-old Josh's immediate impressions upon completing Sonic's story. Look, this game has some major issues. Loading times are abysmal, Amigo characters are problematic, high-speed sections take some time to get good at, and the whole Sonic Elise love element is disturbing. Beneath all that, I think this is a pretty sweet game. The problems are not nearly as debilitating as most reviewers, and most people here for that matter, made them out to be. I say this as someone who has only played Sonic's Adventure, no Silver or Shadow yet. The levels are fun, the cutscenes are amazing, the plot is great! And honestly, the high-speed sections are some of my favorite parts. Now that I've gotten good at them, well, that proves it. 19 is still way too young to have the intellect or the experience to form good opinions. At least I couldn't. But alright, I can kinda see where classic Josh is coming from with some of that. Let's break it down, starting first and foremost with the most glaringly incorrect thing anyone's ever said about this game. The plot is great. What was I thinking? The only way the word great belongs anywhere near this game's story is if it's preceding a word that we don't use here on the Geek Critique. Why in the world would I have had anything positive to say about this plot, especially when the last thing I had seen before typing those words was this cutscene? Princess Elise basically is to Sonic what Adam Malkovich is to Metroid. A character who is almost universally despised thanks to their ill-conceived relationship with the protagonist. Nobody wants to see Samus Aran so kowtowed by an authority figure, and nobody wants to see an uncanny human princess having romantic bonding moments with Sonic the Hedgehog. Except, well, somebody must have. The idea of Sonic having a human lady for a love interest stretches all the way back to concept art for the original game. Then you've got cases like Sarah from the anime OVA, who's ostensibly supposed to be a cat, but looks for all the world like a teenage anime girl wearing a Halloween costume. What may be a little surprising now is that there was a more innocent period of time when nobody batted an eye at this stuff. On the contrary, the so-called Madonna was an obvious ripoff of Jessica Rabbit, and come to think of it, nobody batted an eye at that either. Well, I mean, they did, but not for that reason. Human women and the adorable cartoon animals who loved them just seemed to be the in thing for a while. But there are some critical differences between Jessica Rabbit and Sarah and what we can glean from Madonna versus what happens with Elise. The fact is, with any other example that I could find, the inherent absurdity of a cartoon-human relationship is part of the premise, and it's always played up, at least on some level, how silly a concept this is. But Sonic 06 plays it straight as an arrow. The game is absolutely, positively, unyieldingly sincere in its portrayal. It's as if audiences were expected to find absolutely nothing even a little off about it, and that total lack of self-awareness makes it so much more unsettling. And look, Elise planting a magical kiss of life on Sonic will always be the most memorable scene of the game for all the wrong reasons.
But I'd argue that even if Elise was, I don't know, a badger mole or something, this would still be an uncomfortably awkward pairing. The way Sonic himself is written is as much a part of that as anything else. He doesn't outwardly reciprocate Elise's feelings, but he doesn't reject them either, and seeing the character act this way just seems forced for the sake of romance. Across all his myriad of universes, Sonic had always been portrayed as direct and straightforward. He doesn't have the patience for anything else, so what you see is what you get. But here, what you see is hard to get, and that's no good. Elise being a human lady makes it worse than it would be, of course, but even then, she's only the most visible example of the complete aesthetic breakdown that permeates the game's entire setting. You could jettison the romance out of the plot completely, and it would still be awkward to see the cartoonishly elongated Sonic characters hanging out with such rote, conventional humans. It makes it all the more uncanny and, lady? Are you making a pass at Tails? Well, it was acceptable in the 80s, and maybe this sort of thing is just kinda routine in the Kingdom of Soliana. And I mean, maybe that even makes sense. After all, the cartoony animal characters in universe are clearly perfectly sapient and more than capable of making their own decisions. So, I guess, whatever floats your boat, right? Who am I to judge? As long as you're not hurting anyone, you do you, lady. Except for one minor problem.
Tails is 8 years old, you psycho!
At least Sonic and Elise are about the same age. The fact is, shoehorning a fairy tale love story into the centerpiece of the plot of a Sonic game isn't just stupid, it's a complete tonal mismatch for the character and the series. But I will give the game some small measure of credit. On the rare occasion that she's not being held captive, or gallivanting around with Sonic on the Windows XP background, Elise's backstory and character is given a surprising amount of depth and focus. Surprising in that she has any at all, but she does end up being the most well-defined, well-characterized person in this mess. If Elise hadn't been so irrevocably tied to Sonic, if she had just been her own character with a little more agency, this princess of a kingdom under siege, struggling to live up to the unrealistic expectations put upon her, and above all, if she had never, ever done this, then Elise might be remembered as one of the few bright spots in this disaster of a plot. Still not great, still not something at all suited for a Sonic game, but a hypothetical bright spot is a hypothetical bright spot. Sonic and Elise are usually, and fairly, the most criticized part of the story. But aside from Elise, the overarching plot is basically just another take on the adventure games. What with its ancient prophesized monster of legend with cataclysmic power that suddenly betrays Eggman, it's just that now the stakes are even higher because reality itself is threatened and time travel is involved, so things get to be even more confounding. But as complex as it aspires to be, the individual beats of the plot tend to be weirdly repetitive and formulaic. There's a menagerie of cutscenes, but they carry a mere smattering of plot. I get the feeling that a lot of it was thrown together at the 11th hour in some hopeless attempt to tie together a bunch of disparate level archetypes. I get that feeling about most of the game, really. It's making every attempt to make all these tonally incompatible elements work, and there is simply no time to make that happen. For instance, this was meant to be the darkest, most epic, most serious story that Sonic had ever seen, and it would be carried by the limitless talent of 4Kids Entertainment. That's not really fair to the voice actors, though. They do as good a job as they can, given the circumstances. This was the first mainline game in the series to feature the English voice actors from Sonic X. And yep, they sure sound like they're from an early 2000s anime dub. Except for Mike Pollock's Eggman. He always does an amazing job and has become one of my favorite voices for the character, but it's just weird here, listening to him play this more subdued version of Eggman, trying to sound vaguely, yet not enough, like a real person. And then you've got Jason Griffith as Sonic. In complete contrast to Eggman, I guess. He constantly sounds like he's trying really hard to sound cool. There's absolutely none of that laid-back, self-assured flippancy that once made the character cool. So in other words, Jason Griffith is the perfect Sonic for this era, and I can't imagine anyone else pulling this off. The plot is great. Well, I've come to know myself a little better in the past 11 years, and I think what I really meant was, the pre-rendered cutscenes were pretty, and I don't care enough about the story to let it affect my opinion. I might not have had a keen sense of it back then, but gameplay is the reason I do this. And in 2007, I called on 13 years of experience in the field with my very next line.
The levels are fun. Well, that makes sense. I mean, some of them are pretty fun. Provided, of course, that you know how to play them. The only problem with that is, knowing how to play Sonic 06 means knowing with a completely irrational degree of precision exactly how to avoid each and every one of its unending cavalcade of death traps.
Gotta make sure I don't fall in the water.
Don't try to take those loops in Wave Ocean. The homing attack snaps to rail, so don't try to hit launch rings with it. The skateboard can only jump properly in certain locations. Make sure you hit this Mobius strip at the perfect angle, or you'll get flung into the ocean. And how do you learn any of this? There's only one way. Trial and freaking error. Nowhere is this more true than the Mach speed sections, where Sonic automatically blasts forward with a velocity that he just doesn't bother using anywhere else. Mach speed is uncontrollable and unpredictable and unfair. There is absolutely no way that anyone would be able to play these for the first time without making a ton of mistakes. And in every single case, the game would be the one at fault. And what makes that even worse is that every one of those errant mistakes costs you dearly. The ring system is still in play, but with no way to turn around, there's no hope of picking them up. And yet, for some insane reason, colliding with objects hurts you now. So every time you hit a wall, or stub your toe on a fence, or get barraged by a confounding myriad of physics objects, you are immediately left one single hit away from death. And God help you if you misjudge the terrain, or the game just bugs out, and Sonic ends up somewhere he's not supposed to be. More than anything else in this game, every single beat of a Mach speed level is yet another opportunity for Sonic 06's total lack of quality control to drive you to insanity. It's a marathon of inequitable set pieces. You'd have to be some kind of masochist to put yourself through this. So, of course, in 2007, I described these as some of my favorite parts now that I've gotten good at them. And I mean, yeah, Josh in 07 was right on the money there. These are some of my favorite parts. The Mach speed sections might be like a marathon of QuickTime events minus the button prompts. They might be totally impenetrable without an insulting amount of trial and error, but maybe I'm the kind of person who kind of enjoys that? Maybe you wouldn't have to be a masochist to have fun with this. Maybe all you'd have to be is a very specific kind of Sonic fan. I'm not sure the terms are mutually exclusive. The thing is, I do tend to earnestly enjoy blatantly, purposefully unfair games, like I Want to Be the Guy or Getting Over It, and failing in them time after time never does make me rage or even get me frustrated. Sometimes half the fun is failing, so that's definitely part of it. But what helps just as much is, like the proverbial frog brought to boil, I had kind of been conditioned into this, because a ton of Sonic 06's most glaring defects are systemic issues that took root all the way back in Sonic Adventure 1. Back in that episode, I said that one reason I still enjoy that game so much is because I learned how to avoid the instability. But that's no excuse. Learning how not to break the game still shouldn't be the player's responsibility. But in 1999, in an era when the industry was still figuring out how to do 3D, it was easy to overlook the necessity of learning your way around a few rough edges. But by 2006, a game that expected you to account for not just a handful of inconsistencies, but an unceasing parade of defective nonsense, was completely unacceptable. Every single section of every single level is a new chance for the game to break, and you win by figuring out how to make it not do that. It plays like the unfinished, unpolished garbage it is, unless you've grinded your way through to the point that you can do the same thing Sega's marketing did and make it look, kinda passable. Sometimes. But remember, I was having a stupidly good time just finding all of those defects, and learning how to avoid them was just one more step. So to me, really, I can have fun with this game. But what constitutes fun is subjective. Just because I'm the kind of person who can wrangle some form of enjoyment out of it doesn't mean it's actually any good. It just means that I'm particularly attuned to finding some small measure of its potential. And at first, that was enough. At first, my nostalgia-fueled adulation for the series was so insanely high, and my expectations were so impossibly low, that Sonic 06 didn't have any trouble exceeding them. This was the first next-gen game I had ever played, and even though I had to replay Crisis City 7 or 8 times, because that tornado is carrying a car, I had still never seen a video game that could do that. But as the sheen of the next generation faded, Sonic 06's flaws became so much more glaring. It had taken me just 4 days to get to the end of Sonic's story, but finishing the other 2/3 of the game, that took a little while longer. Sonic 06 becomes, somehow, so much more unpalatable when you have to play as anyone besides Sonic, which is unfortunate, because multiple characters are baked into the levels themselves now. These so-called amigo characters were a pretty good idea in concept. If they were properly executed, they might have avoided the disparity of the adventure game's efforts while still delivering the variety afforded by the approach. But this is a game where the only thing that was properly executed was Sonic Team's reputation. So of course, the amigo characters are even more blatantly unfinished than the rest of the game. Their movesets are undercooked, their collision detection is raw, and Tails' movement speed is, as if he's baked? Speaking of which, the only exception to the rule is Blaze. Seriously, Blaze the freaking cat inexplicably has the most useful, varied, momentum-driven moveset of any character in the game, and you get to play as her 3 times. As for the other hedgehogs, Shadow stages tend to be more focused on combat and puzzle solving. So that's where the rest of Sonic Heroes went, and instead of mock speed sections, Shadow gets vehicles. Yeehaw! In a better game, this could represent a more traditional take on an exploratory 3D platformer. In this game, all you've done is remove the main thing that was making it kind of enjoyable. For me. Silver's campaign, on the other hand, wasn't just boring, it was absolutely, frustratingly tedious. It featured the same sort of unpolished, unfinished, utterly broken bull crap that the rest of the game pulled, but it's so much more of a problem when your entire moveset and progression through a stage is defined by a physics engine that does not work. Silver's gameplay style isn't even trying to be like a Sonic game, and oh, this must be how people who don't like 3D Sonic to begin with feel when they play this game. That makes a lot of sense. But hey, if the game's so much worse when you don't play as Sonic, then that's just another glitchy, unfair obstacle that I had to learn to overcome. Sonic's version of Kingdom Valley has a section where you are normally forced to play as Silver, but I don't want to do that. Don't worry, the purple gem upgrade makes Sonic shrink, and as everyone knows, tiny hedgehogs have the ability to fly. So why walk into Silver and do his dumb, bad, boring section when you could just moon jump over the entire thing? There we go. It's really clever of the developers to give experienced, skillful players who understand the underlying rules of the game the freedom to sequence break like this. Make no mistake, Sonic 2006 is a comedy of errors that earns every bit of its reputation. And yet, even to this day, even playing through it again now, I find that I still have a strange amount of affection for it. And not just in a guilty pleasure so bad it's good way like I do with Sonic R. More than that, I find this game to be a fascinating case study in unrealized potential, especially because of how catastrophically wrong it turned out, in spite of what it could have been. This is something that wasn't available to players in 2006, but by installing the game to an SSD, I was able to save approximately 4 seconds on each and every loading screen, which probably saved me literally dozens of hours. Maybe that's why I played way more of the optional town missions than anyone ever has before. In nearly every instance, this was a pointless, uninspired waste of time. Bash some bots, run through rings, blah blah blah. The missions are, of course, repetitive, poorly thought out busy work in a game whose sheer brokenness already gives it way more than enough padding. But there is one diamond hiding in that rough. I give you Sonic Man, a regular human who's decided that he's Sonic the Hedgehog and wants to prove it by outracing the real thing. He even runs like that. I didn't know me from high school was in this game. Some of the bosses are also pretty impressive, relative to the rest of it. By some of the bosses, I really just mean the ones where you fight Eggman. They're a little more focused, I guess, and they show off the increased scope and scale that the next generation consoles could handle. Every level in the game might be a teeth-gnashing grind to get through, but their issues arise from how utterly broken the engine itself is. The level design, on the other hand, tends to be pretty good both structurally and thematically. This is still the closest the series has ever come to a non-linear approach to level design. The open-ended approach that some stages take, and sometimes even the sophistication of their multiple paths, haven't really been matched, or for that matter, even attempted since. And as much as this game falters, I kind of love the way it's forced to revel in its own absurdity. I love that the slide upgrade is called anti-gravity, in an attempt to justify why it looks like that. I love how hilariously broken the gym system is, how this meter is completely pointless. I love that gym where you enter a first-person view, throw an object, and just run around until BOOM! You get pulled across time and space to wherever it happened to land. I love that Sonic 06 is one of the few console games of this era, and the only Sonic game on the 360 to actually target 60 frames per second. It doesn't always get there, but hey, at least it tries. I love Kingdom Valley. Far and away, this is my favorite stage in the game. There's a reason they used this one for the demo. I especially love its Mach Speed section, and how creative and fantastical and just beautiful it is. The first time I ever played it, not only was I blown away visually, I finished it without ever taking a hit. That's really not unusual though. That's just how good you'll be at Mach Speed if you make it this far. But honestly, I still had a ways to go. Between the time the game was released and the time I finally played it, I had started college, and I had dropped out. Twice. I couldn't hold down a conventional job to save my life, but I also couldn't even begin to rally the focus and effort it would take to pursue my dreams. When I wrote those words, I was a directionless, unfocused, emotional, immature mess of a 19-year-old who had nothing but ambition. And at the time, I guess it seemed appropriate that a series that had meant so much to me was going through some turmoil too. As sad as it was to see what Sonic had become, I felt like I was right there with him. It's no wonder I had such an affection for it, because as much as it might falter, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 is always an indulgence in that same kind of naive, reckless, foolhardy ambition, with seemingly its only objective being, well, exactly what Yuji Naka said it would be. This was supposed to be the game that would redefine Sonic the Hedgehog for a new era, and it succeeded. Sonic 06 marks the end of the adventure era, and it is the ultimate result of Sonic Team's complete and utter failure to correct for the sins of that era. It was meant to be for this new generation what Sonic Adventure was for the last. A tremendously ambitious game that showed off every single thing that the new hardware could do. Ambition is an admirable quality, but that alone is insufficient. Ambition is nothing without focus and effort, and in this case, time, because to ring a phrase, a rushed game is forever bad. And that, more than anything else, is the reason Sonic 06 turned out the way it did. It's the ultimate example of the kind of repercussions that can happen when a publisher fails to take that message to heart. Achieving ambition also takes talent, but I submit that Sonic Team did have the talent. The game's concept was forged with the full might of Sonic Team behind it, but midway through development, the team was effectively cut in half. Sega discovered that Nintendo's Wii wouldn't be realistically capable of running a game like this, and split off a chunk of the dev team to begin work on a completely separate project. Then, we were blindsided by unprecedented news. Yuji Naka announced his immediate resignation from Sega, and just like that, this visionary genius of a programmer who had always acted as the driving force of the franchise was gone, and the final remnant of the original Sonic team was no more. At this point, not only was Sonic 06 left with a skeleton crew, but the crew had lost its captain. The only option that should have been on the table was to take a step back and figure out what was needed to correct course. If that meant delaying the game for another year and getting it done right, then so much the better. But instead, Sega insisted that the game was absolutely required to be ready for Sonic's 15th anniversary year, and more importantly, ready for holiday 2006. And so Sonic Team could not spend the final, crucial months of development on quality control. They were forced to ignore bug testing reports and even cut features that made it into the demo, in a futile effort to at least finish the basic outline of what had been promised. Sega did a spectacular job in their marketing of obfuscating just how badly development was going, but they were only covering for their own short-sighted decisions. It's easy to see this as a greedy attempt to capitalize on the series' brand recognition and reputation to get a guaranteed million seller out the door for Christmas, quality be damned. It's easy to see it that way because that's exactly what it was. But I don't think there was any way that Sega, or anyone, could have predicted just how badly it would turn out at the time. After all, this series had seen plenty of ups and downs before. Strapped for time and with a dev team that was sinking, Sega decided to effectively punt on a bad game. There'd always be next time, right? But Sonic 06 was not just a bad game. We'd seen worse than this before. And it wasn't just an ill-conceived, mature reboot of a retro franchise. Those were kind of a dime a dozen in this era. And yet, as games like these have fallen into obscurity, Sonic 06 has endured. Why? Most of the time, a bad game is the result of an apathetic, directionless, or inexperienced dev team churning out a mediocre product. Most of the time, the worst thing a video game can be is boring. But Sonic 06, for all of its problems, is never boring. And that's not always a good thing. Sonic 06's fatal flaw is that all the things that make it so horrible are absolutely captivating. The ambition that should have been its driving strength instead became its undoing. It was utterly fascinating how bad it was, and it just so happened to come out at the worst possible time to be that. After all, this was the same year that Time magazine named you, as in you on the internet, you writing a blog, you making videos on YouTube, you as its Person of the Year. It was the same year this nerd came to prominence, and with that, angry, vitriolic rage was the guiding principle upon which amateur game criticism was founded. Nobody, myself included, could get enough of critics hilariously burning down abominable video games. And it didn't take long to discover that Sonic 06 was an infinitely renewable source of fuel. Every single person who plays it, whether they're a Sonic fan or not, is guaranteed to run into the same ridiculous problems. The romantic focus of the story was cringe-inducing right at the time that so-called cringe culture embodied gamer culture. Sonic might have been an icon, but the brand recognition that Sega relied on to sell copies also meant that there was a built-in audience of fans and haters alike ready to see the game torn to shreds. Individual talent is barely even a factor. Just looking at stuff like this is engaging. I don't know if it's even possible to point out this game's flaws without it being entertaining. And by the way, I'm not at all condemning anyone for taking Sonic 06 to task. The first Let's Play I ever saw was of this game, and I couldn't stop watching it. Some of the best and funniest and most analytical and most thought-provoking commentary that I've ever seen is the result of someone playing this game. However, whether you have ever played it or not, whether you even like this series or not, there is no way that anyone could see this, or this, or this, and ever forget it. The finale of the game seems almost like it has a moment of self-awareness, like it realizes what a consequential, far-reaching mistake it's making. In the end, Elise goes back to the past and extinguishes the flames of disaster, erasing the entire adventure from the timeline. In-universe, none of this ever happened. The game tried to retcon itself out of existence. But alas, here in the real world, nobody who sees this stuff could ever forget it. And everybody saw it, and nobody forgot it. This is still the very first thing that a lot of people even think about when they think of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic 06's notoriety has become a lethal dose of poison injected into the reputation of not just the series, but of Sega itself. And those repercussions could be felt as soon as the very next game. Sonic Team would be compelled to try to eliminate the poison by removing every horrible element of Sonic 06. But those were the very things that had, until this point, defined 3D Sonic. But the only way to break free was to break the mold, so the more serious tone and setting were gone. The abundance of playable characters and their variety of gameplay styles were dropped. It would be more than a decade before a mainline 3D game would even let you play as anyone besides Sonic. The Adventure Era, and its crazy, overconfident pursuit of endless, albeit blind ambition, was dead. And Sonic 06 was the game that killed it. Sonic would continue to have ups and downs, and it would continue to try to be too many things, but it would never be like this again. As much as this would impact the series' future, that poison seeped into the series' past as well. Sonic the Hedgehog, in its time, was a game so radically, disruptively different than what had come before that it single-handedly allowed a scrappy little company that nobody believed in to upend the monopoly that Nintendo had on the industry. But when someone who is the same age now, as I was when I wrote this, decides to make a video about that revolutionary, groundbreaking, important game, he calls it the birth of a laughingstock.
Don't bring me into this, Josh.
I'm sorry, whose video is this? If you'd let me finish, I was gonna say, sadly, he's right about that. Sonic is a laughingstock, and has been since 2006. In the 12 years since that fateful day, Generations of gamers who never played a Sega console, who never knew Sonic as any sort of icon of come of age. To them, all this character has ever been is a joke, a laughingstock, a relic who got his start in a collection of very old platformers that were never really that good to begin with. To so many people, this is a series that never managed to make the leap to 3D, and it's something that should have been put out of its misery a long time ago. Sonic 06 is the reason that Sega could release a trio of games that might have been considered a return to form for any other series, and yet nobody remembers them as anything but an aberration. It's the reason that Renaissance never took hold, just as much as it's the reason that nobody remembers the Renaissance that could have been. Heroes didn't make people forget the year of Sonic. This did. So it went. So it would go. Every success was overlooked. Every failure was amplified. And the legacy of every single game that I grew up playing, that I grew up loving, all of the memories that form the core of the reason I do this, in this series that made me a gamer, the series that gave me this dream, the character who was my childhood hero, the legacy of Sonic the Hedgehog was erased from the timeline, and the only thing left was bullshit. It was wonderful, but it was unnerving. It was heart-wrenching, but it was triumphant. It made me feel melancholy, and yet it was still a confident first step in a brand new era. But more than anything else, it was surreal to see. It was a cold February day in 2002, and I was playing the newest game in the Sonic the Hedgehog series on a device made by Nintendo. Maybe the gravity of why that stirred up such a complicated potpourri of emotions is a little lost nowadays, so let's back up a little. The original Game Boy Advance was a handheld with a fatal flaw. The screen was infamously, terribly impossible to see in all but the most ideal conditions. This flaw was the subject of much derision from the moment the system was released in Japan. In every hands-on preview, every early review of a big game, anytime the GBA came up at all, critics of the day made no bones about how awful this screen was. Nintendo would eventually address this with a newer model, but for us early adopters, the idea that we might be able to actually make out the details of the games we were playing was but the wish of a memory of a dream. And don't tell me it wasn't that bad. It was. It was bad enough that a significant portion of the early library resorted to washing out the color palette just to be more playable. It was bad enough that the company's own support page had to reassure customers that no, don't worry, nothing's wrong with your system. It really is supposed to look like that. Even Nintendo knew how bad it was. Everyone knew how bad it was. I knew how bad it was. But it didn't matter. I still saved all the money for my 13th birthday just so I could get a Game Boy Advance the day it was released. And I did it. I got one. Even though by the time we got to the store, this was the only color they had left. And seeing this screen for myself for the first time, somehow, it was even worse than I could have imagined. I was taken aback by how even older Game Boy games looked so much worse on this new screen compared to that old one. The only other thing I could do with it was to squint through one of the most peculiar launch titles Mario's ever been in. Because after that, well, I'd run out of birthday money. But despite this, I was still satisfied with my purchase. Nothing would deter me. Not the awful screen, not the lackluster launch titles, and certainly not the ridicule from my classmates who saw me playing a translucent pink handheld. Partly because, shut up, Beth from 8th grade, pink is an amazing color and I still love it! But more relevantly, because I knew that soon, very soon, this would all be worth it. Because eventually, I would be playing Sonic Advance. A new Sonic game was always something to look forward to, but there was more to it than that. Sonic Advance wasn't just a new game, it was a new 2D platformer. It had been 8 long years since the last original 2D Sonic game, and it was all the more striking because of how much the industry itself had changed with the advent of 3D, to the point that the Genesis trilogy already felt like these sentimental relics of my childhood, a fondly remembered symbol of how gaming used to be. Now, we had come close in that time, with the wonderfully obscure Sonic Pocket Adventure, but as much as I'll bow to the glory of the clicky stick, its visual design and music were lifted straight from the 16-bit classics, and the NGPC's hardware wasn't really a match for the Genesis. And beyond just a new Sonic game, that is exactly why the Game Boy Advance was so exciting for me. As someone who was a massive fan of a style of game that had so quickly become old-fashioned, the GBA was an absolute 2D powerhouse, backed by 32 bits of non-stop power. Wow. The GBA's launch was the last time bits were ever a selling point. But the point stands. This thing would be more than capable of reinventing the games I had grown up loving, and it would let me put them in the palm of my hand. And when the day finally arrived, it was exactly what was promised. A brand new 2D Sonic game, almost inexplicably built from the ground up for a Nintendo system. The rivalry between the two companies was already the stuff of legend, and it was the ephemera in which my lifelong love of gaming was formed. So to see the very character that had broken what was thought to be an insurmountable dominance of the House of Mario, dashing along underneath the logo of the enemy he'd been created to rival, was one of the most unbelievably surreal things I had ever seen. Well, at least it was when I actually could see it. Well before I could even start to come to terms with the idea that a Sonic game was on a Nintendo, I noticed something a lot more pertinent. I ran through 2 shuttle loops, pressed down on the D-pad with a timing that felt almost like instinct, and blasted forward with so much force the camera couldn't keep up. At the end, that momentum was used to send me flying high off of a quarter pipe. And it was right at this moment that I realized, yes! They freaking nailed it! I could still corner loops to gain speed. I could still hold jump to preserve momentum out of a bounce. I could use my familiarity with this engine to build and use speed to get anywhere I wanted to be, and I knew this engine. I loved this engine, and they had done it. They'd made a pitch-perfect rendition of the Genesis game's physics, and really, like, why wouldn't they? I don't think anyone was expecting anything else. I mean, of course it should be simple to recreate that physics engine on more powerful hardware. And yet, because of how long it took for anyone to pull that off again, this has actually become way more of a feather in Sonic Advance's cap over the years. The Game Boy Advance could do it, so why couldn't this? That's actually become something of a thought experiment. Could Sonic Advance be seen as the real Sonic 4? Well, Sonic Advance would have made for a better Sonic 4, that's easy. But that aside, why not? Let's spend some part of this video examining how this game holds up as a sort of tacit sequel to the classic trilogy. Let's get the story out of the way first. Where Sonic 3 was the conclusion of a multi-part arc that managed to work in a degree of interlevel cohesion, Sonic Advance winds the clock all the way back to Sonic 1. I mean, literally, it's the same thing. Eggman is turning animals into robots, and Sonic's gonna chase him down through a series of distinct but very separate zones. But really, the story was never going to have much impact one way or the other on how much I enjoy a game like this. And while the plot may be lifted from Sonic 1, the art is anything but. No, the visual design of Sonic Advance's characters is taken straight from the Adventure series. I've honestly always been kind of torn on this, but not for the reason you might think. On the one hand, these sprites perfectly capture everyone's personality and abilities. They're really well animated, Tails especially, and everyone is perfectly on model. But on the other hand, everyone is perfectly on model in a teeny tiny form that struggles to capture all those fine details. The whole reason the adventure designs happened was so the characters would look better in 3D, so porting their lanky proportions back down to 2D sprites in such a low resolution just looks busy, and I guess this is an attempt at showing speed lines, but Sonic just gets these stray pixels hanging off his run animation. I was also always put off by how ugly these enormous shields are. It was distracting enough that I would always just lose it on purpose. Sonic's lost his extra shield moves anyway. But despite these nitpicks, I am not trying to argue for a second that Advance would have been better served by bringing back classic Sonic and trying to match the old school aesthetic from the Genesis games. That'd be ridiculous because, truth be told, there wasn't really any such thing as classic Sonic at the time. Old Green Eyes would go through quite a few cataclysms before he got such an awful reputation that anyone started making a distinction between this design and that one. But in 2002, there was no difference yet. Even on a compilation of the Genesis games, there was only one Sonic. Nonetheless, I do think a slightly more stylized look for the characters would have been a better fit. But enough about how they look, what's really important is how they play. Shield moves aside, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles have retained all the abilities they had before. Sonic's Insta-Shield has sadly been nerfed a bit, as it now only extends his range instead of protecting him, but Tails and Knuckles still work exactly the same, right down to those nitty-gritty details, like gaining height by flying or gliding out of a bounce, spin dashing out of a drop, and even attacking enemies in unconventional ways.
They really did nail the nuance of this gameplay, but Sonic Advance has also adapted a few elements of the Adventure series, and some of these end up feeling pretty tacked on. For instance, rail grinding was a cool trick in 3D, but it ends up being pretty unnatural here. It is sometimes used to access alternate paths, but the fact that you have to kill your momentum and catch the very top of a rail usually means it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. Tails and Knuckles can't even do it, but they do have some new tricks of their own. 2D Sonic had always been a game where every button was jump, but in Advance, hitting B makes the character perform some kind of forward attack. Again, these abilities made more sense in 3 dimensions, but here they're just redundant. There's just never a situation where a B move is really a superior option over a jump or a spin dash. Especially when they can only be done on the ground, and using one brings you to a halt. But while they don't add much, I don't think they take anything away either. They're kind of like the hand slap from Donkey Kong Country. There might never be a situation where Knuckles needs to throw a punch, but he can if you want him to, and that makes it more of a neat bonus instead of a detraction. And it is easy to see it that way when some of the other new additions are, honestly, pretty awesome. Sonic, for instance, can now dash forward out of a jump, and it's surprising how perfect this feels and how much utility it has. Like, I would go back to the classics and miss being able to do this. The air dash is also well balanced. You can't just spam it in every situation, because while Sonic may gain some speed, he also uncurls, which makes him vulnerable. The only nitpick I have here is with the way it's activated by tapping left or right twice in midair. That means it's pretty easy to accidentally do it when you're just trying to tweak a jump. Mapping it to a shoulder button probably would have been better, but then nothing uses the shoulder buttons, so maybe they were just trying to keep the controls simple. Knuckles gains the ability to paddle along the surface of water, which is a nice fit for the character. Now, he doesn't get free range swimming or anything, he can just float at the top. Once he drops down, he can't actually swim back up. That's odd, but I guess it's no big deal considering that only one zone even has water. It's a bit of a shame, because much like climbing and gliding, I think this ability could have a lot of interesting applications and utility if Knuckles had some exclusive paths designed around it. Just like old times, the core trio of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles bring a tremendous degree of variety and replayability to the game, while still maintaining the same basic framework. But each entry in the classic trilogy also gained a new playable character, so if we're seeing Sonic Advance as a sequel to them, it is fitting that it brings back every member of that trio and locks on a fourth. Amy Rose throws traditional Sonic gameplay completely out the window. With her, the B button is anything but superfluous. She doesn't spin when she jumps, and in fact, she can't roll at all. Instead, she's built around a completely unique moveset centered around her Pico Pico hammer. She also has some really creative movement options. She's got a short hop that's useful for either gaining speed or doing one of my favorite moves in the history of the series, a hammer jump for gaining big air, and even a hammer drop that halts her forward momentum and sends her crashing down. The developers struck a really impressive balance with this, making sure that Amy's design could stand out in the framework of the series without feeling totally disjointed from it. A weapon-based playstyle is such a break from the rest of the characters, yet it still manages to be effective through the exact same stage layouts and enemy placements. This degree of complexity had never been attempted in a 2D Sonic game, but the fact that it's pulled off here makes Amy Rose, of all people, this game's hard mode. With a brand new take on the series gameplay, along with more well-defined movesets for the returning cast, Sonic Advance most definitely outshines its predecessors when it comes to character variety. But what's even more important to this series is, unfortunately, something that so many games within it have struggled to get right: level design. Let's start again with the looks. The characters might sport their adventure designs, but the visual style of the environment seems largely original. It's not a match for the unmistakable 90s tune of the classics, aside from maybe Neo Green Hill Zone, but it also doesn't try for the more realistic approach of the adventure games. The stages do usually look nice enough, but I occasionally notice some things that look a little bit placeholdery. And judging it as a tacit sequel, in Sonic 3, individual acts of the same zone would always have different hazards, obstacles, and recurring features that would help them stand out from one another. Act 2 wasn't just a second level with the same stuff, it was a progression from Act 1. But in Sonic Advance, every zone aside from the last one shares identical art assets and obstacles. And while the visual style may not be trying to match those older games, the archetypes of every stage absolutely do invite easy comparisons, and that makes it awfully conspicuous. The art direction just doesn't have nearly the variety, vibrancy, or detail of the 16-bit classics. Nowhere is this more obvious than the backgrounds. On the Genesis, the depth of those parallax layers and the way they'd whip back and forth
was critical in conveying a sense of scale and place and speed, but Advance's backgrounds on the whole tend to be a lot more static. And even when they aren't, they just leave a lot to be desired. Now, I'm sure a lot of this was a consequence of the GBA's screen problems. It was hard enough to make out what was going on in a game this fast, and having a bunch of rotating palettes whipping around back there would have made it unplayable. So losing the vibrant backgrounds was, for the time, a necessary loss, but it does hold Advance back from its predecessors. The same goes for the soundtrack. Look, I'll freely admit to being a big ol' hypocrite on this point. I adore the rough, noisy, wonderful sound of the Genesis sound chip so much, and yet I can turn around and dismiss the GBA for such a similar reason. They are both distinct as heck, but I only grew up with one of them, and that's nostalgia for you. But I actually don't think the GBA's infamous lack of a sound chip is even really the problem here. On the contrary, the compositions do sound fine, but aside from two standout exceptions in both acts of Egg Rocket Zone, the rest of the original soundtrack never really gets past fine. And where in the Genesis games you'd get a speed power-up and the soundtrack would kick into this adrenaline overdrive, when you get one in Advance, it just sounds... ear-wrenching. I'm not a music guy, so I don't know how to put this any better, but most of this never really felt like Sonic music to me. That doesn't mean it's bad, it is perfectly serviceable video game music, and it's nice that there is at least an Act 2 remix of each theme, but it's just not usually energetic enough. Fortunately, on the other hand, the sound effects are just about perfect. Well, aside from the spin dash. On the Genesis, the sound made you feel like an engine revving up. On the GBA, it just uses the same tinny little sound effect for rolling and for charging a spin. Wait a minute. Huh, that's like the same sound. I guess this is the origin of why Smash Bros. Got it wrong. Anyway, how about that level design? From one game to the next, the classic trilogy got better and better, pushing the potential of Sonic's concept higher and higher. But while Advance might get those physics pitch perfect, a lot of the level chunks are made up of more traditional style platforming that doesn't take advantage of it. Rolling seems especially de-emphasized, like I'm rarely incentivized to even do it. The familiar flow of 2D Sonic isn't quite there, and rarely reaches for the potential of what this finely tuned engine can do. I guess what I'm saying is that it never feels like 2D Sonic at its best. But it does, nonetheless, still feel like 2D Sonic. It could even be argued that falling back on more traditional platforming was kind of a necessity given the GBA's issues. Same as losing the backgrounds, a stage with the frenetic pace of a chemical plant might have been impossible to react to on that screen. Sonic Advance's level design might be a little rough, but it's not at all bad. I'd easily say it's even well above Sonic 1's average. Stages are dense with alternate pathways, and usually do a surprisingly great job incentivizing each character's abilities. Through each of my 4 playthroughs, I never felt like I was taking the same route twice. Unfortunately, as Advance tries to ramp up its difficulty late in the game, it does commit some of those cardinal sins that a Sonic game should never fall back on. Cheap enemy placement, blatant speed traps, unpredictable and inconsistent boss design, and death pits that aren't telegraphed. In fact, this is the first game in the series to offer a difficulty option, and the only tangible thing I really see that it does is remove some of those cheap enemies. Trying to find that balance between challenge and frustration, between spectacle and skill, is why designing a great Sonic stage takes a totally different approach to any other platformer. And making a great Sonic stage that is also supposed to be difficult is all the more so. This lack of finesse makes a lot of sense once you learn that the credits were a bit of a lie. While development was overseen by Sonic Team, this game was absolutely not designed by Sonic Team. No, this was the first of what would be a great minigames in this series, developed by Dimps, a studio that would gain quite a reputation over the years, to say the least. Their relative lack of experience can also be gleaned in plenty of other ways. The special stages are an absolute dumpster fire where you're supposed to pick up rings in overhead 3D, but without nearly enough visual feedback to figure out their position relative to the character. And of course, on the original hardware, the only way you would even see the rings is when you'd already missed them. To even get into a special stage, you have to find a single transport spring
tucked away somewhere in each zone. Yeah, scouring every nook and cranny of a Sonic level, that's always fun. But even if you struggle and squint through all that, and manage to get all the Chaos Emeralds, you still don't even get to use Supersonic outside of one tacked-on bonus stage against a final boss. Locking Supersonic to the finale was an acceptable conceit back in Sonic Adventure 1, but in a 2D game that'll so blatantly put invincibility right next to Speed Shoes, it's inexcusable that super transformations would be left out of this. So that's a god-awful special stage that's a chore to even get into, with very, very little incentive to even bother. Is it any wonder that I don't think I ever picked up a single Chaos Emerald until now? Oh, wait, I see the problem. According to the manual, these are actually Chow Emeralds. Chow can't make you super. Alright, that explains it. You know, I feel like this video might be coming across as a little more critical than intended. But maybe that's just the result of my perspective. Does Sonic Advance live up to its predecessors, iterating and ideally improving on them? Could I see this as the real Sonic the Hedgehog 4? My answer to that is no. It might take a few bold steps forward, but there are way too many rough edges for it to live up to those standards. But I don't think that's really even the right question to be asking, because while I did inevitably compare this to the games I'd grown up loving, I didn't really expect it to be better. It didn't have to be. The majority of the issues I've raised here, from the visual design to the music, to the slightly undercooked level design, stuff like that taken on its own would have been a mix of understandable and justified changes, and teeny tiny nitpicks. When you add them all up, they do make for a game that's a little unpolished, sure, but a couple of rough edges were never gonna ruin it for me. This was not supposed to be the fourth Sonic the Hedgehog. This was supposed to be the first Sonic Advance. And taken on its own merits, it was exactly what it needed to be. A love letter to the games that made me love this industry. A brand new 2D Sonic game that I could play on a freaking handheld! Okay, a handheld that could actually fit in my pocket. Truth be told, I loved Sonic Advance then, and I love it now. I love the gratuitous Japanese that Sega was too awesome to localize away. I love the steely determination that Sonic chose in his walk animation, and I needed that inspiration, because I love the memory of being flat out walled by Egg Rocket Act 1. The way the timer actually counts down to launch as you scratch and claw your way up this vertical fortress is such a unique take on a Sonic level. It's so cheap and unfair and unyielding, but overcoming that challenge has always stuck with me. Oh, and I love how the bosses of the first two games show up in the last level, complete with their music. Ooh, and how the menu music and invincibility tune is lifted straight from the classics. Oh, and it is such a glorious little detail how Metal Knuckles' disguise matches his palette error from Sonic 3's cutscenes. More than just about anything, I love standing directly underneath an animal capsule as it plummets from the sky. Mwah! But even more than that, in 2002, I loved just having a new 2D Sonic game. Sonic Advance understood and recaptured those elements that made this character an icon, and it brought some new innovations to those concepts. The aesthetics may have changed, and it may not have been perfect, but it still felt like the Sonic that made me love this medium so much had finally made a comeback. And let's be fair, the very first Sonic game was a little rough around the edges too. It often takes a sequel for a developer to really iron out the kinks, and as I replayed Sonic Advance ad nauseum over the summer, my thoughts turned to the sequel. After all, Sonic Advance 1 was already scratching the surface, so it seemed inevitable that with one more iteration, the team at Dimps could refine the formula, realize that potential, and perhaps even exceed the legacy of the classics. Or it could also just pour the formula down the drain and do something completely different. Sonic Advance 1 saw the long-awaited return of the old-school gameplay that made the Hedgehog a superstar, but it was held back by a few too many rough edges. But a follow-up to a good game is so often just what it takes to achieve a great one, and the team at Dimps would be granted that opportunity. On the 9th of March, 2003, the sequel took its shot! And I didn't get it. What happened? I mean, I bought an entire GBA for the first game, and even though I'd had a great time with it, I skipped out on the sequel? Why? Well, it was because of something that colored my experience with this handheld throughout most of its life. So, I had gotten a GameCube for my 14th birthday. But from that day forward, for the next 7 months, I wouldn't be able to get anything else gaming related. I was too old and too apathetic about school to get games as a reward for good grades. But I was still way too young to buy them myself. So on that rare occasion that I actually could pick out a new game, what was I gonna choose? A cutting-edge title for Nintendo's flagship home console? Or something that I could only play on a handheld that I could barely even see? Now I've got the cart right here, so I clearly did get it eventually. Maybe someone at school traded me for it? Maybe? I don't remember, and that says something. Sonic Advance 2 is the first game in this entire series where I am unable to pinpoint when or even how exactly I first played it. But what I do remember more distinctly is watching this gameplay trailer, which was included as a bonus in Sonic Mega Collection. I mean, look at how stellar this looks, it blew me away! But a few months later, when May 25th rolled around again, I remember I was in EB Games, and I narrowed down my options between either Sonic Advance 2 or Enter the Matrix. Yeah, it was 2003, and the problem was choice. But it is easy to see why that trailer was so enticing. It still looks good today, because Sonic Advance 2 does make one heck of a first impression, and playing it now, back to back with its predecessor, it's more palpable than ever just how much the presentation has been improved between games. There's a more in-depth intro that sets the stage for the game's island setting, and a map screen between levels to give that setting more cohesion. The menus and interface are more polished and prominent. The soundtrack is so much more catchy and energetic. Level art is vibrant with detail and depth, the sprite work is more solid and animated, and finally, we have unique sprites to diversify spinning and jumping. I don't know why I said finally like that was some kind of a triumph. Like, oh boy, the ball sprites are different. Sonic Advance 1 played it safe, basing most of its stages on tropes that had been done before in 16-bit. But Sonic Advance 2 pushes into inventive territory the series had never seen before. Music Plant deserves particular praise for mining so much detail and depth out of its concept. Abstraction seems to be the thematic through-line of the visual design, from the geometric scenery in the background of Leaf Forest to the eccentric shapes and colors that make up the terrain of Sky Canyon. This means that even the more well-worn level tropes have a lot more originality, and it helps make fresh concepts like Techno Bass even more memorable. But to really drive home just how much of a visual upgrade Advance 2 is over its predecessor, let's compare two stages that follow the same concept. Ice Mountain from the first game is a perfectly serviceable level, if a little uninspired. It does its job, but it is kind of just a knockoff of Ice Cap. But in Sonic Advance 2, we get Ice Paradise. Not only is this more visually charming, it blends the familiar elements of a snow level into the backdrop of an urban cityscape. With a slate of creative levels that outnumber its predecessor, a brand new 5th playable character alongside the entire cast from the first game, and a confident, committed effort to polish up Advance 1's rough edges, it looks from a first impression like Sonic Advance 2 nails the formula for exactly what a video game sequel should be. Unfortunately, first impressions are not always what they seem. One of those rough edges that was sometimes leveled against Advance 1 was that it wasn't quite as speedy or spectacular as the games that had inspired it. Some people even derided it for being a bit slow for a Sonic game. And while I thought that made a certain amount of sense for a handheld system with a bad screen, the team at DIMP seems to have taken this criticism very much to heart, because holy crap, this game is fast! And a whole lot of things had to be changed to accommodate that speed. Launchers and dash rings are adapted from the 3D games, grind rails rise up out of existing terrain instead of being something you'll need to jump into, springs even auto-launch you when you run into them from the side. But the most innovative new mechanic is the origin of what would eventually become one of the series' most divisive ideas: Boost Mode. Maintain speed for long enough, and the character will break the sound barrier, complete with an awesome aesthetic flourish, a unique running animation, and after images. You can achieve a dramatically increased top speed here, but there is a good amount of leeway once you get into it. You have to slow down significantly to lose that boost, so it definitely feels and looks spectacular. And the more rings you have, the faster you'll break into Boost Mode, which could potentially incentivize and reward skilled play like never before. Potentially. Give me a minute. Even the way stages begin and end is changed, with a running countdown at the start and a checkered finish line that gives you bonus points depending on how fast you crossed it. And tellingly, all of the reverential references that Advance 1 made to the classic series are gone. No more end-of-level signpost, no animal capsules, no remixes of retro music, even Sonic's iconic whirly feet running animation is out. There are exactly 2 small pools in Zone 1 Act 1, and that is the only time you will ever see water in the entire game. Heck, even one of the series' most well-known elements, the idle animation, is conspicuous by its absence. But it makes sense, because Sonic Advance 2 is a game that never expects you to stand still. Despite the criticisms the first game faced at the time, Advance 2 is not trying to be fast in the way the Genesis classics were fast. In fact, this game is no longer trying to recreate Sonic's old-school design principles at all. No, the gameplay it's trying so desperately to replicate is this. It wants to be Sonic Adventure 2's speed stages. And the problem with making SA2 more like SA2 really should have been more obvious. The reason that Sonic Adventure 2 could do what it did was because it was in 3D. From this perspective, the player can see ahead into the distance, and Sonic's superpower can be so much more breathtaking. With that in mind, it made sense to refocus the game around spectacle platforming, which could be realized through skillful, snappy reactions across mostly linear layouts. However, and this is important, there is no technical reason the 16-bit series couldn't have been designed this way. As seen in quite a number of fan-made ROM hacks over the years, the Genesis would have been more than capable of a 2D spectacle platformer. So let's answer a question that apparently nobody involved in Sonic Advance 2's development ever asked themselves. If the Genesis games could have been faster, speedier, and more spectacular, why weren't they? In a side-scroller, the camera perspective is going to be limited, so the stage layouts in the classics had to be carefully designed so that most of the time, momentum was something that a player cultivated and maintained through their own skill. You didn't just go fast for the sake of it, you used Sonic's abilities in tandem with the physics and terrain to weave the character through the geometry of his own. Speed for speed's sake would be completely missing the point. It could not be something that was just handed to you on a consistent basis. Because if hypothetically speed was something that you were just constantly given in a 2D Sonic game, if the whole goal of 2D Sonic was to make the player feel like Sonic instead of pushing them to be good at Sonic, then unless a developer was extremely careful, they may well end up with a game where the speedy spectacle would wear out its welcome through constant repetition, where the only means they'd have to present a challenge would be obstacles the player couldn't have time to react to. They might make a game where every single level, regardless of what it looked like, would feel like a racetrack suspended over a bottomless pit. Alright, let's back up and compare those snow levels one more time, but instead of looking at the visual design, I want to compare the level design. In Advance 1, we start with a sheer speedy cliff, but then the terrain branches outward. You've got 3 or 4 different paths weaving in and out of each other through the middle of the stage. Each one features its own unique set of obstacles and hazards. We see sparse but speedy platforming up high, and a slower but simpler water section below. Alright, now, here's Sonic Advance 2's map. Now certainly this level is much longer, after all the characters move a lot faster through it. But notice that while the path may split, the same sort of obstacles show up no matter where you are. It's just a matter of which loop you'll go through, which ramp you'll launch off of, and which slide you'll plummet down. No matter where you are in this map, you're always looking at the same stuff. And notice how the entire layout starts high and moves on a downward slope. Again, that's so it's easy to maintain a ton of speed as you move from one end to the other. And let's be fair, 2D Sonic always had some levels that were speedier than others. That's kinda just a matter of good pacing. One zone in this game being a downhill jam would have been a blast, and it would have even made a lot of sense for this one to mimic the layout of a ski resort. But now let's compare Ice Paradise to Hot Crater, or Techno Base, or Music Plant. Are you seeing the issue here? Because the whole point of the game design is centered around making you feel speed instead of earn speed, every zone has been turned into a downhill jam. I guess one exception to this is Sky Canyon, but all it's really doing is flipping the formula and flinging you uphill with boosters instead. Oh, and every stage is also just lousy with constant rail grinding, which, especially on a 2D plane, is just gonna make them feel even more samey. Again, a single stage built around grinding would be a cool trick, but when you build every stage around the same elements, it just becomes tedious. Now, this lack of variety in level design has always been the #1 criticism of Sonic Advance 2. In fact, I think this game's release was the first time I'd ever heard anybody utter the phrase, "hold right to win." And yeah, I see where it comes from. While blasting around with unprecedented speed starts out as a really impressive feat, seeing the same sort of thing through each and every zone turns spectacle into tedium. But hold right to win isn't really a fair criticism. That's oversimplifying it. These zones do still feature their own creative gimmicks and enemies and hazards. The problem is how little those elements actually impact such frenzy-focused levels. For one thing, a lot of them just end up being slightly different ways to go fast, and the ones that aren't just feel like such disruptive pace breakers. Like you're being punished for failing to avoid something unique about the level. And with such similar layouts, the only way the game can become more challenging or even different as it goes on is to place more stuff in your way. In the classic games, as long as you were being careful, the layout wouldn't often force you into unfair situations. And even when it did stab you with a difficulty spike, it would be something distinctive enough that you'd remember it on a replay. But in Sonic Advance 2, you can't be careful. Not just because you're always moving so much faster, but because all the level chunks feel the same. And it's much harder to build familiarity with the layouts as a result. Like, I'm pretty gosh darn okay at Sonic games, but I slammed headlong into this Badnik in Egg Utopia each and every time I played it. But hazards like this are only part of the problem. After all, Advance 2 is usually too preoccupied with making sure you're careening downhill like a runaway freight train to worry about silly things like enemies anyway. So the only other option the game has for building difficulty is by using the immense verticality of its layouts to place blind jumps and ramps over what may or may not be bottomless pits. This starts becoming a problem as early as the third level, and is a downright constant by the end. I mean, you can tell how sloppy the level design is just by how long it takes you to fall before you actually die. And how about these boss fights? It's yet another indication of the game's unending commitment to running all the time! Aside from the last boss in the game, every single one of these is an endless chase. I'm actually gonna give the game some credit here. I think the boss fights do a pretty nice job mining all the creativity and variety they could from the concept. Special mention has to go to the Egg Utopia boss, where Eggman swaps between the floor and ceiling, and you can flip your own gravity at will. That's really neat. Even if the bosses are a little easy when you can just hang back and grab more rings, they're still usually a lot of fun. I say usually because of this thing, where this mechanical hand can sometimes, inconsistently, kill you in one hit even if you have rings. This goes so completely against every facet of Sonic's design that it almost single-handedly ruins the whole concept. In yet another break from tradition, Sonic is the only character available at the start, and everyone else is unlocked as you play through the first couple of stages. But hey, more characters is an awesome reward for playing, and I especially love these animations for the characters you rescue. You also get little inter-level cutscenes and, oh my god. Are you guys seeing this? Sonic's eyes are not green! Oh, the prodigal son has returned! The franchise is saved! Anyway, it's still cool that they're here, but Advance 2 sorta winds up missing the whole point of having multiple characters. Those two little pools of water mean that the potential of Knuckles swimming goes completely unexplored. I mean, not that there'd be any reason to, but he can't even do it anymore. And while you still can fly and glide and climb, there's not much incentive to actually do any of that when every stage is so singularly focused on unyieldingly pushing you forward at all times. So the only real difference I notice between characters is their individual mid-air dashes, and that is at least a well-done mechanic. Hey, the R button finally does something, but it's just not enough. In the first game, I often found myself scanning through alternate routes depending on who I was playing as, but when every path feels the same, every character feels the same. I was just screaming right past every potential fork in the road, and thanks to the preponderance of rails and boosters and spike traps that'll drop you 45 stories, backtracking is both difficult and unnatural. And yet that raises a bizarre contradiction. For being a title so very focused on going fast, This is the Sonic game where to get into the special stage, you'll need to collect 7 special rings in one single playthrough of a level. No, you can't collect them over multiple playthroughs. No, you can't even select the special stage from the menu once you get them all. You'll just need to painstakingly chart a course through every one of these enormous, confounding 2D racetracks that'll ensure you collect every last one of these rings so that you have one single shot at a Chaos Emerald. And if you fail, your only recourse is to go back and do it again. No wonder I'd never even seen the inside of the special stage until now. I guess the mode itself is a marked improvement on the first game, though that's not a high bar to cross. Although navigating a 3D plane with a D-pad really made my thumb ache. But once again, of course, the developers have chosen to constrain Supersonic to just one extra level. Fortunately, getting all the emeralds for each character now unlocks other stuff. Unfortunately, it's literally all stuff that the last game gave you up front, like the sound test, or the tiny Chow Garden, or Amy Rose, and wait, no, that's actually a lot better. But even then, her playstyle was so much more unique in the last game. Now she plays a lot like everyone else does, because she has to. There's no way Advance 1 Amy can make it through these stages. Last but not least, we've got a new character, Cream the Rabbit. She's accompanied by Cheese the Chow, who's just expertly engineered to be adorable, especially the way he mimics Cream's movements. Cream and Cheese, I do love a good name pun. And that name is appropriate, because this Chow lets you completely cheese the entire game. See, Dr. Mad? I told you I'd remember. Cream can order her invulnerable companion to take out enemies automatically, and as if that's not OP enough, she can also fly like Tails. And just like Tails, it's a great detail how her mode of aviation just inexplicably hangs off her jump sprite. Cream is an early example of something that's become a bit of a trend for old school platformers. A character that acts as an obvious easy mode. She functions really well on that level, and her power set means she's still a really enjoyable way to play the game for more experienced players as well. Funky Kong must have been taking notes. This is a game with a stellar presentation, gorgeous 2D sprite work, distinctive visuals, creative locales, and an apt, memorable soundtrack. Unfortunately, all of those positives have gone unappreciated, because Sonic Advance 2 is a game that sacrifices entirely too much of its substance in pursuit of that spectacle. And for those too young to remember, we saw a community first when this game was released. The majority of the old school Sonic fans, who at the time made up basically the entire online fan base, hated this game when it came out. Not just because it was a mediocre game in its own right, but more because Advance 2 was the first time a 2D Sonic game wasn't even trying to be this. Dimps tampered with the formula that made Sonic an icon, and in the eyes of a lot of Sonic fans, even trying that was blasphemy. But to take that step, only to end up with a game that fell flat in all the ways that mattered, was practically unforgivable. Nonetheless, in spite of all I've said here, what can I say? I still didn't hate it. I'm not saying for a second that it's some kind of underrated gem, because it's not, but it does have a few redeeming qualities. Yeah, maybe the layouts are frustrating and repetitive, and maybe the constant speed does wear out its welcome just a few levels in. But for those first 2 or 3 stages, Sonic Advance 2 is one of the most strikingly impressive games on the platform. I guess it helps that I've never been one of those people who believes that Sonic, even in 2D, always has to be just like this to be any good. After all, some of my favorite games in the series are the ones that are more speed-focused. I definitely don't enjoy Advance 2 anywhere near as much as its predecessor, but I will at least give it credit for trying something different. Sonic Advance 2 has a few good ideas, and fortunately, Dimps would work out a few of those kinks over the years, and with time, they did make a speed-focused 2D Sonic game that, at least for my money, nailed the execution a whole lot better than this. But next week, it's time to conclude this trilogy with a game that, believe it or not, I had never even come close to finishing before. Sonic Advance 3. I can still vividly recall the very first time that I ever played Sonic Advance 3. I hated it! The way the characters moved was janky and unnatural. The tag moves were so slow and clunky, and just nothing felt right. The level design of the very first stage felt like something out of a bad fan game. Just a repetitive, indistinct layout that kept slamming me into speed traps. Before long, I tumbled into a chasm, popped off a spin dash to regain speed, and I'd had enough. I shut the game off, took out the cartridge, and handed it back to a friend who had been nice enough to let me try it. It was a terrible first impression, and this is a series that usually, if nothing else, knows how to make a first impression. Based on less than 10 minutes of playing it, I decided that this was nothing more than yet another disappointing bum of a Sonic game that had been utterly gimped in a misguided attempt to shoehorn in god-awful teamwork mechanics. And that was all I thought of Sonic Advance 3 for the next 14 years.
Sonic
Advance 3!
So let's look at this. I bought an entire Game Boy Advance just to play the first game, but I was so disengaged from Sonic the Hedgehog as a series 3 years later that I don't even remember being aware that Advance 3 was even out until my friend showed it to me like 6 months later. I felt at the time that the series had stopped growing up with me, and I figured that while I would always love the classics, maybe 16 was just too old to still be so invested in Sonic. Yeah, I know, it's funny looking back now, but this was probably the one time in my entire life that I was giving more of a chance to more mature games. And what's wrong with that? Some of these have gone on to be some of my favorite series. The point is, I spent the summer of '04 engrossed in this, and I couldn't muster much enthusiasm for that. But teenage angst was not the only reason I was so apathetic. As soon as I saw that Sonic Advance 3's new teamwork gameplay was going to bear even a passing resemblance to Sonic Heroes, it was basically the opposite situation as the first game. In 2002, nothing would keep me from Sonic Advance, but in 2004, nothing could make me care about Sonic Advance 3. And while I would pick it up again occasionally over the years, I would almost immediately put it down again. My expectations were always colored by the impression that I gleaned the first time I played it. About a year ago, I even ranked it as one of my least favorite games in the series, despite the fact that I had never gotten further than the second zone. Well, it took 14 years, but I have finally given the game a real shot. And there's a lot of things that I've been overlooking for half my life. The first two Advance titles followed basically the same formulaic plot as the very first game in the series, but Advance 3 has a lot more substance to its story. Eggman has gotten his mitts on a Chaos Emerald and is using it to run experiments on the limits of Chaos Control. But as Eggman runs tests on the Emerald, something goes horrifically wrong, and Chaos Control turns into Chaos Chaos. The 7 emeralds tear the fabric of reality itself into 7 separate dimensions. But Eggman rolls with the punches, and gleefully sets to work conquering this new paradigm. With the heroes who have thwarted him time and time again separated by such broken brilliance, conquering dimensions should be easier than ever, right? Yeah, okay, this whole inciting incident is basically lifted from Sonic X, except this time, instead of polluting the franchise with Chris Thorndike, the limitless power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds have manifested into 7 video game levels. And you know what, that's awesome. It's a novel and really perfect way to utilize one of the series' most iconic elements. And it even tracks with the story the games had been telling. Like, of course Eggman would want to dig into the effects of Chaos Control after what happened in Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, and to help him execute his plan, he's built a new robot based on Emerald from Sonic Battle. Wait, what? Sonic Battle? This story builds on something that happened in a freaking spin-off game! That's so freaking cool! Stuff like this can make a game's universe feel like a cohesive, ongoing world, instead of just a bunch of disconnected concepts that justify gameplay. Back in the first Advance episode, I said that game's formulaic plot doesn't actually detract anything, because it's not really the point of a game like this. But that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with the notion that Sonic just flat out shouldn't have a story. A bad story doesn't take anything away from my enjoyment of, well, most video games really. But when the plot of a Sonic game is something special, when it galvanizes a more cohesive setting and contextualizes the gameplay, it can be a really enjoyable additive. Maybe I'm reading into this too much. The amount of words that I've used to gush over the story is now roughly 4 times longer than the actual word count of the plot from the manual, so yeah, let's move on. When I started playing this game for this episode, it felt at first like the same apathetic disappointment that it always has, and for all the same reasons. But the more I played, the better it got. So much so that coming in now off of my first ever completion, this feels like way more than just another competent Sonic game. It feels like a game that excels at something that the series had been trying to do for a long time. Sonic 2 introduced Miles Tails Prower to the world, and from then on, the way he would oh so adorably follow his hero throughout his adventures was an iconic part of the series. It strengthened how each hero related to the other, and a number of games would attempt to build on this idea. But actually executing on it is a lot harder than it seems. After all, consistency in controls and physics are so critical to the handling of a game like this. It's gotta be simple to pick up and play, but with a skill ceiling that's almost limitless. So how can a Sonic title build its gameplay around more than one character? The best they've done to this point barely scratched the surface, just letting Tails fly Sonic around.
Other than that, developers had tried linking characters with rubber bands and letting them fling themselves around uninspired roller coasters, and they had tried turning the gameplay into a convoluted pile of tedious, slippery garbage, but so far nothing had worked. Until Sonic Advance 3. In this game, there are 5 playable characters, and you get to combine any 2 of them into a team. The reason this works so well is that instead of complicating, limiting, or otherwise obfuscating the core gameplay of the series, the team concept actually complements it. You might assume that making a team of, say, Sonic and Knuckles might have been a mostly aesthetic choice, but in Advance 3, whoever you choose as your partner makes a tremendous impact on what your own character can do. So partnering up with Knuckles doesn't just let you do this, it also impacts what Sonic himself can do, making his offensive capabilities stronger, and that sort of thing holds true for every possible combination. Only a team with Sonic can enter boost mode, and your character's movement options become more forward-focused. Tails and Cream both offer increased aerial mobility, and they both do it in completely unique ways. One of the things that always put me off from Advance 3 were the seemingly gimped movesets. At the start, you only have Sonic and Tails. I hated not being able to air dash anymore. And Tails' flight halts his vertical momentum, making it way less useful. It just didn't feel right. But it turns out, neither one of those abilities are gone, they're just dependent on your partners. Pair up Tails with Amy, and his OG flight style is restored. Pair him up with Cream, and well, now he's just showing off. So while you might not start with them, you will eventually have access to all the abilities from the previous games, and way, way more. Amy, thankfully, is returned to her Advance 1 playstyle, only now, partnering her up with anyone will completely overhaul their moveset too. Anyone she's with takes on her signature traits. Their jump doesn't automatically curl up, and they all get a hammer. But say you'd like Amy herself to be speedier. Team her up with Sonic and you'll get something closer to her Advance 2 form, but with the added benefit of a forward dash. Yeah, this combo was one of my favorites. Oh, and get this. If you play Sonic and make Amy the partner, her entire animation set changes. The sprite work in this game is so vibrant and detailed and wonderful. It's a visual showcase for the effort that went into making each and every team combo unique. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the last time that the adventure designs have ever appeared as sprites. And I seriously wouldn't mind seeing them make a comeback. By holding down R for a few seconds, your character will pick up their partner, and when it's released, you get a character-specific tag action. While a few of these are pretty situational, and I'm mostly looking at you, Knuckles, most of them are crazy useful. Tails and Amy can both fling you into the air in different ways, and Cream's tag action is probably the cutest thing in the history of the series, as Cheese not only replaces your B-move for a while, he also transforms into a chowified version of whoever you're playing as. And yeah, gliding on Knuckles' back is hilarious. These tag moves are a little clunky because of how long they take to charge, but I think that delay is mostly just there for balance. You know, giving each character like 1 or 2 specific actions is the obvious and easy way to approach a concept like this, and most other games would have stopped there. But one of the most fun parts of Advance 3 is when you unlock a new character, and you get to see not just what they bring to the table, but how their abilities and style impact everyone else. It's tremendously detailed and well thought out, and it offers an unprecedented amount of gameplay variety. Sonic Mania's Encore mode is fun and all, but in terms of character combos, it doesn't even scratch the surface of Advance 3's approach. But I'm not saying it's perfect. The fact that the CPU is somehow capable of activating moving platforms can really screw you over sometimes. And I also think some of the appeal is lost, because unless you go all the way back to the character select, you're locked into playing as just one character. I often found myself wishing I could swap between the two of them on the fly, which would push the importance and variety of the team concept even further. My god, this game has made me want it to be more like Sonic Heroes. What is going on? The fact that you can't swap your lead character makes me wonder if the game was at least conceived with multiplayer in mind. I mean, you can play the entire campaign through a link cable. The bonus rooms, and especially some of the bosses, seem like they might have been designed around this. Chaos Angel's boss is an irritating, finicky nightmare in single player, but when you and a human partner can each take a side, it makes a lot more sense. And all you need to do this is 2 GBAs, 2 copies of the game, a link cable, and another human who's really good at Sonic Advance 3, because in co-op, if your partner takes a hit, you will both lose all your rings. If your partner loses a life, you both do! It's neat that co-op works through the whole game, but Advance 3 is probably gonna be more fun as a single-player experience. And you might have noticed, the bosses this time are very gimmicky.
Like the team thought of a cool hardware trick that GBA could pull first, and then built the boss around that. They're creative, yes, but they're inconsistent. At their best, I just think they're way too simple and repetitive. By the time I figured out how I was even hurting Twinkle Snow's boss, I'd already finished him off. And at their worst, they're throwing so many things at you that surviving becomes your first priority. Cybertrek's boss requires you to smack shots back at him, but the projectiles shoot off in unpredictable directions, and they can still hurt you even once you've hit them. Trying to beat this one as Amy was almost impossible, and even once I switched, it was just more frustrating than fun. But I suppose this also might explain why Cream is the last character unlocked. Cheese can still cheese, after all. I guess as a whole, the bosses do a nice job incentivizing you to think about which character combo would be a good fit. And once you've gotten all the 5-4-1, it is a lot of fun to take their unique abilities back to earlier stages and see what you can find. Chow! Chow are what you can find. Every zone hides not 1, not 2, but 10 of the little demons. Get them all, and a Chow key will appear in a random location in a random act. Get that, and you will earn 1 shot at the special stage. If you fail, the key will respawn somewhere else and you'll need to find it again. I just still don't find it enjoyable to search high and low for stuff in a Sonic game. And even if I did, I think the key would still be one step too far. Oh, and of course, Super Sonic is still a one-boss wonder in the finale. So yeah, just like the previous 2 games, I don't think I'm ever gonna actually bother to get them all, but it is at least a whole heck of a lot better than the last game's approach. In another break from tradition, Sonic Advance 3 takes the unusual step of having 3 acts to a zone instead of the standard 2. Of course, the original Sonic 1 did this as well, but I think there's a reason the sequel moved away from it. Well, it did aside from Metropolis, but that really just proves the point. This is the stage that's kind of wearing out its welcome by the end of Act 2, and hearing that music start up again, and then being right back here again was always such a drag. The point is, if a Sonic game is going to break from the 2-act standard, it needs to have a real good reason to do that. Like maybe the game is on one of those newfangled CDs, so you're going to design 4 distinct visual styles for each zone, with each one having its own unique layout elements and gimmicks. That's doing it right. An example of doing it wrong might be assigning not 2, not 3, but 5 acts to a zone and building them all out of repetitive, empty level chunks, with the only difference between any of them being the background palette. The level design is supposed to be the core of the game, but it's all done without any vision, purpose, or creativity, and so it all just feels like samey filler. We in the business call this pulling a chaotix. So I was very happy to discover that Sonic Advance 3 absolutely does not pull a chaotix. Well, with one exception, but I'll put a pin in that. While the visual design of individual acts don't change, everything else about them does. Most notably their pace. These can be broken down into 3 styles. Some acts are what I think of as Sonic 1 style. They're a little slower paced, but that allows for increased depth and complexity, with multiple pathways weaving through the zone's unique elements. I guess you might say this is more like Sonic CD, and yeah, that's fair. Other acts are more Sonic 2 style, a somewhat more linear, speed-focused frenzy that plays on the famous spectacle of the series. But a third type of level might go in the complete opposite direction, and build a stage around one very specific gimmick, like moving platforms, floating launchers, or even puzzle elements. This sort of thing is common in most other platformers, but with 1 or 2 sandy exceptions, Sonic games don't traditionally want to break up the pace to this degree. But in this game, where the character combos give you so much more utility, I can see why the developers took this approach. But regardless of what style an act might take, none of them ever feel like the main act. None of them take any sort of precedent over the others, but they all complement each other. Pacing was one of Advance 2's greatest faults, but Advance 3 makes not just every zone, but every act within a zone a memorable experience unto itself. Moreover, these styles are just something I noticed. The game will never come right out and delineate Sunset Hill Act 2 as a speed stage, but when you start it up and you hear how energetic that remix is, you know before you even start playing. I really can't say enough good things about this soundtrack. Every zone remixes its theme in 3 different ways, and this isn't just good Sonic music, it's critical in setting that tone for each act. My favorite example of this is the energetic, confident pandemonium of Chaos Angel's theme. And how it's remixed into a more deliberate, threatening ambience for Act 2. But even in its best stages, Sonic Advance 3 never entirely escapes the rough edges that have become hallmarks of the trilogy. It still sometimes suffers from things like cheap hits, speed traps, and long, inescapable falls into bottomless pits. It's even got a new problem. The GBA screen is wider than it is tall, and layouts are sometimes happy to use that to hit you with obstacles that drop in from the top of the screen. But quite unusually, all of these things seem to be less and less of an issue as the game goes on. Remember that block that crushed what little interest I had in the game back in level 1? Here's what happens in a similar situation much later on. According to what info I can find, and this might not be right, but Advance 3's level designers might have been a little wet behind the ears. It was a group of people who had at most one other game under their belt, and while it seems unlikely that they'd make stages in such a linear order, it nonetheless feels like they're getting a better handle on how to present and structure challenge in a Sonic level as the game progresses. Other than that, I guess the worst thing I can say about these levels is that they feel a little labyrinthian sometimes. I mean, it makes sense given the focus on variety and exploration, but it is another one of those things that doesn't quite gel with me. Stages at least do a consistent job of signboarding you in the right direction, and I mean that literally. Yeah, I guess it's telling how often they have to resort to that. But all in all, the visual design here is every bit as strong and creative as it was in Advance 2. And now there's actual level design to back it up. Sunset Hill does a beautiful job of showing reverence for a classic without just veering into pure nostalgia. Seriously, why wasn't this the first level? That would have been a way better first impression. Twinkle Snow completes the trilogy's hat trick of snow levels, and this one sets itself apart with minecart rides and a gorgeous Aurora effect. I was worried Cybertrack might be a little too derivative of a similar stage in the last game, and then I saw that background. Unfortunately, death pits are at their worst here, and it's a little too much trial and error. I think you're just supposed to bring a team that can fly. Toy Palace is probably a little too gaudy, especially for 3 acts, but I don't think I'll ever forget it. I also love the piggy bank badniks in this stage that suck up your rings when you get hit. And then there's the final zone. Whoa, hold on just a second. I'm editing this episode right now, and I'm doing this like level by level breakdown, and I just noticed that I forgot to talk about Ocean Base. And that probably says a lot because while the music is really good, the stage is kind of forgettable, and I think it would have stood out a lot more if it had had more water in it. Oh, and I also called Toy Kingdom Toy Palace. Sorry about that. Anyway, as I was saying, and then there's the final zone, Chaos Angel. The outdoor sections, with those rolling clouds under a vibrant sky, are contrasted perfectly by these ancient ruins that seem to stretch back just as far. This stage achieves a degree of atmosphere that's almost unprecedented in the whole series. I'd go so far as to call it Metroid-like. That's how good it is. So if Sonic Advance 3 really does have that much depth, that much variety, that much fun packed into it, why in the world didn't I experience any of that when I first played it? Was I just being a headstrong teenager who was biased against the series after Heroes and made way too hasty of a generalization? Well, yeah, but I didn't come to that conclusion based on nothing. Sonic Advance 3 has a lot of strengths, but it also has some very significant weaknesses. It's been a long time since I've had to resort to this, but... Objection! As originally conceived, this advanced trilogy of episodes was going to come out as part of last year's Sonic season, and because of that, the majority of the episodes so far was actually written almost 6 months ago. I had just completed Advance 3 for the first time, and I think I was so surprised and even blown away by just how much I enjoyed some aspects of the game that I may have given too much of a pass to the things that I didn't. I like celebrating the positives of a game way more than I like tearing into them, and maybe that's why it's really easy for me to do that on a first playthrough. But I'm always arguing that the real depth and quality of a Sonic game lies in its replayability, so I put my money where my mouth is and I replayed Sonic Advance 3. Twice. And while I do still stand by every good thing I said about it, this game has a lot of fundamental issues that threaten to overshadow those positives. Every 2D platformer in the series up till now saw Sonic moving through stages in a linear set order. Reach the end of Act 1, and bam! Automatically, there's Act 2. It's a traditional platformer progression, I think you're familiar with it. Advance 3 reinvents the wheel by shoving a hub world into the equation. Now, before you can move on to Act 2, you're going to have to find it. And that's kind of the problem. Now, I'm more of a Galaxy 2 guy than a Galaxy 1 guy, if you catch my drift, but I'm not inherently opposed to the idea. Hub worlds can be done well. And to me, the definitive example of a 2D platformer doing it well will always be Kirby's Adventure. The hub world here offers access to bonus rooms, it's a safe space to try out Kirby's many abilities, it gives unity and context to a set of stages, and it does all this while being straightforward and unobtrusive. That's a good level hub, but Sonic Advance 3's level hubs are the worst kind. They actively detract from the experience. The main problem with them is that they're so enormous and convoluted, and it's a crapshoot even trying to keep your bearings because there's so little visual differentiation. Maybe an example's in order. So, say I've finished all 3 acts of Cybertrack, and I'm ready to fight the boss. To do this, I'll need to make my way to the boss transport thing. First thing to do is go right out of the entry ring, but whoa, whoops, not so fast that I accidentally enter Act 1. I'll exit that via the menu, press through this blocky section, now I'll just fall up here and end up in Act 2. Oh darn, silly me, trying to gain speed in a Sonic game. Exiting that, I'll just fall into this launcher, and through trial and error, I've learned that I need to go right and not left, because that'll just take me to a bonus game. Now, I could climb up here with these clacker platforms, but I think I'll just use the power of teamwork, and yeah, I'm not even surprised. Getting out of that brings me to this second launcher, where I'll remember to go up, because through infuriating trial and error, I've learned that down just leads back to the start, and that, at last, brings me to the level boss. This is the worst example I could have picked, but the other stages aren't much better. Platforms and springs activated by switches, leading you through layouts so complex that you'll be forced to push through them slowly and trepidatiously. Now, mired in all this, they do still offer the benefits of level hubs that I mentioned before. The bonus games are worth playing, and I think giving the player a safe space to try out different character combos was a great idea. But even that, the game's strongest aspect, is damaged by such convoluted complications. Every zone starts with a transporter ring that takes you to yet another hub that you have to use if you want to swap characters or move between zones. For one thing, if the game is this committed to avoiding menus, I think a new take on the combi catcher would have been more appropriate than throwing you back into the character select menu. But much more egregiously, this means that if you decide you want to pick a different team, you'll need to make your way back to the warp ring, jump into this thing, swap characters, and then navigate all the way back to where you were. God, and I used to think DK64 was bad. And it is, but it's got nothing on this. It takes so long to swap characters that it's usually faster to just reset the entire system. All of this would be forgivable if there were just a menu you could use to access acts that you'd already been to, or even a generation-style quick swap that just transport you to act rings. As it is, it's easy to spend more time just wandering around than you do in the actual stages. These are the most obtrusive level hubs I've ever seen in any video game. They're a huge part of why I never made much progress in the game, and worst of all, I know they're going to put me off from replaying it in the future. Now remember when I said that with one exception, Advance 3 stages don't pull a Chaotix? Well, let's unpin that. I've alluded to it throughout this entire episode, and I'm just going to come right out and say it. Taking the relative quality of the game that it's representing into account, Route 99 is one of the worst first stages in the entire history of the franchise. It does nothing to convey how deep, fun, and well-designed the game is going to be. Instead, all 3 of its acts are just empty, cheap, amateurish, and repetitive, and they come at a time when you can't even break up the monotony because you've only got 2 playable characters. And that's a problem that's made so much worse by how long it takes to unlock everybody, and more significantly, how the game completely fails to explain how to do that. To unlock a character, you have to reach the end of Act 3 in the zone that they're lost in, with Sonic as your lead character. This will trigger a short dialogue scene, after which they'll be added to your roster. Knuckles is in Zone 2, Amy's in Zone 4, and Cream's in Zone 6, but at no point does the game ever convey any of that. There's no indication whatsoever of how to unlock a character or where they are, and even if you know what to do, by the time you've got all 5 characters unlocked and the full breadth of the gameplay is available, your first playthrough is almost over. But the worst thing about this is simply the fact that Sonic is the only one who can unlock anybody. In a game that's built so well around character variety, it is such a misstep to tie this to him alone. It's just way too likely that you won't happen to have Sonic as your lead in Act 3, and you'll move on none the wiser. That's what happened to me at first, and I can't really think of a good reason to do this, except maybe that they didn't feel like writing cutscene dialogue for anyone except him, which is lazy as heck, but that's fine. I'd have accepted just having Sonic show up in the cutscenes, even if I wasn't just playing as him. And this is probably way too specific to me, but this game still does some things that, while they may be justified and they may be well executed, end up sacrificing a little too much of the series' appeal. Sonic is my favorite series and my favorite form of media for a lot of reasons, but one of the biggest is the simple purity of the game design. Advance 3 does a tremendous job in a lot of ways of incorporating more of those traditional platforming strengths into Sonic's gameplay without totally obfuscating that gameplay, but the trade-off is still there. I see the appeal of having a few playable characters, but the only aspect that makes or breaks these games for me is getting this one right. I guess at the end of the day, as much as I'll gush over the character combos, I'd still really prefer to just play a Sonic game as Sonic. But make no mistake, this game's greatest flaw is its awful first impression, with the convoluted level hubs being a very close second. These two issues are not just rough edges. I firmly believe that they hold the game back and have greatly limited its appeal and impact over time. Sonic Advance 3 is a cult classic that could have been one of the all-time greats. However, there's a reason it's a cult classic. I still think that if you're a Sonic fan, it's worth putting up with these issues to play it. The level design gets a lot better, and Advance 3's unique depths come into sharper focus the closer you get to the end. My first impression of this game so long ago was that I hated it. My impression upon finishing it for the first time was that I was over the moon with how much it had surprised me. My final impression is this. Sonic Advance 1 rose to tradition. Sonic Advance 2 fell to imitation. But Sonic Advance 3 is a game that burns bright with ambition. It falters in places. Some of its ideas don't always pan out, and they don't always gel with the strengths of this series in general, or my preferences in particular, but that doesn't take anything away from how excellent and well thought out it is, and how happy I am to have finally played it. Sonic Advance 3 was not trying to recapture anything about the series past or present. Instead, it boldly realizes a unique vision of how a Sonic game could operate in 2D, without losing focus on the core appeal of the series. It's a great capstone for the adventure era, and a stellar example of what a 2D Sonic game born from that era's defining elements should be. It was also the last game to feature the original Adventure 1 English voice cast, and I'm glad they got to go out on such a high note. And to the kids who made it here in the mid-2000s, this ending might have meant as much to them as that one did to me a decade earlier. And that kind of speaks to the legacy of Sonic Advance as a trilogy. The early 2000s was a period of uncertainty and inconsistency for this series, as the franchise's quality and contemporary relevance almost seemed to be on trial. The Hedgehog was taking a lot of hits, and the most damaging one of all was looming over the horizon. But at a time when Sonic was falling closer toward oblivion, the Advance trilogy managed to be both commercially and critically successful. And that says something. I've talked so much about how this era saw the birth of a generation of gamers who never owned a Sega console, who never really got to see Sega as a superpower in this industry. I may even get a little bit... yeah, like that about it at the worst of times. But in those times, nothing lifts my spirits more than, well, comments like this. You might not have grown up with the same Sega, or the same Sonic, or even the same core focus of the gameplay, and yet, our formative years were not so different. There are still so many people out there who grew up loving these games, and which games specifically those were is beside the point. Generations of gamers way younger than me still have ended up having the same degree of nostalgia, passion, and reverence for this series and these games and these heroes that I do. And on a handheld where so many developers, even Nintendo, were seemingly content to simply port over past successes, the Advance trilogy shines even brighter. Where the Genesis trilogy refined one winning formula until it was perfected, each Sonic Advance title innovates in its own direction. But even though their approaches and their successes may differ, all three of them were important, all three of them were distinct, and all three of them swing for the fences. Modern critics will describe a paradox at the heart of classic Sonic's game design. This series, they say, is supposed to be about going fast, so why are you so constantly punished for doing that? The game enables you, encourages you, wants you to accelerate to breakneck speeds, then stabs you in the back for doing it with things that you couldn't possibly see coming, a problem that's made even worse by the camera being so zoomed in. How is anybody supposed to react to this crap? I've seen it argued that this violates the basic tenets of good game design. If any of that describes your experience with Sonic, Or if you found that these games have just never quite clicked, this video is for you. Because I believe there is magic in this design. It's just the kind of approach that you need to find that magic is pretty out of step with modern expectations. Games nowadays, especially single-player AAA games, tend to be judged by how long they are. How much time is it going to take me before I can see everything, experience the whole story, and get to the end? A full-price game that could be finished in just a few hours would be raked over the coals nowadays. Heck, short $10 indie games still are, so spoiled are we with content. Sonic was born in a very different industry. Back in the rip-roaring olden days of print media, one of the core metrics of game reviews, right alongside graphics and sound design, was a little something called replay value. And like a lot of aspects of old-school game design, it was this way because it had to be. In the NES era, only the beefiest RPGs could hope to last a skilled player more than a few hours, so it didn't matter so much how long a game would take, what mattered was how long it would last. This is the industry where Sonic was born, and this is where the classic formula excels. That inspiration came from observation. Here's Super Mario Bros. World 1-1. There are hundreds of videos out there breaking down how brilliantly designed this stage is for the way it gently, invisibly teaches a new player everything they need to know about how this game works, and how video games work, even if you've never played a game before. But what happens on your second playthrough? Or your third, or your fourth, or your fifth time through Super Mario Bros.? There was no such thing as a save file back then, at least not on consoles, meaning that every time you turned on the console, or got a game over, you were going to be playing 1-1. And yet somehow, against all odds, it was still fun to play, because the better you got at the game, the faster you got through the level. So Sonic Team decided, what if we made a game that was just as easy to pick up and play as Mario, but was designed with intent to take advantage of this? If players will, by necessity, play through these zones over and over again trying to reach the end, what if that inevitable process would be rewarded? What if we could make a game where as your skill grew, that second, or third, or 100th time through a zone would be exponentially more rewarding than your first? Where obstacles that once seemed unfair or insurmountable eventually become a spectacular display not of what Sonic can do, but what you can do. Unfortunately, what was one of the series' biggest strengths has become something of an albatross, something that modern gamers often don't even notice. Because modern games, even modern platformers, simply aren't designed this way, and players aren't conditioned to expect it. When you fall, you don't have to climb the whole mountain again. You can, but you don't have to. The primary challenge of this, and most games, is to get through it once. The idea of doing it again, but better, is tertiary at best. But, and I can't emphasize this enough, this is the wrong approach to take with a Sonic game. You can just lean on the generous ring system and barely struggle through until you get to the end. But if you consider the game done at that point, it's no wonder you find it unfulfilling. That'd be like beating half the setlist of a Guitar Hero game on easy, or playing every stage of a WarioWare game once and thinking that you're done with it. The real longevity and the real depth come out of skill mastery. In 1991, developers could take two things for granted. First, that gamers were unusually good at reacting quickly, because after all, that was one of the fundamental skills most games were built on. And second, especially given how much of the console gaming market was made up of kids, that players were going to be replaying your game a lot. But that was almost 30 years ago. Gaming today appeals to a much wider audience of people who enjoy games for a much wider variety of reasons, many of which couldn't even be conceived of back then. So the idea that you might just keep plugging away at something that's frustrating you this much is completely foreign to some players now, especially when everybody's got a backlog a mile long. Now, the most common solution to old school difficulty is save states and rewind features. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that replay value is less emphasized than ever before, but hey, the Game Genie was basically the only reason I could beat anything at first. There's nothing wrong with playing a game in a way that makes it the most fun for you, and the majority of challenging games nowadays give you the option to do just that. With that assist mode turned off, Celeste is easily more challenging than anything Sonic's ever done. But this kind of struggle till you make it game design won't appeal to everybody. Nonetheless, it is pretty telling that back in the day, the reason Sonic's detractors gave for not liking it wasn't that it was too at odds with itself or too frustrating. No, it was almost the opposite. Until, like, 2009, the most common criticism I saw about these games was that they were too easy, that they were all spectacle and no substance,
that Sonic was bad because it could be finished too fast. So before it was too easy, now it's too hard. The narrative is kind of flipped, and in both cases it comes down to a lack of appreciation for replay value. But then again, it might make sense that those detractors were there so early. Even throughout the 16-bit era, the wheel was already turning away from replayability and toward longer, more expansive adventures that could never reasonably be completed in a single setting, no matter how good you got. It could be argued that this design was already a little outdated and a little out of focus as early as 1994 when Sonic 3 added a save feature, and Sonic has struggled to resolve that divide ever since, between a character whose superpower demands a game that's built for replay value and a player base that increasingly doesn't see the value in replays. This was my first video game, and it seemed like every other zone just walled me with some nightmarishly challenging difficulty spike. Every time that happened, I had to start over. And every time I did, without even really trying to, I got a little better. I got a little faster. I sharpened my skill to the point where eventually, not only did I get over those walls, I busted through them. And being able to feel that difference through gameplay between where I'd started and where I'd ended up felt so amazing and so rewarding that I'm still replaying it 25 years later. So that's my advice. If you're someone who's ever enjoyed a Sonic game to a point, don't just keep banging your head into a stage that's no fun. Ignore the save file. Start over and go back to those earlier stages that you did enjoy. Approach it differently. Maybe it's like backtracking in a Metroid game, except instead of your character getting stronger and more capable, you do. Try different things, look for different paths, play as different characters, get yourself more acclimated to the physics and the flow of the game design, and by the time you make it back to that zone that gave you trouble, you'll be a lot more ready for it. Oh, and press down while moving to spin into a ball. That really helps. I hope none of this has come across like I'm just telling you to get good. Getting good is important, but the process of getting good should be mostly enjoyable to you, and the accomplishment you get when you are good should be worth it. If Sonic still doesn't sound like your cup of tea, that's okay. I just hope you walk away from this with a better understanding of why other people do enjoy it. There's a reason the legacy of these games has endured. There is magic in Sonic's game design, and it's the magic that's infinitely more rewarding when you earn it. As we reached the midpoint of the 2000s, the Sonic series was a few years into something that at that time could still be optimistically described as a rough patch. From the moment Sega discontinued the Dreamcast and went third party, mainstream gaming seemed to start losing patience and interest with the blue blur. Sonic, and Sega along with him, was quickly painted as the deserved loser of the console wars. Now, we in the fandom did our best to defend the series, but it was a thankless, difficult task, especially when we couldn't deny that it was declining in quality and consistency, even as the game somehow continued to sell extremely well. This widening gap between the commercial success of the series and its critical reception was something that not even Sonic was going to be able to outrun forever. We might not have had the name yet, but this was the origin of the Sonic cycle. So in this gloomy climate of early '05, Sonic really needed a win. And it looked like he was going to get one. The series was going to be honored as one of the inaugural inductees at the new Walk of Game exhibit in San Francisco, California. You might have seen this video from Jim's collection, but it was actually made for the occasion, and it lifted that cloud and the spirits of the fandom, even if just for a moment. It was nice to see something that celebrated the importance, the success, and the legacy of the series. You know, maybe it had been a rough couple of years, but Sonic had been such a phenomenon, and he could be again. After all, this was one of the greatest icons of the industry, and hopefully Sega was gonna get him back on track. So, that thing before the intro was not a dramatization.
At the very event where their mascot was honored as one of gaming's first ballot icons, Sega decided it would be a good look to shoot down that legacy and announce, this. My first thought, and the first thought of a lot of Sonic fans, was denial. I mean, a Sonic character packing heat looked way too stupid to be anything but an early April Fool's joke. Gaming was in the middle of that awkward adolescence, where anything family-friendly was shunned, see the ridiculous vitriol aimed at the GameCube in general and Wind Waker in particular, whereas the PS2 and especially the Xbox were characterized by mature, realistic games for real gamers. Shadow looked for all the world like a parody of the trend. And if it was real, who in the world was this supposed to be for? As much as we might not have liked it, we knew the answer even then. In the ultimate insult, the game that was going to make the franchise darker and edgier and more quote-unquote mature was targeted at the one group that was still young enough that they would be self-conscious about that. There was a reason these critically panned games kept selling well, and it wasn't because people our age were buying them. The people begging Sega to bring back Shadow were the ones who'd never played a Sonic game before. No, not that one. They didn't have a Dreamcast. Ah, yeah, there it is. That one. Shadow was the favorite character of the younger generation, and to appeal to them, he would star in a game that appeared on the surface to go squarely against the things that had made anyone else a fan of the series. Brooding, mysterious, story-focused, with a gun. It's kind of ironic in retrospect that us OG fans got so riled up about this blatant pandering to the trends, because that's exactly what the games we'd grown up loving were also accused of. Sonic was conceived to appeal to early 90s chewed, and now Shadow was the same thing for the next generation. I should probably clarify here, I'm not saying that nobody over the age of like 10 could have possibly appreciated this character. Plenty of teens and even a few curmudgeonly 20-somethings who were basically the elder statesmen of the fan base in 2005. Plenty of older fans enjoyed Sonic Adventure 2's story and characterization. I mean, of course they did. They were the generation that made Sad AM the central focus of the fandom for half a decade. But they tended to appreciate this character for different reasons. Shadow sacrificing himself like this was unprecedented in this series. And that conclusion to what was a fairly well-developed arc made for an interesting, nuanced character. But the younger demographic didn't just enjoy the arc, they loved Shadow, and often considered him their favorite character. This resulted in a split between what older fans generally appreciated about Shadow, and how his return might cheapen that, versus what younger fans generally wanted to see, namely for their favorite Red and Black Renegade to be brought back from the dead. And as much teeth gnashing as we were doing about that at the time, with perspective I am very thankful you guys were there, and I'm glad the series was still making new fans. I get it, but I mean, come on. You guys really thought this doofus was cooler than Sonic? Well, here's my opinion. May not be a popular one, but I'm gonna give it to you straight. I think that Shadow the Hedgehog kinda sucks. Oh, I don't mean that. That would be a popular opinion. But no, I mean this. I mean him. Right from his very first appearance, this derivative dipstick didn't do a thing for me. I didn't hate him. I didn't like him. I just didn't care. From his stoic demeanor to his tortured backstory to his design, I just thought Shadow was boring. The Sonic series established a precedent of introducing new characters based mostly on animals that nobody had ever heard of, and giving them superpowers that they never actually have. Hedgehogs can't run on water, foxes can't fly, echidnas don't glide, and, snipers don't cackle? So why would you introduce a second Hedgehog, on the 10th anniversary no less, and make him play exactly like the main character? Especially in a series that already featured both an extremely popular nemesis who was Sonic's temperamental opposite, and a robot duplicate who could match his every move. But that contrast between light and dark was the whole point of Sonic Adventure 2, and the idea may have worked if Shadow's origin or personality was in any way tied to Sonic's, if he had really been a dark reflection of the hero. But despite their similar designs and abilities, Shadow's origin has absolutely nothing to do with Sonic. Shadow was a Shadow in name only, and yet his tragic backstory and ultimate redemption was at the center of Sonic Adventure 2, which just made it all the more disconnected from previous games in the series. I will cop to my perspective here, being in line with my preferences.
I tend to relate to more fun, self-assured, lighthearted, or goofy protagonists, whereas I generally find brooding, angsty anti-heroes laughable at best and boring at worst. I like Goku more than Vegeta, Spider-Man more than Batman, Cloud in Final Fantasy VII more than Cloud since Final Fantasy VII. You get the point. My aversion to angst made the youth culture of the mid-2000s either the worst possible time I could have been a teenager, or the best. Being a brooding, angsty, miserable sad sack made you one of the cool kids in my high school. And as someone who was a loud, obnoxious, adolescent future YouTuber, I probably found that a lot more hilarious than I should have. But still, I was sick of being surrounded by it all the time. So of course that's when my favorite series brought out a game starring a brooding, angsty, miserable sad sack. But we in the fandom could take solace in one thing. At least Shadow was just a spin-off. It didn't really matter. It didn't really count as a real Sonic game. It was just a spin-off, right? No, I've babbled about things related to the game for long enough now. I don't think I should have to explain this. I mean, come on, it doesn't even have the word Sonic in the title. It's a spin-off, right? Right? Alright, strap in, here we go. Back at the apex of the Sonic boom, identifying a mainline title was simple. It was a platform action game, released on Sega's flagship hardware, developed by some iteration of Sonic Team, and starring Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, of course, other series would establish different precedents, but examples outside of Sonic shouldn't be applicable to it. So, take Knuckles Chaotix. Just like Shadow would do a decade later, Chaotix directly follows up with a story set in motion by the previous games. It is an action platformer, and what happens in it impacts later games in the mainline. However, it does not star Sonic the Hedgehog. That makes it a spin-off, just like Tails' Adventures and Mean Bean Machine and Christmas Nights. That's the lens I look through. And with a few necessary revisions over the years, this is still how I would define the mainline. And yet there seems to be a substantial contingent of people who balk at that idea. Like it's as obvious to them that Shadow is not a spin-off as it is to me that it is. How could they be so wrong? I don't know, maybe they're not. And who cares, it's all semantics anyway. We're just looking at it differently. It all comes back to that age-old question. What is a Sonic the Hedgehog game supposed to be? If you answer that question through the lens of the Genesis era, then duh, Shadow's a spin-off. But if you define a Sonic game by the conventions of the Adventure era, where story and character variety was emphasized, where Sonic's starring role was always alongside an ensemble, where you may well spend a bulk of your time with the game playing something that is not a speedy platformer, then there is a real case to be made that Shadow could be mainline, especially since it was, after all, developed by Sonic Team. It'll still always be a spin-off to me, and we in the fandom at the time surely wished it was a parody. But this was no joke. That first visual of an emo cartoon character scowling and holding a gun was toxic to the game's reputation from the moment it was revealed. Long before it even came out, Shadow was seen as such a naked, misguided attempt to cash in on the trends of the time that it didn't really matter what the game was actually like. This was already all that people would ever see it as. You might say that Shadow's concept overshadowed anything else about it. It wouldn't be the last time that happened. But if what you see on the surface is such an easy target, what does this game offer beneath that? I'm qualified to ask this question because I genuinely don't know. The thing I'm most familiar with here is this wonderfully stupid intro and freaking bop of a theme song, with its delicious cornball lyrics and edgy guitar.
Can you see all of me? Walk into my mystery. Step inside and walk for dear life.
I love it! Man, when I said Shadow was the Vegeta to Sonic's Goku, I didn't mean it literally. But when it comes to the game itself, I've never gotten more than a level or two into it, and I haven't even tried in at least a decade. But maybe that speaks to why it made so little impact beyond, yeah, that. Maybe most people just don't make it much further than the intro, and I can see why. Because once you're past that, you get to Westopolis, and woo boy! The first level of Shadow's game is designed, intentionally and otherwise, as a sort of mirror universe counterpart of City Escape. Where City Escape was cheery and sunny, Westopolis is an apocalyptic hellscape. Where this song was upbeat and catchy, this one is crooked and destructive. And where City Escape was one of the most impactful, most memorable, most pitch-perfect first impressions in a series that's full of them, Westopolis is... well, it's perfectly indicative of what Shadow the Hedgehog is going to be. And that's not always a good thing. First things first though, let's talk about the basics. The controls, abilities, and general feel of moving your character are all light years ahead of Heroes. I know that's faint praise coming from me, but I'll go so far as to say that it feels more or less on par with Adventure 2, and even better in some ways. The jump arc is clear and controllable, the game is great at understanding where you want the homing attack to go, movement speed is good, the ledge stop mechanic is once again a lifesaver instead of a nuisance, even Heroes-specific mechanics like the triangle dive have been improved. I would say they got the basics right. This was, oddly enough, the first 3D game in the series where you only control a single character, so it would be pretty embarrassing to get that wrong. Now just to clarify, at its best it's only as good as Adventure 2, and seeing as this game is 4 years newer, even that's dubious. Come on, if the spin dash doesn't get you through loops, then why is it even here? Now more than ever, flinging your super-powered spiky hedgehog up slopes, off ledges, and through loops and valleys in the pursuit of speed isn't really the focus. Too boring. Too outdated. As old as the Green Hills. Ugh. No, the focus of Shadow the Hedgehog is
making those who mocked you, those who would stand in your way, suffer like the ignorant sheep they are by dispersing vigilante justice, the only way a true anarchist like Shadow the Hedgehog knows how.
By turning your foes into eggs with a stupid chicken gun from Billy Hatcher.
This is how Don Yoshi wants it done.
All anybody wants to talk about is the cartoon hedgehog that cocks an MP5 like it's a shotgun, and oh yeah, that's stupid. But most of the weapons available in this game make me wonder if Sonic Team really was in on the joke, because they seem to revel in that stupidity. Yeah, you've got your PP7s, and your SMGs, and your RPGs, and all that junk, but why would you want to use something like that when you could use this ridiculous alien laser cannon? Ooh, or you can jack a bazooka from an egg pawn?
What? More Eggman's robots?
We're still calling him that? I'm trying to be nice here. Jack a bazooka from an Eggman's robots and turn the tables. Or you can take a feather from Lodi's playbook and whack him with a stop sign. Just make sure you don't forget to pick up extra swords to refill your sword ammo. The breadth and variety of the weapons you find throughout the game, and even some of the unconventional ways that they're used, really surprised me. It's one of the things I found most enjoyable about hitting new stages. It always seemed like they had something new to offer. It just goes to show this really is the same Sonic team that made Phantasy Star Online. It's too bad combat itself could still use some work. You can only hold one weapon at a time, and, that's fine. But at anything slower than a sprint, Shadow has to do this clunky little dropping animation. What's worse is that if you happen to be in a pickup hitbox when you drop a gun, you've got to get out of it before Shadow will pick anything up, and sometimes that results in you picking up what you just dropped again. While I still think the animation's a bit of a clunker, it is fortunately helped along by a dedicated button that will instantly swap Shadow's weapons. Unfortunately, I'm an absolute moron, and I didn't notice that until I'd played through the game half a dozen times. Kids, remember to read your instruction manual. Combat itself is better than Heroes, but it does suffer from some of the same issues. Enemies still have health bars, but I guess that's more justified if you're gonna have weapons. Most of the time, if you have a firearm, you can take down enemies in a snap. But I guess to incentivize you to use guns, Shadow's other options like the homing attack, as well as his new goofball melee combos, are functionally useless. Either way though, there's no real punch to anything. And speaking of which, I guess I spoke too soon. At least one thing in this game has punch. I said the models in Heroes looked like plastic action figures, but don't worry, Sonic Team sees where they went wrong, so they've made Shadow out of rubber instead. Early on, I was constantly bursting out laughing at how silly this all looked.
Death to all who oppose me! The ultimate Stretch Armstrong!
The more realistic a game from this era tried to be, the worse it aged. And quite frankly, Shadow looks 2005 as heck. An ugly bloom filter is bleeding out of every light source, and the more realistic, darker settings contrast terribly with cartoony character models and doofy animations. Seriously, at one point the game told me to bust down a door, and this happened. It just doesn't fit. But hey, graphics aren't everything, and at least a lot of this stuff is so bad it's hilarious. With that in mind, the combat is passable, the variety of weapons is fun, and most importantly, the core gameplay is roughly as good as it's ever been in 3D. It sounds like enough elements are in place for this to be, at the very least, a pretty fun train wreck. So where's the problem? Oh, there it is. This is Shadow's progression map. It's this confounding mess of a thing before you even know what it means. But don't worry, once I explain it, you'll be even more confused. Each rectangle represents a level. These branch off from the left, meaning, that's right, most stages feature 3 possible goals. a hero path, a dark path, and a neutral path. Less than 30 seconds into the first level of Shadow's very own game, his momentum is brought to a complete stop for this.
Hey, Shadow. Long time no see.
Yeah, I don't know if a game starring Shadow really needed to have the series mascot hogging the limelight. Tails Adventure got it right. But okay, that's not the real problem. The real problem is what Sonic wants you to do.
Looks like these black creatures really mean business. Let's you and me show them a thing or two.
The real problem is this. Find and eliminate all 45 enemies in this level. Fortunately, to assist in this, you now have the ability to warp between checkpoints. So, +1 for that, but minus several million because there's no way to tell where enemies are. So if you happen to overlook even a single one, your only recourse is to start over from the beginning and look harder. Would it really have been so hard to at least give us an indication of which areas still have enemies? Or a radar? Or something? Maybe the dark path is more interesting. Oh no. This little hexapus is called Black Doom, and he wants you to do essentially the same thing, except now you'll eliminate all 35 gun soldiers in the level. Now, don't actually kill them whatever you do. Killing aliens, that's fine, screw those guys. But killing humans, that's gonna be a no-go. Just incapacitate them instead. We gotta hit that E10+ rating. Black-hearted evil, brave-hearted hero. Make your choice. But remember that either path is functionally the same thing. Just comb over every nook and cranny of the entire level, hunting down drones. It is at this point that anyone who likes having fun with video games might say, but what about that third path? What if I just want to keep it nice and simple, run through the level, and make it to the goal ring? And while that is indeed the least painful choice, here's the thing. The level design is not really built for that. It's not built like it's a Sonic level. On the contrary, Westopolis is a series of open space sets packed with enemies of either type, and Shadow's high movement speed makes weaving between them improbable at best. Just like the cartoony characters and animations are at odds with the plot and the setting, so too is the gameplay at odds with the game design. There are worse levels than this in Shadow the Hedgehog, and oh, is it ever gonna hurt when we get there. But Westopolis does make a terrible first impression in a game that really needed to put its best rocket shoe forward if it was gonna have any hope of outrunning this. Almost every level follows this same structure. 2 missions, each tied to a specific character, either of whom can become your partner and will tell you exactly what to do. And in most cases, it'll be some variation of finding X number of things, or killing Y number of enemies, or activating all the switches. You always know what stuff you need to find, but you never have an indication of where that stuff might be. Oh, and no matter who your partner is or what you're doing, anything that could be considered a threat will always hurt you. You can be the most heroic, virtuous Shadow imaginable, fighting for justice alongside Sonic himself, and gun soldiers will still shoot you on sight. If you defend yourself, Sonic screams at you to stop.
Stop! Stop that!
Stop it.
Hey, Shadow. I gotta ask you something.
At least we have the option to make Charmy shut up this time. Because of this, levels have to be designed with a more open structure, and often with backtracking in mind. And because of that, one of the most common criticisms of the adventure titles, and early 3D platformers in general, has gotten even worse. Shadow's gameplay is constantly hampered by its camera. It's like the developers decided the best way to fix this problem was just to make you fix it instead. It's almost entirely under manual control, and I found myself constantly fighting against it, nailed by stray projectiles fired by enemies I couldn't see. The adventure games both had this mercy mechanic that gave you some relief from their rough edges. After you took a hit, you could recover with a mid-air jump. And this was invaluable, because it gave you an opportunity to save yourself if you got knocked off a ledge. Shadow, despite being so much more combat-oriented, doesn't let you do that, making an edge that was already rough even more so, and leading to situations like this, where you're killed just because you're very slightly out of position. Oh, I guess I should talk about those meters at the top of the screen. They're ostensibly there to give the player's moral choices tangible gameplay consequences. In reality, they're so tacked on and forgettable that I wrote an entire draft of this script without remembering they existed. they're half-baked in their simplicity. If you kill good guys, whatever that happens to be on a particular stage, you charge up the red meter. When it's full, it automatically starts draining, but while it does, you gain invulnerability, infinite ammo, and the ability to blast out some of that charge on a destructive wave. It's pretty cool and situationally useful for sure, but it's hard to time what situation you'll be in when that meter tops out and you get to use it. However, kill the bad guys, and the blue meter fills up. This also gives you invincibility and infinite ammo, but now instead of doing a destructive wave, you can make the gameplay itself for a while, blowing right past mission-critical objectives without completing them. This thing is just a liability. The button that activates it is the same button that drops guns, meaning you might just, say, accidentally fly into the gold ring, which would be very unfortunate if, hypothetically, you had just spent 9 minutes agonizingly trying to complete that godforsaken hero mission and only had 3 enemies left to kill, and now you have to start the whole thing over again. Alright, from the top then. I'll kill you, and all of you. And finally, after another 7 minutes, there we go, I freaking did it. Why didn't the next hero path stage unlock? I beat the hero mission, so where the heck is it? This has got to be a mistake. Or, oh no, I know what happened. Some higher power is angry with me! I personally am being punished because I skipped the Team Chaotix missions back in Sonic Heroes. Because now they've taken those god-awful mission ideas and made them the backbone of the entire game! And of course you can't just go into the level select, pick a level you've already played, complete a different goal, and continue from there. No! That would be silly! It only counts, it only sticks, it only matters when you start a whole new game and play from the very beginning. This is ridiculous! This is insulting. You can only play 6 out of the 22 stages on each playthrough, so to unlock them all, you're gonna have to play through the game over and over and over and over and... Oh, crap. I just figured out what they were trying to do. Hackneyed game journalists will tell you that Sonic struggled ever since he made the jump to 3D. While I can see why it might look that way if you don't actually care about the series and just want to push an easy narrative, Sonic Team has actually found 2 distinct ways to make Sonic work in 3D, both of which were seen as reasonably successful in their own time. So I believe the real conundrum this franchise has struggled with in modern times is finding ways to incentivize replayability in a time when players increasingly don't find replaying a game for its own sake to be compelling enough reason to stick with it. Trying to solve this problem is one reason, if not the biggest reason, the series keeps reinventing itself and falling flat on its face. To this point, Sonic Team had tried multiple gameplay styles to make the games last longer, a choice that was becoming something of a liability, as well as emblem missions for the completionists. Oh, I guess you also technically had the Chow Garden, if you like the characters but you're not actually good enough at video games to appreciate high-speed platformers. Sorry, the game's rubbing off on me, I'll stop trying to be edgy. The point is, Shadow's idea could have been the perfect solution to this replayability problem, keeping the gameplay focused around a single playstyle while making replays rewarding. Shadow's execution on this is so poor I didn't even realize what they were going for at first, but when it's done right, it's one of my absolute favorite ways to incentivize replayability, and it has been ever since I first experienced it way back in 1997. Right, here's the map screen. A single playthrough consists of 8 of these 16 stages. You always start with Corneria, and all roads lead to Venom, but what you do in each level determines how you'll get there. I'll give you an example. Right when it looks like you've beaten the boss of Sector X, he comes roaring back to life. Your wing frog Slippy charges in to attack, but, you know, he's Slippy, so he gets slam dunked onto another planet, and the next stage is a rescue mission to save him. However, the next time you play Sector X, you'll know you need to hurry, and you might manage to finish off the boss before Slippy can rush in. Then instead of going to the desert, you'll storm the enemy supply depot on Macbeth. Oh, but Sector X also has another hidden exit. If you shoot out these panels, you'll find a hidden warp, throwing you clear across the Lilat system and onto the most difficult path. If you went through this stage earlier in your playthrough, you would have met up with Fox's old pal Bill, and he'll show up again to help you find the warp. And that's just one level. This stuff applies throughout the whole game. Almost every stage has 2 or more ways to get through it, which lets the game keep surprising you with new stages and secrets, which gives you reason to keep replaying it, which means you'll inevitably get better at it.
God, did I ever play the bejesus out of Star Fox 64! A lot of my all-time favorite games are like this, with a short campaign that offers a ton of possibilities. If my actions as a player can affect the game to that degree, I will spend a gargantuan amount of time replaying that game and testing those limits, even if it's a genre I might not otherwise be interested in. This is exactly the structure that Sonic Team was going for. That's why the level select doesn't let you unlock anything new. You're meant to replay the game from the beginning each time, trying out new things, unlocking new stages, and most importantly, getting better at it. But that only works if the game is fun, and if breaking through that skill ceiling is enjoyable. That mission structure needs to be designed for replayability, because if, say, nearly every mission is based around tedious scavenger hunts, and the game doesn't trust you to uncover anything on your own and just wants to tell you exactly what to do, then going through all of that once would be awful enough. Who would want to put themselves through all this crap again? So much of this falls back on level design. It never stops being an issue, and the mission structure isn't enough to justify some of these choices. Even more linear stages tend to fall apart. Literally in one case. Cosmic Fall is a dumpster fire tumbling through space, requiring you to just hold still while pieces of the Ark crumble around you. Still waiting, still waiting, still waiting. Ah, there's the next piece of the level. Thanks. Even when it's not literally broken, level structure is almost always tepid, repetitive, and under-designed. It's indicative of either a rushed development cycle that resorted to way too much padding and cut corners to get the game out the door, or it's indicative of how far Yuji Naka's Sonic Team had fallen in just 4 short years. Central City is an abominable example of the game falling apart under the weight of all this. For starters, it's a blatant reuse of the first stage's assets. Like, the appeal of a progression system like this, and the reason it would work so well for Sonic, is because they both rely on the variety of unique stages. But Sonic Team bit off more than they could chew, so here we are, back in Westopolis. Like most levels, the missions here can be boiled down to shoot all the things. And Central City has this non-linear, dare I say, esoteric level design that left me baffled. I can't navigate 3D space to save my life even in games where I have a map, so I was not having a good time here. To win the hero path, Knuckles wants you to destroy all 30 bombs strewn randomly around the city. If you fail, the whole city will explode. For the dark path, Black Doom wants you to detonate a giant bomb, which is nonsensically accomplished by blowing up a bunch of medium-sized bombs. Destroying them all somehow arms the giant one, and if you lose, the city doesn't blow up. Wait a minute. Lose the hero mission and the city blows up. Lose the dark mission and the city doesn't blow up. When the narrative cohesion of the missions within a single level is breaking down like this, you might have a problem. But that's par for the course. Level missions have to bend over backwards for flimsy justification, like, oh no, Eggman built this casino out of rings, so collect 400 of them. I don't know though, I think Shadow's worst sin was bringing back these barrels. Ugh. At one point on the hero path, we learn that Shadow lacks any sense of self-preservation when he decides it would be a good idea to steal the Chaos Emerald that's powering the very ship he's standing on right now.
This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
Wow. Yep. So much cooler than Sonic. But wait, this could actually be something really cool. The Emerald's energies, combined with the wailing alarm of the ship's warp core breach, trigger a flashback. But this is not your standard goofy SA2 style flashback, no. This is an entire level called Lost Impact, set aboard the Ark 50 years ago, and your partner character here is Maria. Seriously, this is so cool. The music is this nostalgic, bittersweet piece that reminds me of something. It's incredible to see the Ark back when it was still in service, and most of all, the chance to directly experience more of Shadow and Maria's friendship through gameplay could make their history, which is after all at the heart of Shadow's character, so much more meaningful. Okay, your mission this time is to destroy 35 artificial chaos?
Those liquid creatures are the experiment byproducts, based on a god of an ancient culture.
Oh, you know what? That's perfect! The game's going out of its way to fill in the details as to why these enemies looked so much like chaos. Alright, this should be fun!
As I promised you, Maria, I will protect the Professor and the Ark.
I never should have done it. I never should have coveted that Sega Genesis for my 6th birthday. I mean, my life now would be different to the point of being unrecognizable, but at least I wouldn't be here. At least I wouldn't have had to play Lost Impact. This might seriously be the worst level I have ever played in this series. I mean, here I am, transporting from checkpoint to checkpoint. Do you see the issue here? The entire level is built out of nearly identical rooms, connected together by the slowest, most repetitive, most boring moving turret rides I've ever seen. Now, I did discover about half an hour in that I could hold down the A button to make them move faster, but apparently that's the one forking thing that the partner character, who basically only exists to tell you how to play the game, couldn't be bothered to fill me in on.
Mr. Yuji Naka is all right.
You sure about that? Maybe someone should check on him. I'd rather play a game that's brutally, unfairly challenging. I'd rather play a game lousy with bugs and glitches where you just fall through the floor and have to restart constantly. I would rather play Sonic 3D Blast, and oh yeah, that's what the music was reminding me of. What an appropriate song for a level where you scour cookie-cutter environments, just picking off enemies. At no point in this entire game did I ever feel like my skills or abilities were being challenged. The always forgiving ring system has never been more lenient. Being hit only makes you drop 10 rings, and they're so easy to pick up that even boss fights are dead simple to cheese. So the game owes its length not to challenges overcome by skill mastery, but to chores overcome by time investment. Through most of its playtime, Shadow gives you nothing interesting to do. Nearly everything that could have been good about it crumbles under the weight of that convoluted mess of a progression system. Nearly everything, right on down to the story. Of course, the problem there is, which story are we even talking about? Because that also changes depending on what path you take. The whole reason this game needed to happen was to answer the mysteries that were raised back in Heroes. How did Shadow wind up here? Why does he have amnesia? Is this even the original Shadow? And if it is, how did he survive this? And no, a Sonic X episode that caulked over that plot hole 2.5 years later does not justify Sonic Adventure 2's complete lack of an explanation. Metatextually, Shadow has amnesia, so we'll have a convenient excuse to explore his backstory, and so that he can believe things about himself, even if they aren't congruent with what we already know about him. And that's a problem, because even though he doesn't know who or what he is, we do. Sonic Adventure 2 already provided a complete origin story and character arc for Shadow the Hedgehog. We know he was created by Gerald Robotnik, the promise he made to his only friend, and the effect that promise and her death had on him. To get around all that in the most uninspired manner imaginable, Heroes had to place that seed of doubt that this might not even be the real Shadow. With that setup in place, this game's story is free to go in whatever ridiculous direction you decide to take it. And oh, does it ever need to stretch itself far. Because you see all those bubbles at the end of the progression map? Do you know what those are? Endings. Maybe Shadow decides to be heroic and virtuous despite not remembering who he is. Amnesia or not, it's just in his nature to be good. Except maybe it isn't. Maybe he trusts Black Doom implicitly for absolutely no reason, and blindly goes along with whatever he says. Or maybe he sees this shadow android army mass-produced by Eggman, and decides that he's one of the androids too. But come on, he's definitely the real Shadow. Of course he is. Look at these low-poly pretenders. But oh well, he's still gonna team up with Omega and take the Empire for himself. And he completes that mission by murdering Eggman.
Goodbye, Doctor.
I mean, if you don't like that, can you really call yourself a Sonic fan? Or maybe Shadow ties his whole identity to the space colony Ark, decides this place is sacred to him, and makes that his purpose. There are worse things than being married to a spaceship. Or maybe it was aliens! Yeah, no, really, that's it. It was aliens. But all these forced conundrums and tacked-on plot elements seem all the more strange when Shadow could have provided an explanation for the question that we fans were asking from the day that we first saw this screenshot. The mystery that Sonic Adventure 2 so conspicuously left hanging. Why is Shadow so similar to Sonic?
Sonic, I think I've discovered what the ultimate life form is. It might be you.
I know it was probably the result of a bad translation, but still,
The implications of that line blew my freaking mind when I was 13. But I guess that wasn't the story Sonic Team wanted to tell. In real talk, that ship had sailed anyway. Instead, Heroes was forced to invent all new questions, and after almost 2 years of build-up, here's the payoff. Is this the real Shadow? Yes, but he doesn't always know that. Why does he have amnesia? We don't know! How did he survive? Okay. See, apparently everyone thought that Shadow died, but really Eggman rescued him with one of his robots. However, the game will only ever actually tell you that in a single line of dialogue that you'll only hear if you spend an insane amount of time fighting the final boss, and since you would never actually hear this unless you were trying to, in conclusion, it doesn't matter. None of these questions were raised in the service of enriching Shadow's backstory or doing something interesting with his character. They were plot conveniences that needed to happen so Sonic Team could tell a choose-your-own-adventure plot about a character who had already died and whose story had already been told. So of course the answers aren't going to be satisfying, but even if they were, even if, against all odds, Sonic Team had somehow stuck the landing here, the story would still lack any sort of cohesion for the same reason everything else in the game does. The progression system. Let me give you an example. This is a new character, Commander... No, that's his name. Alright then. My first time through the game, he had this big introductory cutscene where he swore that he'd take revenge on the Hedgehog for some unspoken reason, and then he never showed up again. My second time through, I sat through that same scene, and then, once again, Commander Nobody disappeared for the rest of the game. My third time through, many long and arduous stages in, he finally got a second scene. And in fact, this time he served as the final boss, and he said this.
This is for my family, and for Maria. Settle this with my own hands.
What? Who are you? How do you know Maria? Why do you hate Shadow? What is going on? Now those questions do have answers, but unfortunately I went this way and the cutscene explaining this guy's backstory is down here, and do you see the problem yet? The point, I guess, is that you'll uncover another piece of the answer with each playthrough. But should you really weave a complex, intricate narrative when the plot might just do a 180 based on the whims of the player? I mean, most of the time Shadow just has to teleport wherever the next level is supposed to be.
What? Where am I?
It kinda looks like Regal Ruin. Oh, if only we could go back in time. Characters pop in and out of the story with literally no explanation. Story elements as critical as the Black Comet itself appear literally right before they're needed. Like, hey Shadow, do you think that comet outside the window might be related to your origin? And what are the odds? It is! On more than one occasion, I had to fight a character I had just helped simply because the game decreed there must be a boss battle here and only had one to give me. I'm also not so sure if tying your character's moral alignment to a Star Foxian progression structure was even a good idea. Because when morality is done right in games, a big part of the fun is seeing how your actions as a player affect and change the world around you. Allies on one path become enemies on another, and it's fascinating to see the same places from such different perspectives. But you can never do that in Shadow, because your moral choices completely change both the plot and your path through the game. And no matter what you do, nobody seems to react anyway. You can be as evil, wicked, and ruthless as you want. Death to all who oppose you! And heroic characters just never comment on it! They'll still show up in the last level, expecting Shadow to do the right thing, even though he never has. Well, I said you can be evil and ruthless, but mostly Shadow's just following orders without question. And honestly, that makes the Dark Path the most narratively cohesive option. If you can accept that Shadow trusts Black Doom implicitly just because, then beyond that, the story doesn't have to justify why convenient plot threads spring up right when they need to. Shadow's just doing what he's told. Black Doom's plan to collect the emeralds and use them to power the Ark's Eclipse cannon is a sensible follow-up to Sonic Adventure 2's ending, although I can't believe humanity just left a weapon like that up there. Hopefully they at least cleaned it. But seriously, this scene is actually pretty chilling and effective, and it leads directly to the game's darkest ending. But remember, I could have decided Shadow had a change of heart at the last second, meaning that shortly after making Central City look a whole lot more like Genocide City, Shadow would have redeemed himself by helping Rouge collect a Chaos Emerald. And if I had done that, I'd have fought a different final boss and gotten a completely different outcome. Of course, endings, like everything else, are locked to a single playthrough. I can't just pick the stage from here and get that ending.
I would have to start from Westopolis again, claw my way back here again, and take the other option. And it's only by unlocking each and every one of those 10 endings, only by playing through this game at least 10 times, with the majority of that playtime being slight variations on things that you would have already done, it's only then that you can unlock the last story. I'm not sure what's worse. Sonic Heroes making you play through the game 4 times just to see the end, or Shadow expecting you to do it 10 times. And time progression to the same kind of awful time-wasting crap as the Team Chaotix missions. And being written like what marketing execs in 2005 thought would sound cool to an 8-year-old. And, no, you know what, core gameplay overall, Heroes is still the worst game. But because of this approach, Shadow regularly blasts open such wide plot holes, even I can see them. And I don't even care! Back in 2001, it was still kind of acceptable for your game's script to be an obvious rushed job of a Japanese translation, but 4 years later, it had gotten no better, and now the entire voice cast has been replaced with the cast of a literal 4Kids anime dub. An anime dub where the characters have to say things like this.
I'm going to destroy this damn planet.
The black creatures will feel their own bloody hell.
You're going straight to hell.
Damn, they got away!
If you know this series, you know that outside of exceptional circumstances, I prefer to avoid bad language. This is not because I'm some kind of paragon of virtue. I can be as colorful as anyone else outside of these videos, but I abstain here because, for one, I'd like my videos about family-friendly games to be family-friendly themselves, but more importantly, I think cussing in gaming analysis videos is kind of overplayed, and that overuse diminishes the impact those powerful words should carry. Shadow really is a perfect example of this. In its effort to attract the mature, discerning demographic of everyone 10 and up, the game seeds its dialogue with what few bad words they can get away with, and delivers them with all the grace, nuance, and restraint of, well, a 10-year-old boy. When I was a 16-year-old boy, I refused to participate in the miserable sad sack phenomenon that was going on at the time. But now, as a 31-year-old man-child playing a game made for edgelord preteens, I suppose, just this once, I'll allow myself to follow their example.
Welcome to the next level!
How dare you? How dare you reference a time like that in a depressing, deplorable game like this?
Damn this game straight to hell. I'm never doing this crap again.
Speaking of things I'm never doing again, it's time to end this. In the end, Black Doom swipes the Chaos Emeralds, uses them to warp the Black Comet into the Earth's atmosphere, the entire cast shows up to confront him, and...
Yeah, let's do this! I'll crush that cosmic rock ball!
Knuckles, what's wrong?
In a moment, total paralysis will hit your nervous system. Eat and devour these savory dishes.
I'm at a loss for words. And then Shadow, who has killed countless parasites throughout the game, including that one right there, he just walks off and leaves the rest of the cast to be devoured. Wow, what a hero! What gripping drama and deep character development! Man, why can't Sonic stories be like this again? The final stage is called The Last Way, and if that name wasn't enough of a clue that Sonic Team had stretched themselves too far, the level is, no joke, just a hard mode mashup of previous stages that were set on the Black Comet. Here at the 11th hour, Shadow has finally abandoned its morality missions. This time there's only one goal, and that goal is simple. Get to Black Doom and kick his ass! What, I'm family friendly. I'm not for kids. I'm not for kids, do you hear me, YouTube? When Shadow gets there, Black Doom reveals that actually I was involved in the plot the whole time! Professor Gerald gave his creation life via the blood of Black Doom, and in return, Gerald promised Shadow would give Black Doom the Chaos Emeralds when the comet returned in 50 years. Meanwhile, Team Chaotix is hanging out right where you'd expect them to be, and they just happen to accidentally broadcast one of Gerald's VHS tapes to everyone on the comet. Whoopsie doodle. This gives us basically the same thing we got in SA2, a last-minute Gerald Robotnik exposition dump that reveals the truth about Shadow's past. Except this time, it's delivered in a wacky over-the-top parody of an old man voice.
In 50 years, the Black Comet will return. They plan to harness its powers to destroy this planet. The only way to stop them was to develop a way to use the very power they intended to use against them.
That's it! It's brilliant!
Turns out, Gerald saw that he made a mistake in trusting Black Doom, and built the Eclipse Cannon for the express purpose of blowing that comet, Black Doom's home, to pieces. I actually really like that. It takes a hanging thread from Adventure 2's plot, the Eclipse Cannon, and gives it a better reason to exist. Shadow grabs the emeralds and transforms, backed with an admittedly sweet mashup of this game's theme with Live and Learn, then takes the fight to Black Doom. This is it! The finale has arrived! You're going down, Devil Doom! Oh, and meanwhile Shadow's friends have all been covered in Agent Black and are being devoured, but don't worry! They make it to safety off-screen. No, they don't. Yes, they do! Victorious at last, Shadow Chaos controls the comet into the path of the Ark, then decimates it with the Eclipse Cannon. He vows to put his past behind him. Never again will he be anyone's puppet.
Goodbye forever, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, it's a pretty good ending. Is it worth all the time it takes to get here? No. But I do appreciate what it reveals about Gerald, and despite the inane, pointless mystery tour he went through to get here, I think it leaves Shadow's character in the best place it possibly could. But what about the real stars of the game?
Let's work to ensure peace and prosperity for a brighter future. What do you say, Commander?
Excellent idea, Mr. President.
Come on, Sega. The fans demand it. Over the course of replaying these horrible, repetitive levels over and over and over again, things like the ridiculous JPEG fire on the title screen and the gunshot sounds on the menu stopped being so funny. There are too many levels, too many branching paths, way too many endings, and not enough variety to make completing the game more than once even remotely appealing. And yet, that first time I completed it, I didn't do any of those missions. I just ran through it. And when I was done, this is what I wrote. You know, that was surprisingly not bad. It was a little clunky, sure, but I'm glad I played it. Westopolis is awfully rough, but the stuff after that isn't as painful, and one level in particular really stood out. As a whole, I never felt bored or frustrated. The story and dialogue were fun in that so bad it's good way that I really enjoy, and best of all, it didn't take too long to play through. But from here on, I know I'm going to be playing the missions. And I've already seen what that's going to entail. I'm afraid this, right now, is probably the most I will ever like this game. Yeah, I was right. And that sucks, because there really are some bright spots in here. As a Sonic fan, there are things that I like about it. Now, most of these levels are awful. Most of the time, no matter how you play it, Shadow doesn't seem like it's supposed to be fun. But visually, man, at least when the stages can get away from pseudo-realism, Sonic Team still knew how to flex those creative muscles. Levels like Digital Circuit look phenomenal, pulling off that cyber aesthetic from the Advanced series in 3D. It's also a great touch how recurring elements like springs have unique designs that are themed around the archetype of the stage they're in. And at least on a level-to-level basis, Shadow does have a respectable amount of variety. This series has always thrived on making every zone distinct from the others, and Shadow generally does a good job, at least, of throwing new things at you. It is still awesome to see a new angle on familiar locations from Sonic Adventure 2. This is one of the only times I can think of where the Sonic series did Metroid-style fan service, where there's a real purpose to seeing these nostalgic locales again. And then, every once in a while, you'll come across a level like Sky Troops, where the stage design really isn't obfuscated by mission structure, where the music is a perfect fit for where we are in the game and in the story, where the level gimmicks are unique and fun to control, where you get a little glimpse of what Shadow the Hedgehog might have been, if only Sonic Team had a clearer vision of what exactly they were trying to accomplish here. Looking at stuff like this, it's so easy to imagine how this could have been different. First things first, even if you had infinite time and no budget constraints, committing to this many stages, all of which needed to have morality choices, would have always been flirting with disaster. A more focused game that had, say, 12 stages instead of 22, and 3 or 4 endings instead of 10, could have put that time into quality instead of quantity, and made for a game that would be worth playing again. Maybe midway through Westopolis. Once you've had a chance to get acclimated to the controls, Sonic could show up.
We've got to protect the Chaos Emerald at the heart of the city. Last one there's a rotten Eggman.
If you can get to the goal within a certain time, Sonic's impressed, and that leads to the hero path. If you're too slow, Shadow sulks off like a miserable emo loner, and that's the neutral path. But maybe the cutscene beforehand has Black Doom imploring Shadow to incapacitate Sonic instead. If you find a way to do that, which would be something hinted at in the level design and not told to you explicitly, that's the dark path. The Sonic team could still do inspired work, but this was the adventure era. What you see is what you get. An overabundance of ambition, spoiled by a lack of focus. And in this case, what we got was a tedious, repetitive game that's mildly frustrating sometimes, and an absolute chore most of the time. Those bright spots are there, but they're way too few and way too far between. This season has followed the downfall of the Sonic franchise. The path it took, over the course of just a few years, from its place as a revered icon of the gaming industry to its most infamous laughingstock. Shadow the Hedgehog, in my view, is the poster child of that process, leaning so hard into surface-level depictions of maturity, as if the series could no longer be relevant without them, came across as nakedly pandering and insecure. That's why most old-school fans feel the way we do about this character. He's emblematic of everything that defined this period of ambition, excess, and ruin, reminding us of a time when the series that we loved lost its way. The best thing we could do was laugh about it. And don't get me wrong, I do love laughing about it, but I see the tragedy at the heart of it all. A Sonic game with an open-ended design, where your actions in a level determine which path you'll take, bringing you through a short, fun campaign with a ton of replayability and level variety. That, in concept, sounds like the best solution to Sonic's biggest problem that I've ever seen. And if they had pulled it off and solved that problem right then and there, that could have been Shadow's legacy. But Sonic Team screwed up the execution in their first attempt, and so, like everything else about the adventure era, because the execution failed, it was decided the concept itself must be flawed. And flawed as it was, the progression system isn't Shadow's legacy. This is.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Yeah, okay. It's still pretty funny. But I like this one even more.
You know that Eggman fella pretty well, don't ya? Well, we need your help to hack into his computer. Don't ask why.
Well, what a coincidence. I'd like to know what the good old doctor's up to as well.
So if you ever need to hack a computer, just use a karate chop. By 1993, the Sega Genesis had achieved what seemed impossible. It had broken Nintendo's monopoly on the video game market. Sega's cutting-edge marketing, their cutting-edge games, and perhaps more than any other factor, Sonic the Hedgehog, all came together to make this a household name. All of a sudden, Sega was not just competing with Nintendo, Sega was winning. And with so much upward momentum, they seemed poised for nothing less than world domination. Just 4 years later, it was all a distant memory. Sega's reign atop the industry already seemed like the sepia-toned good old days. The Saturn's failure was kind of a mirror image of the Genesis' glory. It didn't just fail to compete with Nintendo's 64-bit powerhouse and Sony's upstart PlayStation, it was a distant third in what had almost immediately become a two-horse race. And just as Sega's rise to glory had been precipitated by a number of circumstances, their fall from grace was the inverse, with, once again, perhaps none more critical than Sonic the Hedgehog. This might seem strange in a modern context, but Sonic in the 90s was what would now be considered a AAA franchise. Sonic Team was one of the most respected, talented development houses in the industry, and the quality, consistency, and reputation of this series quite literally sold millions and millions of consoles. But the Saturn didn't launch with a Sonic game. And when it finally did get one well over a year after launch, it wasn't exactly a system seller. Saturn owners were treated to an enhanced port of Sonic 3D Blast, a late-release Genesis game. And I mean, the revamped special stages are some of the best in the series, but aside from them, 3D Blast was a prettier version of what was a decidedly last-gen game. On the Genesis, it was an impressive, if flawed, showcase for just how much talented developers could crank out of 16-bit hardware. But on the Saturn, it was just a stopgap, and the hole it was plugging was the one left by Sonic Extreme. This was meant to be the Saturn's big Sonic game. Taking full advantage of the hardware and providing direct competition to the rival Sonic was created to counter. Sega even ran a trailer at E3 1996, suggesting that Extreme was going to be so very rad that once you experienced it, even you'd be asking, Mario who? Sega. But Extreme was not being developed by Sonic Team. It was being developed in the United States at Sega Technical Institute. And to say the project was lost in development hell would be a massive understatement. By the fall of 1996, Sonic Extreme was cancelled. If Sonic Extreme had come out, it would have been a massive shot in the arm for the Saturn, almost regardless of how good or bad it was. Just having a real new Sonic game would have given the Saturn such a better shot at being competitive. I was dying for a 3D Sonic game. I'd look at pictures of Sonic Championship, that AM2 fighting game, in magazines, and I so desperately wanted to play it, but not even that was ever ported to the Saturn. I spent hours that summer downloading videos of Sonic Extreme's trailers, and I watched them over and over, even though they were so low res I couldn't even tell what I was looking at. So I know I'd have asked for a Saturn for Christmas in 1996 if a new Sonic game was on it. But it didn't have one, so I went with something else. I wonder how many people out there were like me. It's important to remember that as the iconic mascot of one of the industry's biggest players, Sonic's reputation was irrevocably tied to Sega's. The only way to play a Sonic game was to buy a Sega console, and that meant that most Sonic fans were bound to be Sega fans as well. So why would you bench your star player? Well, this is only half the story. By 1997, Sega was surging. The Mark III hadn't even made a dent in the Famicom, and the Mega Drive could never even notch a win against the PC Engine, let alone Nintendo's Super Famicom. Sega had just never found much success in its home country. Until now. The Saturn was taking Sega of Japan to heights they never achieved before, easily outpacing Nintendo's 64-bit console, and actually competing with the PlayStation. Let's not undersell that. Sega, a video game company that had never done well in Japan before, was holding its own against Sony, one of the biggest, richest, most powerful electronics companies in the world. Outside of Japan, the Saturn's lack of a system-selling Sonic game was one of the major factors in its failure. But in Japan, it didn't matter. Virtua Fighter alone was a bigger system seller than Sonic would have been anyway. And given that Sonic Team had pumped out 5 of them in just 3 years, you can't blame them for being a little burnt out on the blue blur. So Sonic Team cashed out their goodwill in exchange for freedom, and chose to pursue new endeavors on the Saturn, and the most famous of these was Nights into Dreams. Now, Nights was no Mario killer, but then again in 1996 nothing would have been. What it was an extremely impressive game with a ton of heart, a ton of creativity, and a lot of vision behind it. This was the game that Sonic Team wanted to make, and I will always think it deserved better than it got. It's my go-to example of a cult classic. But Nights was also the game where that famous Sonic Team logo made its debut. You know the one.
Sonic Team.
And this might be the most telling indication of how trivial Sonic had been in Japan to that point. Sonic Team leads Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima said this in a 1997 interview with Saturn Power. When we made Nights, we received a lot of letters asking us what the Sonic Team was and who Sonic was. In the West, the Saturn was buckling without a Sonic game. In the East, the Saturn was doing better, but Sega's mascot was so much of a non-factor that he was unrecognizable. This formed the impetus behind an initiative the Sonic Team announced at the 1997 Tokyo Game Show, Project Sonic. The goal? To get more Sonic games onto the Saturn, to effectively relaunch the franchise in the East, and, just as a bonus, it might also help the Saturn be a little more competitive internationally. Yeah, the disconnect between Sega of Japan and Sega of America was never more pronounced than it was during the Saturn era. The first title to be released under this new initiative was the one and only Sonic game the team that bore his name would ever develop for the Saturn. And while it may have been intended to introduce new fans to the legacy of the series, what it came to represent to those few Western Saturn owners was a rare treasure trove of fan service, quality, and authenticity, which added up to something greater than the sum of its parts. Let's get critiquing.
Now that we're past the whole historical context part of the video, and we've hopefully weeded out all those weirdos who don't think retrospecting is important for a retrospective, it's probably time to answer a question. What exactly am I doing here? If I'm back making Sonic videos yet again, isn't it time to move on to the Boost era games instead of jumping back to discuss a compilation on a console nobody even had? Is Sonic Jam actually worth talking? Yes! Yes, a million times yes! Sonic Jam is something worth celebrating, and the fact that nobody knows why is a huge part of the reason why I want to. I think if you know anything about Jam at all, it's probably the basics. It contains Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, as well as some sort of 3D museum mode. But what makes it so special, what makes it worth playing even, and really especially if you already own all the games it contains, is in its details and its authenticity. And if you haven't ever been able to get into this series, well, Sonic Jam is catered especially well to you too. Let's face it, the OG Sonic games are old school, and they regularly live up to that reputation. While it may be the case that in their own time, they were often derided as being too forgiving, seen from a modern context, the difficulty curve is littered with spikes that may come across as unfair. And that's almost a core tenet of Sonic games in general at this point. It's why some of the ones that the fans like the best are so off-putting to everyone else. The skill curve just kind of beats the crap out of you until you learn the physics and get a feel for the flow of level design. It can be hard for me to see it, but there really is a lot in here that you won't know until you know. But even as early as 1997, this approach to difficulty and replayability was already pretty outdated. And so, all 4 games in this collection now have difficulty options. Original has everything just like it was on the original hardware, but normal mode smooths out those harsh difficulty spikes and strives for something more fair, more modern, and less focused on forcing you to waste $20 of your parents' money calling the Sega Tips hotline just to learn what you're supposed to do here. I wonder how many hours of my childhood I spent doing this. Or take this part in Chemical Plant Zone. I think everyone who owned a Genesis remembers this one. 2 zones of high-speed thrills, then you're just unceremoniously terminated from having any more fun until you can master the intricacies of Sonic's sluggish underwater movement. I think this one room is why that drowning music is so traumatic to people. Of course, there are ways to avoid it if you have really good timing, or if you just happen to know another way around. I mean, there's a whole other path up here that just skips the water entirely and then drops you off right before the boss. I didn't even know about this until I've been playing the game for 20 years. These games are so good! The point is, in normal mode, the challenge isn't completely gone, but it's evened out. It's more manageable. The difficulty spikes are flattened back into difficulty curves. You even get rings in the final zones. Oh, and the special stages are easier. The ring counts are lowered in half pipe. This one's probably easier in some way. I don't know, I'm not gonna play it. And Blue Spheres never speeds up. Oh, and by the way, the Blue Spheres game you get in Jam by locking on Sonic 1, it doesn't have an original mode, and so therefore it also never speeds up. I'm sure all the hardcore Blue Spheres fans are going to be real mad at Sega for nerfing the difficulty on that one. For easy mode, challenges are simplified even further. Bosses go down in just 3 hits, and you skip entire acts outright. If you're someone who struggles with old school difficulty, this might make for a perfect way to get acclimated. And even as someone who knows these games so well, easy mode is surprisingly a nice value. It's fun having a sampler platter of Angel Island I can speed through in 20 minutes. Oh, and independently of which difficulty mode you choose, you can also disable time overs entirely. That's right, no more running out of time in Sonic 3's elephantine stage design. Now, maybe these options don't sound like a big deal to you or I probably know these games better than the back of my hand. And the last time I got a time over, I think it was literally 1995. But set your own experience aside and look at this from a newcomer's perspective. This isn't just like a rewind option or implementing save states. This is the original Sonic team, at a time when the developers of these games were all still working at Sega, going back and giving their own games a new coat of polish. This is a more accessible experience, but it's no less authentic. This, in my opinion, has gone uncelebrated and underappreciated more than anything else about Sonic Jam. And of course it's unappreciated. The only people who owned a Saturn outside of Japan were Sega diehards who'd already been playing Sonic for ages. Even when I was a kid, all I ever picked was original. We didn't stand to benefit from difficulty options. But still, If these difficulty options were more accessible, if perhaps they had been included in later compilations, it might have helped temper that sentiment about early Sonic games being too hard that got its rise in the past decade or so. Instead, even now, these modes are locked to the Saturn. And I think I know why. Every other collection for decades to come would use emulation as its backbone. But the games in Sonic Jam have actually been ported to the Sega Saturn hardware. These are not just ROMs on a disc. Now, given the state of emulation back then, this was probably born out of necessity, and it comes with a lot of upside. Sonic & Knuckles comes complete with all of its lock-on functionality, and I know for a fact emulators couldn't do that yet in '97. But there are some cons too. While the gameplay and physics are perfect, the game's speed has a few quirks. Sonic 2 especially seems prone to little pockets of slowdown at the strangest times. Maybe when it's streaming in new assets from the disc. They also sound a bit different sometimes. The sound effects all run directly through Saturn hardware, and while most of them come out pretty much the same, others tend to lack that punchy Genesis aura in favor of a more high-fidelity effect. Some of them are also mixed to be too loud, which makes Sandopolis Act 2 even more tedious than usual. But as you might have noticed, the music is identical. Instead of trying to rewrite the music to work with the Saturn sound hardware, Sonic Team recorded each game's soundtrack directly out of a Model 1 Mega Drive's 3.5mm port and stored these tracks as individual files on a CD. The downside there is that the music can't be as modular. Get the speed cues and the music doesn't speed up where it is, it starts over from the beginning. It also has to do that for the Extra Life jingle, Invincibility, or even the level clear music. Tracks can only ever play from the beginning, but the upside might be worth it, because the music is no longer sharing any channels with the sound effects. Ice Cap Act 2 has this melancholy piano solo, but it tends to get mangled under the sound effects on original hardware. But on the Saturn, of course, all of this has a negligible effect on the games themselves. It could be... Oh, damn it, the music's skipping. A handful of you may remember Kalen, who was the other guy on a very old Let's Play channel. He once spilled his cream soda all over my Saturn games. It was 1998. He was 4 years old, and he has still never apologized. So I guess that's another downside to having the games on a CD, just don't let Kalen near them. Yuji Naka prided himself on his pixel-perfect programming, and his Sonic games rarely experienced any slowdown in single-player, except when tons of sprites were drawn on screen. But that only really happened when you can't control the character anyway. But the Saturn chews through that like it's nothing. Or take the cutting-edge full-motion intro of Sonic 3, where the Genesis just chugs. With the Saturn's muscle, though, whoosh, even that's eradicated. The level select is still impossible for mere mortals to pull off, but at least now it's for a different reason. The fact that the potential is there makes it a real shame that the one mainline game that did suffer from notable slowdown on original hardware wasn't included in Sonic Jam. Sonic CD was an unfortunate omission, but hey, you know, a better version was only, 14 years away? But the biggest benefactor of the Saturn hardware by a mile is Sonic 2's multiplayer mode, which sort of devolved into a slideshowy mess on original hardware, especially in Mystic Cave Zone. But again, the Saturn is a 2D powerhouse, and it slices and dices split screen without breaking a sweat, which would be great fun if I knew anyone in real life who would also spend a good chunk of their existence playing Sonic 2. But that's not the only benefactor of the old Sonic team working on this game. We're just getting started. You might remember this one. What does everyone do when they try to play Sonic 1? That's right, duck and jump. So the biggest mechanical change Jam offers to any of its games is fully implementing the spin dash in Sonic 1, at a time when ROM hacking wasn't yet even a twinkle in Nemesis' eye. I know people who bought a whole Saturn just so they could finally play Sonic 1 with the spin dash. All 4 games also get full time attack leaderboards for each stage, and look at that! The layouts in Time Attack are all based on normal mode. Almost like Sonic Team considered this the definitive version. All the games also have a special stage mode that lets you try for all the Chaos Emeralds in one go, and, woo, special stages. At least the results screen is pretty. Look, maybe this seems like too much granular detail, but I really want to emphasize how sure-footed this is, how much finesse and polish is programmed into this collection. Loading in and out of games, menus, and features is always quick and seamless. The button combo to soft reset works differently depending on where you are. First it goes up to the game's title screen, then up to the menu, and then to Jam's title. Oh, and in Time Attack, you can pause and restart at any time without losing a life. Even a lot of the newer games get that one wrong. So you get all that, plus digital manuals in both Japanese and English, which is how I realized that we Americans got ripped off. The Japanese manuals are so much longer, with full-color pages, in-depth breakdowns of each zone, and original artwork, but my favorite part are these little hand-drawn doodles, showing off how different gameplay mechanics and stage gimmicks work. They're genuinely funny, incredibly charming, and simple enough that even I could copy them when I was bored in school. So look, if this was all Sonic Jam was, if it was just the stuff behind the games menu, it would still be a robust collection of fantastic games with enough new accoutrements and additions that it wouldn't just be perfect for new players, it'd be a nice value add even for diehards. But that's not all there is to Sonic Jam. That other option on the menu is called Sonic World, and it takes you to the first ever look at how epic, how incredible, and how revolutionary a 3D Sonic platformer could be. You know, so often I get to sit here and say things like, guys, I know how this comes across now, but we'd never seen anything like it before. In its own time, it was hard to imagine how graphics could even get better than this. I mean, I've done it with this very series before. But even in 1997, I can't say this exactly blew me away. Here's the thing. For the Saturn, this wasn't just impressive. It was like Sonic Team cast a magic spell to get the hardware to do things it shouldn't really even be capable of. I can't think of another 3D game on this platform that runs this smoothly and with so much draw distance. 3D Saturn games nearly always had heaps of polygonal pop-in, or fade-in if you were Traveler's Tales, but here, you can actually see from one end of Sonic World all the way to the other. But here's the thing, as impressive as it was for the Saturn, Sonic World's graphics were really only just comparable to games that had come out a year earlier on PSX and N64, and in the early days of 3D gaming, 1 year might as well have been 10. Keeping that in mind though, I do think the design work put into Sonic World elevates it considerably. The map isn't sprawling, but it makes the most of its space. 2 plateaus are central, connected by a wooden bridge. A waterfall flows into a river which twists and turns throughout, while stone archways and totem poles help tie the world into Sonic's recurring Ancient Ruins theme. Each of the 5 museum buildings has a unique, unmistakable design, so every area feels distinct. These early 3D spaces, especially in retrospect, can come across as kind of stale and artificial or even uncanny, but Sonic World, comparatively, feels alive. No matter where you look, there's always something moving. The Green Hill totem poles are repurposed as wind spinners. Flickies of all colors flutter about. Tails flies independently around the map and can even give you a boost. And these low-poly characters, I'll never get enough of this aesthetic. Even the sound design is on point, as depending on where you are on the map, you might hear wind rustling or the river rushing. The music, though, I mean, it's okay, but it's maybe too bombastic for what this is. I think something a little more stylish, something more reverent, something more in the vein of Dreams Come True's classic compositions would have made for a better fit. So yeah, it's not that it wasn't awesome to finally see what a 3D Sonic game might look like. It just seemed clear that, as Bernie Stoller so unfortunately put it, the Saturn was not the future. It wasn't the platform that could make that leap to 3D happen for this series. Because even this was pushing far past the boundaries of what the Saturn should be able to do, and it would still take a map exponentially bigger than this one to capture the speed that gave Sonic his name. But here's what's cool about that. Sonic World was built directly out of what the team was working on, and it's crazy, even more so with hindsight, to see this almost alternate universe version of the game that would become Sonic Adventure. Let's talk gameplay. Sonic's movement does do that gradual momentum ramp up, but his max speed is nothing to write home about. Weirdly enough, using the analog stick lets you hit max speed a lot faster than the D-pad. Jumping feels just like the classics. They hadn't yet incorporated that more forgiving flow-to-your jump that Sonic Adventure would use. What they did have were Adventure's camera controls, using the triggers to rotate the field of view. The camera itself offers a near mode that gives a better sense of speed, a far mode that's more useful, and an unlockable cinematic mode that's hard to play with, but I guess it looks pretty. Sonic's basic controls are on point, but the basics are all he's got. No rolling, no spin dash, no momentum, just running and jumping. And that's okay. The basics are all you really need for something like this. But I do remember being a bit underwhelmed by how nearly adequate his speed is. He's supposed to be the blue blur, not the blue barge. But cruising around does have its benefits. There are monitors hidden around the world containing cheat codes for the games included, which was a godsend at a time when only 1 in 5 US households had internet access. You didn't have to run to your friend's house to get him to print codes for you. And that brings us to the actual game within Sonic World. Step on this big pinwheel that's, kind of unnerving for some reason, and a task will come up. The mission mode is simple, but it's a nice way to utilize the full layout of the map. There's a mission where you find all the cheat monitors, platform your way up to pop balloons, and touch Miles? Once you've finished all the missions, a giant gold ring appears above the waterfall. It just leads to the credits. But man, just look at these renders. I don't know if Sonic and Tails ever looked better than this. This just perfectly captures the charm of Sonic's original design. That juxtaposition between an endearing, cute character who is simultaneously this cool, determined, self-assured badass. Mission mode might be basic, and Sonic might be a bit of a slow-mo, but that's all gravy anyway. Sonic World is a museum first and foremost. The idea of a virtual space memorializing video game history was popularized by the Namco Museum series a few years earlier, and it is bar none one of my favorite things a compilation can do. You know what I said earlier about how elegantly Jam is programmed? That applies in spades here. Console programmers back then sometimes had a tough time handling loading screens. In Namco Museum Volume 1, just to look at anything took a long loading screen to get you in, and another to get you out. But Sonic World, somehow, has no visible loading screens whatsoever. I don't know where they found the memory for this stuff in the Saturn, and why they couldn't find it in the 7th gen. The Music Shop is basically a unified sound test for every game in the collection, letting you listen to the full range of music and sound effects. The Character House contains profiles for the cast, as well as concept art, height charts, and instructions for how the characters show emotion. And when the OVA was localized a few years later, I remember thinking it was cool how well Jam's profiles tied into it. Knuckles hates bright sunlight, Tails is afraid of lightning, and Robotnik is... wait, what's an Eggman? The art gallery features an extensive collection of, well, art, most of which was originally drawn for Sega's company newsletter. I adore these pieces, I think a lot of fans do. They capture Sonic's 90s pop art style to perfection. But I've saved the best two for last. First, there's the movie theater. It's Sonic! It's cool! Movie cool! Yeah, I know, but that's how I read it as a kid. But hey, it is cool, and it was only 23 years away. The movie theater contains a ton of content. You get both the opening and ending of Sonic CD, in way higher quality than the Sega CD original, and backed by this strange song that I had never heard before. Yeah, I had no idea back in '97 that there even was another soundtrack for Sonic CD. And that kind of set the tone for the rest of the movies, and in a way, for Sonic Jam as a whole. It's all this obscure content, previously unreleased concepts, Japanese commercials, and a ridiculously awesome short called Man of the Year, which seems to have been some sort of a concept test for a Sonic cartoon. Can't even tell you how many times I watched these videos. And finally, the Hall of Fame is a detailed, curated history of the series to that point, cataloging every game release, regional variation, and major event. I soaked up every last line of this. I loved it. At one time I even had the freaking release dates memorized. That's just how invested I was in this stuff. In the early days of the internet, and I mean like the actual early days, not the early internet that Quentin Reviews describes as being like 2009. I mean, by then YouTube was already a household word, MySpace was already dead, and Neil Cicierega was already parodying the actual early internet. Oh god, I sound like my dad. Real NASCAR was when they didn't have no rules. Anyway, on the early internet, saying you were a Sonic fan almost always meant you were a fan of this. Look back on English language communities, artwork, news groups of the time, and the American canon was always the default. The front page of one of the biggest Sonic fan sites on the net used this name for the character without explanation or context because everybody already knew that was his name. They already knew why. That's how widespread it was. So, the comparatively small group of fans in the 90s who preferred the game's canon would differentiate what they liked by calling it Sega Sonic. The real Sonic, as some of them call it. The fandom of the 1990s was all real young, but fans were still fans and the discourse was still the discourse. Personally, I've always disagreed with this notion that Sonic was only supposed to be one thing. The Sonic franchise, character, and elements were all designed by committee, and his adaptability was part of that design, baked with intent into the creation of the series. It was always meant to be different in different markets, and in different mediums, and in the long term, even in different decades. Because what was cool in 1991 might not be in 2001. What worked in a 16-bit platformer couldn't carry a cartoon series. What made a character work in the West might not work in the East. But no matter what or when it is, it's all still Sonic the Hedgehog. The series is versatile. Most long-running series have to be. And that's a strength, not a weakness. Of course, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having your own tastes and preferences. Lord knows I do. Just keep an open mind. And remember that despite what Metal Sonic said, there was never only one Sonic. There is no one true vision of the character, the tone, the world, or even the game design. There was never supposed to be. And honestly, this variability is one of the things I always found fascinating about the series. Sonic isn't always going to be exactly what you want, but that doesn't mean anything that breaks from your ideal is without merit. This series has been so many things, but they're all the real Sonic. The way I feel about this stuff might be exactly what made Jam so special. Imagine what it was like to see this for the first time with no context for what it was. With Sonic Jam, I was thrust headlong into a version of the series I loved that I'd never quite seen in full focus before. Sonic Jam was pure, unfiltered Sega Sonic, and as a kid who loved this just as much as all of these, as a kid who had been introduced to the very concept of a multiverse, of one series branching into many different versions of itself because of Sonic the Hedgehog, getting to see it through another new lens was just incredible. 10 years ago, I might have still argued that Jam was the definitive way to play the classics. At this point though, I think the retro engine remakes and fan-made projects like Sonic 3 Air have definitely outclassed it. But still, call me sentimental, and I am, but there's nothing quite like playing Sonic games on Sega hardware. But what if you could play these games somewhere else? What if you could play Sonic games on, dare I say, Nintendo hardware? Why, they were the enemy. Actually, when Sonic Mega Collection was first teased, people were over the moon. Most Sonic fans on the internet back then were still Sega kids, so a lot of us had Saturns, and even the ones who didn't knew about Jam. So everyone was just waiting to see how Sonic Team would outdo themselves. Maybe we'd get a new 3D museum, an updated history section. Ooh, maybe they'd get the international commercials this time. Sonic CD should definitely be in there this time. And oh, maybe they'll even add new stuff to the games, or put Knuckles in Sonic 1, or nope, none of that. Mega Collection wasn't even close. It did have a really slick menu system and some great music, but its extras amounted to Archie comic covers, the Sonic CD movies, 2 advertisements for other Sonic games now available on Nintendo platforms, and a bunch of unaltered ROMs of games we already owned. What an amazing deal. Also, they forgot one. What the heck, Sega? Oh yeah, it also had this History of Sonic movie. And look, it's just blatantly lying about Sonic Jam. Sonic Jam wasn't the big jump to 3D. It was a better compilation than this one. What, did you not want people to know about that? And yep, even this movie, supposedly celebrating the series' history, ends with yet another glorified advertisement for Sonic Adventure 2. Battle. But you know what's weird? In spite of all the cynicism, even though I felt like I should know better, and even though I knew everyone at the Moogle Cavern was gonna dunk on me, I took one look at this box art and I couldn't not pick it up. And you know what? I didn't regret it. Here's what happened the first time I booted it up. Woo! It felt like it had been so long since I'd heard that sound, and it was just, I don't know, really nice and really convenient to have every single 16-bit Sonic game on one disc. Plus, it had a handful of Sonic-adjacent games unlockable. Mega Collection introduced me to Ristar, and Ristar rules! So yeah, I'm glad it happened. This was kind of the first of oh so many times I would learn to be skeptical of the way that most fandoms, but especially ones centered around children's media, tend to have a small but vocal contingent of older fans who are just frothing to tear down everything a series is, while showing infinite, almost obtuse reverence for the way that it used to be. But more than what Mega Collection meant to me, I'm truly thankful it happened for what it meant to the next generation. So it didn't live up to Jam's precedent, but the only people who knew that were us die-hard Sega weirdos who had actually bought a Saturn. While all those 16-bit compilations that just kept coming out through the 2000s seemed underwhelming and repetitive at the time, even the worst of them still contained some of the best games ever made. They made it so that some of the same games we grew up loving in the 90s would also be formative to kids of the 2000s and beyond. As fractured as Sonic fandom can be, we'd be even worse off if we didn't at least have that common ground. And as if to prove my point, I just now learned, like right at this point in the editing of this episode, that mediocre DS compilation that is nonetheless like crazy nostalgic to kids of the 2010s used music from Sonic Jam on its menu. I had no idea they did that, just like I'm sure the kids playing it back then had no idea where it was from. That's so cool! As I write these words, it's been well over a decade since the last Sonic compilation, but Sonic Origins is on its way next year. I'm hoping it can realize the best of both legacies. Like Mega Collection, Origins stands to introduce a new audience, a new generation to these legendary titles. And if it can do that with the reverence and authenticity of Sonic Jam, if it can, dare I say it, outshine Sonic Jam, then we are really gonna have something special on our hands. Maybe it'll even have a new 3D Sonic world. Okay, so this is a reach, I know, but a clothing line recently put out an ad for Sonic merch, which featured all these Saturn-style 3D models. And come on, where else would these assets have come from? I'm keeping my fingers crossed. You know, there's something about Sonic Jam that's strangely wistful, maybe even a little sad. Like I said, Sonic's reputation was tied inexorably to Sega's. He was the icon of their hardware, so how the Saturn was perceived reflected on how Sonic was perceived. Sonic Jam feels like the team that bore his name taking a breath, as if they were looking back to see where they stood, reminiscing on glory that had turned out to be as fleeting as the icon himself. In that space, they made a compilation that nearly 25 years later still stands unrivaled in some areas, like finding an oasis in the middle of a drought long before our dreams would be cast. Sonic's original creators made what was at once a loving tribute to all that had come before, a bittersweet glimpse of what might have been, and a captivating peek at where the Blue Blur was heading. All these years later, Sonic still continues to spin toward the future. Nothing will stop him. I can't tell you exactly when it happened, but at some nebulous point when I was a teenager, I stopped caring about Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't think it's right to say I stopped being a fan. Sonic had been the most integral part of my formative experiences with my favorite hobby. He was my favorite character, not just in gaming, but in anything. The Sonic I grew up with was a phenomenon that turned the entire industry on its head, that garnered praise and respect and adoration from gamers of all ages, that made Sega a household name and left a cavalcade of imitators in his wake. The Sonic of my teen years was increasingly regarded as a washed-up has-been, a laughingstock, and a cautionary tale. And I'm not just talking about the well-worn, rocky transition to 3D talking point that GameSpot.com was going on about more than 20 years ago, although that was a part of it. But there was more to it than that. I felt at that time that Sonic, the brand, the aesthetic, the character, had cast away everything that made it so compelling in the first place. And with each new game, it was like they just doubled down on that unsuitable new direction even further. I'd always be a Sonic fan, but Sonic had stopped doing any of the things that had made me a fan, so eventually I stopped caring. Maybe I just needed to accept that mascot platformers weren't what they used to be, and that Sega had no reason or ability to position this series as a system seller anymore. that dream had died a long time ago. So maybe Sonic changing his image and refocusing on kids was what Sega needed to do for it to survive and thrive. Maybe I'd just outgrown it. Maybe it had outgrown me. This is not an unusual phenomenon. It's kind of one of the constants of the internet. As long as a kid-friendly property has been going for long enough, you will see the periphery demographic raging about how it used to be good. The difference is, and maybe this is true of the silent majority, but I wasn't raging. I can dig up message board posts from this time of fans tearing into Sonic Heroes or being in denial about Shadow the Hedgehog, but I can't show you my own words from this time, because I just wasn't participating. I wasn't even paying much attention. The Sonic series as I'd known it was gone, and I figured there was no reason to expect that to change. Like, this is one of the only examples I can find from this period where I even mention the series, and that pretty much sums it up. I'd always loved the games I'd grown up with, of course, but a piece of Sonic's soul died with the Dreamcast, and it would never mean to me what it used to. I accepted this. It was okay. And then one day, a childhood friend of mine who had become my friend on the basis of us both being utterly obsessed with Sonic sat me down, put a Nintendo DS in my hand, and practically forced me to play Sonic Rush. I didn't have a DS, and I didn't have a lot of interest in getting one, but my buddy was insistent that I give it a try, so begrudgingly, I did. My cynical perspective on the series preceded me. Oh look, I said, even on a handheld, Sonic has to be a 3D model now. There goes the most charming thing about the Advance games. The level was just an uninspired ripoff of Green Hill, the music was totally unsuited for the series, and the layout so far was just your usual hold right to win garbage with speed boosters everywhere. I didn't know why he'd made me play this, but hey, my confirmation bias was right, surprise surprise! Yet another modern Sonic game takes the L. I'd been playing for 30 seconds and I'd already decided how I felt about it. And then my friend, who was peering eagerly over my shoulder, gave me a bit of advice. I'll never forget what he said, or the extremely strange way he phrased it. He told me, and I quote, "Come on, man, hold down Y and put some boost on it!" All of a sudden, I cared about Sonic again, and I would never stop. The moment I hit that button, the screen quaked, and true to his name, Sonic broke the sound barrier and streaked off like a ballistic missile. This was our introduction to the Boost, a mechanic that makes Sonic's signature superpower the absolute undeniable centerpiece of the game's design. Boosting not only pushes your speed to the absolute max at the touch of a button, it also allows Sonic to break through obstacles and tear through enemies without breaking stride. But when I look back on Sonic Rush now, the boost actually isn't the first thing that comes to mind. What hits my synapses first is the style. As much as the adventure games did redefine this Sonic as a stoked, baller, more poppin' Y2K dude than the original, even they pale in comparison to this. If Sonic Rush was a person, it would be Fred Durst. I don't know. In the year 2000, I unironically believed that Fred Durst was the coolest person who had ever lived. The slow-mo silhouettes on the title cards, the vibrant and varied zones, the deliciously low-poly character models and animations. Sonic's edge, his aura, his style is unmistakable. And perhaps just as importantly, it is not like what came before. When I think of modern Sonic as a concept, what sets him apart from the original, what gives him unique value, this is the game I think of, where this Sonic stood confidently with his chest out and turned to snark at you if you didn't get in gear. This one isn't so quick-tempered. He adopts a loose stance in constant motion, ready to blast off the touch of a button. Where this Sonic catapulted around surreal stylized worlds, this one is a little more grounded in his setting, but no less vibrant. And where this Sonic set the tone with music inspired by 90s era electropop, this one, well,
Sonic Rush regrettably stands as the only game in the series ever composed by the iconic Hideki Naganuma, best known for his work on what is probably the most Y2K game there could ever be, Jet Set Radio. I don't know, it's either that or Space Channel 5. Maybe it's a testament to how much pure there was inherent in Jet Set Radio, but it's always blown me away just how unexpectedly well Naganuma's style fits this series. This soundtrack is the glue that holds the game's entire presentation together. Sonic Rush simply would not be Sonic Rush without it. So how about that story? A mysterious force is merging Sonic's dimension with another world, breaking down the barrier between realities. In the short term, this causes entities from that other world to cross over into Sonic's and makes the map screen all wonky. That effect is so cool, but there's nothing cool about it because in the long run, this dimensional merge threatens both realities. Par for the course, I think the story cutscenes and dialogue subtract more than they add. Sonic's character was pretty on point in the adventure games, but for a long time after that, it was like they kept trying to turn him into this bland preschool anime do-gooder, and Rush falls right in the middle of that period. As much of a cool edge as he has in his actions and animations, it sure ain't reflected in his dialogue. The story scenes also include these weird, arbitrary character cameos. Oh look, there's a rock on the world map. Why? Because Knuckles gets to be in the game. I mean, kind of in the game. He doesn't actually get a new model. That's not Knuckles, that's a picture of Knuckles. Unfortunately, there's no way to skip this stuff, but at least it tends to be over pretty fast. And I kinda hate that I feel that way about it, because I absolutely love the concept. I even love some of the execution. But there's no subtext hinting at the story within the stages. At no point do you cross over to the other dimension. Heck, the antagonist from the other world is literally just a recolor of Eggman. It's easy to imagine a version of this story that was communicated more through subtext and gameplay. The way Sonic 3 differentiated between Acts 1 and 2 could have been a perfect fit for this. Maybe Act 1 of Night Carnival, and where'd they come up with that one, happens in Sonic's universe, but for Act 2 he crosses over into the same place in the other dimension, and we see those neon lights through a different lens. As it is, it feels suspiciously like they came up with the game and the levels and the bosses first, and then kinda tried to shoehorn the story around it. Which is fine, I'm probably complaining more than it really warrants. This was a low-cost game on a brand new handheld that was struggling to find its footing. I get it, the story isn't really the point of a game like this, and what's here is alright. It's just not really here for me. It's here for the kids that make up Sonic's actual target demographic. I'm sure if I'd still been a kid in the mid-2000s, it would have been engaging enough, especially because I can't even remotely deny the best thing it gave to this series. While Eggman Nega was just a recolor, he wasn't the only one to cross the barrier when the dimensions began to merge. Sonic Rush introduces the heroine of the other world, the guardian of the Soul Emeralds, Blaze the Cat. Let's sum it up like this. Blaze is the one Sonic character that everyone seems to like. Classic fans and modern fans. 2000s apologists and 2010s apologists. IDW readers and SatAM believers. I don't think I've ever encountered anyone who doesn't like her. And I've definitely never seen such universal agreement about anything in this fandom. Blaze is a contrast to Sonic, whom a lot of kids are gonna think is even cooler than he is. What with her badass moves and no-nonsense demeanor, she's Sonic's rival in temperament and ability. But by the end, through her interactions with him, she comes to see Sonic as a worthy ally, and dare I say, a friend. So she's like Shadow, but better. And Shadow was like Knuckles, but worse. And Knuckles was like Metal Sonic with a personality. And Metal was like Sonic if he was a robot, and Sonic was like Mario but fast, and Mario was like... Oh, I've lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Blaze! She's like if classic Espio could conjure a fire tornado! She is also somehow still the only female character in the entire history of the series to get any kind of super form, and she freaking deserves one! She's awesome! And it kind of speaks to just how awesome, how well designed, and how well realized she is, that nobody cares or even notices what a blatant amalgamation she is of all these concepts that had worked before. I mean, why not? It worked for a reason, and the way it all blends together works even better. In fact, of all the endless cavalcade of characters that Sega hoisted into the series during this period, Blaze is bar none, without hyperbole, my favorite of them all, and it's not even close. Oh, and if you're wondering why Blaze just arrived in this world, and yet her face is somehow plastered in neon all over Night Carnival, game. I should really just relax. This is just kind of how Sonic Team operates.
Kevin Eva, the Sonic brand manager in the mid to late 2000s, put it like this. The canon is always in flux, it's always malleable, because it'll always be what Sonic Team needs it to be at that exact moment. Actually, Blaze's run animation kind of reminds me of someone else who is sometimes said to be from a different point in the timeline, and at other times is from another dimension. Speaking of which, the one thing I do still have to nitpick about the game's presentation is the abandonment of pixel art. And that really was one of the best things about the latter two Advance games. I mean, 3D models make sense for the DS, they animate well, they're fine. Even if Sonic's spine length was so out of control in this period, they come down to his ankles when he looks up. Somebody needs to give that hog a haircut, but I still vastly prefer pixel art. And I kinda wonder if Rush was meant to stick with this style at some point. You wouldn't think they'd make sprite art of Blaze just for the credits. But as stylish as this game is, there's one little issue that certainly doesn't ruin the game's cool factor, but it does kind of undermine it. Sonic Rush utilizes a simple trick mechanic. Anytime you shoot off a ramp, bounce off a spring, or grind a rail, you can mash a button to combo tricks, which scores a lot of points, and more importantly, fills up your boost gauge. And if you max it out, you have unlimited boost power as long as you can keep that combo going by doing tricks or defeating enemies. So the game encourages and incentivizes you to use this system whenever you can. It's a neat little mechanic. Not so complex that it'll break you out of the game's flow, but perfectly complementary with Rush's style.
The problem is, Sonic has to belt out a cool boy voice line every goddamn time he does anything!
What this means is that if you're playing optimally, then Naganuma's brilliant soundtrack will constantly be accompanied by Jason Griffith screaming the same 4 voice lines over and over. But hey, putting up with the trick system and its noise is undeniably worth it. After all, it lets you do this. In an old-school Sonic game, a move like the boost would have completely undermined the point. These were platform action games first and foremost, and going fast was a matter of knowing the intricacies of the physics and level design. Jumping, rolling, multiple paths, hidden secrets, power-ups. It's become a cliche to say this, but it's repeated so often because it is so true. Sonic games are not about speed, they're about momentum. Or at least they were. And then this happened. It is weirdly understated these days just how different the two adventure games are from one another. Sonic Adventure essentially still is a classic Sonic game in everything but the aesthetics. SA1 might have debuted the character designs, but in so many ways, Sonic Adventure 2 was the first modern Sonic game. If classic Sonic is a momentum platformer, modern Sonic is a spectacle platformer. A platformer cast through the prism of a high-octane racing game, blending Sega's arcade legacy with their most famous series. Classic Sonic can be approached in different ways. You can blast through as fast as you can, or you can slow down, take your time, experiment with the physics and look for secrets. At the end of the act, you're commended just for getting through, because there's no right way to get through. But modern Sonic doesn't have hidden secrets, it has hidden shortcuts. It gives you a rank based on how you got through, whether it's good, great, jammin', awesome, extreme! Going fast is easy, it's what you do with that speed that matters. What Adventure 2 did for 3D Sonic, Rush does for 2D Sonic. It de-emphasizes every element of Sonic's design that's not conducive to this goal. Sonic Rush wasn't the team's first attempt at bringing this speed-first focus into the second dimension, but it was the first time they stuck the landing, and the boost is what made the difference. These titles are often attributed solely to Dimps, a development house founded from the ashes of SNK, along with a few castaways from Capcom. Dimps, like many devs before them, was hired by Sega to produce spin-off Sonic titles, mostly on handhelds. But while it is true that Dimps staff made up the bulk of the development team, it was actually Sonic Team's own Akinori Nishiyama that sat in the director's chair for all 3 Advance titles. So it wasn't a surprise when he was brought back in to direct Sonic's debut game on the Nintendo DS. And I have to imagine the team learned some lessons from Sonic Advance 2. In a typical platformer, enemy placement and variety matter a lot, but in a spectacle platformer, enemies are more a means to an end. You can move so fast that they don't pose a threat. But if you insist that they do, yeah, that's what happens. That's the problem Advance 2 ran into. Over and over and over again.
If you're gonna try to make the player feel like Sonic, they're gonna need to have reaction times to match. And nobody does, especially on a 3-inch screen. That's why boosting is also an offensive maneuver. It kinda lets Sonic have his chili dog and eat it too. It keeps the core verb of the game design, run, from becoming a liability. Instead of designing levels full of automation, which is what Advance 2 did, and what the 3D series had increasingly leaned into, why not give that control back to the player? Player agency is the whole point of video games. There's a huge difference in being able to do something in a game versus having something forced upon you. It's also probably worth noting that there was a precedent for this. Dig around on 1990s Usenet, or just ask a certain lurker, and you'll find someone arguing that the true moment where Sonic lost his way and started spiraling was, and I am not kidding, this. I've heard it claimed that the spin dash undermined the entire point of Sonic's game design. And to a certain extent, this increased emphasis on speed and execution was just the evolutionary trend line underlying the entire series. SA2 was just the point where we crossed the threshold and the balance shifted. In a sense, the boost was to the 2000s what the spin dash was to the 90s. Accordingly, it would superannuate it completely. You can still technically roll and spin dash in Rush, but why would you? It feels absolutely vestigial at this point. But while the boost might have solved some of this speed-first style's roughness, it certainly couldn't solve all of it. Like I said, it all comes with pros and cons, and for as many issues as the boost solves, it also raises some new ones. You can practically feel the level designers scrambling to reason their way around it. The game emphasizes boosting all the time, but it runs into issues when it needs to get you to stop. 9 times out of 10, blasting off from a standstill won't get you in trouble. But what if this is that one other time? Rush's levels don't generally do a good enough job at warning you about this. And when you've maxed out the boost gauge and have infinite energy and you're really feeling it, you're even more inclined to keep that combo going. Unfortunately, the advanced game's proclivity for platforming over bottomless pits has not gone anywhere. Intentionally or otherwise, I'd say Rush sets at the far end of the difficulty curve when it comes to this series. The skill ceiling is sky high and it's made out of broken glass. I remember pushing through a lot of trial and error back in the mid-2000s. Let's be honest, most Sonic games have weird, janky bits you need to learn your way around, but it's always a lot worse when they have death traps instead. But where this put me off of Advance 2, I came to see it more as a feature in Rush, and the only real difference I can think of is that the boost was both more forgiving and so much more fun. Honestly, it says something about how much muscle memory I built up back then that it came back to me so easily, even though I hadn't played it in well over a decade. It's like I have a sixth sense for Sonic's BS. Sometimes. This is the part where I would say that aside from the boost, Sonic's core movement mechanics are a little clunky and awkward, but I've seen too many people try and pick up one of the 16-bit games and say the exact same thing. I've become all too aware of the fact that Sonic's basic movement was never not at least a little awkward compared to the more direct input of your Marios or Mega Mans. I just played them so much that it feels like second nature to me anyway. Rush, like the latter two Advance games, just features a different kind of clunky and awkward that is similarly gonna be perfectly fine once you get used to it. A game like this still probably shouldn't be doing perilous platforming over bottomless pits though. The classic games stayed away from that sort of thing for the most part for a very good reason. What I will nitpick though is that the rules for when Sonic's capable of offense are kind of obtuse. Like, the whole idea is that Sonic spins into a ball and can pop badniks, right? But in Rush, when you attack an enemy, you uncurl. But despite your appearance changing, your state hasn't. You can still hurt enemies, which you can't do if you get into the air without spinning any other way. It's a little inconsistent and a little bizarre. And given everything I've said about how the game is generally well designed around the boost, that makes these sections where you're locked in a room and have to defeat a set number of enemies seem absolutely antithetical to the whole idea, especially when we're also tacking on the hit points concept from Heroes. Combat just isn't Sonic's strong suit, and the only good things I can say about them is that at least they're overfast and few and far between. Mid-air actions return from the Advance games. This is one of my favorite things the 2D games of the 2000s did to set themselves apart from the classics. And in this case, they also set Sonic and Blaze apart from each other. They do a nice job giving you more options in mid-air and keeping the momentum going. And Blaze's pyrokinetic moves are just... I can't really say anything that would add to how badass she is. While the stage layouts don't change based on who you're playing as, Blaze's pyrokinesis can be used to reach heights that Sonic can't achieve. The advanced games often struggle to differentiate characters' abilities through level design, but Rush does a more effective job giving Blaze her own routes throughout the game. Maybe not a much more effective job, these divergences aren't anything too different, but I do appreciate the effort. Blaze also takes a somewhat different path through the game, and despite the lack of layout changes, just starting with Night Carnival instead of Leaf Storm kinda makes her the hard mode by default. The one move that doesn't stick the landing, literally, is the homing attack. The whole point of this move was to streamline Sonic's offense in 3D, so it's always a bit odd when it gets backported to 2D. But this is probably the worst it's ever been. It seems prone to homing in on the ground right in front of an enemy and getting you hit. You don't ever need to do it, and you won't, but it's weird that it's even here. And maybe this is just the result of trying to build a Sonic game around a new mechanic for the first time, but it seems like they had trouble differentiating each zone from the others. This is kind of another con to modern Sonic game design. Classic Sonic stages tended to feature distinct recurring features unique to each zone. Chemical plants, double helixes, collision chaoses, deep vertical half-pipes, speed highways, roller coaster dive drops, red mountains, lava bowls. You can put them in silhouette, and you'd still know which zone you're looking at. But modern Sonic struggles more with this, and Rush is a good example of how. Level design across the game tends to feel awfully samey. Dashing downhill from a rolling obstacle, a horizontal U-curve leading to a ramp over a pit, a vertical drop onto a grind rail. Levels still have some nice unique gimmicks like Water Plant's geysers or Deadline's launchers, but the actual terrain seems to hit a lot of the same beats. It's like how almost every speed stage in SA2 felt like Speed Highway. In a classic game, different zones can have different tempos. Some are more speedy and straightforward, some slow down for platforming or exploration. Some even incorporate puzzles. But if the game is going to focus this hard on it seems like it's harder to design levels with that kind of variety. Zones can also sometimes feel like they lack individual set pieces or a sense of progression, a problem the Advanced Trilogy also faced. You remember that tower in Stardust Speedway, that earthquake in Hilltop, that tornado in Windy Valley. But if I pull up a clip of any level in Rush, I can't really identify where I am. They just kind of keep going until they end. And especially early in the game, I find that some of the gimmicks feel weirdly disconnected from the level design and disappointingly non-interactive. The worst offender is Mirage Road's slides. You can't jump or do anything while you're on them. They seem to exist primarily to show off that we can now move Sonic closer to the camera. But all of these issues do get noticeably better toward the end of the game. Level design takes a harsh step in difficulty, yes, but it also becomes a little more memorable and unique. As for the gimmicks, Altitude Limit has these tough-as-nails rocket sections that use the DS's namesake to great effect, and the 3D hang glider is a neat little set piece. And Deadline Act 1 might just be my favorite level in the whole game. The launchers are a blast, and using these propellers to carry your momentum to a different plane looks cool and feels even better. It's like a culmination of everything you've learned at this point. The real hallmark of the level design is an increased focus on verticality, which makes sense. I'm cutting between them for the sake of clarity for most of my footage, but Rush puts both of the DS's screens through their paces, allowing you to see terrain high above or far below. All these years later, seeing Sonic dash through a loop and cross down to the lower screen is still a cool trick, and I appreciate how it's not just a cool trick. It comes with real consequences. Of course, the downside to this is that the DS titles are basically impossible to port to other hardware without pretty fundamentally overhauling them, meaning the original hardware is still the only way to officially play them. To be honest though, most of these critiques I have now didn't even occur to me back in the day. I was having too much fun. I think the reason I see them more now is because I have newer spectacle platformer-style Sonic games to compare this one against. Some of the titles to come are going to strike a better balance with this stuff, including this one, or so I've heard. I never actually finished it. Do you think I should? But at the time, the concept was fresh and untested and a little rough around the edges, but I couldn't put Sonic Rush down. That said, there was something I noticed even back then. There are two areas that are practically the yin and yang of Rush's design. One of the best things about the game, and one of the worst. Let's start with the bad news.
Here we go!
With one or two exceptions, Rush's bosses are junk. And that's saying something. The boss design of the latter two advanced games already wasn't great. Perplexingly, this is the one part of the game where there is no boost, and at least gives the spin dash a chance to be useful. but for such a fundamental part of Rush's design to go unused here is really weird. The boss arenas don't just play differently, they're also rendered differently from the rest of the game. Where the levels are 3D models on 2D assets, these are full 3D arenas. At their best, this allows for some neat rotation effects. At their very best, they remind me of Nights into Dreams, but rarely are they at their best. Most of the time, they're just a little dull and repetitive. But the worst of them will have you tearing your hair out. They tend to hail from the contemporary school of boss design, where you would dodge fancy attacks until the boss graces you with its weak point, allowing you to pick off a single hit. Then the cycle gets a little tougher, rinse and repeat. This stands in stark contrast to how 2D Sonic is usually done it to this point, where a boss is almost always open to attack, and your ability to score hits is the only determining factor on how long the fight lasts. The two main exceptions to this are the Night Carnival boss, which drops enemies you can bounce on to take them out in no time if you're good enough. And Mirage Road's boss is pretty fun too. I think somebody on the dev team might have liked Quinoa, but these are unfortunately the exceptions. Nonetheless, the boss music is of course incredible, especially the pinch mode when you've almost got them. These graphics were pretty dang impressive for a handheld at the time, and I get why you'd want to show off the hardware. I don't think they'd really be all that bad if not for a few compounding issues. First, too many of them have one-hit kill moves, which is a terrible idea in fights that can go on for several minutes at a time, and really goes against Sonic's whole design ethos. As long as you have rings, you should be able to take a hit. But two, the way the rings work has changed. Now every time you get thwacked, they'll scatter further. They eventually become completely impossible to grab. And while I can see the argument that this evens up the score and makes the game more fair, given how easy it's always been to just keep picking up one ring, the way it applies to your whole stack is a problem. If I take a hit, grab a new ring, and then accidentally catch a single one of the rings that went flying, that doesn't reset the counter. If I take another hit, they'll all go flying again. But I don't think either of those issues would be all that bad if they didn't all take so many hits to beat. 8 hits is the standard for Sonic, yeah, but that was set back when you could do goofy crap like this. If you're gonna design bosses the modern way instead, you can't just keep the same system in place. In fact, I kinda suspect they knew that. The boss's health bar conspicuously stops getting bigger on the 5th bar, and if you turn the game's difficulty down to easy, they go down in 6 hits instead. Actually, as far as I can tell, the bosses are the only thing affected by the difficulty setting. Oh, and in the E3 demo, the boss of Leaf Storm goes down in 4 hits. Oh, that would have been so much better. As it is, you just kind of run into the same brick wall over and over again until finally, you get on a run where you execute everything perfectly and break through. But it doesn't really feel like you learned anything, it just feels like you got lucky. The final boss of the main campaign in particular is a nightmare, and just repeating this fight took me longer to complete than the full extent of any zone in the game. When most of your bosses take longer than both acts of the zone, you know there's a problem. So, play on easy, I guess. But if the bosses are the worst part of Rush, it's counterbalanced by an area where the march of technology has made for a clear and vast upgrade. And it all starts right here. Special stages were always a bit of a gimmick in the classics, often coming across more like a cool programming trick and an excuse for Sega to market amazing 3D graphics than something you would actually want to play for its own sake. But if they were a gimmick before, they were an absolute detriment of the Sonic Advance series, often requiring a ridiculous barrier to entry like collect all 5 special rings or hoard all 423 billion chow to even get one shot. And once you got in there, the gameplay within them was stark, bland, confusing, and sometimes impossible to see. Sonic Rush has fixed all of this, and then some. First things first, only Sonic has to worry about Chaos Emeralds at all. Blaze collects her own Dimension Soul Emeralds as well, but she just gets them as part of her story campaign. Second things second, the method for entry has vastly improved. You've only got to worry about a single special stage per zone, and special warp gates are placed generously throughout each act. Some of them are more hidden than others, but there's always at least a few you're guaranteed to run into on a regular playthrough. So no more scouring stages for all the MacGuffins, just find one, hop on, and boost one full bar of the tension gauge for a chance at the Emerald. Even if the actual special stages still sucked, this setup would be such a vast improvement. But those special stages do not suck. They rule. The graphics rule, the movement rules, and toward the end they get absolutely teeth-gnashingly brutal, and that rules! They're based on Sonic 2's half-pipe, but back then you controlled your slippery movement with the D-pad, whereas now you do it with the stylus. And it is such a perfect fit. You'd swear the half-pipe was always meant to be played like this. This allows for split-second precision, and you're gonna need it, because like I said, yeah. It's honestly a bit of a watch whether these are my favorite special stages in the whole series, or if Sonic 3D on the Saturn is still the king. Maybe I need to play that one again. And one more time, I have to give credit to the music. I can't even tell you what a huge smile this put on my face. If you were paying attention back in 2005, Sonic Rush must have felt like finding an oasis in a desert. If you were playing this game the day it came out, you were playing it at a time when Shadow the Hedgehog came out yesterday. Imagine that. The contrast between them couldn't be clearer. At a time when Sega was in a state of turmoil, a time when Sonic was frequently a bit player in his own series, a point where Sonic Team was wildly oscillating between quote-unquote going back to Sonic's roots and utterly devaluing those roots, Sonic Rush came along to show us a better future. A Sonic who stands at the focal point. A Sonic that is completely unlike what it was in the 90s, but no less awesome for it. This was the game that taught me that Sonic being different didn't have to be a bad thing. It was a new day. It was a new start, and I had changed my ways. For the longest time, the stuff that I had nostalgia for was just the stuff that I played as a kid. But I find that's not the case anymore. I have such a vivid memory of going to the mall, buying the handheld that would be in my pocket every day for the next half-decade, popping open this exact case for the first time, and how unexpected and nice it was to feel the way it made me feel about Sonic again. It's not the same kind of nostalgic reverence I feel for the classics, but it is a nostalgic reverence all the same. Sonic Rush is so representative of such a different time in the industry, a different time in the world, a different time in my life. I see so much of who I was and what I've been through reflected in it. Like any other Sonic game, I can nitpick it to death, I can poke holes in it, but I can't deny what it means to me. I loved it back then, but it means even more to me now. At some point a long time ago, I thought I stopped caring about Sonic. I was more excited for Heroes than I had ever been for any game in my entire life, and it wasn't what I thought it would be. The way that felt wasn't as bad as teenage me experiencing his first broken heart, but there were more parallels than I'd like to admit. It hurt. I didn't think it would ever get better. I didn't think I'd ever be able to feel that way again. I hid behind my pessimism for a few years. I bought into the narrative that Sonic's best days were in the past. I don't regret who I needed to be, but if Heroes broke my faith, Rush was the game that started to restore it. I was absolutely right about one thing. I had outgrown Sonic. I could never again be Sonic's primary demographic. Because the truth is, Sonic has always been for kids first and foremost, and it was perhaps inevitable that I'd feel alienated for a while when I got old enough to notice that. I'd taken that so personally that I'd almost let that resentment cause me to miss out on something special. But when I came back to the series, I knew no other game could ever let me down like that again. And I did my best to approach each new game with hope that it would be what I wanted, but also with the expectation that even if it wasn't, I'd still probably be able to find something to like about it. This positive attitude would occasionally lead me to make some extremely silly declarations, as I would often end up going against the grain. But on the other hand, I can show you my own words from here on out. And I'd rather have a bunch of over-enthusiastic memories than a decade and a half of being miserable anyway. That willingness to at least try to look for what's good about a game is also what's enabled me to have so many more good times with this series than I otherwise could have. And isn't having fun with games the point? Maybe Sonic wouldn't always be exactly what it was when I was a kid. Maybe it wouldn't always live up to my expectations. Maybe it would keep having ups and downs and all-arounds. Maybe I'd still be let down sometimes, and maybe things would change and keep changing. But growing up didn't mean I couldn't still enjoy the series, and it didn't mean I had to stop caring. I don't think I ever told him this, so I will now. Thank you, Morgan, for making me play Sonic Rush. You showed me a better future that I didn't want to see, and with the benefit of hindsight, it really was a portent of things to come. What Nishiyama and his team at Dimps made was a game that would take modern Sonic, not just the character, but the game design philosophy to the next level. A game that would redefine Sonic's edge, aura, and tone with a style all its own. A game that, I'd discover as I trepidatiously let myself back into the fandom, had people begging and pleading for the main console titles to be more like this. And whether Sega was listening or circumstances demanded it, they would soon get their wish. Sonic Rush would be that rare handheld spin-off that sees its influence spill back over into the main series. Less than a year later, Yuji Naka, the last remnant of the original group that created Sonic the Hedgehog, would leave Sega, and Akinori Nishiyama would find himself as the new head of Sonic Team. Sonic Colors has often been described, even by Sega itself, as the point where 3D Sonic games finally found their footing. And while that's not where I would personally draw the line, it's not totally without merit. Colors was the first time since the death of the Dreamcast that a Sonic Team title was generally well received by video game critics, die-hard Sonic fans, and the general audience. But it seems like history is forgetting that there was one earlier title that came within striking distance. A game that critics at the time described with superlatives like the very best 3D Sonic ever created, one of the best additions to the series in a long time, and a great start to a franchise we'd given up on years ago. As Eurogamer put it, Sonic is back. Sonic was back, and Sonic fans, in desperate need of an actual win, rejoiced. I was right there with them. I loved this game. I played it to death. I made it a point to show it off to my friends, which inspired them to go out and buy it, and they loved it too. And now, 15 years later, right when the spotlight of internet nostalgia should be shining brightest, I never hear a good word about it. In 2007, it held a Metacritic user score of 8 out of 10. Today, that number has crumbled to a 6.2. No other game in the series has changed so much or fallen so far. Some games are vindicated by history, but this one seems to be burning in it. The first question I should probably ask is, why? Why was this game so well received? It's an auto-running, motion-controlled platformer. You play it using this. Using only this. If you see this video, get swayed by those old reviews, and try to play Sonic and the Secret Rings now, I can almost guarantee that within the first minute, you're going to regret it. So what were those reviewers smoking? Rating this gimmicky motion-controlled rail platformer like it was the first good 3D Sonic game. Heck, what was I smoking? The short answer is that it was buoyed by the context of its release, the context of the series, and the context of the hardware. Secret Rings was fast-tracked into production when Sega realized that they had overestimated the specs of Nintendo's upcoming Wii, meaning their next-gen Sonic title would not be feasible on it. Rather than just, not having a Wii game for a while, Sega split Sonic Team in two. One group would continue working on that next-gen project, which, well, the ship was already sinking, but I'm sure diverting key developers away from it would inspire everyone left to work even harder, right? The new team, meanwhile, would be tasked to make an original game for Nintendo's new hardware, and they need to do it with tight time constraints and on a tight budget. While many of Sonic 06's fundamental flaws lived in the design dock, what really doomed the project, what turned it from yet another disappointment into an outright disaster, was that Sonic Team had neither the time or the developmental muscle to make the finished product something that reflected their vision. Splitting the team in half made a bad situation much worse. But the very same factors that doomed 06 were to Secret Rings' benefit. This team knew exactly what their resources were and could design a game to fit those constraints. And I'm sure it also helped that the Wii was built directly on the GameCube's architecture, a console that Sonic Team already had a great deal of experience working with. Their finesse with that system shines in the technical side of the finished product. Loading times are snappy, the frame rate is solid, and Secret Rings was regularly held up as the showpiece for what the Wii was capable of. To this point, nothing else on the console had looked this good. Secret Rings was released only 3 months after Sonic 06, and that comparison was also very much to its benefit. A sentiment that had its origins in the Dreamcast days was that the series had lost its way when it lost focus on its namesake. Sonic games need to be about Sonic, and at a time when that sentiment was louder and fiercer and more ravenous than ever. Well, let's look at Eurogamer's review one more time. You play as Sonic, not as Knuckles, not as Tails, not as Amy, not as Shadow, and not as any of the other misfits who seem to occupy most of the screen time in recent Sonic Adventure-style titles. This is a Sonic game. You play Sonic. You go very fast, and you jump on things. That's what Sonic does. And the dawning realization that that's exactly what this game planned to focus on for its entire duration made the first vestiges of a smile touch the corners of our mouths. That smile widened to a broad grin when we discovered that not only do you play as Sonic throughout the game, but that playing as Sonic is awesome. So, that's the context of where the series was at. But what was just as, if not even more important than coming out just 3 months after Sonic 06, was coming out just 3 months after the Wii. By the midpoint of its life, the Wii was often derided as a gimmick, appealing exclusively to the casual market while the real gamers focused on games for real gamers. And that was never particularly fair, but I think there was a signal that got lost in the noise. For the first year or so, the Wii and its innovative new motion controller was actually, unironically, cool. Nintendo fans saw it as a return to form for the company after the disappointing GameCube years. Critics heralded it as something fresh and different in an industry that seemed to be in an arms race to homogenize. And it was nice, it was exciting, to have a system that played so many classics via the Virtual Console. The very idea of playing old games on new hardware was still itself a novelty, gave you excellent new entries in your favorite Nintendo franchises, and had games your parents and grandparents wanted to play with you too. The Wii, in my estimation, would retain a veneer of coolness all the way up to E3 2008, when... Yeah, that happened. Nintendo started focusing almost exclusively on casual experiences. Their big game for the holidays that year was Animal Crossing, and as hard as it is to believe now, Animal Crossing was definitely not cool in 2008. But during its launch window, the Wii wasn't just cool, it was white hot. Retailers couldn't keep it on store shelves. Motion controls seemed like the future, and the future was now, and early adopters were starving for more games that would give them another glimpse of it. Sonic and the Secret Rings was the right game, launched at the perfect time. Even if the approach was a little clunky, people were much more forgiving and much more willing to push through a few motion control hang-ups and over some steep learning curves to get to the good stuff. In a sense, what happened to Secret Rings mirrors what happened to Sonic Adventure. Even in the 90s, people were definitely aware that Sega hadn't quite hit a home run, but the game in that moment was so impressive that pushing through those issues was worth it. This is sometimes why you see so much disconnect between what the dedicated Sonic fans think versus what the wider gaming community thinks. They judge Sonic to the standard of any other platformer, often playing each stage only one time. Perish the thought. We go in determined to find something to love, or we play it as a kid and judge it uncritically, and over time, we learn to ignore, sidestep, forgive, and sometimes forget all that jank. Which brings us to a confession. I wrote this video from memory until now. To this point, I hadn't actually played the game again. Of course, I played it a ton back when it came out, but I had basically never gone back to it. And you know what's funny? This, what you've seen so far, was all this video was really gonna be. I thought this was all I'd really have to say about Secret Rings. I thought I'd have this video done by Christmas of last year. But I couldn't make a video without footage. I had to play it again. And what I found in the depths of Sonic and the Secret Rings is so much more fascinating than I even expected, than I even remembered. Maybe this is really a me problem. Maybe I'm just a specific cross-section of a lifelong Sonic fan and a die-hard Nintendo fan. I'm neither expecting or recommending that you do this yourself. I'm too aware of my own taste to think most other gamers will be able to stomach it the way that I did. Instead, I'm going to let you experience it vicariously through me. a deviant who has more patience and appreciation for jank-ass Sonic games and waggle controls than you could ever know. I gave you the short answer, now let me give you the long one. This is the story of my second ever playthrough of Sonic and the Secret Rings, nearly 15 years after the first. I didn't go into this project expecting to say this, but let's get critiquing. The core idea behind Sonic the Hedgehog was to make a game that would get better the more you played it and the better you got. And that core piece of Sonic's DNA has been present ever since. Through all the ups and downs and all-arounds, the more you play it, the better it gets. Even Secret Rings. Especially Secret Rings. I mean, it couldn't get much worse than the way it starts. See, another one of Sonic's strongest aspects has historically been its ability to make a good first impression. Secret Rings might just make the worst first impression of any game in the entire series. Sonic is on rails. He moves forward automatically, you control his movement by swinging your arms from side to side, and oh yes, it starts with an unskippable tutorial that goes on for literally 15 minutes. It splits its lessons into individual levels, meaning you learn to jump, get ranked on that, go back to the menu, and then select the mission where you learn to jump higher. Rank, menu, homing attack, rank, menu, backstep, rank, menu. Ugh! Come on, we knew how to make a good tutorial in 2007. Heck, we knew how to make a better one than this in 1995. But once you push through the endless tutorial and finally get to the real game, you're gonna pop into the first level and...
3, 2, 1, go!
First, let's find the King's Palace.
Yes, let's hurry.
This is looking better already, isn't it? This is Sand Oasis. Actually, while I haven't played the game much since 07, I never stopped listening to the music. Secret Rings has one of my favorite soundtracks this side of Sonic Rush. Seriously, why don't they do zone music with cornball lyrics more often? And the level itself is gorgeous. The early morning sun casts harsh shadows across the scenery. The oasis beautifully reflects the environment, and Sonic kicks up sand as the speed mins it. Yeah, this really was the most graphically impressive Wii game at the time, and while admittedly I'm running it at higher res and a higher frame rate via Dolphin, I don't know, I still think it holds up. The actual structure of the main level shows an impressive progression. That is, the environment isn't just a backdrop for an obstacle course. Sonic actually moves through the world, and his endpoint in civilization feels like a different place than the dilapidated temple where he started. The problem, though, is that your first playthrough isn't gonna look anything like this. It's gonna look like this.
3, 2, 1, go!
Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing on. Sonic is such a slow-mo that even a good playthrough of this opening act is gonna take you more than 4 minutes. Why? Because you need to earn experience points. In the long run, this will let you customize Sonic with some powerful, useful abilities to carry you through different challenges. But in the short term, you're gonna have to unlock the ability to move faster, to turn faster, to have your on-screen character be more responsive. Sonic can't just start out being awesome like in most of the other games. No, in Secret Rings, you'll need to unlock better controls first. And you can't just finish the first level and move on to the second, no. You'll need to finish a selection of missions first. To be fair, lots of Sonic games extend their playtime with stuff like this, but most don't make it mandatory to reach the end. So you'll need to play little offshoot stages where you have to break all the pots, kill all the enemies, survive with one ring. Don't break any pots. It's okay, and it's not like it's just busy work, since doing missions does still give you experience points and new skills, but I absolutely think Secret Rings would have held up not well, but better if it had put its best foot forward, started you off with the good controls and useful abilities, and let you earn better stuff from there. But I'm guessing the intention there wasn't just to pad out the game length. It was to ease the player, who in February 2007 had most assuredly never controlled a platformer like this, into becoming comfortable with the controls. So while I still think the Lost Prologue is way too awkwardly segmented and the level-up system is way too necessary, I do see a glimmer of what they were going for. And you know, an hour in now, and with those basic abilities unlocked, the controls really aren't all that bad. Or to be more accurate, the game is designed well to mitigate the Wii Remote's shortcomings. The game is forgiving. This isn't a Mach speed situation where Sonic is careening into obstacles. And within a few minutes, I was curving through ring clusters, chain attacking enemies, and dashing through obstacles like I hadn't lost a step. The on-rails nature of Secret Rings allows it to sidestep one of the biggest issues that had plagued 3D Sonic to this point. And I think that's why so many mainstream reviews were calling it the best 3D Sonic had ever been. It all comes down to the difficulty of controlling a speed demon in 3 dimensions. Yeah, once you get a handle on it, it's fine, but there's so much more that can go wrong in a 3D game. Trying to account for the minute differences in what happens if Sonic blasts off in this direction, or just a few degrees over that way, was something the 3D series hadn't really figured out yet. But with Secret Rings game design, the player doesn't have to worry about that stuff. They can focus on doing the right thing at the right time, instead of fussing with Sonic's trajectory or the camera. And the game takes advantage of this premeditated approach to showcase cinematic set pieces and unique, varied level gimmicks. Heck, I'm even having fun with the missions! The missions! I'm actually enjoying the extra time I get to spend in Sand Oasis. I think I still like Sonic and the Secret Rings. I'm still having a good time. Huh. The game's intro and ending are presented with fully animated CG, but Secret Rings does the bulk of its storytelling via fully voiced 2D comic book scenes. I don't think we had the word yet, but in modern terms we'd call this an isekai. Sonic is pulled from his world into the story of the Arabian Nights by the Genie of the Ring, Shara. She's opposed by Eraser Jin, an evil genie who is erasing the pages of the book. Eraser Jin shoots an arrow at Shara, but Sonic becomes the Piccolo to her Gohan and takes the shot for her. Now he has a flaming arrow through his heart, and Eraser tells him that when the flame burns out, his life will be forfeit. But if Sonic and Shara can collect the 7 world rings and bring them to him, he promises that he'll remove the arrow. Really. Sonic's in-game animations are lively and teeming with personality, but that model, I mean, that looks a lot more like Sonic than he did in 06, but his proportions still make him kind of uncanny. The length and girth of his spines constantly make him look like he's about to topple over. But what's weirder than their length is how noodly and, over-animated they are. Like everything else about the game, I think this is at its worst early on, when Sonic's slow movement speed causes them to just, undulate in slow motion. An excess of spine physics. Maybe this is one of the only ways Secret Rings reveals its developmental symbiosis with Sonic 06. If Sand Oasis was living up to expectations, then the second level is abandoning them. This is, well, I'll let them tell you. This seems suspiciously like the team made a level theme before they decided on the game's setting, and when they came to Arabian Nights, they just collectively shrugged their shoulders and placed cacti everywhere. I love it! Sonic's had a lot of jungles and a few dinosaurs, but an actual prehistoric zone is a wholly unique level trope. See, I don't need games to make sense, I just need them to be fun. But no matter how fun the music is, it'll drive you a little mad if you listen to it for more than 11 minutes! Some of the missions for this level were way more irritating than Sand Oasis. A lot of them are set in this weird little looping area, where you have to keep doing laps and taking different paths to complete objectives. And while it's commendable, and even sort of impressive that an on-rails game like this even has multiple paths, it really doesn't work when you're trying to deliver dinosaur eggs to color-coded nests. Leave that to Diddy Kong Racing. After way too much time trying, I fell off a platform, restarted, and discovered the whole level and everything in it resets, but the egg counter doesn't, so I really could have just cheesed the whole thing. Yeah, I'm starting to think missions might not be this game's strong suit again. There was a pretty fun race mission though, which did a much better job of making me engage with the nuances of Sonic's movement mechanics to win.
If truly free, be stopped, never through all that's happening.
Zone 3 has the delightfully mid-2000s Sonic team naming scheme of Evil Foundry. And when I got here, I was immediately flabbergasted. I recognized absolutely nothing about this. I mean, I had to have played it, but maybe I didn't like it and rarely came back to it. The music is annoying me already, maybe that's why. The melody's great, but those vocals are just way too repetitive. I guess vocal level themes aren't always winners after all. As for the stage, it's a medieval refinery in an ancient castle. A fresh take on the standard lava stage that makes great use of Secret Ring's setting. Another surprise was the section where, as far as I could tell, there was no way I couldn't have taken a hit. I think the idea here was to encourage a second playthrough, because as soon as I cleared the main mission, I unlocked the Soul Gauge, a permanent upgrade. Finally, all those orbs have a point. They fill up this meter, and when it hits a certain threshold, you can pull off 2 magic tricks.
This, I mean, you can see what it does. Blast Sonic off at Sonic speed. It's a fantastic effect, and knowing when to use it to maximize its effectiveness will depend on your knowledge of the levels. It is, however, very hard to control. Speaking of which, let's go back here. This one obviously is a lot more situational. It gets you through those spinning blades, helps smoothly weave between hazards, and helps with targeting bosses. Now that I've replayed Evil Foundry, the music's starting to grow on me. Freaking replay value, Sonic, you do it like no other. As the game goes on, I'm also discovering a surprising amount of depth to the mechanics. More than you would think you could get out of a Wii remote anyway. There are nuances to the gameplay that you have to learn as you go. The way the jump cancel works, the way Sonic gains speed faster off of a short hop, the way charging a jump also functions as a brake. Most notably, I'm appreciating how all of these are boosted by the growing list of upgrades I'm getting, and how much better the game itself is becoming as a result. In implementing a convoluted RPG-like upgrade system, Secret Rings inherits one of their common weaknesses. The game doesn't really get good until you've been playing it for hours. No, why? This is a Sonic game. Making an incredible first impression is Sonic's whole deal. Why do you need this? But it did also inherit some strengths of the design. Every replay counts as progress, and not just the self-motivated player skill kind. At the 2-hour mark, I can say I am unironically, unabashedly enjoying Sonic and the Secret Rings, and I wasn't expecting to say that with so much enthusiasm. Stage 4, Levitated Ruin. I don't remember this one either. This level has an awesome sense of scale, and the theming might be the most creative we've seen yet. Drawing on Arabic folklore, Sonic is speeding through ancient ruins in the clouds, the remnants of a civilization still carried on the backs of these huge fossilized creatures. And wow, I'm actually blown away, and not just because of the strong winds. No, this one was a blast, helped along by all the opportunities I got to use Speed Break. It also had a cool enemy, a gargoyle who could turn Sonic to stone. Also, this is the one level theme in the game that doesn't have lyrics. That piano is reminding me of something out of the Saturn era, and that is high praise coming from me. So obviously, the entire game takes place magically within the storybook, and I actually rather like this. It provides cover for Secret Rings to take its story and aesthetic in whatever wackadoodle direction it likes, without being beholden to anything that was established before. I mean, actually, that's the exact approach Sonic Team has taken since time immemorial anyway, but at least there's some kind of explanation for it this time. But in 2007, I skipped right over every last cutscene. There were two main reasons for this. One, I didn't have the patience for these 2D comic book scenes. On this point, I was actually really missing out. I think this 2D art is great, bringing out the appeal and personality in Sonic's design in a way that 3D models still rarely do. I do wish they didn't have such a strong filter placed over them, but I get what they were going for. But the other reason I skipped the story was probably the bigger reason.
Just touching it makes me feel like I've got a whirlpool of emotion spiraling around inside me. I can't even begin to imagine what having all 7 rings would do to someone. It might even open the gates of hell!
As a teenager, almost every single thing that came out of Sonic's mouth made me want to die. I hated Jason Griffith's take on Sonic. I thought he delivered every line with this pandering kitty veneer that made Sonic sound like he was trying way too hard to be cool. And to a teen, that is the least cool thing you can possibly do. But with hindsight, I see that Sonic had never for a single solitary second not been all about trying too hard to be cool, and as an adult, that's exactly what's so gosh darn charming about him. These games are for kids. Kids always think he's cool. And I was just too worried about being grown up to appreciate that. As if I ever knew the first thing about being cool. But if I hated Sonic's voice that much, I have no idea why I didn't just do this. It's a tip handed down since the days of the Dreamcast. If you're not digging the English voice cast, swap to the Japanese, because Kanemaru don't miss. And now that I'm not distracted by Griffith's...
Hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that. Sonic's character is actually, shockingly, pretty on point here. For a long time after SA2, Sonic increasingly felt like a background character in his own series. His personality was whittled down to this milquetoast version of an anime protagonist, going on about doing the right thing and the real superpower of teamwork and...
Nice smile.
But he has some good moments in Secret Rings. He's brash, impatient, and just relentlessly self-assured. He's even cutting off bad guys with cocky, wonderfully cheesy one-liners. I mean, a big plot point here is that when that arrow burns out, Sonic dies. but he's so cavalier and cocksure about it. This is one of the defining traits of Sonic's character to me. As Jam's profile put it so long ago, he hates tears. So whatever troubles him, whatever pressure he's under, whatever doubts he's having, he never lets them break his stride. Whether it's just a brave face, or he's genuinely that self-assured, whether it's for the sake of the ones he's protecting or the sake of his own pride, he keeps moving forward. Pirate Storm might just be the most graphically impressive stage so far. Can you believe the Wii could pull off a rain effect like this? It is yet another wonderfully imaginative stage theme, as Sonic pushes through a cavalcade of pirate ships, many of them torn to shreds under a turbulent thunderstorm. Bombastically creative levels with their own unique gimmicks, tropes, music, and theming is so core to the series' identity. It's one of the very few things Sonic games across the ages have almost always consistently knocked out of the park, and Secret Rings exceeds that average so far. With no hesitation, Sonic launches himself out of a cannon, and when Shara calls him on his recklessness, he just nonchalantly goes, like this is just another day for him, and it is, and I love it! Once again, the level makes impressive use of progression and set pieces, as Sonic leaps to a stormy shipwrecked shore, fights through a platoon of pirate ships, escapes through a glimmering coastal cave, then... you know what? Just look! It might have been 2007, but Sonic catching huge waves in a freaking thunderstorm is one of the most awesomely 90s things I've ever seen. But as good as it looks, Pirate Storm may be starting to show more seams in the gameplay department. Multiple times, the game puts you on a ship deck in an open combat arena, and asks that you defeat all the enemies to open the way forward. When it did things like this in earlier stages, defeating all the enemies was part of the path forward, and tended to open up alternate paths or secrets. But this time it's required. And the game requires you to do something you have no hope of doing effectively: going backwards. These cases aside, it's indicative of a pretty substantial issue with the game in general. Until you acclimate to the gameplay and know the stages well enough to avoid it, you're going to be running into this specific problem a lot. You'll miss an enemy and want to go back, or mistime a jump and get wedged into the wall, and need to shuffle backwards into a part of the stage you can't see. Yeah, you can tilt the Wii Remote backward to reverse course, you can tap the jump button to do it much faster, and you can even throw on an upgrade to make that an attack. That helps, but it does not mitigate the fundamental issue. Again, you can't see. There is no way to actually turn all the way around, or even temporarily just turn the camera to see where you're going. Even here, there was a way to do it that would have been better suited to Secret Ring's limitations. Just have Sonic run laps around the ship deck until all the enemies were defeated. But seeing things like this makes me a little uneasy about how much more the game is going to fall into this trap in the name of challenge as it goes on. To make a game that effectively uses the Wiimote, you've got to design the game around it. That doesn't mean it can't be challenging, and it doesn't mean it can't have a degree of complexity, but if you try to shoehorn something like this into an auto runner, it's just not gonna work.
何がお望みでしょう、ご主人様。
はい、ハンカチをくれ。たくさん。いやー、マジ助かったぜ。
真面目にやってください。
分かってるって。ハンカチぐらいいいだろ。も
うまったく。本当に大丈夫かしら。
Contrasting Sonic's obnoxious brand of heroism with a more serious, straight-laced character is a well-worn concept throughout the franchise, and as usual, it works to great effect here. Chara's personality isn't always single-minded or duty-bound, though. She's often more teasing of Sonic. They have a great dynamic that's carried through by in-level dialogue. And while I really do wish the dialogue could be disabled, at least for replays, it's at least not repetitive, cloying, or handholdy. It's alright. Eraser Jin is coming across as pretty dang generic, though. Great design, cool powers, totally stock bad guy personality. My favorite thing about him, though, is the way he refuses to acknowledge Sonic's species, repeatedly insulting him as a vermin or a rat.
そこの青いドブネズミ、7つのリングは集めているのか？
おいおい、俺はドブネズミじゃない。ハリネズミだ。
Sonic's traditional supporting cast isn't technically in the game, but characters who look and sound just like them play roles within the storybook. While it's a little goofy to see Sonic assume that they're his friends over and over again, it's a good enough way to involve them, and they all play their roles well. And
Did the game just acknowledge Sonic and Knuckles' rivalry? Holy crap, how many times has that happened since Shadow showed up? That's great! Now Secret Rings does something kinda surprising. Backtracking. In Evil Foundry, the missions were conspicuous by their absence, but we did get a cutscene where a Razorkin summoned an Ifrit. This led to a sequence of events that ultimately culminated in Pirate Storm, where Sonic recovered the Blue World Ring. This allows us to go back a few stages to Evil Foundry, where, because these are canonically the same rings from off of Captain Planet apparently, we can use its power to cool off the Ifrit enough to take him down. Visually, I love the design of this boss, this gargantuan steampunk giant, dwarfing Sonic while it blasts him with flame lasers. It's a perfect boss for Evil Foundry. Reminiscent of Adventure 2's Egg Golem, but through a different lens. It's just a shame the gameplay mechanics can't do it justice. This boss requires a lot of specific timing and finely tuned movement, and those are inevitably jank in a game that controls with this. Even once I got the hang of what to do, actually executing on it took a lot more finesse than it felt like the Wii Remote could handle. But Secret Rings follows it up with hands down the best mission I've seen yet, though maybe that's not saying much. When the Ifrit's defeated, it spews something. An egg? A bomb? Sonic can't let it explode in the Foundry. He's gotta slam dunk it out of there! This leads to a mission where you play the original level in reverse, complete with more enemies and hazards, as well as unique paths and shortcuts. So not only does this actually tie into story progression, it's also a whole lot more fun and imaginative than whatever Finish with One Ring Challenge number 37 the game has been throwing at me. If even a few more of them could be like this, I would have so much less of a problem with the mandatory mission structure. At this point, the complexity of the equipment system is kind of becoming an issue. The game incentivizes you to hit this menu before almost every mission, and I get it. Keeping Sonic in top form is the crux the gameplay rests on, and bless its little heart, the equip menu tries, letting you sort your upgrades in different ways. But it's becoming increasingly common for me to have to spend a minute or more rejiggering things every time I come here. I'm unlocking upgrades of upgrades, like Quick Step, which lets you move more smoothly, can now be substituted for Quick High Step. But these are both unique upgrades with their own point costs, and you can't have them stacked on top of each other. Equipping one unequips the other. The better solution would have been to make soft perks like this a sub-function of each upgrade. And, don't make the player have to unlock decent controls, that would have been nice too. I really do see what they were going for. This rewards and incentivizes replay value. And even here, it's not like it doesn't work, it's just simultaneously too basic and too convoluted for its own good. The lack of finesse here is one of the places where you can feel how rushed the dev team was. And how old this game is. Nowadays, there's no way they wouldn't just give you an option to auto-equip an ideal loadout. Oh, I guess we should address the war elephant in the room. Here's what you'll experience each and every time you visit any of Secret Rings' menus. Is it grating? Probably. Is it repetitive? Definitely. But does it bother me? Nah, not really. It's a perfect example of an awful musical choice, though. A loud, boisterous vocal track is never the right pick for a freaking menu, especially not one the player is gonna hit so frequently. But it doesn't matter because I love 7 Rings in Hand. Like there's a parallel to be drawn here about bad Sonic games and how you can excuse their flaws. Oh, that theme is also the reason this episode even exists, as one of my best friends messaged me out of the blue to tell me that it was still stuck in his head all these years later, which made me listen to it again, which got me thinking about Secret Rings again, and here we are. So hey, Steven! Thanks for the idea. Pirate Storm was always going to be a tough act to follow, but even giving it the benefit of the doubt, Skeleton Dome leaves something to be desired. My first thought was, yes, snow level! Ooh, but that ain't snow. It's ground up bone dust shooting out into the atmosphere. And aside from that one flourish, skeletons seem to be the stage's only muse. It's not a bad theme, but it is a noticeable step down compared to the creativity, the shifting sand palaces and dragoon temples that make up the rest of the game. Secret Rings has to make a lot of concessions to make its gameplay function as well as it does, and here's one that I've really come to appreciate. There is no life system whatsoever. No such thing as a game over. This was still pretty radical for a platformer in 2007, but Secret Rings is a modern Sonic game.
It's not about getting through, it's about how well you get through. The lack of life system, combined with the incredibly generous automatic checkpoints, also shields the game's jank from being nearly as much of a problem as it was in previous 3D Sonics. It'd be awfully annoying if something like this made you restart the entire stage, or even led to a game over. But when a slip-up like this is just a slap on the wrist, and you can pick up right back where you were, it's not so bad. I feel I'm very well acclimated to the controls at this point, but there's one thing that still doesn't feel right, and it made this room in particular one of the worst spots in the whole game. Grinding has never stopped being an issue. As long as it's just one rail, it's alright. It's jumping off that's the problem. It seems like you still need to charge your jump, but there's no visual indicator that you're doing that, and tapping the button does nothing. And leaping between rails basically never works. You're supposed to flick the Wiimote in the direction you want to go, but Sonic regularly overshoots the rail, or even flies in the wrong direction. So yeah, this mission where you need to kill a bunch of enemies who are flickering in and out of existence over a trifecta of grind rails was a bit of a nightmare. They can't all be winners. Then again, Skeleton Dome is the penultimate stage, and the relative drabness of it might just be to contrast what comes next. One of Secret Ring's greatest strengths, and one of its most impressive given how quickly it was made, is its atmosphere. That's the reason I've taken the time to spotlight each level individually like this, focusing on their aesthetic and the creativity and imagination that went into them. Graphics may age, but art direction is timeless, and Secret Ring saves what might be its very best for last. Night Palace, Eraser Jin's stronghold in the sky. Sonic speeds through Arabian towers beneath a magenta moonlit sky, sweeping between massive castle chambers. The level's use of majestic colors and imagery, as well as details like the mirror effect on the chamber floors, indicates how far Sonic has come, how far the player has come. It's also tough, but this is the finale. I'd so much rather a game push my limits at the end than just roll over and let me win. And right when it seems like you have won, the palace houses another reality within itself. Hauntingly beautiful crystalline roads wrapped in an endless starfield. And if there's one aspect that's really unifying the tension and the peril of this place, it's the music. Night Palace's theme, a song called Unawakening Float, has been a mainstay in my playlist since 2007. The lyrics seem like they might be voicing Sonic's subconscious. His flame's on the verge of burning out, and while he can't help but wonder what will happen when it does, if he'll ever wake up, he keeps pressing forward, faster than ever. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but this to me is the depth of his character. A free spirit who moves faster than the wind to live a life without regrets. It's a part of himself that he never vocalizes, that he may not even be entirely aware of, but it's always been there. There's been endless discourse since 1998 over what Sonic games are quote-unquote supposed to look like. There's been endless discourse about what they're supposed to be. I've got my preferences like anyone else. Generally, I favor the stylized aesthetic of the 16-bit games. But I don't think that's what determines whether something feels like Sonic to me. Secret Ring's aesthetic is fairly real, but you could never mistake it for reality. The terrain warps into loops and half-pipes, rising and falling and twisting in ways that don't happen naturally, creating this dreamlike quality. The things that are grounded about it contrast with everything that isn't. And whether the textures are stylized or not, that sense of surrealism is Sonic to me. Night Palace is a perfect example of how Sonic can strike that balance. On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, the Eraser Jin boss fight kinda sucks. Yeah, it seems like the team really struggled to implement boss fights into motion controls. The main issue here is that it's also rote. Just dodge until he happens to do one of the two attacks where you can actually hit him. Also, the timing is incredibly precise. I can time a Wii Remote shake within a pretty tight window, but even on button controls this would be tough. The intent is clearly to make you use Time Break, but that doesn't totally solve the issue. When the world slows down, so too does Sonic, and while other games map actions to a shake, Sonic has to actually move to where he's going to make contact. But, with the evil genie finally defeated, Sonic and Shara discover a mysterious door. What could it mean?
こういう時はあれだろ開け5番 No reaction
God, I love how in Japan, Sonic constantly speaks in adorable cool boy English.
7つの世界を滑るリングが揃いしとき、世界をつなぐ扉が開くであろう。つまり、7つの世界リングがあれば、この扉は開くってことだな。
And then? What? Sonic claims we've got the 7 rings. This is the door they open, and then credits? What the heck happened? I can only assume this is a translation issue because I actually only have 6 of the 7 rings. Still gotta grind out some Night Palace missions. But even setting that aside, man, this is awkward. It's not like the finale is being gated behind another campaign or anything, like it was in the adventure games, so I have no idea why they would roll the credits here. After another half hour of missions, that last world ring popped, and I could finally go open the door between worlds. And what should be behind it but... Now it gets weird. And not like good weird. Weird. Turns out, Sonic's companion Shara, the one who pulled him into this mess in the first place, the one he took a deadly arrow to protect, Shara, was working for Eraser Jin the whole time. But not in like a she was actually evil kind of way, rather that she was doing it all against her will in some nebulous scheme that is never properly explained. If this was Jin's plan the entire time, then why did he even need Shara? Couldn't he have just tricked Sonic himself? It's heavily implied that Eraser Jin and Shara used to be a couple before he went off the deep end, but longing for a lost love shouldn't generally lead you to doom your world and all the people in it. It's a melodramatic twist for the sake of a melodramatic twist. It comes right the heck out of nowhere and crumbles to dust as soon as you start thinking about it. Speaking of shocking swerves, though, it also turns out that opening the door between worlds and activating the ring's true power requires the one who gathered the rings to be sacrificed. But in an honestly sweet parallel to the start of the game, Shara throws herself in front of Sonic and sacrifices her life for his. They found the rings together, after all. Then Eraser Jin absorbs the rings and mutates into an eldritch abomination who claims to be the manifestation of the Arabian Nights itself. And then, well... If you're gonna have an alternate take on the Chaos Emeralds, I think it's important to set them apart. And the 7 world rings definitely set the bar there. Each one is tied to a different emotion. Collecting them all unseals the barrier. And coolest of all, they give Sonic a unique transformation. Darkspine Sonic. This final fight is just anime as heck. It's fairly basic in terms of gameplay, just dodge attacks, shake the Wii remote to fill up the soul gauge, and use speed break when he throws a spirit bomb. But compared to the bosses we saw earlier, maybe keeping it fairly basic is for the best. However, in terms of presentation and flair, it's fantastic. 7 rings in hand blasts over the speakers, Sonic weaves between pillars of fire, flashy particle effects and key beams are flying everywhere. Imagine how much more effective it'd be if the theme song wasn't always playing on the menu. If this was the first time you'd heard it. I always love this fight. When I said earlier that I used to show off this game to my friends as an example of what the Wii was capable of, this was always one of the things I'd show them. But there was another reason I played it so much. Team Josh almost literally couldn't stop whining about how cringe Jason Griffith's Sonic was, and yet he would fight the final boss just to watch this scene.
The genie of the lamp is supposed to grant 3 wishes. Am I right?
I will never grant any wish from the likes of you.
Huh. My first wish, bring Shara back to life. My second wish, return the Arabian Nights to the way they were, so that the world can have its stories again. My third wish, Eraser Jin, you shall live out the rest of time trapped inside your lamp as you were in days of old.
I cannot be denied by that filthy rat! Why?
I told you, I'm not a rat! I'm a hedgehog!
This is Sonic to me. At no point in the entire 3D era had he ever felt so perfectly on point. Jason Griffith absolutely knocked it out of the park here. This is his best performance in my book, and it's still bar none my favorite scene he ever had. Although I have heard suspiciously good things about the sequel. I wouldn't know anything about it. I've never actually even played it. Do you think I should? Secret Rings is one of the most of-its-time games I can think of. After a minute of playing it, you will definitely hate it. After 10 minutes, you will resent it. After an hour, you probably won't be having fun, but you might be getting the hang of it. But about 3 hours in, you might actually be able to glean some piece of why we fell all over ourselves praising it in 2007. Far from just being better the better you get, I might argue the game is only starting to reach its potential after you complete it. It's at its most fun on a finished save file, and at its absolute worst on a brand new one. But even at its best, it's easy for me to see why it's lost its luster. The Wii stopped being cool a long time ago, and time hasn't been kind to motion controls, especially motion controls like this. The industry, bolstered by the Wii's success, went all in on this stuff for a while. And it took them quite a while, but they learned a lesson from that. Sonic Team, meanwhile, would take the lessons they learned from the way this game was received versus the way this one was received, and use that feedback to forever alter the trajectory of the series. The adventure era was dealt a mortal blow with 06, and while the next era was still a ways off, I think Secret Rings is the primordial form of what Sonic would become. Secret Rings was the first game Sonic Team ever released that didn't feature a credit for any of the original founders. It was the first time the man who would go on to lead most 3D Sonic games to come, Morio Kishimoto, had ever served as lead game designer. The foundation laid by Secret Rings, the ideas that it had, would soon be refined to a degree that a tightly budgeted Wii game couldn't have dreamed of. It's easy for me to say, the things that made this game special, the things that made it stand out so much in 2007, don't really apply today. At the same time though, it's still easy for me to connect to the kid I was playing it in 07, and to remember what it was like to see it through his eyes, to see how much has changed in 15 years. In an era when all three consoles have essentially identical controllers, when so many gameplay mechanics and genres have reached a point of standardization that borders on stagnation, at a time when video games, at least outside of the indie market, have become a bit routine, it's been nice to go back to such an intrepid, experimental Wii game. You know, maybe this thing has become retro after all, because for better or worse, they sure don't make them like this anymore. I miss when we were still figuring this stuff out. I miss when game development was affordable enough, the market was wide enough, and the industry was bold enough for something as inventive as this to be not only feasible, but acclaimed. Well, this is weird. It's been a goal of mine since the earliest days of the channel to make a video for every game in the Sonic series. And because of how long it's been, I have scratch pages going back years, full of ideas for videos I might still not make for years. Every time I've ever started working on a Sonic retrospective, I've always gone into it with a pretty good idea of what I want the video to look like, because I've been brainstorming on it for so long. But not this time. Not with Sonic Rush Adventure. I've played it before, I have the game, I've had it since the year it came out, and I know very well why I got it. The fandom wasn't going to let me not buy it. The first game had been the catalyst for me dipping my toes back into the series after a couple of hard times, and while I was still a little trepidatious by 2007, I was definitely paying attention again. And among fans back at release, Rush Adventure was widely considered more than just a good game. It was often described to be the best Sonic game released since the Blue Blur's glory days. Yeah, fans are always trying to get back to those glory days. But it sure didn't hit me that way. It didn't hit me any which way as far as I can tell. For a long time, whenever the subject of this game came up, I would, with confidence, explain that I dropped it about 2 or 3 levels in, because I, quote, didn't like the music as much. After literal years of making this claim, I popped in my cartridge and found that I had actually gotten much further than that. I had come within a breath of actually finishing it. So, as I write these words, all I can say is that I do not remember Sonic Rush Adventure. I have vague, blurry memories of a game that didn't enthrall me the way its predecessor had, but I don't think it's fair to make any particular claim beyond this. I didn't finish it, and it's been so long that I don't know why. But I bet I will. Let's get critiquing! Two things jump out at me right out of the gate. The first is that despite being a sequel, this is clearly taking a completely different tonal approach than the original Sonic Rush. The second, relatedly, is that the scope, budget, and general resources for this project have gone through the roof. Sonic Rush was an early release for a handheld that was, hard as it is to believe now, struggling to find its footing at the time. Its opening was very brief. Stylish, funky, but brief. Rush Adventure opens with an original vocal theme for a handheld game, along with a fully 3D opening. Right from the word go, it blows anything seen in the previous game out of the water. Adorable low-poly models, great use of posing to show characterization, setting the tone for a lighthearted, swashbuckling adventure. And it sets the tone well. Even the art is noticeably much cuter than it's been in eons. The skies and seas are cobalt blue, and the stakes are never too stressful. Rush Adventure plays out like a breezy vacation episode of a Saturday morning cartoon. But it's an involuntary vacation for the heroes. We open on Sonic and Tails, flying on the tornado, investigating mysterious energy readings. But when they hit turbulence, they suddenly get pulled down into the land of darkness. No, sorry, I mean, they get pulled down onto the Lost Hex. The Starfall Islands. No, wait, that's not it either. It's... It's Australia. Sega is contractually obligated to introduce new characters with every Sonic game. This was the only mainline title where they don't. And Rush Adventure is no exception. This is Marine, a 7-year-old raccoon with a precocious curiosity, a relentlessly positive disposition, an undying thirst for adventure, and more ridiculously stereotypical Australian phrases than you can shake a kukri at. I love her! Marine is a great contrast to the more experienced adventurers in Sonic and Tails, serving to both highlight the duo's friendship in a way that hadn't really been much of a focus in a long time, and giving the two of them someone to contrast against. Their whole dynamic is just delightful, although it is kind of funny that everyone treats Marine like a little kid, but not Tails. Although, thinking on that, I guess almost every character in the series is technically a child. Franchises for kids, huh? The writing just feels a lot more lively this time around, and it's not just because it leans on campy archetypes, although boy does it. We've got a whole new set of antagonists this time. Captain Whisker and his scurvy crew, and he is exactly what you think he is. A bumbling hornswoggler who speaks exclusively in the most bog-standard stereotypical pirate phrases imaginable. I love him! And Whisker and his crew are all robots. I can't imagine what that could mean. Honestly, laid back as it is, Rush Adventure is definitely missing the edge of its predecessor. It's less of a kiddie anime and more of a kiddie Saturday morning cartoon, if you get that distinction. But a lot of Rush's edge came down to its soundtrack. It's like I said back then, Sonic Rush would not be Sonic Rush without the incredible music of Hideki Naganuma. And so it follows, for better or worse, that Sonic Rush Adventure is not Sonic Rush. Naganuma wanted to compose for it, but he wasn't allowed to, and that we missed out on a second Naganuma score has got to be one of the biggest tragedies in the history of the series. Tomoya Otani and his team do fine work in his place, of course. They would go on to score just about every Sonic game to come out since, and one of their biggest strengths is their sheer versatility, managing to be a perfect fit for a series that's anything but consistent. They always match their score to reflect and enhance a game's tone, no matter what that tone is. This is no exception, as the music backs up the swashbuckling vibe while still emulating a lot of Naganuma's flair. Emulating it more than I thought, really. I swear some of these chord progressions are direct homages. Either way, it might not be Sonic Rush, but it's still great stuff. On that note, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that Rush Adventure fails to fix one of the worst aspects of the first game. Sonic and Blaze still do this. Maybe the reason it took me so long to notice all the Rush homages in the soundtrack is because I couldn't hear them! But the good news is that this sequel does address, more or less, all of the original game's other shortcomings, all while massively expanding on it in ways expected and otherwise. The basic gameplay mechanics are mostly unchanged. The core verb of the game is still run, and the central mechanic is still the boost. You still got 2 characters, the stylish trick system, and mid-air abilities, and although these have been noticeably tightened up, this is a refinement, not an overhaul. The difference really comes down to the level design. Where Rush's skill floor was at the altitude limit, and its level design was lousy with literal pitfalls, the sequel flattens that out into something that's still challenging but rarely unfair. Where the first game's level layouts frequently hit the same beats over and over, Rush Adventure's stages feature so much more distinction. Not just among themselves, but even within the series. A forest of giant mushrooms and living trees that fling you into the sky. A pirate-infested ancient city with trebuchets that launch you through derelict walls. A crystalline cave where you'll ride minecarts full of columns jewels in 2 different dimensions. And way more stages with actual water. The team had clearly gotten the hang of both boost gameplay and the DS hardware, and so they approached this project with so much more finesse. You remember back in the Rush episode how I kept wishing that considering the game's plot was all about Blaze's dimension merging with Sonic's, we could have spent any time at all in Blaze's world? I solemnly swear that when I wrote that, I had no idea about this. Rush Adventure takes place entirely in Blaze's dimension, and it absolutely awesomely reveals that a few levels in. Sonic and Tails had no idea until Blaze herself showed up, and neither did I. Sonic and Blaze no longer have their own separate campaigns. Instead, you can choose which of them you'd like to play on a per-level basis as soon as Blaze joins the crew. Differences between the two are still fairly minimal, but they have been further emphasized. Sonic is noticeably much faster, while Blaze is better at mid-air tricks, has a much larger attack radius, and is immune to fire. Really, setting the game in her world is so flippin' cool, and with the benefit of hindsight, I actually quite like that they saved that for the sequel. Certain areas could be seen as alternate dimension analogs to places from Sonic's history. Marine's home is a familiar-looking locale called Southern Island. We find a forest of bouncy mushrooms and the remnants of an ancient civilization in a crumbling city above the clouds. Oh, and you better believe I fist-pumped when this happened! Snow levels are one of my top 2 level tropes, and this seriously might be the coolest snowboarding sequence in the whole series. And the bosses? Wah! They all now make effective use of both screens, feel so much more creative and fair, and they're each a lot of fun in their own right. It says a lot that Rush Adventure's weakest boss is the one based on a design from the original game, and it's still a huge improvement. There's also a T-Rex that crashes through the topsoil and sends you plummeting into an underground chamber, a whale that you have to stun and venture inside of to find its weak point. What is this, an N64 game? A giant robot pirate skeleton? Yeah, the bosses are probably the standout example of taking something that sucked about the first game and doing it right. There was plenty of room for improvement, and they did not miss that opportunity. I will say though, the color palette of some of these stages is a little flat and a little repetitive. Maybe Demps was still used to designing for the GBA's screen or something, but there's a lack of contrast here. Like when they hit hard, and the game looks beautiful at its best. But there are a few too many stages with dull backgrounds and just a lot of greenish or brownish palettes. I don't mind having 2 pirate-themed levels in a game where pirates are the antagonists, but I can't even tell at a glance if what I'm looking at here is Pirate's Island or Haunted Ship. Speaking of, why in the world does the last level of the game, which takes place in the pirate's hidden stronghold, feature such uncharacteristically bouncy music? Doesn't feel like I'm storming toward the end of the game. It feels like I'm... yeah, that. Kinda wonder if they didn't swap Pirates Island's theme with Blizzard Peaks or something. And I'm sure this is more of a me problem, but as someone who was intimately familiar with Sonic Rush's idiosyncrasies, and actually loved its cheap difficulty, smoothing out the challenge for the sequel made its stages frankly a little underwhelming. They're still fun, but aside from this one tough part in Sky Babylon, I never really got that satisfying sense of overcoming a teeth-gnashing obstacle that I love so much. It's not to say they're perfect on that front, of course. Cheap deaths might be less common, but they do still happen occasionally, especially when you try to stay airborne for too long and wind up flying over the thing that you were meant to land on. And sometimes it's like my Twitch reactions tell me to try to dodge an obstacle I'm not supposed to dodge, and I wind up paying for it. Really would have helped if they could have put the trick button on something that didn't jump. More often than not, though, situations like this that would have surely led to a pit in the original game just bounce you down to the lower path in this one. I still think sanding down those rough edges was definitely the right call, of course, but sometimes it feels like I spend most of every level with my boost meter maxed out, and I selfishly kinda wish we could have ratcheted things back up toward the end. But I like trial and error game design. Nonetheless, Sonic Rush Adventure shows that the original's rough edges were mostly just the result of an uneven first attempt. That it was, and is in fact, possible to design levels around the boost mechanic that don't fall into the trap of trial and error, and that don't use and reuse the same kinds of geometry to the point that they blend together. It's a classic video game sequel, where the teams worked out the kinks in the first game and execute on a follow-up that makes their first attempt look like a rough draft in comparison. This is quite oddly the first time any of the DIMP sequels had ever been such a pure follow-up in terms of gameplay mechanics, and Rush Adventure reaps the benefits of that iteration. The stages blend the best elements of modern Sonic with that old classic magic, and the result is a game that's far more accessible, far more fair, and for all but the most masochistic players, far more fun. It also makes replaying these stages a breeze, and they better be. You almost certainly are gonna be replaying them. Because all of this, everything I've talked up so far, all of these aspects that would make up the whole of plenty of other Sonic games, that is only one piece of Sonic Rush Adventure. It's not just a collection of unique zones nebulously linked together by a narrative. It's a Sonic game with the word adventure in the title, and following that tradition, it expects you to spend a great deal of time playing a game that is not a speedy platformer. While that's gonna be more off-putting for some people than others, what makes or breaks these concepts for me is how well they're executed, how well they complement Sonic's gameplay, and at the end of the day, how much and whether I enjoy them. Is it fun and rewarding in its own right? Or is it just something you kinda put up with to unlock more of the real game? The two halves of Rush Adventure are nicely intertwined. Every time you finish an act or a boss, you get materials. How much of it you get is based on your rank. Now, as soon as I saw this, my eye twitched. I'm actually allergic to crafting systems and action games. I can't stand them. But this one's not like that. Tails just uses it to build vehicles and tech to help progress the campaign. So replayability isn't just encouraged this time, it's required. I mean, probably. I think if you manage to hit S ranks your first time through every level, maybe you wouldn't have to? Either way, I actually don't mind this at all. The idea at the core of Sonic's whole design is a game that gets more fun the better you get, so as long as it doesn't become a grind, gating progress behind something that'll make the player want to replay the stages and get better at them makes a lot of sense. It's a surprisingly elegant little system, considering that nothing else in the whole series does anything like this. And it really helps, that the material requirements are never particularly high. I always felt like I was just dipping back into a stage that I wanted to get better at anyway. It never felt like grinding, to a point. But that's just how the system works. Let's talk about how you engage with it. The bulk of the other half of Rush Adventure is spent on, or sometimes in, the open sea. And where the first game barely made use of the DS's touchscreen, this one capitalizes on it. At the beginning of the game, you're given a sea chart. Almost all of it is uncharted. You'll need to get on board one of your 4 aquatic vehicles, each controlled with a touchscreen, and each playing differently from one another. You draw a path of your choosing out into that blue ocean, and a mini-game plays out during your travel. If you happen to hit an island or a story event in that time, you'll have the option to play it. If you hit nothing, you just come back to port empty-handed. This is where the entire structure of the game could have so easily gone wrong. Plenty of games have gone wrong by leaning too hard into touchscreen gimmicks with no finesse. And on paper, the way I just described it there, this sure sounds like it's going to be a chore to deal with. But here's the thing. For starters, you are never at a loss for where to go. You can break off and explore if you want to, but the game always makes it abundantly clear where your next destination lies. Or your next destinations, as the case may be. You do get choices as the game goes on. But much more importantly than all this, they actually remember to make all of this stuff fun. Let's break it down. The first Seacraft is the Wave Cyclone. It controls with the same snappy feedback as the original game's special stages, but it's way more robust than that. There are trick ramps in the water, and you build up boost by collecting rings and pulling stunts, which lets you blast through obstacles. Unfortunately, it's limited by its short range, but well, I wound up spending a lot of time with it anyway. I'll get back to that in a second. Next, we've got the Ocean Tornado, a larger vessel focused on combat. It features a Gatling gun, cannonballs, and a flamethrower. They all feel fun to use, and they all specialize in taking down different kinds of enemies. One pitfall that a lot of DS games fall into is trying to oversimplify things by tying everything to the touchscreen, but Rush Adventure doesn't make that mistake. You can swap weapons by tapping them on the screen, but you can also just do it with the D-pad or the buttons. Same with the water bike, the boost works by double tapping or by just holding the L button. And smart decisions like these keep the controls from being unwieldy. Next up is the Aqua Blast, and if I had to pick a least favorite, this would probably be it. It turns a little slower than the water bike, but adds in a laser cannon and a spin cycle move that can deflect enemy projectiles. It's not bad by any means. It just splits the difference between the speed of the water bike and the combat focus of the ship, and I like both of those better. So last but not least is the Deep Typhoon, a submarine that takes you under the sea to... well, to play Elite Beat agents, complete with its own rhythmic soundtrack, which awesomely incorporates sonar pings. All four of these vehicles get their own unique gameplay, mechanics, enemy types, abilities, and even music. It might not be quote-unquote traditional Sonic gameplay, but it does complement it surprisingly well. And swapping between four completely different games while I was exploring kept things feeling fresh. I mean, there are entire DS games that aren't as robust as the High Seas Adventure portion of this one. I also want to give credit to the visual design of each of these vehicles. Tails' inventions are always a treat, and it's a great showcase for him to get to see and use so many of them in one game. Like I said, Sonic and Tails' partnership really shines here. But I did say earlier that pushing out and adventuring is worth it. And while that's true to a point, it might also contain Rush Adventure's biggest flaw. Actually, the game's biggest flaw is probably just the fact that the only time it ever autosaves is when you beat it. Other than that, you have to remember to go to the menu and manually save, or you'll lose all the progress that you've made. This sort of system was still commonplace when I started gaming back in 1874, but I bet a lot of kids lost a ton of progress because they didn't remember to save, or their DS battery died. Autosaving absolutely was the standard by 2007, and I have no idea why Rush Adventure doesn't do it. But anyway, venturing off the beaten path will lead you to two things. The first are hidden islands, short, bite-sized pieces of levels that tend to be focused around a single gimmick. Or sometimes they just blatantly reuse layouts from the first game. A Sonic game reusing level layouts? Well, I never! Seriously, they also tend to be quite a bit tougher than the main stages. That kinder difficulty curve isn't really a thing here, but they net better rewards for it, including different combinations for materials. And because these are so much shorter, you'd think they'd be great for farming materials if that's what you need to do. You would think. But perplexingly, none of the hidden islands ever contain the material that you find in like the latter half of the stages, which really does limit their utility in the long run. The second thing you find out there, and probably the more important, are Emerald challenges. Essentially this game's version of special stages. You race Captain Whisker's right-hand Robo-Man, Johnny, on the Wave Cyclone. The first one to the Emerald gets to keep it. Well, unless Johnny gets there first, then you can just retry the stage again as many times as you want to. This presented a problem for me. The first Emerald race I found was the first one, and it was a happy fun time tutorial cakewalk. But because the game lets you explore at your own pace, the second race I found turned out to be one of the very last. I actually went into this challenge relishing it. It was immediately obvious how much tougher this was, but I figured if I could work up the skill to overcome this one, the earlier ones would be easier. I like trial and error gameplay. And this time, that almost killed me. Beating Johnny took me literally an hour. He has so many advantages. His craft is naturally faster. He can drop bombs behind him. If you slam into his craft, you can't get by it. But if he does the same to you, you lose half your health. But at last, I got on a really good run, and I pulled ahead of him at the end, and here we go! This is it! Yes, 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 yes! Anyway, I'm gonna go play Sonic Heroes now. Hey, this isn't actually that bad! No, I did get him eventually, by which I mean I looked up a video where someone else did it and followed their route. Yeah. You know, back in the early 1860s, before even I started gaming, this was what they used to call Nintendo hard. Those insane gaming challenges where there is exactly one right way to do it, and you gotta be perfect to earn it. But I was proud of myself, you know? I love overcoming stupid challenges through grinding my own skill, and I figured now that I've done that, I was gonna blast through the rest of them no prob. And then I found another Johnny race, and it was just as impossible. And so I put it on the back burner, hit the rest of the main campaign, got the first of the game's 2 endings, knew it was time to go find the rest of the emeralds to unlock the finale, and then Tails told me this. The hour I had spent throwing myself at this race over and over and over and over again, there was no reason whatsoever for me to do any of that. In fact, I don't think I was even supposed to be able to do it like that. Because now, and only now, after I have finished every stage, now Tails tells me that he can upgrade the vehicles. And once you do that, even on that last stage, Johnny is a complete pushover. I don't care for this. For one thing, I had no idea I'd be upgrading the vehicles, and the game gives no indication of it. I really think this should have been something that they let you do from the start, because when you can't, it essentially makes venturing off the main route before you get that first ending a waste of time. Worse, it means you're going to be doing a lot of fairly aimless sea charting in a big chunk just before the finish line, because you also have to find most of the hidden islands to unlock Blaze's missions for the Soul Emeralds. And remember what I said earlier about how they never contain materials from the later stages? Well, the real implication of that is that they never contain black material. Replaying Pirates Island is the one and only place that you can ever get it. And virtually all of the vehicle upgrades require a bunch of it. That's why, in the end, it took me almost as long just to get the emeralds as it did to play the entire rest of the game. It was the one part of Rush Adventure that truly did feel like a grind. I don't understand why this stuff had to be so bifurcated. It'd be like if Metroid Prime didn't want you to collect any of the Chozo artifacts until you were almost done with it. So it'd be like Metroid Prime if I was playing it. Maybe there's a reason I haven't revisited the Prime games much since I originally critiqued them. And this really wouldn't be so bad if there was something more substantial, like, say, a whole nother level on the side of all of that. But no, it's just the final boss. I do like the dead obvious twist that Eggman and his alternate universe doppelganger were behind everything the whole time, complete with the requisite use of Sonic's longest running unintentional joke. I get a kick out of the way that, contrary to most of the decade, here it's actually Eggman coming out of nowhere at the end. And then Tails builds one more vehicle to dig down to the planet's core. Alright! And there's no minigame for it whatsoever. That's kinda what I mean about it being underwhelming. Getting here took literally hours of, well, work. Just exploring the sea chart, looking for emerald races, and playing hidden islands. And it's hard not to be a little bit let down by something so rote. But maybe this wasn't really supposed to be the kind of thing you binged for, you know? I think as a game critic, it's very easy to fall into this trap where you want and need to finish a game for a review, so you get annoyed by anything that takes too long or gates your progress to a degree that a regular player probably wouldn't. Maybe the intention was just to give the game some more longevity. I can imagine myself as a kid getting months of additional playtime out of slowly exploring the world, uncovering more islands, replaying the stages, upgrading all my crafts, and finding the emeralds, rather than sitting down and trying to do it all in one marathon session. Sonic Rush Adventure is an incredibly generous game for the dedicated player, containing all kinds of little flourishes. Like how Marine's Island sports a different, gloriously catchy sea shanty for every vehicle you unlock. It has optional time attack missions for each vehicle type, loads of unlockable decorations for the island, and literally 100 optional missions to take on, including hard mode variants of all the bosses.
In comparison to most other Sonic games, there's just oodles of content to sink your teeth into. So if I try to see all this how Kid Josh might have seen it, and see the finale as a coda to an adventure that's more about the journey than the destination, rather than a reward in and of itself, I think it works a lot better. I've increasingly come to appreciate the value in trying to see kids' games the way a kid would. Then the very last scene of the game does something that kind of made my jaw drop. The characters speculate openly about the nature of the emeralds. They brought Sonic and Blaze together again. They always seem to be trying to help the heroes, almost like they want to be used like this. For a set of gems that usually function as little more than a deus ex machina that can do whatever they need to do, a handheld spin-off delving into the lore like this sure was unexpected, and I've never heard anyone else mention it. But maybe that's because hardly anybody played Sonic Rush Adventure. Video game sales are always an imprecise measure, but every indication seems to point to it kind of being a bomb at retail. And this is curious. It appears to have sold less than half the amount of copies as its predecessor. Sonic Rush released at a time when the Fat DS was the only one available, when the platform was still struggling to find its footing, and developers were still struggling to know what to do with it. But Rush Adventure released at a time when the DS was thriving, well on its way to becoming the most successful handheld game platform of all time. Maybe it had a lot more competition. Anecdotally, I can tell you that it didn't stay on shelves for long. I'm glad I got it when I did. But it's also possible that an entire generation's worth of increasingly poorly received Sonic games might have finally been catching up to the Blue Blur. A lot of Sonic games have fallen into relative obscurity, and a lot of Dimps games practically live there. But I can't think of another Sonic game this good that is less remembered. So why didn't I remember it? Why did I buy this game, play only most of it, and proceed to spend the next 15 years forgetting about it? Well, here's a clue. I got Rush Adventure on December 22nd, 2007. And if you've seen my earlier videos, and you're some kind of stalkerish TGC freak, you'll know that a mere 4 days later, I walked into a department store as soon as the doors opened at 6 in the morning and walked out with a brand new Xbox 360. So on the day he bought this, Teen Josh was just a few days away from playing this for the first time. He would finish Sonic's campaign 2 days later. While the credits were rolling, he would declare that the plot was great. He'd spend the waning months of his teen years digging deep, replaying Wave Ocean dozens of times, listening to a bittersweet song which Teen Josh thought was about lost love, but which I now realize is about lost time. I was trying and failing to emotionally process what had happened to my childhood hero, and in a sense, what had happened to me. And yet, I didn't finish the perfectly fun, perfectly competent game that I'd gotten just a few days earlier. I just left it here. One of these games felt painfully relevant to where I was in my own life in 2007, and it wasn't the one that was good. But the other difference is, shallow as it was, 06 didn't make me feel like I was playing a game for kids. When I was a teenager, I didn't want this series about a super fast cartoon hedgehog to feel like it was for kids, which was an awful place to be when they were literally the ones dubbing the games. If a Sonic game was too lighthearted, too cartoony, if it didn't take itself seriously, I think I felt a little awkward about playing it. This is, I see now, a big part of why Heroes felt like such a betrayal to me. How dare they make a Sonic game for children? Back then, I think elements like the 7-year-old sidekick, the cheesy dialogue, heck, even the corny opening song, it all just made me a little bit too self-conscious. Suffice to say, I'm glad I took the time to revisit this game through a more actually mature perspective. Sonic games can be fairly serious, high-stakes affairs, or it can be lighthearted, swashbuckling fun. It can be everything in between. Sonic's versatility and adaptability is its strength. But back in 07, even though people were pointing to Dimps handheld releases as something the main series should be striving to emulate, they did little to quell a sentiment that had been growing in volume for nearly a decade at that point. Why can't Sonic just be like it used to be? After all, they said, these were the titles that broke Nintendo's monopoly and made Sega a household name. These were the masterpieces that defined everything Sonic was, and is, they said, supposed to be. So why is it that even 2D Sonic has to keep implementing boost modes, team-up characters, and emphasizing speed
over momentum? Why does Sega insist on innovating so far away from what brought them to the dance? Demp's next Sonic title would be the one to answer those questions. It would be the most important, high-profile game they ever made for the series. And we'll talk about that somewhere down the road. When Sonic Adventure 2 was released on the Dreamcast, the press reviewed it as a bittersweet finale and a fitting send-off to Sega's console legacy. But when that very same game was ported to the GameCube just 6 months later, that was the exact moment that the whole narrative around Sonic started to be twisted. It was like the second that Sonic was no longer on a Sega console, everyone decided all at once that it was fair game to be far, far more critical, and it would only get worse from there. The reviewers being down on SA2 didn't really shock me, considering I had just fought for the love it side of the love it or hate it SA2 debate that raged through the summer of 2001. They weren't saying anything I hadn't seen before, but the original Sonic Adventure? That was a game I'd always considered to be one of those generation-defining masterpieces, up there with The Legend of Zelda or Super Mario 64. When Sonic Adventure got ported to the GameCube too, this is what they said about it. I understand it better now, but I didn't have the perspective to deal with this at the time. It felt like living through revisionist history. Critics seemed to lose faith in the series a long time before most fans ever did. Looking back though, I think a lot of us probably dug our heels in a little too much against what we perceived as a wave of unfair and overblown derision directed at our favorite series. Defensive as they got, fans started holding each upcoming game to this impossible standard. This is gonna be it. This is the game that's finally going to solve all of Sonic's burgeoning issues, get the series back on track, and most importantly, shut up all those ridiculous critics. But it seemed like the higher our hopes, the more it burned when the game came out and, well, wound up doing just the opposite. And every time we got burned, more and more people lost faith in the series. The 2000s was unequivocally the worst time to be a Sonic fan on the internet. His reputation was at an all-time low. He was the definitive image of a fallen icon. The series had few defenders and fewer believers. And I'm not saying this stuff isn't still bad in some places, you can still find this, but like, back then TV Tropes had a page about game franchises that struggled to make the jump to 3D, and it was called Sonic Syndrome. By the latter half of the decade, even in dedicated fandom spaces, you pretty much couldn't say anything positive about any of the 3D games without someone jumping down your throat, accusing people like you as being the reason that Sega kept, and I quote, getting away with it. I would know. And that's where we were when Sonic and the Black Knight was announced. The first thing anyone knew about it was that they were giving Sonic a sword, and for a lot of people, that was all they needed to know. This coming mere weeks after Sega announced a different game where Sonic was going to be turning into some sort of stretchy-armed werewolf. It was like they were just giving the series' worst critics even more ammunition. This set of circumstances, the werewolf, the sword game, and the way fans kept being so hopeful and so defensive only to be let down for years on end, birthed the most unfortunately enduring Sonic meme there ever was. The Sonic Cycle. I want to be clear, this wasn't the fans saying this. This wasn't us. This was mocking us. It broke through to mainstream gaming discourse. It was, heck, it still is reflexively cited with every release. It defined the way Sonic was discussed and the way Sonic fans were discussed for years to come. From the day Black Knight was revealed, critics celebrated it as yet another hilarious disaster to mock, and fans resented it for existing. A lot of them resented it so much that they pretty much swore off ever actually buying it, especially when those reviews came out and were, exactly what we were afraid of. As for me, I think I was past the point of being angry about Sonic games by then. The series had been a bundle of contradictions for what seemed like eons, with a lot of highs and a lot of lows, so I just saw myself as going along for the ride, hoping for the best. But that perspective got a whole lot easier when that ridiculous werewolf game came out. I scrounged together $50 and took a chance on it, and against all odds, it was actually really good. At least that's what a lot of the fans said. The critics? Well, for them it was just another Sonic game. But that dichotomy in reactions did not hold true for Black Knight. On the contrary, the few fans I knew who had actually bought it seemed to back up what the reviews had said. It was as bad as they said it was. Secret Rings had earned a lot of goodwill 2 years earlier, but I remember hearing its sequel was a major step down, trading a more focused, traditional, fun Sonic game for something more convoluted and complicated. So, in spite of how much I had enjoyed Secret Rings, it was an easy decision to skip the sequel. Although maybe it wasn't really a decision at all. I was broke. I had just dropped out of college for the second time. And I had plenty to do with all that newfound free time. I mean, Unleashed was still keeping me busy and Dragon Road wasn't gonna replay itself. I was really in one of the worst ruts of my life. In 2009, Sonic and the Black Knight was a punchline that fans wished could be a footnote. Even in the best case scenario, I think it was viewed with the same utter disinterest that Sonic mobile games usually are now. Like, I guess this is targeting somebody, but it sure ain't us. And it actually wasn't us. Sonic and the Black Knight was not meant for the distraught teens and 20-somethings that made up the internet fandom, and it wasn't meant for the disinterested game critics who were thirsty for more mockable Sonic games to dump on. It was, like most Sonic games, meant first and foremost for kids. Mike Hayes, who was the president and CEO of Sega Europe and Sega of America at the time, said as much. Sonic's core target audience very much is in that under 12 group. Sega said as much criticism as there was online. Focus group testing showed children actually really dug the stretchy-armed werewolf and the sword-swinging hedgehog. The way people reacted to this news was entirely predictable. Fans of a certain stripe tend to find it pretty off-putting to be told that basically they're too old for their opinions to matter that much anymore. But time has perhaps proven Hayes' point. Because one day, a couple of years ago, someone sheepishly left me a comment telling me that they had actually really liked Black Knight when they were growing up. They didn't know Sonic's reputation was in the toilet, or how toxic and tribalistic the fandom had become. They, and oh how I envy them, did not know about the Sonic cycle. Their parents just brought home a new Sonic game one day after school. They went into it with no expectations and an open mind, and while they can see now why some people might not have liked it, they still have a lot of affection for it. Maybe this is the best perspective to have when going into a new Sonic game. Try to turn off that analytical adult part of your brain, let go of your preconceived notions, and try to be as open-minded, full-hearted, and earnest as you would have been when you were a kid. It's not an ideal I can actually achieve again. I'm not 8 years old anymore. But it's something I'd like to reach for anyway. Because all these years later, as I write these words, I have still never played even a second of this game. Let's see what I've been putting off. This is the story of my first ever playthrough of Sonic and the Black Knight. The story begins where all Sonic stories do. Sonic and Tails are on the tornado, investigating mysterious, Alright, this is different. On a dull, overcast day, a woman in high heels is cosplaying as a force from off of Phantasy Star Online, fleeing from the titular Black Knight. She is Merlina, the royal sorceress of Camelot, and Merlin's granddaughter. And this is the Black Knight, King Arthur, who's been corrupted by the power of Excalibur's scabbard. I know the backstory because I read the manual. I'm a good boy. Arthur uses his sword to summon a gang of off-brand Heartless, and Merlina's caught between a rock and a hard place. They must be competing in turn-based combat, though. He used his turn to summon baddies, and she's gonna cast Summon Magic too, calling on a brave knight, swift as the wind. And then this happens. I cracked such a big smile here. I love how the opening sets up this big, serious, epic confrontation, and then completely subverts it with humor the second Sonic comes tumbling out of the sky. Seeing this back-to-back with Secret Rings, I can actually feel the difference those 2 years made. When Sonic Adventure came out, the Blue Blur's Western influences were pretty much dropped. But pretty much immediately after 06, Sonic started getting quippier, the stories didn't lean into melodrama so hard, and other elements of the old Western canon started showing up. And chili dogs are just the tip of the iceberg. Sonic is immediately more cavalier, more braggadocious, and more devil-may-care than he'd been in ages.
Oh, I get it. No problem. I'm used to stuff like this.
He's so dumb and he's so cool and I love him so much! And I swear, there are still a few questionable deliveries here and there, but on a lot of these lines, Sonic's voice sounds so much better that if you told me he'd just gotten a brand new voice actor, I'd probably believe it.
If we don't return in time, Elise will die on board Eggman's battleship. The rules seem a little different this time around. Swords, eh? Well, if that's how you guys roll around here, why not?
It helps that the whole pipeline for video game dubbing in the US had improved by leaps and bounds by the late aughts. Games in general sounded better than they had just a few years earlier, but credit also has to go to the actor himself. Jason Griffith stated in an interview that he took voice training to improve his performance, and his effort really pays off here. His Sonic is a little deeper, a little more mature, and noticeably closer to Jason's real voice.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
He's not doing that thing where every line has the exact same cadence anymore. He's still a charming, cheesy, over-the-top character, but he sounds way more natural about it. What Sonic doesn't know is that King Arthur's power makes him immortal, and this is one of those oh-so-fortunate situations where being immortal also makes you invincible. So Merlina stops him from rushing into a battle he can't win, and teleports them both to safety. And I guess just like Secret Rings, this one's also gonna incorporate XPs of Sonic's extended cast into roles within the story. Arthur's knights are Knuckles, Blaze, and Nah, seriously, I'm not exactly brimming with excitement, but I am intrigued by the implications. And putting up with Shadow is definitely worth having Blaze. While the opening scene is fully animated CG, it looks like the majority of the rest of them are going to be more similar to Secret Rings. That being the case, I'm happy to see these are a huge step up in production quality. They're more animated for one thing. And rather than the comic on burnt parchment style of Secret Rings, these take on a painterly, almost watercolor look, making use of deep shadows for contrast. Oh, okay, I guess I do want Shadow after all. Where Secret Rings started by making you slowly meander through literally 15 minutes of a heavy-handed tutorial, Black Knight makes a much better first impression. Although I guess it'd be awfully hard to make a worse one. Either way, we start off in Misty Lake, and while it's not making the visual impression that Secret Ring stages did, I'm gonna assume this is the tutorial level. It's not meant to blow the team's creativity just yet, and things will get better from here. Where the first game used the sideways Wiimote, you play this one with the Wiimote and Nunchuck. While this was definitely a basic necessity of the gameplay, if Sonic's gonna use a sword, you need to relegate movement to the Nunchuck, I think it was also a savvy one. The Wii Remote wasn't brand new anymore, and designing a whole 3D action game around it would have been unnecessarily limiting yourself. Nobody would make that mistake. It's just a shame it wasn't enough. The fact is, the whole context around motion controls was completely different in 2009 than it was in 2007. A lot of the same factors that allowed Secret Rings to get such a positive reception, namely the novelty of motion controls and proximity to 06, were incredibly detrimental just 2 years later. People were burnt out on quote-unquote gimmicks, both as a means of input and as accoutrements that distracted from Sonic's core gameplay. But I like motion controls. Not in every circumstance and not in every implementation, but I think the wholesale rejection of them by the hardcore gamers meant the generation's sense have missed out on all the potential they had. So I want you to keep that in mind when I say, these controls aren't clicking with me. At least not yet. Despite the analog stick, basic movement feels way more like Secret Rings than I was expecting it to. You don't actually have full 3D control. You can't, like, turn around. Sonic is still 100% on rails. You just control his movement along the rail, moving him forward, backward, and side to side. There have been some much-needed refinements though. Most notably, backstep takes you much higher and further, and mid-air movement is actually controllable now, which means moving backwards isn't going to be nearly as painful this time. The sword combat though, that's making a real weird first impression. And given that this is the mechanic the entire gameplay style is going to be built around, it's not exactly inspiring a lot of confidence. Something about it just ain't feeling right. But first impressions aren't everything, so I think I'm going to give it a little more time to try to click before I extrapolate on why. I feel like I'm missing something.
Use a combo swing.
See, like, I almost kinda did something cool there, but I have no idea how or why. Is it timing? Is it related to the way I move the Wii Remote? I have no idea, but I'll keep trying. Before moving on from Misty Lake, I fought not one, but two bosses. The first was the titular Mist Dragon, and again, nice visual presentation, but the gameplay was a letdown. This thing didn't even put up a fight. An early boss encounter should be one that makes the player feel like they're overcoming something epic, makes them feel like they're awesome at the game, while actually being fairly easy to take down as long as you've got a basic handle on how the game works. But this guy just waggles his head around and slams his chin into the ground every 30 seconds.
Well, Merlina, how was that? Did you see my real power?
That was amazing. Defeating the Mist Dragon like it was nothing.
No, see, but it was nothing. The second fight was, surprisingly, against King Arthur himself. Yeah, that was quick. This one was a little more interesting, even if we are still firmly in the tutorial zone. You have to chase him down, then play a little quick time event minigame to deal damage. It's alright. But you know what's way, way, way past being merely alright? Up to this point, Sonic has just been proving himself with a training sword. But by standing his ground against King Arthur, he's earned the right to pull the legendary sword Caliburn from the stone. And as soon as he does, the thing opens its big googly anime eyes and starts just snarking on him.
Onward, my young knave.
Stop calling me Knave! I'm Sonic the Hedgehog!
Very well then, I shall call you Knave the Hedgehog.
Whatever, you oversized letter opener.
I love him already. One level in, the gameplay has been a mixed bag, but the story just keeps on subverting my expectations. I went into this thinking it'd be a bog-standard festival of fantasy tropes, but instead it's been genuinely funny so far. And like, Sonic stories have been funny plenty of times before, but this time it's not because we're getting mired in over-the-top melodramatic nonsense. This one's actually doing it on purpose. Now if I can get that gameplay to click. Camelot Castle definitely comes across as the first proper stage, though I gotta say it doesn't really amount to much more than dashing through city streets cutting down enemies. Secret Ring stages were a lot meatier than anything I've seen here so far. Sand Oasis started you out in gorgeous arid ruins and had you blast through a variety of unique locales and set pieces before you finally hit civilization. Camelot Castle is weirdly basic by comparison. You start in realistically dull hills, reach the castle town literally 10 seconds later, and the view never changes from there. The true aim of this stage and its missions seems to be to ease you into combat against actual enemies. So yeah, let's talk some more about that swordplay. How you swing the Wii Remote doesn't seem to have any actual bearing on how Sonic swings his sword. The motion control is more or less just replicating the action of a button press in a way that's intended to be more immersive, but may instead feel less precise, especially if you're not used to it. This sort of thing was actually extremely common on the Wii. The original model of the Wii Remote wasn't actually precise enough to capture real-time movement with much accuracy, so a great many Wii games read a shake no differently than they would a button press. Even the Wii's marquee launch game wasn't actually doing anything with swordplay that couldn't be done with the B button in the GameCube version. Man, did Sonic Team love Twilight Princess in the late 2000s or what? Funny thing is, the game actually launched just a couple of months before the Wii Motion Plus was released. This was an add-on, which they eventually started building into the Wii Remote itself, which basically made the controller as accurate as it always should have been. If they'd had that from the start, Black Knight might have been a very different game. Cause as it is, keeping in mind that I'm someone who actually likes motion controls and thinks this and this and this is totally okay, I really wish I could just hit a button. In all those other examples, the action you take when you shake the remote is extremely clear and consistent. In Black Knight, the action Sonic takes seems to be dependent on how fast he's moving. A small sweeping move at lower speeds, or a big vertical spin strike when he's moving faster. He also always seems to do this if he's in the air. Just for starters, I do not know where the line is on what Sonic's gonna do, and each attack hits in different positions. But either way, you'll notice both of these actions involve Sonic, the fastest thing alive, leaving his feet, slowing down, and flinging himself into the air. So there's a distinct lack of flow to the gameplay thus far. It's a lot of start-stop. There's no lock-on to the basic combat either. It's all about positioning, at least for your first swing. But once you hit an enemy, I figured out what a combo strike entails. You basically just keep waggling the Wii Remote. And because sword strikes are so inconsistent, they lack weight and crunch. But here's the best option I found so far. Jump into the air, hit A again to home in on an enemy, and as Sonic dashes forward, that's when you swing the remote. I'm not exactly sure how to time it, and I feel like the imprecision of the Wii Remote might be partially to blame, but when it works, this pulls off a buzzsaw homing attack that cuts through multiple enemies and actually gains speed. It's a lot more fun than the other options, but I hope this isn't all I'm doing for the rest of the game. While the basic combat doesn't have a lock-on, the soul gauge does. Here's how it works. Yeah, it looks cool, but again, it's pretty dang basic. Although on my second run through these missions, I noticed that the homing reticle flashes, and you seem to hit harder and use up less of the gauge if you swing it then. That is probably the one part of the swordplay that actually is crunchy, at least so far. Combat works, it's not unplayable, but it's not strategic enough to be interesting, and it's not kinetic or spectacular enough to be fun. It's a delicate balance, but shaking a stick at the screen to boringly cut down hordes of enemies, instead of free running at the speed of sound through imaginative video game levels, really ain't doing much for me so far. So over on the non-gameplay side of things, again, Black Knight's faring a lot better. Remember how back in Secret Rings, Sonic absolutely could not get it through his head that even if someone looked like a person he knew, they were actually a part of the storybook? Well, look at what happens in Black Knight.
Hey, Tails! No, it can't be. This is the smithy, right?
It sure is.
Totally not Miles Tails per Hour here works as a blacksmith, and his shop comes complete with a really nice medieval rendition of his Sonic Adventure theme. I don't really understand what I can or even should be doing here yet. I keep finding all kinds of flowers and swords and chili dogs after every stage, but I have absolutely no idea what they do or how this works. Problems for future, Josh. But anyway, after one main story mission and 2 tutorial stages that introduce the soul gauge, it looks like it's already time to move on to the next location. So, Secret Rings was mostly a straight shot from level to level, but am I going to be jumping around between different stages more in Black Knight? Yep, that's exactly how it works. First, you play through a new level, Deep Woods. Then, you beat up Shadow the Hedgehog in the feel-good moment of the year. Then, you reach the Lady of the Lake, and she gives you 3 chivalrous tasks to be completed in 3 days. Rescue the innocents from Arthur's dungeon, offer compassion to those in need, and defeat the Knights of the Underworld that Arthur leads. This unlocks 2 additional missions in Deep Woods, and 2 more back in Camelot Castle. Amy doesn't know how to count. So, Deep Woods. It starts out in a fairly realistic setting, but after a quick horsey ride into the woods, I think the stage did a better job at bringing in a few more fantastical elements. Giant trees, incandescent plants, overgrown wilds. It's pretty good. The stage hazards were a little more interesting too, with swinging spiked vines, bees to swipe away with a sword, and an absolutely insane amount of bear traps lining the path. That's when Sonic is ambushed by one of Arthur's knights, Sir Lancelot. He boldly dares Sonic to abandon his sword and run away, to which Sonic replies,
"Sounds good to me!"
Ooh. I don't like fantasy settings. I never did. I remember we rented The Lord of the Rings when I was a kid, and it literally bored me to sleep. The setting, the tropes, the unending epic seriousness of the whole premise, it just doesn't do anything for me. But the reason I'm enjoying this so much in spite of that is just how on point Sonic himself is. Everyone around him is playing it straight, going on about honor and valor and chivalry, and Sonic just flat out refuses to take any of it seriously. His character is the antithesis of everything around him. He mocks the premise with his mere presence. He doesn't have any more patience for this stuff than I do. This is especially true in the way he talks with Caliburn, who plays it more straight than anybody, and their dynamic is by far my favorite thing about the game so far.
He is Knave the Hedgehog, and he accepts your challenge.
Hey, wait just a second here.
Very well then. Brace yourself, Knave the Hedgehog.
So Sonic and Lancelot shall have an epic duel, replete with a brand new vocal theme. "'Tis an epic battle, as dusk falls in a verdant clearing, who shall stand triumph?" It's already over. It was over so fast they hadn't even gotten through their opening dialogue. Look at this.
Oh yeah? Well, I don't plan on losing. Got that?
No, the Hedgehog is far too careless.
Rescuing the innocents involves a mission back in Camelot Castle. And given how tepid I was on this stage the first time, I was pretty surprised when it started with a cinematic set piece and a change of scenery. Maybe these levels have a little more variety than I gave them credit for. And then you spend the whole mission in these catacombs fighting a chain of baddies and busting townsfolk out of jail. It's fine. Defeating underworld soldiers boils down to rampage missions, returning from secret rings. Like I thought, I'm relying a lot on that homing strike. I mean, you can carefully take down enemies and guard and time your attacks, or you can just fling yourself at them and let Sonic do the rest.
All this is too easy. Don't you have anything tougher? I'm falling asleep.
The last task is to offer compassion, and this leads to one of the strangest mechanics I've ever seen in a video game. I think most of you are probably familiar with QuickTime events, or QTEs, where you have to execute button combinations to make your character do something awesome. I don't mind these for the most part. I mean, I was there when they were born. QTEs are typically used to add cinematic flair to a game's cutscenes, or to let you pull off tricks in special locations within gameplay. But Black Knight is anything but a typical game. Instead of pulling off awesome tricks, you need to come to a complete stop, stand in front of one of these Yoda-looking dudes, and hit a QTE to give them rings. And they're in regular stages too, where they'll trade you items. I mean, I kind of love the audacity of performing a QTE to trade. It's such a ridiculously, obviously terrible idea that I'm almost impressed they actually did it. I think I would be if you didn't have to halt your forward momentum to do it. Man, Sonic Team is wild. With the 3 tasks behind them, Sonic and Caliburn head back to the Lady of the Lake to get their info when they happen across a young Yodalian girl who says a dragon attacked her village and took her parents. Caliburn insists that they're on a deadline, and that they don't have time for diversions. But do you really think Sonic the Hedgehog is going to turn down someone who needs his help? Again, surprisingly top-tier character work here. Sonic might be a braggadocious, headstrong teenager with attitude who mocks the very premise of the game he's in, but his sense of justice in spite of that is what makes him a hero. He hates tears, he hates seeing anyone suffer, and while he may not be mature about it, he's more than willing to shrug off his duties to help someone in need. I'm gonna make a prediction here, though. That little girl is actually Amy in disguise. This whole thing's just another part of the test. I'm not gonna be smug if I'm right about that.
A great big dragon attacked my village!
Her voice just gives it away too much. Titanic Plain is far and away the best stage so far. Yes, we're still in a bog-standard real-world field, but at least the hills are green and the skies are blue. More importantly, this stage introduces new enemy types that drag the combat mechanics, kicking and screaming, into being a little more interesting. Enemies with spears that require you to think about your positioning, and giant armored knights that punish you for getting in too close. By experimenting with the latter, I discovered that if you time a block well, you can riposte. I have my doubts about how well it's going to work, but it is at least clear that there's more depth under the surface than it seems. That homing strike might actually not be my go-to move forever. The planes are also pretty good from a level design perspective. There's a notably increased variety to the layout. You slide down a steep ledge, scale a wall using the sword, and I especially love this part where precisely jumping through a stone ruin lets you combo through the whole section. Jump mechanics really are so much better than they were in Secret Rings. That weird charge thing that also functioned as a brake is gone, and rails actually work now. Titanic Plain was so fun, in fact, that I just sat there and replayed it 4 or 5 times, experimenting with all these new mechanics and repeatedly trying and failing to get a higher rank. This is the first stage where I've had any real urge to do that, but hey, that's a good sign. The Knuckles fight, the Sir Gawain fight, keeps up this trend. But first, huge credit to Dan Green for really going all in on this whole Knight of Arthurian legend thing.
You look just like this knucklehead I know.
Ho! You dare mock Sir Gawain, Knight of the Round Table? An act most unwise, my friend.
Taking Knuckles' core character trait of a duty-bound guardian and cranking it up like that is really funny, and it really fits. His design's awesome too, especially the fact that he gets an armor version of his Lego shoes. And yeah, the fight itself felt like an actual fight this time. I mean, I still can't say it was great or anything, but you know, I lost a few times. I actually had to try. Ah, Knuckles, you'll always be Sonic's best rival in my book. And you know what I said about Sonic being an absolutely disruptive force in this world of knights and chivalry? Because he refuses to go along with that nonsense? Well, after I had him whip Knuckles' spiny red butt, he did this.
to lose to a mere apprentice. I have been disgraced. Only death can remove this stain upon my honor.
Give me a break! What's up with all this drama?
That's what I've been saying for years. Man, if we'd had this Sonic back in 06, maybe the plot actually would have been great. Seriously, I can't get enough of this guy.
Isn't there more to being a knight than just serving a king?
And, I guess that's it for now. Aside from a very brief tutorial stage that taught me something I had already figured out, we get no other missions here, so it's time to move on to the next level. Now, let's hope this was a sign of things to come. It's a tale as old as time. The more you play a Sonic game, the better it gets. And while some of that is definitely just me getting a little more used to the eccentricities of the control scheme, I think there's more to it than that. Like Secret Rings, Black Knight actually does make a worse first impression than it needs to by limiting you early on. Unlike Secret Rings, it doesn't actually make you keep track of your upgrades via a customization menu. Rather, I'm unlocking abilities automatically as I go, and they're getting added to my moveset. Sonic now is faster, stronger, and generally more capable than he was just a few levels ago. And wonder of wonders, that makes him more fun to play. But it really doesn't hurt that the levels keep getting better too. Crystal Cave is hardly the most imaginative level I've ever seen, a cave with bioluminescent plants, but it's still a nice change of pace. And look at this! It even features multiple paths, areas where you can skillfully stay on a high route, and honest-to-goodness environmental progression. Both Titanic Plains and Crystal Cave have kicked off with no-frills, go-for-the-goal missions, and these have both been noticeably more substantial than anything Black Knight had done to that point. I don't want to oversell it or anything, but it is comparatively a huge improvement. The game's getting better as it goes, and hopefully it keeps up that momentum. With the niceties out of the way, though, the mission where you actually rescue the villagers has this part where you have to use the Wii Remote to reflect a sunbeam, and this functions so poorly that I actually remembered why motion controls fell out of favor. Hopefully we don't do anything else like this. With her parents and villagers saved, Sonic and Caliburn run into the little girl again and... Yeah! I'm a genius! Sure enough, Sonic has proven his faith in the heart of the cards or whatever, and earned the gift of knowledge. To create a weapon capable of defeating King Arthur, he must defeat the Knights of the Round, take their swords, and combine them with Caliburn. So it's awfully convenient that he's been doing that anyway. He's already got 2 out of the 3. I also got something called the Medal of Gawain, which changes the stage music to a 20-second loop of the opening verse of Knuckles' theme from Sonic Adventure, in case I wanted that. Speaking of theming via an incredibly tortured segue, I'll give Black Knight's aesthetic some credit here. Rather than using the standard models for springs, boost pads, trick ramps, and the like, Black Knight has an appropriately medieval rendition of each. Granted, about half of them are just differently colored fairies, but still, it's a Sonic game where even the rings aren't rings, and that's pretty cool. On the one hand, ain't nothing cool about this. As far as stage theming goes, this is more like it. But on the other hand, grind without hitting the ground, that sounds fun.
I guess I'll hold back for now. 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 I guess I'll hold back for now.
I guess I'll hold back for now. I take back everything I said earlier. Jason Griffith is bad, and he should feel bad.
I have to admit, though, I was more of a fan of Mario because I had a Nintendo growing up.
I'm kidding, Jason. We're cool now. Still, holy dooly. I spent so long on that I had to stop myself and look it up before it turned into another one of those interminable Johnny race situations. Sword strikes are particularly laggy while grinding, and as improved as the grinding controls are, it's still a challenge to maneuver with enough finesse to pull this off. You can't air boost while you're jumping off a rail, unless you get far enough past the rail that Sonic regains his normal controls. But I have no idea how I was supposed to know that, so even once I got good enough to reach the end every once in a while, I'd still just keep hitting the ground or running into the wall until I looked it up and realized you jump at the last possible moment, wait until you're far enough past the rail, then you can air boost. Molten Mine is a tremendous difficulty spike, and it's not just because of that grind mission. Aesthetically and creatively, it's far and away the best stage so far, not even a contest. Instead of just being a generic lava level, it's a mining town that runs through the volcano, complete with Sonic nonchalantly trashing residents' houses as he blasts through them.
Not much footwork here. Better take it slow.
Yeah, that's the most out-of-character thing I've ever heard him say. More like, better back up onto solid ground and fly over the entire section. These sidestep areas weren't great in Secret Rings either, but they're even worse here. You just gotta stop to slice apart blocks and worry about molten rocks randomly falling on your head. And as creative as the level is, man, it's rough around the edges. The minecarts blend into the background and it's hard to see them coming. Then the level suddenly starts throwing minecarts full of molten rocks at you that you can't cut through. The camera angles don't always give you enough time to react to what's coming. The grind sections contain areas where you'll fall into lava if you don't pick the right path. And missing a jump can lead to getting very awkwardly stuck on geometry. This is just a lot more frustrating and a lot more reliant on trial and error than anything we've seen so far. So obviously I sat there and replayed the stage over and over and over and over for like half an hour trying to get better at it. I know who I am. Meanwhile, back at the plot, Sonic is gonna fight Percival. Look, any game that has Blaze in it automatically gets an extra point. That's just the rule. Character versus character battles have never, ever, ever been very good, and I don't think these are gonna break that trend. It's great that I've got to employ a little more strategy now than I did with Shadow, but still, there's just not much to them. Block attacks, counter-strike, get in close, and fail this weird little sword clash QTE every time because the Wii Remote isn't reactive enough.
State your name and your master, sir.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. I have no master, except the wind that blows free.
I can't decide if that's incredibly badass or if it's the hokiest thing I've ever heard. He's so cool, but he's so lame. And that strange dichotomy is where the character finds his charm. After being defeated, you know how it goes. Blaze tries to walk off a cliff, Sonic saves her, and finally, after an entire game of calling him Knave,
Sonic the Hedgehog, you have mastered the code of chivalry. From this day forth, you shall be Sir Sonic, Knight of the Wind.
I don't even need to wrestle with that one. That is an unabashedly badass title. And with that, Merlina finally shows up again. I didn't think to mention it when it happened, but she'd split off way back at Camelot Castle because she didn't want Arthur's forces to recognize her. So with all four swords in hand, it's finally time to put an end to King Arthur's reign once and for all. But first, I should probably go back and hit up all those missions I've been unlocking, as well as give a late game replay to all the main stages. I did this quite a few times throughout Secret Rings, but it didn't seem particularly notable, so I didn't mention it. Like, what am I gonna say? And then I replayed all the levels in a Sonic game. What a revelation. There's a reason I'm bringing it up now. I opened the map, went into Camelot Castle, and go for the goal. That's right. Camelot Castle and Deep Woods both have fully featured, perfectly substantial, comprehensive action stages with enemy variety and unique set pieces and interesting gimmicks and varied locations. Camelot Castle takes you from the fields into the castle town, up to the ramparts and onto the battlements, then back down into the dungeons. It's fantastic stuff. And Deep Woods has a marsh! They're just not part of the main campaign. They have no bearing on the story whatsoever. Instead, Black Knight gave me itty-bitty pieces of the full levels, which I in turn critiqued with the assumption that that's what they were. No, as a Sonic fanboy, I'm delighted. But as a gamer, I'm frustrated that the game I'm playing undermined itself by making such an unnecessarily bad first impression. And as the person writing the script, I'm annoyed that I'm gonna have to record and edit all of this criticism that, it turns out, doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. I think my assumption was fair. I figured Black Knight was weaving its narrative into its campaign more than Secret Rings did, giving each main stage a more direct role in the story. And therefore, these special missions about finding the blacksmith or reaching the Lady of the Lake, those were the main stages. That's why I started enjoying the game so much more when I got to Titanic Plains. I had to play through pieces of 4 different levels before it ever actually gave me the full-fledged version of any of them. To give them the benefit of the doubt, I'd say the intent was to avoid overwhelming the player too much. The game eases you into a wider pool of enemies, and putting the real versions of these stages up front would have been throwing you in the deep end. Gotta remember, 12 and under first and foremost, but I've still gotta count this as a major misstep. It's not the only time a Sonic game directed by Morio Kishimoto would get its main stages confused with its sub-stages.
But as annoying as that is, I guess it does serve as a record of just how much Black Knight stumbles out of the gate, and why even a lot of people who do give it a chance walk away with a bad taste in their mouths. First impressions are important, and honestly, if I was just playing this game for its own sake, I might have stopped before I ever even made it to Titanic Plain. On that note, now I'm positive that none of those cataclysmically angry Sonic fans that were yelling at me on the internet played this back in 2009. If they had, they'd have at least found something to praise about it. It has sections where you play as Sonic as they claimed it always should have been, in 2 dimensions. Wow, these are terrible. It's like the game can't decide if pushing forward should move you this away or that away. But it was still loads better than this. A mission where you have to avoid running into any of the villagers. The villagers, as they do in every stage, fade into existence about 5 feet in front of you, while you're playing as a character who runs at the speed of sound.
I guess I'll hold back for now.
You know, I guess I will. Let's go kill King Arthur! No, really, there's never been any question. That is what we're doing. Atop the castle rampart, Sonic confronts his foe. The evening sun turns the Black Knight gold. A brand new Crush 40 song kicks up, epic as ever. This is the final battle. And while it's undermined a bit by the Wii Remote's usual shortcomings, all in all, it's pretty awesome. Like the fight at the start of the game, you've got to chase Arthur down and strike. But there's so much more to it this time. Arthur keeps you at bay with a variety of powers, paralyzing beams, homing shots, and sword strikes powered by Umbran witchery. You need to send those homing shots back at him, and stay in close enough that you can get the edge when they slow him down. It took a while to get the timing right, but when I finally did, I only actually had to catch him once to take him down. I guess all that practice with the Soul Surge paid off. With that, Sonic can finally... Well, I thought he was gonna fuse the swords together. Alright, I guess this works too. He depowers King Arthur and steeds himself to deliver the final blow.
Yes! I did it!
For the first time in my life, I actually dig this medieval setting. That 8-year-old version of me is internally jumping up and down, swinging a toy sword around, and it's just... credits. The credits are rolling. Uh-oh. That's, That's the most anticlimactic thing I've ever seen. Like, even Donkey Kong Land was more... I was literally just writing this section during the credits, and I looked up and saw that a new level had unlocked. So, if that was a credits fake out, it got me. And it was about 1 billion times more effective here than it was in Secret Rings. Alright, onward then! We pick up right where we left off, with Sonic having just defeated King Arthur, when suddenly, the king fades to nothingness. Sonic finds Merlina, and, you know, this will probably be more effective if I just tell you what I said when I first watched it.
We have orders from the king. Have you any last words?
Your king was nothing more than an illusion my grandfather conjured up.
What?
Well done. And thank you, Sonic. With this scabbard, I can erase my grandfather's greatest mistake.
What?
I shall make this kingdom eternal.
What the fuck?
Sonic, get back!
Oh my god. I thought I was so clever predicting that the little girl was Amy, but no, I'm a fool! I never saw this coming, and oh my god, I love it! Sonic and the Knights of the Round storming through the castle, how the hell does a Wii game that I bought for $5 have one of the best stories in the whole goddamn series? I'm so hyped and I'm so mad that it took 13 years, but I'm so glad I'm finally playing this, okay? Breathe. After all that revelation, going back to merely playing Sonic and the Black Knight honestly feels like a step down. But alright, video games, I can do this. Knight's Passage is the level you play just after the big twist, as Sonic has a ridiculously long time to escape the castle before it crumbles around him.
I think my mind was still reeling from the shock, trying to make sense of what I just learned, because I kinda played this level on autopilot. I will say though, it feels like a bit of a letdown that there's not more spectacle to it than this. You don't really feel the danger you're supposed to be in. No crumbling castle walls, towers exploding and slamming into each other. It's just a reuse of Camelot Castle, now with more enemies, a red sky, and a bunch of long, boring boat rides that really undermine the tension. The best thing about video game stories is how you can use the player's agency, the fact that they are an active participant in it, to help tell those stories. Knight's Passage isn't really bad, but it's not special, and after all of that, it really could have been. Gawain is desperate and ready to give up when Sonic approaches him.
What? Are you gonna give up just like that? Is that the best that chivalry of yours can do?
How dare you!
Listen, it's like I said before. Isn't there more to being a knight than serving a king?
Where earlier in the game Sonic's attitude was more impetuous, and his refusal to play by the rules of the world he found himself in was played for comedy, that same rejection of the premise now takes on a different meaning entirely. Sonic gives the knights their weapons back. The plan is for the four of them to use their sacred swords to form a barrier around the castle, containing Merlina's power and saving the kingdom. And then, 3 brand new stages have opened up. I can play them in any order I like, and I've gained the ability to play as Knuckles. And Blaze! And also Lancelot too, I guess. I am fully on board now, I can't wait! If I can be honest, when I play a Sonic game, I don't actually care about playing as anyone besides Sonic. I don't mean that to sound dismissive, I don't not care either. I was never one of those types who just wanted to cut off the extended cast entirely. It's fine if other characters are available, but it's equally fine if they're not. It's never going to be what makes or breaks a Sonic game for me. This is my favorite character. This is the type of gameplay that I can't get from any other series. And this is the reason I'm here. Anything else is just a bonus. So if we're gonna have more than just him, that's fine, but ideally, the same core gameplay of speedy action should still be present, with characters' unique abilities or perspectives giving that gameplay a different flavor. It's like having a pizza with different toppings. But Sonic Team in the early 3D days was sometimes, not always, but sometimes inclined to take a very different approach. Instead of stages built around speedy platforming action, they'd make you play a different genre entirely. This would be like going out for pizza, and the chef brings you one delicious slice, but then he tells you that you're gonna need to play laser tag, or get through an escape room, or go fishing before he'll bring you any more pizza. Oh, and also the rooms for all those activities got covered in broken glass after some idiot named Sammy broke everything back in 2004. We're still trying to pick up the pieces. Sorry! This is why people really turned on the whole idea of Sonic even having friends. The problem wasn't usually with the characters themselves. The problem was that it wasn't enjoyable or complementary to the design of a Sonic game to play as them, and the game started absolutely insisting that you had to play as them to get to more of the good stuff. Sonic games don't necessarily just need to be about Sonic, but even when they're not, they should be about his gameplay. I'm happy to report then that Sonic and the Black Knight gets it right. Well, I mean to a point. It definitely has its heart in the right place, but I think the fact that I went from being like, oh boy, new characters to play as, to let's analytically explain Sonic game design with a hackneyed food metaphor like I'm a bell pepper with googly eyes, indicates that they didn't quite stick the landing. Knuckles, Shadow, and Blaze, or to be more accurate, Gawain, Lancelot, and Percival, are definitely still pizzas. They play with the same core components as Sonic, but they have subtly different movement and combat styles, mid-air abilities, and soul gauge powers. Blaze, in a bizarre break from series tradition, actually seems to be the worst of the three. Her attacks don't hit hard, and her specials, frankly, feel a little floaty and unfinished. She can run along walls, though. Stealing from SBO again, I see. Shadow's more up to par with his ultimate badass animations and aggressive melee attacks. It's also fun that his armor comes with what I have to assume are steam-powered rocket shoes. I realize I haven't talked about the soul gauge in a long time. That's because I've been waiting to see if there's going to be anything more to it. As an ability, it looks cool. Sonic homes in and strikes, Knuckles launches his swords as projectiles, Shadow inexplicably uses chaos powers.
But if the soul gauge in the last game was awesome but impractical, this one is just the opposite. It's an extremely effective but extremely boring way to get the job done. Perfect strikes are done with identical cadence regardless of your foe. They're super easy to pull off, and they generate enough soul that you can just strike back and forth to wipe out an infinite cavalcade of enemies. Knuckles is definitely my favorite of the knights. He's slower than the others, but unlike the rest, using 2 blades as his first test. His running animation as he kicks into high gear is fantastic. He also comes with the most effective movement differences. Might be locked to a track, but I'm so happy to see actual gliding in a 3D game again. And of course, his climbing mimics the same ability from earlier games. He's pretty great. Or he would be. If he wasn't so completely incapable compared to the character that I've actually been playing as and leveling up for all these hours. Black Knight's swordplay never really clicks, but what's kept that from being too frustrating is this. As Sonic has gotten stronger, the combat, clunky and imprecise though it may be, has been easy enough to overlook. Instead of being a tedious, overly complicated waggle-fest, it's just simple. You don't really have to think about it that much. It's unremarkable in gameplay terms, it's basic, but it's simple. But all the knights are pretty much as underpowered as Sonic himself was at the start of this game. And what's worse, none of them level up or gain new abilities through experience. Instead, all of those hundreds and hundreds of items I've been picking up finally have a purpose. The blacksmith can forge new weapons for them via a menu that tells you absolutely nothing about what you're even doing. What am I making? Which character can use it? What does it do? Give me something, Tails! Pfft. This whole system feels like one of those super ambitious ideas that they just didn't have time to finish. And maybe they didn't, considering that, oh yes, you can only play as the other characters in these 4 stages. So there's very little incentive to actually bother playing as anyone but Sonic. Especially because at the same time as you unlock the other characters, you also gain the ability to swap his gameplay style to match any of them. And unlike them, he gains new abilities through experience. He gets an awesome talking sword to snark back and forth with. Maybe I'd feel differently if I put another dozen hours into unlocking better gear for everybody. But still, 4 levels, why bother? That really is the biggest detriment. Considering the major benefit of the other characters play like Sonic model is that you can use them on the same stages. So yeah, whatever they were trying to do here, it didn't work. At least the levels themselves are good. They all follow the same sort of precedent that Knight's Passage set. Ultra difficult timed missions through stages that aren't quite new, but are very effectively remixed. Familiar locales with new accoutrements, layouts, and gimmicks. I played through the Cauldron as Knuckles, had a fantastic time pretending I was back in Red Mountain, got to the end, and Blaze sheathed her sword into the volcano monument. Funnily enough, who you actually play as through these has no bearing whatsoever on the plot. Yeah, this whole post-credits game is showing noticeably more roughness around those already rough edges, but let's see if Black Knight can still stick the landing. Okay, so in all the shock and awe earlier, I didn't really properly examine this plot point. King Arthur, the titular Black Knight, never actually existed at all in this world. He was a creation of Merlin, meant to be a figure who would ensure peace and longevity. But once Merlin was gone, his creation was corrupted. And Merlina, having spent her life seeing this precarious balance fall to pieces, wants to use the power of the scabbard to create a kingdom that never ends. To create, in fact, a story that never ends. Because here's another twist, coming in the 11th hour. Merlina knows she's a work of fiction, and she knows how that story ends.
Lancelot and Gawain's rift shall doom the Round Table. Arthur is struck down by his son Mordred and departs for Avalon. This was to be our ideal world, but it will not last.
Merlina's entire conflict from the very beginning was that she knew this world was finite, but she wanted to change that. She wanted her kingdom, her story, to last forever. And Sonic, rather than being sympathetic, seems offended by the very notion.
What good is a world that goes on forever?
Then Merlina, like a razor Jin before her, transforms into an eldritch abomination and starts just tearing Sonic to shreds like she's a mid-2000s video game reviewer. I'll give it this. The imagery of Caliburn, whom I'm now convinced is the best character in the entire series, getting snapped in two is strong and vivid, as is the scene of Sonic getting knocked down again and again, but refusing to give in, standing his ground. Sonic gets back up one more time, and for the first time I can ever remember, this awesome rendition of his theme song from Sonic Adventure kicks in. and what's left of Caliburn takes on a golden aura. The other knights finally combine their swords with his. We were talking about doing that earlier, it's about time. And then... yeah, okay, this is freaking cool! This is the most tokusatsu transformation scene I've ever seen out of the series, and I really love it. The actual fight's pretty good too, or it was once I figured out what I needed to do anyway. Until then, it was kind of annoying how I kept getting knocked way the heck back, and having to watch as Sonic slowly moved back into position. But nah, you just knock her attacks back, time a strike to make an opening, then get in there with a Soul Surge. The faster you swing the Wii Remote, the faster Sonic strikes, and that feels awesome. That's how the Eraser Gen fight should have worked the whole time. But let's be real, my main issue this time isn't the gameplay, it's, surprisingly, the story. What makes Sonic's snarky attitude such a powerful character trait is that when he's pushed to his limit, switches gears, and finally gets serious, that can be incredibly effective. It's just that what he's standing his ground for puts a really bad taste in my mouth. It's really kind of taken me out of the part of the game that I was enjoying the most, and that was the part of a Sonic game that I never enjoy the most.
Merlina, every world has its end. I know that's kind of sad, but that's why we gotta live life to the fullest in the time we have. At least, that's what I figure.
Jason Griffith really had gotten that voice down to a T, hadn't he? He delivers that line with so much sincerity and compassion, and yet he still sounds like a teenager with attitude. Good on you, man. So okay, I'll say this as kindly as I can. The central conflict between them isn't framed as Merlina subjugating the people of the kingdom, imposing her will on them, or anything so wicked. Rather, it's that she's aware of the fact that she's a character in a story, and she doesn't want that story to end. And that's an interesting twist. But what I don't like is that Sonic has to stop her, because that doesn't suit his tastes, I guess. The Sonic series has never, ever been shy about the fact that it treats the fourth wall as a mere suggestion. But this has got to be the most meta story beat they've ever had, and that's what took me out of it more than anything. That with this revelation, Sonic himself is framed as the only thing in this world that's real. Sonic, who we know as a fictional character, has been brought into a world that he sees as fiction. Encountered a character within it who knows she's fictional, and essentially wants to change her fate, and he thinks all of that, and I'm quoting him here, sounds pretty lame.
What good is a world that goes on forever? That sounds pretty lame.
I mean, I think the idea of a Sonic that goes on about how the world ending is good actually sounds pretty lame. Although, considering what he tells Merlina here, is that even what he's saying?
This story and the world it created will come to an end. Is that what you wish?
Nah, it's not gonna end. My stories only end when I stop running.
Like, I think that sounds pretty in character. So, I don't even know what the conflict is exactly. It's like the game really wants to make a big statement about mortality, or living life to the fullest, or something. But, and how many times have I said this about a Sonic game story? It just doesn't work in execution. I'm thinking about this too hard, I know. I wouldn't usually overthink a Sonic story to this degree, because in my opinion, Sonic's in-game storytelling has never really reached much beyond, this is fine. I enjoy the characters and find them really charming, but I always view the stories they're put through from the perspective of like, man, I'd be so into this if I was still 10 years old. The idea that I might actually get invested in what's happening without that lens, I was never really expecting that. But it actually happened with Black Knight. It resonated with me and hooked me on a more sophisticated level, and so I'm more inclined to critique it as such. I loved this story right up to the end, but it lost me when Sonic stopped feeling like Sonic. If I was writing this just a few years ago, that's all I would have had to say. But I'm too aware of my own biases now. I can go on all I want about seeing this story from a more adult perspective, but the truth is, the ideal of Sonic's character that lives in my heart was forged by things I experienced decades ago. My Sonic was irreverent and individualistic, but he was always heroic. My Sonic wouldn't have wished for hankies, told a princess to just smile, or waxed philosophical about living life to the fullest in the time we have. Because for my Sonic, nothing could survive the will to stay alive. But This was never really supposed to be my Sonic, was it? That Sonic didn't suit Shiro Mikawa's tastes, and so, with intent, he set out to turn Sonic into something else, to turn him into something that he would like. And while there was a time when I kinda found that idea insulting, and saw it as a decision that undermined what Sonic was quote-unquote supposed to be, what was Sonic ever really supposed to be? Sonic from the very beginning was a character and a world created to be open to interpretation, to thrive in different markets, in different mediums, and in different eras. Shiro Mikawa wasn't the first person to reimagine Sonic in a new light, to try and reform it into being something that suited his tastes, and he wouldn't be the last. Naoto Oshima, Hirokazu Yasuhara, Ben Hurst, Kenji Torada, Shiro Mikawa, Ken Pontac, Warren Graff, Eitaro Toyota, Makoto Goya, Jeff Fowler, Ian Flynn, they, along with so many others, all got to stake their claim on Sonic's legacy. Of course, different Sonics appeal to different tastes, which has also led to the permanently broken base that is the Sonic fandom. The first time I ever encountered the online community, they were locked in a flame war about whether this or this was more valid as the real Sonic. But Mikawa's attitude was the right one to have. It's inevitable that a long-running series won't stay the same forever. And sometimes, having someone who's not a fan come on board and take it in a wildly different direction is exactly what it needs to build a stronger legacy. And hey, this post-credit scene where Sonic hangs a lampshade on just how unbelievable this whole thing was, that was freaking hilarious.
That's the lamest excuse ever! You just forgot about our date!
No, it's true, I tell ya! Yikes! No! Amy, wait! Put down that hammer!
So maybe the whole thing was fiction, eh? Although, neither my or anybody else's Sonic should ever agree to go on a date with Amy. Sonic, have you been taking dating advice from this weirdo? He's 12 years old, man! What are you doing? You know, in spite of all the problems I have with it, I find myself walking away from Sonic and the Black Knight with a lot of affection for it. It features one of the most resonant portrayals of Sonic the Hedgehog any of the games. Heck, any form of Sonic media has ever had. I can even appreciate that ending from a certain perspective. Stories don't just have to make sense within themselves, they can also resonate with us in the real world. And if I take it in a sort of meta-narrative sense, I think it works nicely as Shiro Mikawa sort of waving goodbye, letting go of his time with Sonic through the subtext. It winds up being a game that's quite a bit stronger than the sum of its parts. So like I said, I found a lot of affection for it, just like the first person I ever saw say a good word about it. Back when Black Knight and other titles released around this same time were new, fans who had been burned a lot often spoke of these titles as soulless corporate betrayals, forgetting everything that made Sonic good in the first place, abandoning and undermining the potential of the series, even while fans like Taxman, Stealth, and the Megamix team, Sinosu, Colin C10, Marky Jester, and countless others proved over and over just how great Sonic could be, and just how badly Sega was missing the mark. But those games resonated with kids anyway. And the fact that those kids are here now, as fanatical about Sonic as anyone ever was, they're living proof that despite how many times I heard it back then, Sonic wasn't dead. Sonic still mattered. And after everything I've seen, heard, read, and been through, I'm thankful you all got to grow up as Sonic fans. And I'm glad you're here now, shining a light on why you love the things you love, and giving the rest of us the opportunity to see them through your eyes. It makes me wish I could have been as open-minded as you were back then. The wonderful thing about fandom is how, through the perspective of other people who feel the same way you do, you can discover a deeper level of appreciation for the things that bring you joy. The not-so-wonderful thing about fandom is that it can also do just the opposite. It can make you notice, worry about, and think about things that probably never would have occurred to you on your own. Fandom magnifies your view of whatever you see through it. And when I look back, I can't help but wonder if that's done me more harm than good. I don't think I'd have ever loved Sonic Heroes as a 15-year-old, but I definitely wouldn't have taken it so personally if I hadn't surrounded myself with an echo chamber of people who were just as disappointed as I was, feeding on all that negativity, all of us giving each other more and more reasons to be angry, pointing out things about it that never would have occurred to me on my own, and framing it as a game that spelled doom for everything we all loved about Sonic, instead of just, taking it as a game that I didn't like as much as I thought I would. I wouldn't have loved Sonic Heroes on my own, but I never could have hated it either. How many times have I been there? How many times have I been affected by that?
If I didn't have the internet to influence me, maybe I wouldn't have completely forgotten that I actually thought Shadow was just this awesome new character with a fascinating backstory once upon a time. He was a character I liked so much that I named my PSO avatar after him, and used a macro every time I went through a telepipe. And without the internet, maybe I would have played Sonic and the Black Knight 13 years ago. The truth is, one reason that being a Sonic fan in the late 2000s was so frustrating, and the whole Sonic cycle meme was such bullshit, was that by the time it even started, the series had long since redeemed itself. At least it had to me. It had redeemed itself all the way back when I played Sonic Rush, and it continued to build on that success ever since. Had I played it back then, I imagine that Black Knight itself would have been yet more evidence of that, and I wish I had. Sonic Team was no longer the burnt-out husk that one renegade Sega employee had described them as a few years earlier. As soon as Yuji Naka was gone and 06 got kicked out the door, Sonic Team was reintegrated in Japan and filled out with younger, invigorated developers, some of whom had grown up as Sonic fans themselves. And though they were rough around the edges, I saw a spark in their games that I hadn't seen in ages. This wasn't Sonic Team being forced to churn out yearly Sonic releases and not being allowed to do anything else. This was a team that got to make the games they wanted to make. And I think a lot of fans knew that. We knew things were getting better, but convincing anyone else of that was like pulling teeth. Sonic's reputation preceded him, and nobody trusted him to be able to pull off swordplay or genre shift into a beat-em-up. But if you could see through to the core of the series, things were getting so much better. Sonic was making a comeback. Sega was lighting the fires of a renaissance. If only you could see the forest for the trees. But, understandably so, all anyone could see was a stretchy-armed werewolf, a hedgehog with a sword, and the absolute disaster that held so strongly in public consciousness. And so, at least in the eyes of general audiences, the Sonic cycle remained unbroken. But after Black Knight, Morio Kishimoto and his storybook team were promoted to the main series, and their next project would be the one to finally break that cycle. I became a Sonic fan at a strange, specific time. Sonic 3 existed, and I knew it existed, and as far as I was aware, it always had existed. But Sonic & Knuckles, the game that is the literal second half of Sonic 3, so much so that Sega developed a method to combine 2 cartridges into one, that game did not exist yet. When I was 6 years old and Sonic 3 was 4 months old, I got my first console. I spent all summer playing the few games I could get my hands on, and being very bad at all of them. But it didn't matter to me, I loved them all. And above them all, I loved this one. Sonic 2 laid the foundation for everything I thought a video game was supposed to be. At some point that summer, undefinable in my memory, my mom brought home Sonic 3, and held against the expectation of everything its predecessor had taught me, it felt like a revelation. Tails could fly, he could carry Sonic, the game looked and sounded and felt so different than Sonic 2, and the levels, my god, they were so gargantuan and sprawling and impossible to get through in some cases, and so my newfound obsession only grew stronger. As tiny and sponge-brained as I was back then, I soaked up and scrutinized every pixel. And I kept noticing these peculiar pathways I could see, but couldn't reach. Only a spin dash can break through these boulders, but there's no way to charge one on this side. But I knew from the manual, which I must have read 100 times on car trips, that Knuckles was the guardian of the floating island, and reasoned that pathways like these must be how he always stayed one step ahead of the fastest thing alive. Knuckles was so oddly compelling. To invoke the other thing that I was completely obsessed with in the summer of '94, he reminded me a lot of the Green Ranger. He looked like the heroes, but he worked with the bad guy. He was always getting the drop on you and dropping you off cliffs, and he should have been easy to hate, but there was something I kinda liked about him. Knuckles was meant to rival Sonic, to be his contrast. Sonic is fast, Knuckles is strong. Sonic is quick-witted, Knuckles is clever. Sonic is determined. Knuckles is constantly laughing his full head off at how easy it is to get the upper hand. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle my ass, that's all you do! There was even a characterization concept that didn't make it into the game, where Tails, as the audience surrogate who hero worships Sonic, secretly thinks Knuckles is really awesome, but doesn't want Sonic to know that. And that's kinda how I saw him too. I knew I wasn't supposed to like him, but I kinda did. And his mystique as a character whose shoes I couldn't step into made him all the more intriguing.
Until one day, it must have been late in the summer, I was with my mom at the Hills department store in Johnson City, Tennessee, and I saw a floor display with this image on it.
God, I love it. I've always said that if I ever got a tattoo, this would be it. But as I took it in for the first time, I didn't know what it meant to join forces. I didn't even know how far away October was. I tugged on Mom's arm, and I must have asked her so many questions. No joke, this was a primary catalyst for me learning how time worked. Because the one thing that I did know is that a new game, my first new game, was coming out soon. It's not like I'd never been excited for a future event before, but it was always things that I was told to be excited about, because my parents wanted me to be excited about them. Birthdays, Christmas, your first day of school, but this was different. This was me, looking forward to something on my own terms. More than that, it was the first time I'd ever been hyped for a video game, a burgeoning interest of mine that was destined to make, a bit of an impact on my life. I didn't know the story. I didn't know what kind of game it would be. I had not a single screenshot. We technically did have the internet, but I didn't know that, and I wouldn't have known how to find anything if I did. All I had was the memory of this image. The notion that Knuckles, who remember I saw as a bad guy, would be joining forces with Sonic. And I had that date, October 18th, 1994. The weeks of summer turned to fall, time ticked away in that agonizingly eternal way that kid time seems to, but I wouldn't have to wait quite as long as I thought. On October 17th, one entire day early, my mom came home from work with a surprise. This game, this box, this image that I'd been obsessed with for what felt almost like forever, and I was holding it in my hands. I slipped the cartridge out of the box. It was weird. Had a little flip top. Now, my mom ran a computing business, which is why we had the internet in 1994. We'd had hordes of giant beige towers in our home for longer than I'd even been there. So my assumption was that Sonic & Knuckles was such a technologically advanced game that it needed its own built-in cooling vent. So I kept that port open. I set the game in my Genesis. I hit the power button, and here's what I saw. I thought this was the absolute coolest thing I'd ever seen. And I'd just seen the White Ranger for the first time. Yeah, this happened the same day as that. Talk about the best day of your entire childhood. All of my hype had culminated here. With bated breath, I pressed the start button. And what I saw was not what I was expecting. My hype betrayed, my expectations shattered, my little kid heart broken. And why? Somehow I still remember exactly what I said.
Aw man, Sonic just has to save Knuckles.
You see, Sonic 3's title screen took you to a save menu, and from there you could select a character. Because Sonic and Knuckles had not worked in exactly the same way, I immediately assumed that all that talk about joining forces was a lie, and that Knuckles wasn't actually playable. Fortunately, by this point, my dad was next to me on the couch, thumbing through the manual. He set the record straight. Knuckles was playable, I just needed to select him on the title screen. Before he even had the words out, I had already hit the reset button and was playing as Knuckles. And because I'd played Sonic 3, I knew that tapping jump while you were already jumping did an extra move. I'd been so curious about what Knuckles' ability would be, and now it was finally time to find out. I jumped, I tapped, and he does a mid-air punch! Awesome! And then Dad told me, "Son, why don't you try holding down the button?" So I did, and Knuckles started gliding, and I was like, what? Then Dad told me that Knuckles could break through walls without even needing to spin dash. And I felt like a genius. Aha! I knew it. Those boulders in Angel Island were a clue all along. And then Dad told me what that port on the top of the cartridge was actually for. Yeah, like I said, talk about the best days of your entire childhood. It's funny now to look back on this and see just how much my experience and expectations with video games were defined almost entirely by Sonic the Hedgehog. I'd played games where you could select modes on the title screen, but never one where you could select characters. I'd played games where you could tap the jump button to do something in midair, but never one where you were expected to hold it. So the thought of even trying these things didn't naturally occur to me. And that extended to anything. A few months later, I would play Donkey Kong Country for the first time. And rather than being blown away by the graphics or the music or the ambience, I just remember being annoyed that the character that you weren't playing as was so good at keeping up with you. I genuinely thought that Diddy should really just fall behind and then fly back with his tails, because that's what Tails did, and that's how video games were supposed to work. But I think this gets at one reason Sega kids and Nintendo kids were so often at odds. It wasn't just Sonic versus Mario as characters. Sega and Nintendo each had their own distinct philosophies when it came to the fundamentals of game design. The rules, the expectations, the very syntax of what video games were supposed to be were in conflict. As a kid who at this point had learned everything he knew about video games from Sega, Nintendo games often felt unfairly punishing, awkward, and wrong. Why do I need to hold down a button to run? That's weird. What do you mean I lose in 2 hits? Why aren't the bananas protecting me? Why do I have to swallow an enemy just to be able to spin dash? What really set Nintendo's games apart, what so often made them the gold standard against which all others would be judged, was conveyance. Through mechanics, level design, enemy design, pattern recognition, Nintendo would convey to the player how the game worked and what the rules were without the need for trial and error or for reading the manual. Nintendo was pretty good at this right from the drop, and they only got better at it as the decades went on. Sega, on the other hand, held their arcade heritage much closer to their heart, for better and ultimately for worse. Their games were often designed around trial and error, and the repetition that demanded was core to the appeal. Learning the game was the responsibility of the player, and it was something they would earn through their own experimentation. This sort of trial-by-fire game design was still what a lot of developers were going for, and what a lot of players expected in 1994. Nintendo's approach was not the gold standard yet. It wasn't universal. It was just one of many. That's why it was, at first, so inscrutable to me as a Sega kid. Sega defined what game design was supposed to be for me. And I mean, considering this was my favorite game of 2023, maybe it still does. Those assumptions that felt so wrong to me at the time are now widely considered the foundation of quote-unquote correct game design, which has afforded me plenty of opportunities to observe that the inverse is also true. From the perspective of someone who considers Nintendo's approach to be the default, Sonic is often just as inscrutable. Case in point, you discover a giant gold ring. You jump into it, and the game gives just one piece of information to you. Get blue spheres. It doesn't tell you what red spheres do. It doesn't tell you that movement is grid-based and that you can only turn on corners. It doesn't give you an easy way to learn that blue spheres turn red when you touch them. It makes no allowances for the fact that looping a block of blue spheres turns them all into rings. You'll have to discover on your own that getting 50 rings gets a continue, that getting all the blue spheres will earn a Chaos Emerald, and that you can jump. You'll have to. I had to learn all of that via trial and error, after error, after error, after error. Not that it's a high bar to clear, but Blue Spheres is very easily my favorite of the Genesis special stages. Unless we count the Sega CD or 32X as part of the Genesis anyway. Sonic 1's was a little dull. Sonic 2's was more fun, but very rote because it's going to take the same amount of time and you're going to be doing the same thing on every course. But Blue Spheres has something the others don't. Speed. They start out moving at a reasonable clip, but the longer you stay here, the faster you move. And when I was little, this was way, way, way beyond my ability. I used to keep my hands positioned like this on the controller, so I could basically play them in slow-mo, to pause the game and give my still-developing motor skills time to catch up. The standard gaming skill that I'm worst at is navigation, but the one that seems to come the most naturally to me is twitch reflexes. It's not natural though, it's a skill I learned. And this checkerboard globe is a big part of where I earned it. Sonic & Knuckles has to strike an unprecedented balance. As a standalone game, it must have a smooth, standard difficulty curve that starts out breezy and approachable, but ratchets things up boss by boss, level by level. But as the second half of Sonic 3, it can't release so much of the tension that it feels like a complete reset. It has to be a complete game unto itself, and maintain continuity with Sonic 3. In essence, Mushroom Hill Zone has to be level 1 and level 7 at the same time. Looking at it as level 1, Mushroom Hill has all the hallmarks you'd expect. A natural aesthetic, lots of rolling hills and opportunities for spectacle, a laid-back, sort of breezy vibe. It's maybe a bit more complex than Angel Island was, but it's not going to put up much of a fight. Looking at it as level 7, this same Mushroom Hill can serve as a break, a reprieve, and a reset from the high-stakes action of stopping the Death Egg launch. It gives the player a moment to catch their breath before the tension ratchets up for the back half of the game. The Badniks might be the one thing that kind of betrays where this was actually intended to be. Dragonflies that zigzag through the air and can only be hit in a weak spot. Bullbots that toss mushrooms and fling you into spikes. Roosters that blast gusts of wind. All creating a bevy of hazards that affect your movement and demand skillful timing. While Sonic levels have never been grounded in realism, at least they hadn't yet, Mushroom Hill defines itself on a much more fantastical concept than the green, emerald, and Angel Island Zone hills we'd seen before. A woodland forest crested deep in a valley where impossibly enormous mushrooms dance in the breeze. Level geometry that strands off into giant vines the characters can run on. Long, thin trees stretching upward into the foliage. And my favorite visual element, little seed buds that flutter off the ground with every step. It gives Mushroom Hill a bit of an uncanny feeling, like the character is dwarfed by the scope and the magnitude of the forest. Where previous first zones simply hadn't met the brunt of Robotnik's influence and corruption, this place feels like it's been untouched by anyone for generations. A feeling of antiquity resonates through many of the zones set on the island, but this time instead of exploring the remnants of a lost civilization, we're seeing the unchecked effect the lack of civilization has had on the ecosystem. And then you go into Act 2 and Knuckles activates some sort of wind turbine that's just off screen, and suddenly, it's autumn. What? How? Are we in a forest or a click-clock wood? It's honestly a great effect though. I remember it really surprising me the first time I played. Those yellow seed buds have turned into dead leaves. Besides the color palette, nothing else has changed, but it's so well done it lends the level a completely different atmosphere. But then Mushroom Hill goes and tries that trick again. Second verse, not as sweet as the first. I guess this is meant to be winter, but I don't think it has the same punch as the previous look. I get why they wouldn't want to make it too snowy, that's Icecap's thing, but it's much harder to impart that icy feeling through color alone. If they'd frosted the ground, withered the mushrooms, made the forest feel more frigid, I think this would have worked better. But as it is, I kinda wish they just stuck with fall for all of Act 2. But the forest does not actually have magical season-changing properties. For reasons I've never understood, Robotnik has bunkered himself in a hidey hole, and is broadcasting some kind of weather-changing satellite signal. Robotnik's goal throughout his time on the floating island is to locate and excavate the Master Emerald. That's why he was mining through ruins in Marble Garden. That's why he was combing through a flooded subterranean metropolis. That's not why he built a carnival. He just did that for him. I really have no idea how changing the seasons in Mushroom Hill is helping him find the Master Emerald, but I do love how this thing beeps in Morse code when you get close to it. Give that a bop, and the valley goes back to normal. I said earlier that the Badniks sort of hint at how late in the game Mushroom Hill really is, and I think that definitely goes for the bosses as well. This one especially has you chasing him down, timing your hits to avoid his thrusters while dodging walls of spikes that scroll across the screen with this neat 3D effect. But the Act 1 boss is no pushover either, a Loggerbot who chops pieces of a tree at you. Except guess what? I lied. They're both total pushovers. For one thing, they're both completely torn to shreds if you have a fire shield. But even if you don't, it's easy to stand right under this one and hit it whenever it turns. In fact, it had been so many decades since I hadn't, I had no memory of the fact that if you're playing as Knuckles, he'll actually fire his head at you at the end of his cycle. I never see the end of the cycle, I was so taken aback when he did it. And hey, that looks like a homing shot. And for Robotnik again, you can just hold against the right edge of the screen and get a bunch of free hits in at the beginning of the fight. Maybe in deference to the fact that this is supposed to function as the first level, Sonic Team gave the player a fairly obvious easy out from what would otherwise be two fairly difficult mid-game bosses. With that, Robotnik's armada swoops low into the valley to pick him up, being piloted by this helmeted raccoon bot who was only on screen for a couple of seconds and then never seen again. The fact that they'd go to the trouble is everything I love about Sonic Team. From there, we hop on board and follow him to the next level, flying back. I forgot to talk about Knuckles. Sorry, Knux.
No probado, Mon.
Oh god. He's saying Mon. M-O-N. Okay, I'm sure 99% of you don't get that, so let me explain. I was an only child, and that meant that I was sometimes left to entertain myself while the adults were socializing with each other.
And thanks to my mom instilling her love of reading on me, from an age so early that her teaching me to read constitutes some of my first memories, I was always a pretty strong reader, so I rarely left the house without stuffing a big canvas bag full of books. And most of the time, it was a bunch of these books. Obviously, I loved video games when I was little, but what I enjoyed at least just as much as playing them was reading about them. And this was one of my absolute favorites, the official Sonic & Knuckles strategy guide. The entire thing is written from the first-person perspective of Sonic the Hedgehog, as if he's personally helping you play the game he stars in. But it also has these breakout sections, where Knuckles gives you advice for his campaign. And he's written in an extremely stereotypical and probably very offensive Jamaican accent. It was acceptable in the 90s. I didn't even know what Jamaica was at the time, though. I just thought it was weird how he kept going Mon. Sonic and Knuckles are extremely competitive and antagonistic toward each other throughout the book. In a time before Sonic games had dialogue, this really did a lot to flesh out my understanding of the characters and their rivalry. I really can't overstate how much of a touchstone this was for me, how much it added to my experience with this game. So many of the games that I'd later look back on as childhood favorites were enriched by reading and rereading and absorbing guides just like this one, but this will always be my first. As a playable character, I think Knuckles is a standout. This right here is sort of Sonic & Knuckles' version of a difficulty selector. But Knuckles' game isn't just harder than, it's different than. He often cuts his own unique path through a stage, and while some of Sonic 3's Knuckles routes tend to be a little shallow, the ones in this game are much more complete. He also faces tougher, more aggressive bosses throughout the entire game. His moveset makes him a little more nuanced, a little more complicated, and a little more challenging, but that fits. That's exactly what he's supposed to be. I said earlier how my dad had to read the manual and teach me that Knuckles could glide, and that's true, but he did not have to teach me how to climb. The game did that itself, and an extremely rare example of a Sonic game being this direct about conveying a move to the player. The only way out is to teach yourself to climb, and I remember jumping up off the couch with how excited I was to be able to do that. It also really shows the strange development cycle this game was under, that Sonic does not have an intro cutscene, but Knuckles does. And not just a cutscene, but what I believe is Sonic's first ever instance of a skippable cutscene. You'll love to see it. I'll speak more on Knuckles as we get deeper into the game, but for now we've been in Mushroom Hill long enough. Taken on its own, Sonic & Knuckles is probably the hardest game of the classic quadrilogy. The quintology? The hardest of the classics. It was okay for Mushroom Hill to be a bit of a reset, to tune the difficulty back to that of a first level, but it couldn't stay there, lest it ruin the difficulty curve of the combined game. So for a second level, Flying Battery Zone feels like anything but. I've heard it theorized that Flying Battery takes place aboard the same ship that firebombed Angel Island back in Sonic 3. The manual actually tells you to beware the flying battery in Angel Island Zone. But it makes a lot of sense. Diegetically, it'd be such an awesome detail for this set piece to come back as its own level later in the game. And Flying Battery was one of the last stages cut from Sonic 3 when they split it in two, late enough that whoever wrote the manual knew about it. So I really want to believe it. And honestly, if you swapped this green and orange color scheme for purple and orange, I probably would. But this never struck me as the same ship. The Angel Island ship is kind of militaristic, but the aesthetic in Flying Battery Zone is a lot more vibrant. That's not a bad thing. It makes an immediate impression, opening on a bright blue sky as the soundtrack shreds and the level starts with one of its flashiest tricks. The path through the level threads both inside and outside of the ship, and that juxtaposition seems to be baked into the level design. You've got thrilling high-speed sections as you slingshot between propellers, propel around massive cylinders, and torque through... Okay, I actually have no idea what these are supposed to be. The point is, these are some of the speediest parts of the game, but the level contrasts that speed with much slower, more methodical platforming sections, overhead monkey bars that move you between floors, sections with magnetic crushers, and elevator rides lined with spikes. And while any good Sonic level should give you a blend of speed and platforming, the contrast feels particularly pointed here, like the ship is constantly switching gears. I guess I should just say it straight. This is my least favorite zone in the game. In either game, to be clear. Now maybe that's not really saying much. I mean, being the most flawed part of a masterpiece still makes you part of a masterpiece. Flying Battery just doesn't stick the landing with quite the finesse that this game usually does. Most of my issue is that, in spite of the absolutely rockin' soundtrack that gives the impression of fast, hard-hitting action, too many of the level's gimmicks involve just coming to a standstill. Stand on the elevator and wait for it to take you to a different floor. Stand next to the missile launchers and wait for them to break the hole. Stand in front of the magnet crushers and wait for the polarity to switch so that you can use them to move on. Stand next to whatever this contraption is supposed to be and wait for it to get into the right configuration to platform across. If you give the player enough downtime that they can accidentally trigger the idle animation in a Sonic game, you're doing it wrong. And on that metric, Flying Battery Zone does a lot wrong. Even the bosses suffer from this. You defeat the capsule boss by waiting for it to destroy itself. You defeat the laser by... same thing. It leads to an unusually passive playstyle for a Sonic game. Typically, even if there's something you're supposed to wait for, there's a way to speed it up or bypass it if you're willing enough and skilled enough to take a risk. And in situations where that's not the case, the skill floor is higher. It doesn't feel like waiting because the tension and the danger is too high. Or maybe I've just played this game thousands of times and can't remember a point when Flying Battery still had tension. I'm not saying I hate it, I'm not even saying I don't like it, but it is definitely the level that I look forward to least. But if my main issue with Flying Battery is the fact that I've played it too much, then why do I still love Sandopolis? I mean, aside from the fact that this background is one of the most gorgeous pieces of pixel art a 16-bit system ever produced. One of my favorite things about Sonic, and something that I believe it does better than any other series, is how it makes every level its own specific, specialized, individualized zone. Most other platformers will reuse and reconfigure the same assets, music, graphics, enemies, and so on, to create a wide array of stages. But instead of having lots of levels, Sonic has a few really distinct, really memorable zones, a logical fit for its focus on replay value. And while a lot of the reason they feel so distinct is of course because of the artists and composers, an often overlooked part of that credit should also go to the level designer. And speaking of often overlooked, Hirokazu Yasuhara was the director, lead game designer, and lead level designer of all 4 mainline Genesis Sonic games. Given that pedigree, you'd think he'd be more celebrated, but even I didn't know his name offhand until just a few years ago. I read up on the few interviews he's done, and there are 2 insights he offered that I tend to look for when I play these games now. First is that Yasuhara always thought in terms of 3D space. Even though this game is on a 2D plane, he designed the stage hazards and obstacles as if they weren't. This is why his level design features foreground and background elements, Mobius strips, and in this zone in particular, double loops. Even if the player couldn't see it, he saw the terrain as something with depth. Occasionally, I think this inclination led to somewhat unclear design. I remember really struggling with this cylindrical gravity obstacle when I was little, because I kept trying to jump at the top. But that's because I saw the game in 2D. Why shouldn't I jump when I'm as close as I can get to where I want to go? But if you think about it from Sonic's perspective, he would hit his maximum torque right in the middle, and that's when you need to let go for max distance. But the other insight Yasuhara had into his own work is something so obvious, something that I knew so well, something that seems so natural to me that I'd never really taken the time to appreciate it. He always endeavored to make levels unique, not just through aesthetic or music or individual mechanics, but through the shape of the terrain itself. Specific, distinct shapes that recur throughout a zone, but don't repeat outside of it. The S-tubes in Green Hill, the helix paths in Chemical Plant, the razor-sharp ruins of Marble Garden, or the uneven terrain of Sandopolis, whose very structure seems to be melting in time and the desert sun. It's a fantastic example not only of Yasuhara's talent, but of how sophisticated that skill had become. Visually, the only difference between Act 1 and 2 is the background. But when that haunting rendition of the theme kicks in, when the pace of the action and progression slows down, when the melting hills of the level design give way to a pyramid palace drowning in sand, it feels like a different place. The difference between the stuff that you have to wait through here versus what we saw through most of Flying Battery is simple. The game gives you options. You can slowly rappel down into the ruins, or Or you can take a riskier approach. You can carefully and meticulously pull every lever to keep the lights on and the ghosts away in Act 2, or you can bypass them and take your chances. You can flood the temple with sand and use it to progress upward, or you can... well, okay, no, you kinda have to do that one, don't you? But the hazard and layout itself is dynamic enough, and the challenge is present enough that it never feels like you're just waiting around for anything. And if you're playing as Knuckles, Mon, you literally aren't waiting for anything. Every time I play Act 2 as him, I remember this advice from the guidebook. You don't even need to bother with the sand, you can just use Knuckles. The sprawling complexity and verticality of the layout makes Sandopolis one of his best stages. I especially love this section where you have to climb up one of those chatunk doors to fill up a sand pit, and then you push a block across to hold it open. Knuckles' game may be abbreviated compared to Sonic's, but the fact that most of his levels have at least one act that's so different, with routes that are so purpose-built for what he can do, really does make him worth playing. I said earlier that Knuckles' skill set makes him a little more complicated, and I want to dig into that a little more, even though he can't yet. When I step back and think about it, it's pretty mind-boggling that Sonic Team, in 1994, was able to integrate a character with mid-air traversal like this, and who could latch to and climb any wall in the whole game, and not completely break their level design. Being able to do this in a platform game should be OP as heck, and if the level design weren't so masterfully crafted around it, it kinda would be. When you lock on Sonic 2 and take Knuckles back there, you can see that it kind of is. I mean, playing as Knuckles here is a mind-boggling technical achievement in its own right, but it's notably much easier than Sonic 2 normally is. I mean, at least until you get to the final boss and realize Knuckles doesn't jump as high. At the same time, though, it seems like designing a platformer around a character who can do this would run the risk of not feeling especially Sonic. It's a testament to Yasuhara's level design acumen that these layouts accommodate Knuckles without letting him break them, give him moments to shine without losing the distinct flow of a Sonic game. Knuckles' glide even follows the rules of momentum, starting out slow and ramping up the longer you hold it. And what makes the physics system of these Sonic games such a gold standard is that once you get a feel for how it works, those rules can be bent to your advantage. Ricochet off an obstacle and start gliding with good timing, and it's like opening a parachute. You'll preserve that upward momentum into your glide. Sonic Team even wrote specific code to let Knuckles spin dash out of a glide landing, to help keep that flow going. Y'all know how much I hate waiting. But then there's this guy. The stone golem's strange, excessively ornate design reminds me a little bit of the Chozo statues in the original Metroid. He looks nothing like the game he's in, giving him a bit of an otherworldly quality. Like Flying Battery 1's Capsule Monster, this is a puzzle boss, but it is a little more involved. He's completely invulnerable, aside from the fact that you can stun him and knock him away by hitting his mask. The solution is to sink him in quicksand. That's cool, when you're first playing it. But when it's 30 years later and you're still doing this on a pretty regular basis, it's more of an overly long, barely interactive cutscene. Wait for the pyramid to rise, wait for the golem to emerge, walk over here and wait for him to hop in. I mean, it's okay, it's a little breather between acts, but there's just not much to it. Unless you're playing Sonic Origins. In this version, the golem ricochets further depending on how much force you hit it with. By the way, don't listen to the haters, Sonic Origins is a great package. Updates got it into a really solid place, and frankly I think it also doesn't get enough credit. And the Act 2 boss absolutely rocks as well. Robotnik commandeers an even bigger, even more powerful golem, and given that parity, it might have been cool if the solution here had also been to lead him into quicksand. I'm not complaining though. Striking at him with perfect timing and knocking him out before he can even take a step is way too satisfying. With that, Sonic tumbles into a chasm at the heart of the pyramid. Actually, it looks more like he stumbles into a chasm completely by accident, which is very unlike him. You know, compared to Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles has been notably light on appearances from the second half of its nomenclature. This transition feels like it was primed for that chucklehead to screw you over. Although for a complicated technical reason, he actually can't chuckle at all in Sonic & Knuckles. Okay, yeah, let's not go there. I'd rather go here. It's notable that it took Sonic 4 games to put its own spin on what, even in 1994, had long been a staple video game trope. We'd had zones with lava, we'd had zones in caves, but we'd never had what you get when you put them together, a volcano. I love the little playable transition that happens at the start of the level. One of the things that most sets old school Sonic games apart from newer ones is that commitment to keeping you in control. Cut loops, jump out of set pieces, ricochet off edges to get to the bottom of this chasm faster. The engine is solid enough that the level design can trust you. Almost immediately, you come across signs of industrialization. Turbines pumping lava through the caves, stairs leading to a huge open chamber, a massive support column that Sonic loops around, using that momentum to fling himself over a lake of magma. When I said Sonic was putting its own spin on this trope, this is what I meant. Lava Reef isn't just an active volcano, it's an active volcano brimming with technology. Whether that's Robotnik's meddling or the ancient echidna's foresight is unclear, although I read it being a little of both. Now, even today, I'm an almost supernaturally unobservant gamer. I have gotten better at it, but if I just zen out and get in a flow state, I don't notice nothing. But when I was a kid, I was basically hopeless. Which is why, until it was pointed out to me decades later, I never noticed this. The Death Egg in a face-down position, wedged into the lip of the volcano way in the background of Act 1. Exactly where we saw it make impact with the island, back at the title screen. God, this game is so cool! The level structure is made up of sheer, uneven tunnels carved out by lava, which expand into larger chambers. You can tell we're entering the late game now, as the density of badniks, hazards, and crushers is definitely ratcheting up. But despite this, the level is still bombastic and fairly speedy, a nice change of pace from the Temples of Sandopolis. The music helps drive this too, a melody that carries notes of danger, an appropriately volcanic sort of pressure, but also an undercurrent of sure-footed heroism. And the level just looks sensational. The bright stones jutting through the terrain give it a nice three-dimensional appearance. The verdant greens of the background contrast beautifully with the eye-searing foreground. Then there's the parallax effect in the larger chambers, with stalagmites hanging from the ceiling, the shadowed columns running up the mountain, the crackling veins of lava shining through. If I may be so bold, Lava Reef Zone Act 1 is my single favorite level in any Sonic game. The aesthetics, the music, the design, the badniks, the absurd overpoweredness of the fire shield, if you can hang on to it, the pitch-perfect balance between speed and platforming and challenge and grit. And I don't think I really knew just how much I loved it until I played Sonic Mania for the first time, having gone to great lengths to not have its stage list spoiled for me, and when I got to Lava Reef, tears in my eyes, man. I don't think I've ever felt such pure, overwhelming joy playing a video game as I did in that moment. But I drive a distinction between the acts here for a reason. Every other zone on the floating island treats Act 2 to some degree as a remix of Act 1. The visuals shift, the music changes, some aspects are removed and some are introduced, but it's never completely different. At the end of the first act of Lava Reef, the magma cools. A much slower-paced tune, teeming with magic and mystery, twinkles in, and you run onward to find a stage that's almost unrecognizable from the one you just came from. Most other zones change their background between acts, but in Lava Reef Act 2, that's one of the only things that doesn't change, though it does get a cool blue palette. The connection is still palpable. A few of those big rocks remain in the foreground, but most of them have seemingly been crystallized, maybe by the volcanic core, or maybe by the proximity to something else. Either way, the structure remains. But while Robotnik's influence was obvious back in Act 1, particularly with his fracking bots breaking through the rock layers, what we see here is yet more evidence of an ancient civilization. And just like Hydrocity in the previous game, this place is remote enough to be in far better condition than most of what the Echidnas left behind. Turbines are still in working order. Steam valves are still carrying lava into the facility. Whatever Knuckles' ancestors were doing here, their influence is still manifest. And through it all, the Death Egg still looms far overhead, much closer now than it was before. But right when it feels like that journey is going to culminate, guess who shows up? He's been MIA since Mushroom Hill, but that absence just makes this even more of a gut punch. The boulder sends Sonic careening into the volcanic depths, but fortunately things cooled down back at the start of Act 2, but that's when Robotnik fires up the Death Egg's weapon systems. What a set piece, as Knuckles and Robotnik work together to give you hell on Mobius! I especially adore this little animation of him hovering by in the background, his face glowing in the flames with murderous, but oddly adorable rage. And now we get a sequence that gave me hell on Earth when I was little.
The ground crumbles, missiles rain down from the sky, and for the first and I believe only time in the mainline classic series, the screen auto-scrolls. And auto-scrolls pretty fast, too. I know I'm making this look easy now, but I'll never forget how many game overs it took me to get here. The game is nice enough to give you a checkpoint at least, and once you get to the edge of the lava fall, the auto-scroll finally stops. This sequence is already pushing the Genesis well beyond its limit, but it might have been cool if the game conveyed a reason for the auto-scroll, like if the magma was rapidly rising as the cave crumbled in. In any case, the best thing to do from here is to get this lightning shield, use it to get the flame shield, and then hop down for the worst boss in the classic series. Okay, look, maybe that's hyperbole. Maybe this is another instance where I've played it to death and the tension's just not there anymore. I remember how hard this used to be. The flame shield can only protect you until you stub your toe on a mine, and when or if that happens, the flow of platforms is the only respite you've got. The mines he fires are the only thing that can hurt Robotnik, and he's extremely well fortified in there. It takes 16 hits to finish him off. When I played this in 94, 95, 96, it took so much of my focus and intensity to stay ahead of them. To nail each and every one of those jumps as Robotnik tilted the magma into his pod, knowing all the while that if I screwed it up, I had to go all the way back and do this part again. Pulling through and winning felt really satisfying. The relief when I saw that lava finally cool down. But when I play this in any year beginning with 2, it's just kind of boring. I know Sonic's jump arc better than I know my own. There's no tension, there's no focus, there's no intensity. There's just mindlessly making the same jumps while I wait for Robotnik to cook, with no way to make it happen any faster. And just so it's clear, there really isn't any way to make it go faster. Insta-shield doesn't work, hitting him in the window doesn't work, not even Supersonic works. Only the mines can damage him. I kinda think the team that rebuilt the game for Origins might have played with the idea of addressing this. Considering what they did to the golem in Sandopolis, I was hoping they would, so I tried jumping into him with the Insta-shield. It doesn't damage him, but oddly enough, it doesn't damage you either. You don't lose rings when you do this, you just get knocked back. And to be fair, I guess it doesn't take that long, but it takes just long enough to feel like a chore. To be even more fair, I guess the only reason it feels like a chore instead of a challenge to me is because I've played the game hundreds times more than Yasuhara ever expected me to, but that's his fault for making it so damn good. At last though, Robotnik is down, the lava has cooled, and the way is finally open. All of Sonic's adventures on the Genesis had a common through line. We followed the story of the Chaos Emeralds, and the ancient cultures that seem to have known about them. South, West Side, and Angel Island all had their own example of Sonic speeding through the broken down remnants of a lost civilization. What we learn is never overt, never direct, never even particularly in focus. It's hinted at only in subtext, archaeological clues left for dedicated players to theorize over. This is my favorite kind of video game storytelling. Don't force the lore, let the player experience it themselves through the interactive nature of the medium. Show, don't tell. And way back in Marble Garden, we were shown a decaying temple well in the process of being reclaimed by nature, and throughout the whole level, over and over again, we were shown the absolute lack of sanctity that Robotnik had for this place. His machines were furiously and unceasingly tunneling through it, collapsing structures and causing earthquakes, and all because he was searching for something in the ruins. A gem even more powerful than the Chaos Emeralds. Fuel enough to supercharge his Death Egg and conquer the world, sealed away in a hidden palace. This is the culmination of events set in motion before Sonic even set foot on Angel Island, of a narrative through line the Sonic series had been building to since the very beginning. The music here is the same as Lava Reef Act 2's, and while I appreciate the continuity tying this place to that one, it might have been nice if we could have gotten an even more mystical remix to really drive home the significance of this place. But I guess the aesthetic makes that point on its own. The caverns of Lava Reef spill out into an ornate cerulean palace. Despite its narrative importance, it's very brief. In terms of gameplay, this barely even qualifies as a level, which makes the work they put into this architecture all the more impressive. Given the similarity of the lavender columns in Hidden Palace to the stone gray ones back in Marble Garden,
I wonder if that temple looked something like this one when it was first built. As I reached the upper chamber, I took one last look up at the Death Egg. The one thing protecting the Master Emerald is its guardian. This fight between our titular characters had been a long time coming. I mean, put yourself in my shoes. It had been months, years in kid time, of Knuckles constantly being one step ahead of me. But now, he's out of traps. He's out in the open. He's already down. Huh. I don't envy the team here. A fight between two playable characters is completely foreign to anything they've done before, and given the circumstances, I think it turned out okay. But it would have been nice if it could have felt more like an even fight, or if that wasn't feasible, maybe if you'd gotten to turn one of Knuckles' own traps back on him. If it had to work like this, though, I think it would have been cool if it was technically unwinnable, if the two characters just fought as equals until what happens next happens. But like I said, this zone is more expository than anything else, and in that context, it serves its purpose. Thanks to Knuckles, Sonic didn't make it to the chamber in time. Thanks to Sonic, Knuckles took his eyes off of his life's purpose. Thanks to their inability to set their rivalry aside and stop kicking each other's butts for a second, Robotnik has finally gotten his hands on the Master Emerald. God, I must have seen this sequence thousands of times, and I'm still trying to save him. I always appreciate it when a game doesn't wrest control away from you during a story beat, when it lets you do things like this. But it never works. On the bright side, though, Knuckles at least finally knows who the villain really is. Does anyone else always try to spin dash the door right as Knuckles punches it? Like him and Sonic are finally on the same page and finally working together? Is that just me? Knuckles breaks down the barrier and reveals a teleporter, and the two of them give chase. After an absolute gauntlet of tough challenges and rising action, after spending a good third of the game deep underground, Sonic and Knuckles breaks through the clouds and hits a masterful crescendo in Sky Sanctuary. It's such a quick detail, but I've always loved how the transition here syncs up to the music. Just seeing that blue sky again feels triumphant, and it serves as an emotional juxtaposition to what just happened. Robotnik may have dealt a critical blow. He may have stolen the Master Emerald. He may have launched the Death Egg. But it's not over yet. Sky Sanctuary is a perfect showcase at how good this team was at pacing. It comes very late in the game, as a single act break from the tension. An easier, speedier, more straightforward chance for the player to have some fun and catch their breath. It's also a great touch how the only badniks in the level are the egg robos you see at the start, driving home the fact that you're hot on Robotnik's heels, that he never found this place before now. I remember counting how many egg robos he launched when I was little, and then going out and finding exactly that many in the level. I don't actually know if that's true, I could have missed some, but I'd rather leave the memories alone. Visually, this level takes the ancient ruins motif and imbues it with a dose of high fantasy. The dilapidated remains of an echidna metropolis magically hovering in the sky. Maybe the Master Emerald's power was the only thing holding it together though. It seems brittle and unstable. The level design is built to emphasize this, as the various pieces of the sanctuary rise and fall. It's a rare example of upwards mobility in Sonic games, as you climb higher and higher, trying to catch up to the Death Egg before it breaches the atmosphere. Sonic Team had to know that what they were working on would be their last Sonic game for the Genesis, and more than likely, their last one for a long time. And I could just be projecting, but I do feel a palpable finality in Sonic and Knuckles' late game. Maybe that's why they pulled out a few old tricks here. A robotic doppelganger of Sonic, albeit one who was introduced in the most out-of-pocket way possible. The very first time we see him, he's piloting the Egg-O-Matic and reenacting the first boss of Sonic 1. And that's a cool moment. I don't have a problem with them bringing the series full circle here at the end of the beginning. But it is a weird way to debut a villain. Later, he brings back the Metropolis Zone boss, and I think this might have been where I first realized how much of a boon the Insta-Shield actually is. This new Mecha Sonic does have a badass design anyway. Where Sonic 2's example emphasized the artificiality of his robotic nature, and Sonic CD's was sleek, wicked, and cold, this one seems to blend the best elements of both. Tall, imposing, fast, but undeniably artificial. And if you look closely, you might notice that at the end of the zone, as the sanctuary crumbles away, Mecha Sonic is not actually defeated.
I really liked Knuckles when I was a kid, but I also kinda resented him. Just a little. Not because of anything he did, but just because it seemed like he was every other kid's favorite Sonic character. And, like, of course he was. Sonic had to be the protagonist, the hero, the mascot. Knuckles was allowed to contrast that. He was a little deeper than a mere hero was allowed to be. He was the Batman to Sonic's Superman, the Tommy to his Jason, the Vegeta to his Goku. Don't get me wrong, I obviously loved Knuckles, but this was my favorite Sonic character. And my favorite video game character, and my favorite character. And he still is. And sometimes I just wanted anyone else to tell me that they felt the same way. It confused me back then, but it makes sense. A lot of people love the anti-hero. I guess I just felt a little alienated. What makes a lot less sense is when, how, and why Knuckles' game actually takes place. The Western marketing, and my book, always portrayed it like both campaigns were happening at the same time. Like Sonic and Knuckles were racing each other across the floating island, trying to stop Robotnik, but also trying to stop each other. And that's exactly how I saw it when I was little. I even remember standing here for a long time as Knuckles, just waiting to see if Sonic would show up. But it's clear the intention is that Knuckles' story takes place sometime after Sonic's. Examples of this are all over the game. The island is floating instead of being sea-bound. Knuckles fights an Egg Robo instead of Robotnik, except in Flying Battery when they forgot to make front-facing graphics. The ghosts in Sandopolis have already been released when Knuckles gets to them. Numerous cases where the Death Egg is visible in Sonic's story have it missing in Knuckles. And of course, Knuckles' story ends here in Sky Sanctuary, because the Death Egg isn't up there anymore. While that all makes more sense than it just happening simultaneously, it still doesn't make a lot of sense. Egg Robos in any other context are just one-off badniks, but this one reset every trap, repaired every machine, and apparently single-handedly rebuilt the Flying Battery. You know, that really doesn't make sense. If Sonic 3 had been released as intended, I bet you Knuckles would have just skipped this level entirely. It would explain why Egg Robo doesn't have a graphic here, but Knuckles' campaign is shorter than Sonic's already, and once the games were split, skipping Flying Battery would functionally mean that he only had 4 levels. I've come to think of Knuckles' story as more of a side story, a bonus scenario, questionably canon. I don't actually care that it doesn't fit perfectly, I just think it's fun to think about how it could. And I'll give him credit for going to the effort to even have it fit a little, you know? So, when you defeat Mecha Sonic as Sonic, the game makes an effort to tease the fact that you didn't destroy him, to weave Sonic's campaign in with Knuckles. Actually, that's it! That's how they should have introduced Mecha Sonic. Have him show up at the start of Sonic Sky Sanctuary and critically wound Knuckles. Give a better reason for why he can't go on, and set up that rivalry. So when you play as Knuckles' campaign, and Mecha Sonic shows up at the end, it packs even more of a punch. At least Knuckles' endgame absolutely rules. I'm gonna go ahead and headcanon that Mecha Sonic was a remote-controlling Egg Robo all along. He distracted Knuckles, brought the Master Emerald up to Sky Sanctuary, and lured its guardian into a trap. But I gotta be honest, when I first saw it, this scene shocked me for a completely different reason. Sonic has always been a brand of many, many, many faces. It was back then, and it still is today. But the funny thing about the classic games is that they're so light on direct characterization that it's easy to paint whatever version of Sonic's canon you like onto them. Kids growing up with the movies right now who play Origins might think of these characters as part of that universe. Kids who grew up with the adventure games didn't find it nearly as jarring to see this world as being the same one as that one, compared to us OGs who knew the word Mobius. And me? When I played Sonic and Knuckles, I imagined Sally and the rest of Knothall's freedom fighters were somewhere out there, running reconnaissance on the island, to a free Mobius. But here's the thing. Because I was so hyped to play as Knuckles, it was his game that I focused on. I made it to Sky Sanctuary as Knuckles before I ever made it here as Sonic. So when I first arrived, and heard those Doom chords fire up, I was horrified. I thought Sonic had been captured and roboticized. And the fact that he could still go supersonic only seemed to confirm that. And by the way, how freaking cool is that? I can't believe it's been 30 years, and we've still never had an enemy just whole-ass turn super. I guess I figured Sonic showed up in the biplane afterwards because we just saved him or something. I don't know, kids are really good at making things make sense that don't make sense. God, the Sonic series is fascinating and endless and ridiculous, and I don't love all of it.
but I'll never not love that about it. But I should probably get off Sky Sanctuary, shouldn't I? The only way out is up. By the way, I wish they'd found a way to make this cutscene playable. I know it definitely would have caused many a first-time player to lose a life in an unfair way, but like that was par for the course in the 16-bit days, and when I was little, I'd always act like it was anyway. I'd like rotate the D-pad in time with Sonic and bound high at the last second. And so Sonic finally arrives at the Death Egg. This spaceborne superweapon, the threat it represents, its creator's search for a power source, and Sonic's efforts to hard-boil it, has served as the primary threat of the narrative for 3 games in a row. Reaching the Death Egg marks the culmination of a trilogy. Admittedly, the Death Egg had a sort of broad-stroke presence in Sonic 2. The idea of Robotnik building an ultimate weapon, and needing the Chaos Emeralds to do it, was definitely there. But the only way you'd even know what it looked like is if you knew the level select code. Or I guess if you knew about Star Wars, but I sure didn't. As far as I knew, Sonic came up with this idea first, same as he originated the idea of a superpowered form that turns your hair yellow. Back in Sonic 2, Sonic rode Robotnik's carrier ship into what looked like an orbital hangar. Then we fade out, then we fade in on, well, it was less of a zone and more of a boss arena, and one that reused a lot of tiles from Chemical Plant. Which made sense in terms of recurring Robotnik design elements, but still, when I first beat Sonic 2, I saw this as an interstellar space station, not a roaming, egg-shaped superweapon. Those broad strokes would be filled in and then some in Sonic 3, which begins in the same place Sonic 2's good ending left off. Sonic and Tails on the tornado, Super Sonic in play, when whoop-bam! Knuckles makes the strongest first impression imaginable. Yak it up while you can, dude, it's a long way down. Sonic 3 culminates when you reach the launch site. The zone, and the game, concludes with the attempted launch of the Death Egg, but Sonic critically damages it before it can get to space. But it's here in Sonic & Knuckles where it has its strongest presence. Right off the Sega screen, we saw it plummet back down to the floating island. And through every peak and valley, this is the direction the story has been headed not just since then, but since the title card faded in on Emerald Hill 3 games ago. For a video game to seamlessly build its threat into another and another is relatively rare even now. It was, practically, unheard of in 1994. This is the culmination of the Death Egg saga, and this is, to me, far and away, the greatest story Sonic has ever told. I don't actually like the level that much, though. Okay, I don't hate it half as much as Flying Battery. And remember, judged against any other game, I actually still really like Flying Battery. But within this game, within this context, well, it just doesn't feel like quite as much of a finale as it could have. Some of the fault there lies with the music, which is like so important to setting the tone in old school games. I wouldn't call it upbeat exactly, but it's high energy, it's electronic. It's a good piece on its own merits, but it's fairly repetitive, and the Act 2 mix is basically just the same thing again in a higher key. Now with all the whirring gadgets, anti-gravity elevators, electrified floors, and transport systems that go whoop whoop whoop, it fits the type of video game level this is perfectly, but it does not fit the Death Egg's place or prominence within the story. Of all the time and effort it took to reach this place, scoring for the aesthetic and action is fine, but it makes the fact that you're finally here feel a little too inevitable, a little too perfunctory. Let's contrast that with the final zone of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm gonna step back and let someone who actually understands music theory explain this one.
I think he means me. I'm Dave Bulmer from Sonic the Comic the Podcast, and I don't understand music theory, but I do know how to take nebulous feelings and write them as if they're objectively true. And here is what I say about the scrap brain music in a book that I haven't finished writing yet. Probably the piece that remains the most nostalgic in all of Sonic 1's soundtrack is the Scrap Brain Zone, because it wasn't a tune you heard much. Rare was the return visit to that particular zone. It's a strange piece that opens on a hopeful fanfare, then suddenly becomes this odd, ghostly tune with slightly mistimed timpani that would be ominous if the tune wasn't so bouncy. And then suddenly, after a deep, dark bass break thingy, we're into a positively lovely tune, but still one that has that ghostly feel. In other words, this piece uses all the tricks you use to make music sound scary, but employs them for an upbeat and pleasant melody. And when you put those things together, it's quite haunting. It's lovely. You'd never hear anything like it anywhere else. And that's an excerpt from my book of Sonic stuff, as yet unnamed. Also, if you can tell I've got a cold, please ignore that. Back to Josh.
Thanks, Dave. Let's be real here, though. My biggest problem with Death Egg is just the same one I had with Flying Battery. It is, on occasion, a little too invested in making you wait. The conveyor elevators at least give you something to do while you wait. Dodging missiles while keeping away from spikes is a nice late-game challenge. But the real offender, of course, is the aforementioned whoop-whoop tunnels. The upside is that you can, through trial and a lot of error, learn to jump over the launchers. The downside is that until you do, you'll be wasting a lot of time just watching this. I mean, it's a cool effect, and I wouldn't have minded them so much if you could at least jump out during the countdown. For all my picking of nits, though, there is still a lot, and I mean a lot, to love about Death Egg Zone. The gravity gimmicks work fantastically, and they feel like a real appropriate fit for a late-game space stage. The huge anti-gravity chamber in the middle of Act 1 is a great set piece, and it's always a blast to fly around here, especially if you have the lightning shield. Speaking of which, I love how much of a boon it is here, allowing you to run over electrified floors and letting you skip some really difficult sections if you're willing to and skilled enough to take the risk. I also love the absolute scale of the level, especially in Act 1. The internal layout of the Death Egg is, much like Robotnik's metallic heart, mostly hollow. The layout seems to follow the perimeter of the egg's inner wall, rotating around a massive multi-tiered pillar supporting the structure, with the opposite wall fading into the far, far distance. It's the only stage in the game where the background doesn't scroll, selling the sheer planetary magnitude of this place. And really, the foreground elements of Death Egg Zone are fantastic. It implements a more advanced take on the highly mechanical, even steam-powered aesthetic we've been seeing in Robotnik's designs throughout the series. I especially like the look of the harsh, jagged edges on the floor tiles, bringing to mind a roboticized version of the zone where the series began. And speaking of that, how about those checkerboard tiles in the Act 1 boss arena? This boss exposes a contradiction in the core of Sonic's design that the dev team always had trouble overcoming. It's a two-phase fight that requires 16 hits. Phase 1 involves timing jumps over spiked balls, which explode and scatter projectiles with every hit. Get through that, and the boss explodes out of the pillar, spawns dangerous rotating spiked platforms, and starts blasting lasers at you. But if you can stay steady on the platforms, that laser can't hurt you. It's a real difficulty spike, a razor-sharp test of timing, jumping, and momentum, and it practically demands skillful use of the insta-shield if you want to take it down in anything resembling a timely manner. In a vacuum, this would be one of the most challenging bosses in the game. But in practice, it's kind of a cakewalk, because it's so damn easy to just take a hit, use Mercy Invincibility to get a few cheap shots in, and keep catching the one ring that I need to protect myself. Sonic Team always struggled with making a boss fight tense and challenging without making you fight it with no rings at all. That's not the end of the world or anything. The ring system is lenient on purpose, and it's doubtlessly what allowed me and millions of other kids to actually finish these games. And it goes without saying given how many times I already have, but the fact that I've played this game thousands of times definitely colors how difficult I think this is. Still, there's no other boss in the game where I intentionally take hits. It's just a bit of a shame to see such a gauntlet of a boss, and realize how much of it gets wasted by such a cheap but effective tactic. Act 2 sees Sonic going for a spacewalk on the outside of the Death Egg. And that's awesome, but I never liked how dull and static the planet looks out here. Aside from the background, there's not much in the way of aesthetic variation between Acts 1 and 2, but what it lacks in visual differentiation, it makes up for with that gravity gimmick. And after an entire act of swapping between the floor and the ceiling, you reach the end and, well, you do it some more. What we get here is a surprisingly rare example of Sonic and Knuckles actually implementing a stage gimmick into a boss fight, swapping gravity to send the boss's own spike-top badniks careening into its shell. There's a nice amount of variance and tactical possibility here. Time the elevators to send them up, spin dash through them while the boss is overhead, double up hits. Just don't get caught between two of them. But it wasn't until earlier this year that I realized the most efficient way to beat him is to just do this. Yeah, I've been making it harder than it needed to be my whole life. As long as you know you can flip the spike tops, it's honestly one of the easiest bosses in the back half of the game. But that makes sense, because we're just getting started. Sonic chases Robotnik into a second part of Death Egg Zone Act 2, and the true finale begins. An aptly titled song called Robotnik's Revenge strikes its devilish chord. You feel the ground shake before you see why. A Death Egg Megazord thunders onto the screen. Phase 1 is more about the scale than the challenge, as he follows you from the background and tries to crush you with his fingers. This brings to mind a similar boss from Lava Reef. The game has already taught you how to deal with this. But actually, there is a better way. Stand in the middle of his hands, time it right, and ricochet with a spin dash. It looks cool, it feels cool, it sounds cool, and you can finish off this phase in just 3 or 4 cycles if you hit him right. Phase 2 is where it really gets tough, as the robot stomps after you directly, breaking the track and blasting fire out of its nose. The only way to damage it is to strike the head to reveal the weak point, but its weak point is the Master Emerald at its core, powering an enormous beam that's very difficult to dodge. Every hit feels like a risk, trying to score damage without getting blasted. The segmented nature of this fight effectively sidesteps the tension issue I talked about with the Act 1 boss. Dying puts you back at the start of the final section of the act, and there are no rings here. The only way to have that protection is to come in with it, with whatever rings you had when you first defeated the Spike-Top Gravity boss. It offers the potential for some grace without completely undermining the threat of the final boss. When I was younger, I would always struggle mightily to finish this boss with a shield and as many rings as possible, just so I could take on the Death Egg Megazord with this. Taking a hit and losing that potential, or worse yet, making it and then losing anyway and having to face the gauntlet with nothing? God, it was so tense and frustrating, and I loved it. Of course, these days it's a little different. And you know, most evil dictators would call it there. But with his kaiju obliterated, and the Death Egg crumbling around him, Dr. Robotnik still won't stay down. He clings onto the Master Emerald for dear life, and tries to make one more last-ditch run for it. This is actually a little harder than it looks, given how easy it is to bounce into the death pit if you try to hit him too early. Robotnik is such a never-say-die villain, and I never get tired of his tenacity. Even when he's so clearly been defeated and outclassed, the man has no quit. But not even he can outrun the force of nature that is Sonic the Hedgehog. His Eggomatic finally gives out, as the Death Egg finally, ultimately, cracks to pieces. This leads to an ending. But did you happen to notice what happened just now? He got away with it. Yes, the Death Egg was obliterated, but Robotnik was still holding the Master Emerald. Now, the previous games also had good and bad endings, but this is the first time it carries such a direct implication, and gives you an in-universe reason to go back and try again. Robotnik got away. Robotnik kept running. Robotnik is still out there. Unless Sonic got them all. And if Sonic got them all, if you got them all, then Sonic & Knuckles gives you one more level. I loved video games when I was a kid. I loved learning about them just as much, and I read about them all the time. This was one of my favorites. I bring it up again now because the book does something kind of funny and, I guess, a bit questionable here. Within its own framework, Sonic offers to tell you a secret that'll make the final boss a pushover. But, in exchange, you have to promise that you'll stick with him through thick and thin. That no matter what, you'll keep playing his games until you're old and gray. I'm not going to reveal that secret here. You didn't make that pact, I did. But I've often thought back on that promise over the years. Sticking with the series and being a fan, finding joy in all the ups, finding grace in all the downs, and riding the wave of all the all-arounds. The tip is a moot point anyway. Doomsday Zone doesn't really need a strategy guide. Compared to everything you've already faced, what you do here isn't much of a challenge. What makes it special is how it feels. Flying through space as Supersonic, crashing through asteroids while that driving, determined, relentless music strikes its chords, the percussion ticking away your ring count, the one thing threatening to keep you from being unstoppable. And Robotnik is still running, still trying to get away with it, still trying to salvage the Master Emerald, the man who threw every single thing his genius had at you, who has spent an entire generation across 4 games trying to run away from the fastest thing alive, still thinks he can. Doomsday Zone isn't really a fight. The point is not to throw one last insurmountable obstacle at the player and make them earn their victory.
Because they already have. Doomsday Zone is the climax to the Death Egg saga, to the Genesis era, to the Sonic boom, to Sega's peak, to Yasuhara's influence, to the foundation of everything that defined my fandom of what is still, irrefutably, my favorite. I couldn't have known it in 1994, as I watched Sonic plummet back down to Mobius, watched Tails catch him one more time, watch the two of them return the Master Emerald to Knuckles, watch the credits roll, watch the dolphins play. I couldn't have even conceived it. The next time I played a new mainline Sonic game, I'd have lived twice as long. It would be a completely different industry. But even on the other side of that, I would still be a kid. I was a very different kid. Through twice as old eyes, I saw this as a very different Sonic, in a different world, with a different tone. I had an advantage, though. I had already grown up knowing so many different Sonics, in different worlds, with different tones. And so, unlike a lot of fans who were just a little bit older than me, I would get to grow up with this one too. I became a Sonic fan at a strange, specific time. One that allowed me to experience both this and this as a contemporary part of my childhood. I feel so thankful and grateful and lucky to have had the experience that I have, to have discovered Sonic exactly when I did. And I feel at least just as grateful to have gotten to share that experience with all of you, for being able to create the Geek Critique for the past 10 years. This video in particular has been a real labor of love. I'm releasing this in December, but I plan to have it out by August. I thought it would be easy, because after all, I know this game like the back of my hand. But what I didn't consider was that I know this game like the back of my hand. I am decades past the point where I ever have to think about it. And as soon as I started thinking about it, started writing about it, it was like this gravitational pull forcing me to engage with it, to elucidate on it, to try and scratch the surface of why I love it so much. Honestly, that's kind of the secret sauce of how I do this. When I critique a game, I try to let myself get a little bit obsessed with it. It's why I've been able to walk away with an appreciation for games that I might not have had the patience for if I were just playing them for myself. But when I turn that lens on something that I was already obsessed with, well, I guess this is what happens. I've never really tried to think that hard about why I love it so much, but making myself do that has only made me love it even more. And Sonic & Knuckles is actually really short, even for a Sonic game. Can you imagine how much longer this video could have been if I'd included the other half of the game too? Well, if you still haven't had enough of 30-somethings whinging on about Sonic games they loved 30 years ago, check out this quadrilogy of episodes of the Retronauts podcast, hosted by 3 friends of the channel, including Dave Bulmer from off of talking about Scrap Brain Zone's music earlier. Seriously, I was really just scratching the surface compared to what they've done in this series. It's the deepest deep dive on Sonic 3 and Knuckles I've ever seen, and it's extremely enlightening and entertaining throughout. If you like this, you're gonna love that. And check out Dave's Sonic the Comic the podcast too. I know he'd appreciate that just as much as I appreciate him for being on this episode. I also want to give a shout out and thank you to Zone Zero and Sonic 3 Unlocked, both invaluable resources for in-depth analysis and information on this game, and incredibly fun things to read in their own right. Links to all this will be in the description. Thank you as always for watching. Thank you for giving me 10 years of the Geek Critique. And for the next decade and beyond, you keep geeking, I'll keep critiquing.